Chapter 1. Young sir, would you kindly invite me inside for a while? In a nocturnal alley, neon lights flickered with an alluring glow. The foot massage parlor, once a desolate establishment, now seemed to be operating under some supernatural charm. No longer a place where patrons visited only sporadically, it now drew in passers-by, with a mere beckoning gesture from the enchanting masseuses, as if by magic. The once quiet establishment transformed. It required only a simple way from the alluring women for curious souls to halt their strides and swing open the glass. Door bathed in a rosy hue. The masseuses themselves appeared increasingly captivating. Though they were the same individuals, young Dian had witnessed, with his own eyes, their remarkable transformation over the past few days. In the brief span of just 7 days, a woman of advanced years had seemingly rejuvenated into a striking figure in her early 30s, her curves accentuated, exuding an irresistible charm reminiscent of a ripe peach in its prime. From the shadows behind a curtain, young Dian, with a bun in each hand, observed as the beautiful young woman beckoned to the street beyond the alley. In no time, a portly man, his thinning hair barely covering his scalp and clutching a briefcase, waddled eagerly into the establishment. 5 minutes later, the once rosy-cheeked man emerged, now looking weary and unsteady on his feet. If one were to weigh him, he might well discover a few pounds lighter, a serendipitous outcome for those seeking to shed weight. Watching the increasingly graceful and youthful woman wave goodbye to the departing man, her lips forming the words "do come again," young Dian found himself in a state of perplexity. Is it true that we are all enjoying such extraordinary fortunes? His momentary distraction caused him to grip the buns a tad too tightly. Cracks appeared on the delicate, snow-white buns, and the rich aroma of wheat filled the air. Casually popping the now less than-perfect bun into his mouth, young Dian turned towards the steaming pot, where appetizing vapors rose. His fingers, as if forged from golden iron, disregarded the scalding steam as he retrieved a plump and blisteringly hot bun, cradling it in his palm. After tossing himself onto the slightly disheveled bed, he gazed at the weathered ceiling, his gaze momentarily fixating. A cascade of azure light danced before his eyes. Technique: dragon claw bronze muscles and iron bones, 0.32. Energy, 0.2. Having unexpectedly crossed into a different realm, young Dian found himself at a loss for words regarding his feelings. On Earth, he had been merely an untroubled NPC, free from the vices of gambling and drugs, logging into the game at appointed times. Yet, at least there was a safety net. He would not starve, and with frugality, he could indulge in a delightful meal of cilantro once every fortnight. Now, as he pondered this sudden twist of fate, who could guarantee what fortune awaited him? Fortunately, the trajectory of Blue Star's development mirrored Earth's historical path closely enough. Leveraging his foresight and the writing experience from his previous life, young Dian had managed to amass his first million by the age of 18. In the realm of short video platforms, a million might seem trivial, yet it stood as an achievement he had never realized during his earthly existence. One must keep in mind that a million, when managed prudently, could afford an ordinary person 1,250 servings of cilantro or 5,000 ventures into narrow alleys. Wealth is the courage of a man. Only after acquiring such funds did young Dian's previously unsettled heart finally find a sense of grounding. Even more exhilarating was the fact that just a few days after achieving his first million, coinciding with his 18th birthday, the essential tool for traversers has arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon discovering the application of this tool, young Dian realized that his journey through life had not been in vain, as he had essentially acquired it. The mechanism is quite straightforward. Every 14 minutes and 24 seconds, energy increases automatically by 0.01, culminating in a total increase of 1 point over a 24-hour period. This energy can be expended for the purpose of learning. The subjects of study are diverse, encompassing martial arts such as the dragon claw technique, various knowledge from books, and even mystical arts that exist solely in the realm of imagination. The more thoroughly one comprehends the learning objectives, the less energy is required to master them. Conversely, attempting to grasp mystical arts through mere fragments of information demands an astronomical amount of energy. The knowledge acquired is reflected in a progress bar. Each time the bar reaches 100, a unique characteristic is born. For instance, the characteristic of copper tendons and iron bones emerged after mastering the dragon claw technique for the first time. In addition to facilitating learning, energy can also simplify the practice methods and exempt one from certain challenges. Taking the dragon claw technique as an example, initial practice requires one to repeatedly insert their hands into a pile of rice to develop a thick layer of calluses. Once the hands have been sufficiently strengthened, one must transition to finer materials such as sand or iron filings, further intensifying the self-inflicted training. Additionally, one must supplement this with medicinal concoctions made from herbs like Buddha's hand and ghost hand vine to heal hand injuries. Without these concoctions, not only is the training inefficient, but excessive practice can lead to deformities. However, for those utilizing the tool, this grueling self-mutilation training transforms into a simplified version. Engaging in activities such as cracking walnuts or playing with steel balls can yield similar training results, albeit at the cost of additional energy. Yang Dian expended 7 points of energy to learn the Dragon Claw technique and, through the simplified mode, achieved the first characteristic entry at the expense of nearly 25 points of energy. Yet he felt no regret why endure unnecessary hardships when one can enjoy the fruits of fortune. At present, Yang Dian is kneading buns to enhance his control. A few hours prior, after reaching 100 on the Dragon Claw technique progress bar, acquiring the copper tendons and iron bones characteristic, the strength of his palms and the grip of his fingers have significantly increased. He inadvertently shattered his phone screen and crushed a thermos to prevent any mishaps in the future, such as accidentally crushing buns in moments of excitement. He deems it necessary to practice beforehand. I once believed that the world after my traversal was merely a modern one, devoid of any extraordinary elements, and I paid little attention to the existence of superhuman powers, or the multitude of individuals wielding such abilities. That it is indeed true that my mastery of the Dragon Claw technique is solely attributable to this tool. Yet, if others had access to esteemed mentors and were diligent in their practice, enduring the rigors of training through winter's chill and summer's heat, it is not unimaginable that they too could achieve mastery over time. And what is the situation with that so-called mistress at the Shanshan foot bath? Is it about harnessing yang to replenish yin, some form of energy absorption technique? The local authorities are exceedingly discourteous that in this modern society replete with surveillance cameras, where countless taxpayers have been exploited by seductresses for so long, there's been no sign of acknowledgement whatsoever. It is utterly devoid of courtesy. Reclining on his bed, Yang Dian silently berated himself for a moment before popping a slightly cooled steamed bun into his mouth. He casually picked up his phone, which had a new screen, resting on the bedside table. He intended to continue his online search for information regarding the extraordinary and the art of cultivation. Although he had scoured the internet for a month without uncovering anything of value, one cannot shake the feeling that one must engage in some activity to find solace. However, to Yang Dian's surprise, just as he unlocked his phone screen, a series of knock sounds reverberated from outside his door. The rent isn't due yet, and since moving here, I haven't made any acquaintances. Who could possibly be knocking? Furrowing his brow, he approached the door. His enhanced senses, a result of his first characteristic from the Dragon Claw technique, allowed him to detect the faint scent of cheap perfume. If memory serves, this is the same fragrance used by the courtesan from the foot massage parlor. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Dian reached for the doorknob. Strength breeds confidence. Having cultivated his dragon claw to the point of possessing iron sinews and steel bones, Yang Dian felt unfazed by a courtesan who was over 50 in actual age, yet had only been in this state for a week. Did they truly think his ability to pierce concrete was a jest? He swung the door open, revealing a strikingly fair figure before him. It dawned on Yang Dian that not only had the courtesan's appearance defied the ravages of age, but she had also grown taller. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, his eyes were barely level with her chin. He Ching, leaning against the doorframe with a delicate cigarette, noticed Yang Dian's gaze and playfully swayed her figure, flashing him a seductive smile. "Hey there, handsome. You've been watching me from upstairs for several days now, haven't you? Why don't you invite me in for a chat?" Chapter 2. Public Security Bureau, Anti-Vice Division, Anti-Vice. Seeing the courtesan in such a state, Yang Dian instinctively tightened his grip on the doorknob, leaving a faint imprint on its surface. My control over my strength is still lacking. As this thought crossed his mind, he stepped back into the room, granting her entry. With a beaming smile, He Ching extinguished her cigarette and deliberately brushed against him as she entered, clean, tidy, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Not a single used tissue in the trash can. This hardly resembles a young person's residence. After assessing the room, she turned to face young Dian. My name is He Ching, from the foot massage parlor downstairs. You must be aware of it, given that you've been watching me for days. Why doesn't the young man come down to seek out his older sister? Meeting He Ching's alluring gaze, Yang Jian closed the door behind him. It was merely curiosity. He candidly confessed his intrigue. In just 7 days, you've transformed from a roadside ant to this. If I had heard it from someone else, I would likely have dismissed it as a myth. The notion of rejuvenation, unless one undergoes surgery, is akin to folklore. But who could deny that I witnessed this transformation with my own eyes? He stepped forward, locking eyes with He Ching. Have you awakened some extraordinary ability from a novel, or have you learned the art of siphoning vitality from others? He Ching covered her mouth with a smile, taking a couple of steps closer to Yang Dian, wrapping her arms around his waist, and leaning in to whisper breathily into his ear, the way you think about absorbing one's essence is rather intriguing. Are you curious? Honestly, I cannot quite comprehend why that person suddenly appeared youthful afterward. Why not try it with me? Perhaps a little experiment will reveal the truth. Upon finishing her words, He Ching playfully flicked her delicate tongue against Yang Dian's earlobe. She showed no inclination to conceal her own transformations. She was boldly present on the bustling streets. Among the throngs of people, it was hard to miss the changes in her over the past week. Perhaps fewer than 100 had noticed, but certainly around 80. Whether Yang Dian was present or absent made little difference. She had been aware of his gaze for several days prior. This time, she approached him solely because he exuded an irresistible aura that captivated her. Under its influence, she felt as if she had lost her mind and found herself knocking on his door uncontrollably. Yang Dian, contemplating how to win over He Ching, was momentarily paralyzed when her teasing touch reached him. It was akin to receiving 3 gentle licks from a cat before being subjected to a powerful one, causing every muscle in his body to tense and his blood to freeze. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the stiffness dissipated, replaced by an indescribable yearning that it felt akin to a single man consuming an entire bottle of blue pills, only to be confined in a room filled with the sounds of enticing films. An overwhelming desire surged within him. At that moment, all Yang Dian could think about was tearing He Ching's clothing apart and overpowering her beneath him. Oh no, I've fallen into the trap. Perhaps I was a bit too presumptuous. Before succumbing completely to his desires, Yang Dian raised his elbow, his dark veins twisting beneath, his skin like ancient dragons, as he aimed a forceful jab at He Ching's chin. Bang, bang, bang. Just as his fingers were about to pierce her chin, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Public Security Bureau, Anti-Vice Squad, open up. If you do not open the door within 3 counts, according to Chapter 7, Article 7 of the Huaxiao Law, we have the right to break it down. 3.2.1. Break it down. The unexpected announcement fell upon Yang Dian like a bucket of cold water on a sweltering summer day, extinguishing the sudden blaze of desire and restoring his self-awareness. His upward motion towards He Ching's chin slowed. In the next moment, he transformed his jab into a grip, lifting her by her jaw into the air. Caught off guard and gasping for breath, He Ching's eyes widened in shock as she struggled to breathe. Bang! The Anti-Vice Squad burst in at that moment, witnessing He Ching, seemingly weakened, attempting to kick while Yang Dian held her legs tightly. Oh, it seems you're having quite the fun. Upon hearing the taunts from behind, Yang Dian instinctively released his grip on He Ching's neck, allowing her to collapse onto the floor. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he turned to face the newcomers, instinctively furrowing his brow. Although they wore the uniforms of the Public Security Bureau, their disheveled appearance exuded a rather peculiar aura. With tousled yellow hair and a crooked uniform, one of them had half of their pant leg tucked into a sock. This does not appear to be the demeanor of a legitimate official. Noticing Yang Dian's gaze, the newcomer averted his eyes, glanced down at his own attire, and awkwardly adjusted his clothing, extracting the cuffs of his trousers from his socks. The Bureau has been pressing for urgency, and I neglected these minor details, he offered defensively, then flicked the identification badge hanging from his chest, as if to assert his authenticity. Public Security Bureau, Anti-Vice Division, Level 3 Officer Shi Sheng. Reports have surfaced alleging your involvement in prostitution. We must speak with you. Yang Dian responded, bewildered. What? Involved in vice? Allow me to explain. Bah, let me clarify. Shi Sheng gestured towards the doorway, then turned back to Yang Dian. Come now. Enlighten me. I am curious to hear what new tale you can conjure. Yang Dian fell silent for a moment. He likely encountered someone who indulged in TikTok, having heard similar stories before. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to struggle for his defense. Just a moment ago, I had finished a late-night snack and was preparing to scroll through TikTok before retiring for the night. The moment I picked up my phone, there was a knock at the door. I thought perhaps it was the neighbor, Old Man Air, who had fainted again due to anemia, and his wife was calling for assistance to take him to the hospital, so I opened the door. To my surprise, standing at the threshold was her. He gestured towards He Qing. I noticed her attire was scant, and she was salivating, which led me to believe she was hungry and had come to ask for a couple of buns. He pointed to the steaming steamer atop the induction cooker. I reasoned that everyone faces challenges when away from home, and if I could assist, I would. I intended to offer her 2 buns to satisfy her hunger. However, as I turned, she slipped into my room and closed the door behind her. At that moment, I paid it no mind, assuming she was merely eager to eat the buns. Little did I expect that upon entering, she would make advances towards me. As a young man of unblemished character, how could I allow my innocence to be tarnished without cause? I had to resist. Thus, when you burst through the door, you witnessed me grasping her by the neck and lifting her. Officer, trust me, I speak nothing but the truth. Shi Sheng clapped his hands and gave Yang Dian a thumbs up. This is a version I have never encountered before. After raising his thumb, he opened his mouth, seemingly ready to speak further. However, at that moment, a public security officer, nearing 40 and possessing a countenance of integrity, entered the room, his expression grave as he held a device the size of a phone, entirely black. Furrowing his brow, he directed the device at He Qing, interrupting Shi Sheng. Sure, the device has detected a linear temperature increase in the core area of her brain, rising from 38.5 to 53.2 in under 5 seconds. Based on the surveillance data from the past few days, we can reasonably conclude that something is amiss as the newly appointed security personnel spoke. Yang Dian had already swiftly retreated to the doorway, ensuring the 2 officers remained sheltered within. The brevity of their exchange belied the wealth of information it contained, and upon reflection, one could glean numerous insights. However, when he observed Shi Sheng produce a peculiar firearm, its caliber measuring a staggering 3 centimeters more akin to a cannon than a conventional pistol, Yang Dian deemed it prudent to adopt a more cautious stance. Understood. Shi Sheng raised the formidable weapon, aiming it at He Qing's head. Captain, would you kindly deactivate the detector? If a significant threat emerges, the 2 of us may be ill-equipped to handle it. Just as he spoke, a series of unsettling cracking sounds emanated from He Qing, who was sprawled on the ground. Yang Dian, lurking at the threshold, cautiously peered in, only to witness He Qing's limbs contorting grotesquely, her body seemingly on the verge of an inhuman transformation. Chapter 3. Cutting-edge technology, one am known for my discretion, Yang Dian mused. Indeed, this world is not merely the urban modern society I once perceived. The thought had barely formed when he witnessed Shi Sheng pulling the trigger of his handheld cannon. However, instead of a colossal bullet, a deep blue mist emanated from the barrel. As the mist enveloped He Qing, frost began to crystallize upon her body at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye, she was ensconced in solid ice. It was only at this moment that Shi Sheng let out a sigh of relief, turning to glance toward the door where Yang Dian, peering in with half of his head visible, appeared ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Enough of lurking at the door. If you wish to observe, come in, Shi Sheng called out. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Dian stepped into the room, instinctively closing the damaged door behind him to shield himself from the inquisitive gazes of the neighbors. Gazing at He Qing, now grotesquely encased in ice, he feigned trepidation and inquired, "You're not mere law enforcement officers, are you? What is her condition? Is she possessed?" Exchanging glances with Lin Mo, Shi Sheng nodded, and it was Lin Mo who spoke up. To say she is possessed is not entirely accurate, yet the reality is indeed quite similar. As for what has transpired with her, I believe you have your suspicions, considering you have been attentive since her initial transformation, have you not? Upon hearing this, young Dian's mind raced through a myriad of thoughts before he hesitantly replied, "What do you mean by since her initial transformation?" "Please, officer, do not jest with me." Observing young Dian's stubborn demeanor, Lin Mo shook his head, producing a black mobile device and tapping a few buttons. He began to read aloud from the information displayed on the screen. Yang Jian, male, 18 years of age, hailing from Meihua Town, Changle City, Fujian Province, China, currently residing at number 899, Taoyuan Village. His father is Yang Yong, his mother is He Mei, and he has a 16-year-old sister, Yang Lei, who will begin her second year of high school in the latter half of the year. You are also among this year's college entrance examination candidates, achieving a score of 409, which barely qualifies you for some second-tier universities in the province. You have a penchant for writing and have been composing novels since your middle school graduation. 32 days ago, precisely 7 days after the conclusion of the college entrance exams, you commenced extensive online searches regarding the extraordinary and cultivation practices, frequently visiting antique markets, secondhand bookstores, and various martial arts schools in the Minjiang region. 25 days ago, you purchased an ancient martial arts manual titled Dragon Claw Hand from a secondhand stall at Wangzhuang Night Market, claiming it was for inspirational purposes for your writing, and subsequently relocated to Tsaiha Alley. From a following day, your body temperature, especially in your hands, exhibited a slight increase compared to usual. If our analysis is accurate, it seems you have awakened a certain talent, swiftly mastering the fundamentals of Dragon Claw Hand. As he spoke, Lin Mo retrieved the device he had been holding upon entering and gestured towards Yang Dian. Do not deny it. In modern society, no one possesses true privacy. This includes you, me, and him. He pointed at Shi Sheng, then aimed the device back at Yang Dian. Just like this. Beep. Welcome to the multi-functional detection device by How High. Upon hearing the initial sound emitted by the device, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle. Who would name their brand How High? However, as the device continued its announcements, the smile that had begun to form on his lips quickly vanished. Establishing the target's human body temperature database. Database established. Beep. Current rectal core temperature, 38. 9C. Arterial blood temperature, 38. 6C. Deep brain temperature, 41. 1C. All exceeding the normal human body temperature by over 1. 1C. Beep. Target fingertip temperature, 43C. Wrist temperature, 42C. Forearm temperature, 40. 5C. All significantly higher than average, suggesting the awakening of hand-related talents or perhaps extensive training in certain ancient martial arts. As the black device concluded its report, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, shared by Yang Dian, Lin Mo, and Shi Sheng. Yang Dian was taken aback that the authorities in this world had developed such technology, capable of establishing a human body temperature database with a mere scan, leaving him no room for denial. Just as he had previously stated, the officials of this world were utterly impolite. As for Lin Mo and Shi Sheng, they exchanged glances once more, and then Shi Sheng hesitantly spoke. This morning, when measuring your temperature, aside from your palms, the temperatures of your fingers exceeded normal levels. Although other body parts were slightly above average, they did not surpass the standard. But, Shi Sheng stammered, unable to voice the terrifying speculation that lingered in his mind. Lin Mo, unable to bear the tension, tapped on the black device and interjected, "If this detection device is functioning correctly, have you fully mastered the Dragon Claw technique?" Yang Dian was uncertain how mastery of martial arts was categorized in this world, having had no prior exposure. However, recalling the strange transformation in his hands when he fully activated the Dragon Claw, he hesitated before nodding. With his pants stripped away, he had little choice but to acknowledge this remaining piece of evidence. Besides, being in a public setting could offer him opportunities for cultivation. Perhaps he could leverage this skill and talent to secure a position of authority. I just hope no one tries to use me as a mere accessory. As Yang Dian's long-standing paranoia resurfaced after his unexpected journey, Shi Sheng finally closed his dropped jaw, exclaiming, "Good grief. In less than a month, you've managed to master the Dragon Claw technique without any guidance from a teacher, and I couldn't find any record of you purchasing river sand, iron filings, or any related cultivation materials. Have you been cheating? Shi Sheng's words struck a chord, but Yang Dian could never admit to such a notion. Well, people are, in fact, somewhat different. I merely possess a slightly higher comprehension and cultivation talent than the average individual. Observing Yang Dian's gesture that left the South Korean onlookers in disarray, Shi Sheng too succumbed to a moment of vulnerability. If you merely possess insight, and your cultivation talent is but slightly superior to that of the average person, then what am I? Am I merely a remnant? A flawed creation molded from the leftover clay of Nuwa's handiwork, mixed with a lump of elmwood? As he spoke, he leaned against Lin Mo, tilting his body. Captain, I suddenly feel that the world harbors an overwhelming malice towards us. Perhaps we should retreat to the depths of a secluded forest and spend our remaining days together. Lin Mo, with a look of disdain, pushed Shi Sheng away and turned his attention to Yang Dian. However, before he could utter a word, Yang Dian interjected. Could you enlighten me about the matters of awakening and cultivation? Moreover, what is the situation with He Qing? How is it that she seems to have reverted to youth? I sense that you are aware she is not merely awakened, but rather possessed. Lin Mo lowered his gaze, contemplating briefly before nodding. It is not out of the question to share this with you. However, certain matters are not yet ready for public disclosure, so I ask that you refrain from broadcasting this information widely. Yang Jian raised a hand to mime zipping his lips. Since you have investigated me, you must be aware that I am a person of utmost discretion. Chapter 4. Origins and Recruitment, to recount the events of over a decade ago. Lin Mo reflected on his knowledge and, after careful consideration, spoke. In 2014, the Chang'e 5T1 flight test vehicle captured images of the moon's far side, revealing the Moon Bay crater. During the analysis of these photographs by the Space Research Institute, a phenomenon resembling spatial folding shadows was observed in the crater's shadowed region. Ultimately, it was confirmed that this area contained matter with characteristics of an unknown dimension. This marked the genesis of everything. From that year onward, the world began to transform in remarkable ways. Shortly after the existence of this unknown dimensional matter was established, the first awakened individual, the fire controller, was discovered in America, a Mexican who had entered the country illegally. Naturally, the authorities in the West showed no mercy. On the third day after his discovery, he was subjected to dissection. Scientists there uncovered a newly developed organ within his heart, which was interpreted as fire nest, signifying a reservoir for flames. At this juncture, Lin Mo glanced at Yang Dian, whose demeanor had grown noticeably wary. Rest assured, the dissection of awakened individuals was a matter of over a decade ago. Once it was determined that the awakened gene chain underwent unknown evolution, rendering their organs incompatible with those of ordinary humans and impossible to clone. Instances of hostility towards awakened individuals dwindled significantly, at least within the borders of Huaxia. As long as an awakened person does not commit a crime, they can lead a stable life akin to that of an ordinary person, even if they choose not to join official organizations. After providing this clarification, Lin Mo continued. As the saying goes, when the first cockroach is spotted in the kitchen, it indicates that countless others are lurking in the shadows. The same applies to awakened individuals. Before long, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh awakened persons were discovered across various nations. They were either recruited or apprehended. In summary, the existence of awakened individuals has not remained a secret among the upper echelons of various countries. According to known data, the probability of an ordinary person awakening stands at approximately 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the transformations occurring in the world extend beyond the phenomenon of awakened individuals. Since that time, the climate has exhibited anomalies, plant growth has accelerated, and even the diameter of our planet, blue star, has increased by over 10 kilometers in the past decade. The root cause of these changes, as confirmed by the Academy of Sciences, lies in our observation of that spatial folding shadow and the subsequent acknowledgement of the existence of unknown dimensional matter. This action was akin to disrupting a certain quantum superposition state of energy, resulting in an influence on blue star, ultimately leading to this series of transformations. This unknown dimensional matter has since been designated as spiritual energy. This encompasses all that I know. After laying bare his knowledge, Lin Mo added, of course, we will not keep the truth about the world's changes hidden from everyone indefinitely. In March of this year, academician Wang Xiuji, the chief engineer of the Space Technology Research Institute, revealed to the public that we are on the verge of breaking through the barriers of quantum dimensional observation. However, this revelation did not garner the attention it deserved. Additionally, there is another piece of information that may be of interest to you. Since the emergence of spiritual energy, the ancient martial art of Gu, a traditional practice of China, has experienced a renaissance and exhibited remarkable phenomena. Influenced by this spiritual energy, many seasoned practitioners, who once deemed it impossible to break through their limitations, have achieved significant breakthroughs. Some masters of Gu are even capable of engaging in a contest of strength with the most formidable of awakened individuals. Of course, the benefits of this spiritual energy are not limited to our ancient martial artists alone. The Knights Templar of Western Europe, the ascetics of India, and the hermits of Egypt, these entities, which should have been relegated to the annals of history, have once again been revitalized. After listening to Lin Mo's account, Yang Dian instinctively curled his fingers into a claw. I wonder what level my current strength ranks among the awakened and the ancient martial artists. And the external enhancements, perhaps they are merely manifestations of my awakened talents? Suppressing his curiosity, Yang Dian ultimately fixed his gaze upon the frozen He Qing. You haven't yet told me about the changes that have occurred with her. As he spoke, Yang Dian's attention inadvertently drifted to the hand cannon grasped in Shi Sheng's palm. Furthermore, what exactly is that hand cannon-like device in Officer Shi's possession? It seems unlikely to be a product of modern technology, considering it can freeze a living person with a single shot. Lin Mo glanced at the hand cannon in Shi Sheng's hand, smiled, and responded. The hand cannon in Shi's possession is indeed not unusual. The talents of the awakened are diverse. Some can manipulate elements like earth, fire, and wind, while others possess superhuman strength. Naturally, there are those with abilities that affect the mind as well. With China's vast population, even if the probability of an ordinary person awakening is merely 1 in 10,000, the cumulative number of awakened individuals across the nation reaches a staggering total of over 100,000. By gathering those with awakened mental abilities and allowing them to interact, we can spark intellectual insights and subsequently tailor specialized weapons according to their abilities. Crafting an extraordinary weapon is not a daunting task. After explaining the hand cannon, Lin Mo turned his attention back to He Qing. As for her, although she is yet to undergo a thorough examination, it can be preliminarily determined that her transformation is due to the influence of an anomalous entity. Anomalous entity? No teaching yang DNS curiosity. Lin Mo elaborated. Just as humans can awaken, so too can plants, animals, insects, and even certain parasites and viruses undergo mutations. We collectively refer to these non-human anomalies as anomalous entities or exotic species. With that, Lin Mo adjusted his law enforcement attire and formally extended his right hand towards Yang Dian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mo, captain of the 7th team of the 1st Brigade of the Fuzhou branch of the China Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau. The awakened talent is Eagle Eye, a remarkable ability that significantly enhances one's vision, allowing one to discern the veins of leaves from 1,000 meters away without the aid of any equipment. Yang Dian extended his hand to shake Lin Mo's, while the nearby Shi Sheng joined in the conversation. I am Shi Sheng, the vice captain of the 7th Squad, and my talent lies in the control of ice. As he spoke, he waved his left hand, showcasing his hand cannon. This hand cannon was custom-made at the cost of 300 merit points, amplifying my ice powers. With a grin directed at Yang Dian, he continued, beyond extraordinary items like the ice hand cannon, the Bureau houses various ancient martial arts tomes, specialized instructors, and an array of training equipment. What do you say? Would you care to join us? I must tell you, the Bureau is currently short-handed, and with just a bit of achievement, you could rise swiftly. Before Shi Sheng could finish his sentence, Yang Dian heard a sharp crack emanating from behind him. Shifting his gaze, he immediately focused intently and swiftly grasped Shi Sheng's wrist. Pulling him to his side, startled, Shi Sheng turned back in confusion, only to witness a pink shadow was passed with a whoosh sound, striking the spot where he had just stood. Had it not been for young Dian's timely intervention, he would likely have suffered a grievous fate. Chapter 5. Stirred by emotion, enlightened by reason, enticed by benefit. Witnessing that elongated tongue, stretched to its limits, and suspended momentarily in the air before retracting with astonishing speed, Shi Sheng paid no heed to the pain radiating from his wrist. Amidst the cacophony of exclamations, he raised his hand and, aiming the cannon at He Qing, pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound of the muffled gunfire echoed within the confines of the cramped bedroom. 3 streams of icy mist, darker in hue than before, enveloped He Qing, sending a chilling shiver down Yang Dian's spine, even from a considerable distance. Perhaps Shi Sheng had deliberately controlled it. Yang Dian distinctly observed that the icy mist did not settle upon the solid ice encasing He Qing. Instead, it transformed into tendrils of blue smoke, seeping through the fissures pierced by the tongue, directly merging into He Qing's body. Once her entire form emanated a strange blue glow, Shi Sheng trembled, his pallid countenance collapsing into the chair. Thank you, he murmured, glancing at Yang Dian while nervously touching the back of his head. A look of dread etched upon his face. That was precisely where he had nearly met his demise. Had it not been for you, even if I survived, I would have been bedridden for at least 2 months. Yang Dian remained silent, approaching the completely encased He Qing, kneeling beside her to touch the solid ice enveloping her. Feeling the piercing chill through his fingertips, he took several steps back, distancing himself from He Qing before turning to Lin Mo. How many instances like He Qing's have occurred? Lin Mo shook his head. Previously, there were not many. However, as time progresses, the influence of spiritual energy on blue star grows increasingly profound, and such occurrences have begun to multiply. Just this year, in our Chonglu district alone, we have discovered 31 mutated creatures, 6 mutated plants, and witnessed 12 incidents of alien invasions. This marks a 50 increase compared to the same period last year. If we extrapolate from the small to the large, one can only imagine the extent of mutated flora and fauna nationwide, or even globally, along with the multitude of alien invasions that may transpire. Moreover, areas with significant human activity account for a mere 10 to 15 of Blue Star's terrestrial expanse, equating to only 3 to 4 of the total surface area. No one can ascertain what transformations are occurring in the wilderness, dense forests, deep seas, or even beneath the Earth's crust, influenced by spiritual energy. As he spoke, Lin Mo extended his right hand toward Yang Dian once more. So will you join us? The world is on the brink of a tremendous change, a future observable to the naked eye. Setting aside the notion of national righteousness, you must consider your loved ones as well. Do you not? Even if it is solely for their sake, you should harness any available power and strive to enhance yourself more diligently than before. In Huaxia, there exists no better refuge than joining us. Gazing at the outstretched hand before him, Yang Dian did not hesitate to clasp it. You speak truly. Even if it is merely to protect my parents and my somewhat delusional younger sister, I must endeavor to elevate myself more than ever before. We are not mere plants. Who among us can be devoid of emotion? The soup of Meng has failed to erase the memories of my past life. However, this does not imply that he is an ungrateful wretch, oblivious to the nurturing grace of his parents. He can scarcely fathom the harrowing scene of his parents, who toiled for 18 years to raise him, witnessing the demise of his younger sister, whom they affectionately called little brother, right before his eyes. That imagery is far too brutal for him to contemplate, and he fervently wishes to avert such a future. Thus, joining the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, leveraging its resources to expedite his growth and strength, is undoubtedly the wisest choice. I wonder if the Bureau possesses any means to enhance energy, or how many martial arts tomes, even mystical arts, it holds. Yang Dian eagerly anticipated all that awaited him upon entering the Bureau. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed the firm grip of Yang Dian's right hand and smiled. Is it effective to speak of national sentiment and the greater good to the youth? Indeed, it has its merits. Yet, such fervor can only ignite passion in the short term. Once the adrenaline wanes, individuals will inevitably weigh the pros and cons. Only by appealing to emotions, reasoning with logic, and enticing with benefits can one ultimately achieve a mutually beneficial, or even a multifaceted, outcome. Woo, the speeding police car zipped through the sparsely populated streets of the late night. Seated in the passenger seat, young Dian gazed out at the streaks of light trailing past, his mind replaying the day's surreal events. It began with his breakthrough in the dragon claw technique, shattering a thermos with a mere pinch. After becoming vaguely acquainted with an unquantifiable enhancement in his grip strength, he was visited by the enigmatic courtesan master, who had been observing him in secret for 7 days. Subsequently, the layered persona of Shi Sheng, accompanied by Lin Mo, knocked on his door, revealing the true nature of this world through the strange transformation of He Qing. Next, I am to be specially recruited into the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. I wonder what other surprises await me ahead. Just as young Dian relished the prospects of his future, Shi Sheng had already parked the car. What are you dawdling for? We have arrived. Hurry and get out. First, we will handle your onboarding paperwork, then discuss the benefits, and, if time permits, I shall take you to. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, but he bestowed upon Yang Dian a knowing glance, laden with unspoken implications. Smack, just as that somewhat lascivious expression emerged. He received a sharp slap to the back of his head. Young Yang is merely 18. Where do you intend to take him? Shi Sheng pouted. Where else? To Old Yu's barbecue stall for oysters and abalone. Lin Mo shot a disapproving look at Shi Sheng. Do not lead him astray. He has just graduated high school and hasn't even entered university. Shi Sheng muttered under his breath. You are aware he just graduated high school. Ignoring Shi Sheng's grumbling, Lin Mo waved at Yang Dian, who had just exited the vehicle. The Bureau is understaffed. There are only about 100,000 awakened individuals nationwide. As for ancient martial artists, most are affiliated with the Martial Security Bureau. Our Minjiang region has a rather unique situation. Thus, there are many ancient martial artists within the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs as well. To conserve resources, our office shares space with the Public Security Bureau, and our uniforms are also those of the Bureau. Naturally, once you officially become a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau, we will arrange for the issuance of identification for the Anti-Vice Office, the Major Crimes Unit, and the Mounted Police, along with the corresponding equipment and uniforms. During a lull in Lin Mo's introduction, Yang Dian seized the opportunity to ask, is this how I join the Anomaly Management Bureau? Is it truly without any issues? Lin Mo chuckled softly. Of course, there are no issues. Shortly after your temperature anomaly triggered the system alarm, we accessed your comprehensive background information, spanning your entire life, as well as that of your extended family and ancestors for 5 generations. Your recruitment into the Bureau was approved by the headquarters, and as long as you consent, all formalities are completely in order. We were supposed to connect with you a few days ago, but we were delayed by the unusual events surrounding He Qing. Our initial plan was to resolve her situation first before reaching out to you, but then tonight's incident occurred. If you truly had any issues, we would not be so accommodating. As Lin Mo recounted this, a series of procedural verifications took place. Soon after, holding several identification documents, Yang Dian officially became a member of the 1st Team 7 Squad of the Huaxia Anomaly Management Bureau, located in Fuzhou, Fujian Province. By the way, it seems that there are more officials than soldiers in my 7th Squad. While Yang Dian was lost in thought, Lin Mo approached a large door and beckoned him. Now that your documents have arrived and you are part of the Bureau, it is time for you to collect your new employee benefits. Yang Dian was taken aback. New employee benefits? You didn't mention that before. Noticing Yang Dian's surprised expression, Lin Mo smiled subtly. You'll find out once you step inside. With that, Lin Mo conducted a series of verifications and opened the silver steel door. Chapter 6. The Unity of Heaven and Man. As Yang Dian followed Lin Mo through the entrance, he discovered the interior to be quite spacious, furnished only with a solitary table and a single chair. Sensing Yang Dian's curiosity, Lin Mo patted the chair and remarked, in our modern society, we certainly do not operate like the ancients with hidden treasures. Everything is stored at the headquarters, and once you make your selections, they will arrange for delivery. As for how to choose, you shall understand once you take a seat. Heeding Lin Mo's advice, Yang Dian settled into the chair. In the next moment, the room's lighting dimmed slightly, and a virtual projection materialized before him. Were it not for the glaring Huaxia dragon emblem at the center of the projection, he might have thought his game enhancement had evolved. Greetings, Comrade Yang Dian, Level 3 Security Officer of the Anomaly Management Bureau. Xiaomi, the artificial intelligence from the logistics department of the Bureau. You may refer to me as classmate Xiaomei. I will assist you in obtaining your newcomer benefits. Are you prepared to choose your desired items? Listening to the melodious voice emanating from the microphone on the table, Yang Dian instinctively looked up at Lin Mo, only to realize that he had unknowingly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Reflexively snapping his fingers, Yang Dian turned back to the virtual projection, inquiring of the animated character, classmate Xiaomei, what does the newcomer benefit package include? As soon as he spoke, the projection displayed two images, a book and a fruit tree. You may choose one ancient martial art or technique, as well as one spiritual fruit. Yang Dian tentatively reached out towards the book image. The projection shifted once more, revealing a series of ancient martial names and their descriptions. The unity of heaven and man. A Taoist technique that, with years of practice, enhances one's vitality and spirit, allowing deeper cultivation to sense and amplify vital energy, requiring perseverance. Bodhi Insight, a Buddhist technique that involves visualizing the Bodhi tree to cultivate the mind, significantly enhancing mental power upon mastery, enabling precognition in battle. 72 Styles of the Celestial Grasp, a grappling martial art primarily focused on joint techniques, characterized by its ferocity and immense lethality, strictly forbidden for use against ordinary civilians. With so many options available, Yang Dian found himself overwhelmed and decided to ask, since I can only select one technique now, will I be able to exchange for others in the future using merit points? Classmate Xiao Mei nodded affirmatively, certainly, reassured by the response. Yang Dian pointed at the projection and requested, please arrange these techniques in order of their exchange costs, placing the most expensive at the top. Upon uttering this command, the projection momentarily flickered before clarifying once again, revealing that the unity of heaven and man remained at the top of the list. With no further hesitation, he declared, I choose the unity of heaven and man. After making a selection, Yang Dian curiously inquired, how many merit points are required to exchange for the unity of heaven and man? To exchange for the unity of heaven and man, 1,000 merit points are needed. Do you have Dragonclaw Hand? If so, how many merit points are required for that? To exchange for Dragonclaw Hand, 100 merit points are needed. Yang Dian clicked his tongue in response. With 100 merits, the Dragonclaw technique allows one to pierce through cement with ease. If one could cultivate the unique trait of the 1,000 merits unity of heaven and man, to what heights could they ascend? Anticipation. In the midst of his thoughts, he clicked on the fruit tree icon. To his surprise, the vast projection displayed only two types of fruits. Huainanji, a low-level spiritual fruit, yields once a year. Consuming it clears the lungs and soothes the throat. With prolonged use, it significantly enhances the body's immunity and slightly improves physical fitness. Blue lotus seed, a low-level spiritual fruit, matures every 2 years. It is toxic when raw and must be boiled in 3 liters of clean water under high pressure. After 3 hours of boiling, the seeds can be extracted and the broth consumed. It aids in regulating the digestive system. Note, a regular person may only consume blue lotus seed broth once a year, with a maximum of 300 milliliters. Why are there only 2 types of spiritual fruits? He wondered. Spiritual fruits are rare resources. The somewhat haughty voice of classmate Xiao Mei echoed. Since the confirmation of spiritual energy, only we, the Huaxia, have successfully cultivated the Huainanji and blue lotus seed. Moreover, only our awakened and cultivators can consume these spiritual fruits in bulk. She added, as a Level 3 security officer of the Anomaly Bureau, in addition to your basic benefits, you will receive 1 Huainanji each month and a blue lotus seed every mid-December. Should you advance to a Level 2 security officer, your Huainanji allocation will increase from 1 to 3, and a Level 1 security officer receives 10. The number of blue lotus seeds collected each December will also rise correspondingly. Yang Dian silently tapped on the blue lotus seed icon. 1 Huainanji would merely allow for a taste, and he would receive 1 each month. Thus, He opted for the blue lotus seed to help his family with their digestive health. After making his choice, he inquired, I forgot to ask about the benefits. What can I expect after joining the Anomaly Bureau? As a Level 3 security officer, your basic benefits include social insurance, a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, 10 merit points, and 1 Huainan Ji. Additionally, you will receive transportation, housing, and meal allowances, among other perks. And these are merely the basic benefits. For each task you complete, such as addressing an anomaly incursion, containing unusual entities, or discovering abnormal plants, you will receive extra rewards, which may include monetary compensation and merit points. Having grasped the fundamental benefits, young Dian, newly joined and devoid of merits, lost interest in exploring further and stepped outside through the grand door. Have you made your choice? Lin Mo, who was smoking, extinguished a cigarette upon seeing Yang Dian emerge and tossed him a mobile phone. This is our internal communication device. Remember to keep it on you and always activate it. As he spoke, he patted the uniform he wore. Donning this attire, the nation shall grant you the finest benefits. Yet it is imperative to remember that you're no longer an ordinary individual. Yang Dian took the phone and glanced at it, then looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. I comprehend the internal communication device. However, why does it also contain applications for food delivery, chauffeur services, and postal express? Emerging from nowhere, Shi Sheng chuckled. This is merely for convenience. At times, when it is impractical to attend to duties as a security officer, we can approach our targets through means such as riding in a private vehicle, delivering food, or handling parcels. You can simply register an account. After all, the backend will not assign us any tasks. When necessary, we can directly intercept orders placed by our targets through the internal system. Of course, if you find yourself with idle time, you may also accept a few orders for amusement, treating it as a patrol. As he spoke, Shi Sheng tugged at Yang Dian's shoulder, pulling him outside. It is getting rather late. Allow me to treat you to a late-night meal to celebrate your employment. Afterward, I shall escort you back. By the way, I am curious. How did you manage to rent a place in Saya Alley? Furthermore, how have you managed to resist visiting Gogoda since moving there? Or are you thinking, oh, and I forgot to mention, do not rush to the bureau tomorrow morning. Wait for me to pick you up. Otherwise, if you come alone, I fear you may not gain entry through the main gate. Yang Dian scratched his head. Isn't the security office open to everyone? Now that I have been employed, how could I possibly be denied entry? Shi Sheng grinned mischievously. I won't tell you. That would spoil the surprise. Following Shi Sheng, they entered his Cadillac. As Yang Dian fastened his seatbelt, a thought struck him. By the way, can I teach the martial arts I received from the bureau to my family? If so, is there any cost involved? Shi Sheng nodded. You may teach them without any cost, but it must be confined to a small circle, such as your relatives, and be sure to advise them against sharing it further. Once they have grasped the basics of martial arts, if they wish to impart knowledge to others, they may do so within a limited scope. Yang Dian was somewhat taken aback. No cost at all? None, Shi Sheng affirmed, adding, the martial arts are knowledge, and knowledge resides in your mind. It belongs to you. It is akin to purchasing a book or acquiring a skill. Lending the book to someone or teaching what you have learned is simply a natural occurrence. The challenge lies in whether others can truly master the knowledge. We would be delighted to have more ancient martial artists who can cultivate their skills with minimal resources. Chapter 7. The so-called surprise, rare goods await. The following morning, Yang Dian, accustomed to sleeping late during his vacation, rose early. He was eager to discover the nature of the surprise that Shi Sheng had mentioned. And he was also mindful that the unity of heaven and man should soon arrive at the bureau. Calculating the time, the unity of heaven and man ought to have reached the bureau by now. I wonder how much energy is required to master it, or even to produce the first entry. With a hint of anticipation, Yang Dian finished his morning rituals and stepped out of his room. To his surprise, he found his landlord, Uncle Air, sitting on a small stool in the hallway, looking as if he had something to say but hesitated upon Yang Dian's emergence. Was Uncle Air up so early? Had he eaten yet? Seeing Yang Dian's polite smile, Uncle Air stood up and opened his mouth, glancing at the broken door behind him with a look of regret. Yang, was it you who caused such a stir last night? The authorities conducted a raid, and it nearly gave me a stroke. Yang Dian's smile faltered. Before he could defend himself, he noticed the neighbors peeking through their doors, clearly waiting for the spectacle to unfold. In the early morning, instead of going to work, they all gathered to witness my drama, he thought, feeling a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Uncle Air, it was just an unfortunate incident. If I had truly become a 7-star ladybug, would I still be able to step out of my house? I would have been apprehended long ago. Upon hearing this, Uncle Air felt relieved. In his mind, Yang Dian was a good kid. It would be a shame if he were to be caught due to a lack of restraint. After a sigh of relief, Uncle Air hesitantly inquired, "But what about those security officers who knocked on the door last night? They insisted I sign some confidentiality agreement and even took away the computer we use for monitoring." Yang Dian opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain. Lin Mo had just advised him not to spread the news about the revival of spiritual energy and the invasion of otherworldly beings, and he couldn't very well reveal it all at once this morning. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. "Uncle, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I too have signed a confidentiality agreement. You understand, right? We cannot disclose it." Uncle nodded vigorously. "You understand?" "I understand. My wife and I signed one as well last night. If we can't talk about it, then we won tea. But what brings you out so early?" Seizing the chance to shift the topic, Yang Dian cheerfully replied, "Staying cooped up at home isn't ideal, so I found some work outside." "Not writing your novel and dreaming of becoming a great author?" Uncle Air asked. "I do write, earning a few hundred here and there, so why not? However, sitting in a chair all day tapping on the keyboard can be quite stultifying. I thought I'd find some work to get a bit of exercise." After chatting with Uncle Air for a while longer, who agreed to help Yang Dian replace the door lock for free due to their shared camaraderie in signing the confidentiality agreement, Yang Dian joyfully descended the stairs and headed to his favorite breakfast stall for a hearty meal. Not long after, Shi Sheng pulled up in a Cadillac beside the breakfast stall. Truly, a practitioner of martial arts possesses a hearty appetite. Sitting down, he glanced at Yang Dian's substantial breakfast and remarked, before turning to the stall owner, "Boss, I would like a bowl of meat wontons." Meat wontons, a specialty of Fuzhou, resemble small dumplings but boast thinner skins and a more generous filling, far surpassing the average dumpling in both quality and quantity. As the owner prepared the wontons, Shi Sheng leaned playfully towards Yang Dian, inquiring, "So, are you looking forward to the upcoming surprise?" Yang Dian, exasperated, replied, "You haven't even told me what the surprise is yet. You just keep asking if I'm excited. Don't let it turn into a shock." With a sheepish grin, Shi Sheng, with his tousled blonde hair, chuckled, "I already mentioned that if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Why ask if you won't divulge anything?" Amidst their banter, the Cadillac whisked Yang Dian towards the security office. From a distance, Yang Dian spotted several poised female security officers standing at the entrance, peering curiously about. Observing their eager expressions, he turned incredulously towards Shi Sheng, who had parked the car by the roadside. "Is the surprise them?" Shi Sheng responded with a mischievous grin. "What? Surprised? Unexpected?" Yang Dian gestured toward the female officers and then pointed at himself. "Them? Me?" Shi Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. "What else could it be? Do you not recall what the captain mentioned yesterday?" Yang Dian pondered for a moment. "What did he say?" "The awakening probability for ordinary individuals is roughly 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, Yang Dian understood. The awakening probability for martial artists is indeed higher than that of ordinary people. Moreover, is it possible that the offspring of martial artists or awakened individuals possess an even greater likelihood of awakening than ordinary individuals? Shi Sheng gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're a pre-university student. Your mind works swiftly. Yang Dian, in disbelief, questioned, "So they are?" "Yes, just as you imagined," Shi Sheng reassured him, patting Yang Dian's shoulder with a chuckle. "A golden son-in-law, who wouldn't cherish that? I went through something similar myself. Back then, I was cornered by those female officers at the gate for over an hour. Had it not been for the captain's arrival, I wouldn't have been able to enter the security office at all." Yang Dian was left speechless. Is it really that exaggerated? The ever-smiling Shi Sheng grew serious, looking at Yang Dian intently. "As far as I know, nationwide, the number of unmarried, eligible male awakened individuals and martial artists barely exceeds 1/500. Among these, many reside in remote mountains, honing their skills within various sections. But do you have any idea how many eligible girls there are among the offspring of high-ranking officials and wealthy magnates in this country? Not to mention, consider where we are. Here lies the Min River, a region in all of China that places great emphasis on the lineage and heritage of clans. In other locales, the modernizing influences may have diluted the expectations that clans hold for their descendants, often focusing solely on their own progeny. However, do you know what conditions the affluent and powerful clan elders here offer to enhance the number of awakened individuals among the younger generation? Whenever an awakened one or a practitioner of ancient martial arts emerges, regardless of gender, relationship status, or marital ties, a grand spectacle inevitably unfolds. At this juncture, Shi Sheng reclined back into his seat, remarking, "Now do you comprehend the true worth of this rare commodity?" Young Dian, stroking his chin and gazing through the windshield at the poised female security officers, suddenly had a thought and turned to Shi Sheng, whose hair was as bright as the sun. "That could it be you?" Upon sensing young Dian's hesitation, Shi Sheng wore an expression of profound disillusionment. "As someone who has traversed this path before, allow me to impart this advice. Observe carefully, choose wisely, and if necessary, remain single. Above all, do not act hastily. Never forsake an entire forest for the allure of a singular splendid tree." Before Shi Sheng could finish his counsel, a striking female security officer, clad in uniform and exuding both elegance and authority, rapped on the car window. "Why is this vehicle parked here? Are you preparing for a mission?" As the window descended, she cast a glance at the passenger seat and then broke into a smile. "You must be Yang Dian, the one my friend Shi Sheng has been raving about. An awakened one or a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and quite the handsome figure, I see. Shi Sheng mentioned you're only 18 and have just entered university. I presume you are still unattached? My younger sister is also set to begin her university journey this fall. Her grades are commendable, and she has been accepted into Fuzhou University. Not to mention, she is exceptionally beautiful. You should come over for dinner sometime. I'd love to play matchmaker." In saying this, she playfully nudged Shi Sheng's shoulder. Shi Sheng could only turn to Yang Dian with a look of helplessness. In that instant, Yang Dian understood his gaze. "Sister, I shall certainly take the opportunity to visit you." The female officer beamed with satisfaction. "Then I shall prepare a feast and await your arrival." Chapter 8. The current situation of the Anomaly Bureau, perhaps in an effort to leave a favorable impression on Yang Dian. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the two men, Shi Sheng's wife waved goodbye and made her way toward the security office, clutching a stack of documents. As she entered the office, she nonchalantly ushered away the inquisitive female security personnel lingering at the entrance. It was only then that Shi Sheng spoke. "Su Qian, my wife. We got married 2 years ago." At this juncture, he chuckled wryly. "It's been over 2 years since we wed, and we have 2 little ones. Just a month ago, we found out we're expecting again. Do you resemble a stallion?" Yang Dian shot him a sidelong glance. "It seems to me that your regret stems not from playing the role of a stallion." Shi Sheng turned to Yang Dian, curious to hear his thoughts. "I sense your frustration arises from your sister-in-law's pregnancy and her strict demeanor, leaving you with no outlet for your energy." Shi Sheng immediately burst into laughter. "Hey, you really do understand me." With that, he revved the engine of his Cadillac and sped toward the security office. "My wife's cousin is quite decent, beautiful, kind-hearted, academically inclined, and she has no airs of a spoiled young lady. She has never dated anyone throughout her life. If there's potential interest, we might as well see where it leads." Yang Dian chuckled in response. "Ah, you once advised me not to rush into making a choice. Since you can't obtain a marriage certificate at the moment, why not let things develop? Who knows how far it might go?" As they engaged in playful banter, the vehicle came to a halt outside the Anomaly Bureau's office building. Just as Yang Dian opened the passenger door, he noticed someone on the steps twist her ankle, scattering documents across the ground. He sighed in disbelief as he witnessed the female security officer tumble to the ground. "This feels like a scene straight from a domineering CEO's office romance," Yang Dian mused internally. Meanwhile, Shi Sheng hastily parked the car and rushed over. "Xiao Yuan, how could you be so clumsy? You're an adult. How can you still trip and fall? Did you twist your ankle?" Initially planning to feign an injury, Lu Yuanyuan shot Shi Sheng an exasperated glance. So now you choose to help me pick up my papers? Where was this kindness before? After tossing a sarcastic comment at Shi Sheng, Lu Yuanyuan settled on the ground to gather the scattered documents. Once she stood up, she extended her right hand to Yang Dian. Lu Yuanyuan, a member of the second team of the Anomaly Bureau. Shi Sheng interjected. The first team is the combat unit, responsible for containing anomalous entities and addressing incidents of exotic invasion. The second team is the information unit, tasked with collecting and organizing data, screening awakened individuals and anomalous beings, and preventing exotic invasion events. Most members of the second team are ordinary individuals with some knowledge of ancient martial arts, though they are not fully trained. As Lu Yuanyuan shook hands with Yang Dian, she shot Shi Sheng a glare. You do talk too much. Not want to back down. Shi Sheng retorted, by the way. Yuan is already 26 years old, 8 years your senior. Why, you've sealed your fate with that remark. As Lu Yuanyuan pursued Shi Sheng, both of them sprinted into the office building of the Bureau of Anomaly Management, eliciting a knowing smile from Yang Dian. How is it? The atmosphere in the Bureau seems rather pleasant, doesn't it? Lin Mo, who had arrived behind Yang Dian with a briefcase in hand, also displayed a maternal smile while observing the playful antics of the two. This lively ambience owes much to Shi Sheng, our little gem. Before his arrival, the atmosphere here was far less vibrant. He then extended the briefcase toward Yang Dian, stating, "Your new recruit benefits an exclusive sidearm, along with some specialized equipment from the Bureau, all contained within this case." His eyes gleamed with envy as he added, "You are fortunate. Just days ago, the research department updated a batch of equipment for the Bureau, and you happen to benefit from it." Eagerly, Yang Dian accepted the briefcase. While the special equipment was a bonus, what truly captivated him was the unity of heaven and man technique. This was a martial art technique boasting tenfold the merit of the Dragon Claw technique. If he were to rely solely on the basic rewards, it would take him a staggering 100 months, over 8 years, to acquire the coveted manual. Contemplating the merits, Yang Dian, following Lin Mo into the office building, inquired curiously, "Captain, how much merit could we earn from the abnormal incident we resolved yesterday?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It's hard to say. The primary issue is that He Qing did not cause significant harm to societal order. The only impact was the consumption of some 7-star Ladybug's essence. The exact merit we could receive will depend on Team 3's findings regarding the anomalous entity." He continued, "By the way, Team 3 is the research team responsible for analyzing, handling, and studying anomalous beings. Their office is not located in the Public Security Bureau, but at Fuzhou University. Many members of Team 3 are professors at the university, and they often teach classes during their free time." Yang Dian paused, taken aback by the circumstances surrounding the Bureau of Special Management. It seems the higher-ups have truly consolidated resources to their utmost potential. As he reflected on this, Lin Mo led him into the office of the 7th Squad. The first division consisted of 7 combat squads, with the first 6 fully staffed, each comprising 12 members. Our 7th Squad has only recently been established, so for now, it consists of just you, me, and Shi Sheng. Due to our small size, the tasks assigned to us are the simplest. Typically, we are responsible for containing anomalous beings, recruiting newly awakened individuals, and interacting with seasoned practitioners of ancient martial arts, all of which involve minimal risk. When we have no pressing duties, we can patrol the streets and exercise our law enforcement authority should we encounter petty crimes. By the way, the others are currently away from the Bureau. 2 flying cloud leopards have appeared near Tianmen Mountain in Zhejiang Province, and due to a shortage of personnel, the 1st and 2nd Squads have been temporarily reassigned to address the situation. The remaining 4 squads are on missions in the nearby towns. Thus, for the time being, it is just the 3 of us here. Once they return, I will introduce you to them." After providing a brief overview of the current situation within the Bureau, Lin Mo led Yang Dian to his workstation and then began to attend to his own matters. Excluding the previous night, this was Yang Dian's first experience within the Bureau, and he felt somewhat out of place as he shifted his posture. After a while, realizing the monotony of his surroundings, he decided to open the black briefcase. Inside, he was greeted by 6 meticulously wrapped items, separated by soft foam. Among them was a black handgun nestled in a holster, a magazine loaded with 15 rounds, a pair of dark sunglasses, a light blue glass bottle containing a lotus seed, 2 golden spheres adorned with intricate patterns, and a pristine book embossed with the words Unity of Heaven and Man. As Yang Jian cast a cursory glance at the contents of the briefcase, his hand instinctively reached for the book he had longed for, Unity of Heaven and Man. Yet, just as he was about to grasp it, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Chapter 9. Cultivation Technique, Spirit Capture Ball, So Slender. As Yang Jian pinched the Unity of Heaven and Man manual, he felt a pang of concern. How much knowledge could such a thin volume contain? With a hint of skepticism, he opened the booklet. Unsurprisingly, the contents were indeed scant. 5 human figures and a brief incantation of fewer than 100 words. This was all it held. Was this what they referred to as authentic transmission in a single phrase, while the false teachings filled tomes? Muttering to himself, Yang Jian began to read the incantation word by word, focusing intently. Calm your breath and center your spirit. Contract the chest and abdomen. Harmonize the hands of yin and yang. Seek the breath of the heavens. Let the heart transform into chaos after reading it twice. His clear gaze gradually turned bewildered. What on earth was this? He could not comprehend it all. Setting the booklet aside with a sigh, he noticed from the corner of his eye a video player, palm-sized, resting beneath the Unity of Heaven and Man manual in the suitcase. Ah, so there's an explanatory video? Rubbing the back of his head, he picked up a few other items. He soon discovered that, aside from the handgun and magazine, each of the remaining items came with an instructional manual. The ancestors were indeed correct. Haste makes waste. Even with the instructional video, mastering the Unity of Heaven and Man would not be an easy feat for Yang Jian, who decided to explore the other items instead. The Eagle Strike 06 semi-automatic pistol, equipped with 15 specially designed armor-piercing rounds, operated just like an ordinary handgun. Simply disengage the safety, aim, and pull the trigger. The glass vial contained low-grade spiritual fruit, the blue lotus seed. If this seed was exposed to air and not promptly submerged in water, it would rapidly lose its efficacy. Casually placing the glass vial back into the suitcase, Yang Jian retrieved 2 golden spheres, each the size of tennis ball, adorned with intricate patterns. High-voltage capture balls. Before use, they required fingerprint authentication. Once authenticated, one merely needed to grip the capture ball tightly for 5 seconds, after which it could be thrown at the target. Upon release, the ball would quickly expand into a net-like structure to ensnare the target, delivering a high-voltage shock upon contact to exert control. Goodness, had they truly developed something akin to a spirit capture ball? This was quite extraordinary. Tossing the so-called spirit capture ball, Yang Jian then pulled out a pair of sunglasses, glancing at the accompanying user manual. These sunglasses were the latest invention from the Academy of Sciences, the Sky Eye 01 portable detector. They possessed the ability to measure radiation levels, target body temperature, and facilitate short-range communication. Moreover, a neural patch was embedded near the temple on the inner side of the frames, allowing the wearer to control various functions with mere thought. Lastly, the sunglasses could adjust the lens color according to the wearer's preferences. Is this for real? Has technology advanced to such a fantastical level? The function of adjusting the lens color, whose design seems rather flamboyant, was utilized as Yang Jian casually perched the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Following the instructions detailed in the manual, he extended his index finger and pressed the right side of the frame for 3 seconds. After this brief interval, the words activation complete materialized in the lower right corner of the lens. With a playful spirit, Yang Jian turned to face the nearby glass window. As he willed it, the color of the lenses shifted in tandem, first blue, then yellow, and after a blink, purple. After indulging in this whimsical display for a moment, he redirected his gaze towards Lin Mo's position. Detecting ambient life form temperature, he thought, and as soon as the thought settled, 2 temperature indicators along with a brief annotation appeared above Lin Mo. Eye temperature, 43 C, body temperature, 37. 1 C. This life form appears to have awakened ocular talents. Please observe closely. Just as Yang Jian read the annotation, It flickered momentarily before being replaced by new information on the lenses. Target individual is the captain of the 7th Squad of the 1st Brigade of the Fuzhou branch of the Huaxia Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, Lin M.O. Current physical status, healthy. Upon reading this new annotation, Yang Jian fell into a brief silence before removing the glasses. If he was correct, these sunglasses were likely connected to the internal network of the Bureau, capable of retrieving certain information from the intranet. However, if they could retrieve information, it stood to reason they could also upload it. Moreover, with the neural patches affixed to the inner side of the temples, once they adhered to the nerve endings of the skin, they could read the user's thoughts and control the glasses according to the user's intentions. Thus, the possibility of these glasses reading one's thoughts and transmitting them to a terminal loomed large in Yang Dian's mind. Though he was uncertain, he was unwilling to take any risks. His secret was paramount. He wished to conceal even the slightest possibility of exposure. After folding the temples neatly, he returned the sunglasses to their case. If all went as expected, they would likely remain idle in his possession for some time until he could master control over his thoughts or devise a means to prevent them from being read. I wonder if martial arts practice could help. With this thought, Yang Jian promptly rose to his feet and retrieved the unity of heaven and man along with its detailed explanations. "Captain, is there a training room at the Bureau?" he inquired, shaking the manual as he spoke. "I wish to practice this newly acquired technique." Chapter 10. Attempting to cultivate. Halfway to darkness upon hearing Yang Dian's inquiry, Lin M.O. immediately rose to his feet. "Of course there are," he replied, leading Yang Jian out of the office and standing before an elevator. On the 3rd underground level of the Bureau, there are 10 cultivation rooms, constructed 3 years ago. According to higher authorities, the spiritual energy environment within the cultivation rooms is superior to that of the outside world. Practicing ancient martial arts and honing one's innate abilities within these rooms will yield a certain degree of positive enhancement. When the cultivation rooms were first completed, they were ablaze with activity, with individuals queuing around the clock. However, 2 months post-construction, they became nearly deserted. Do you know why? Following Lin M.O. into the elevator, Yang Jian quickly deduced the reason. The auxiliary effects of the cultivation rooms were not as potent as anticipated. Precisely, Lin Montag nodded. "In any case, I have not perceived any discernible difference between the inside and outside of the cultivation rooms." As he spoke, the elevator doors opened on the 3rd underground level, revealing a corridor crafted entirely from steel. "Here we are. Just find a cultivation room and enter. Once you step inside, the indicator light outside will change from green to red, so you need not worry about being disturbed." At that moment, Lin M.O. suddenly recalled something. "By the way, did you bring the communication device I gave you yesterday?" Yang Dian nodded. "I did." Just as he affirmed, another thought crossed his mind. Captain, the equipment sent down from above is still spread out on my desk. Could you help me tidy it up when I return?" Lin M.O. shook his head, somewhat exasperated, and pointed at Yang Dian. "You youngsters are always so careless. I'll help you this time, but don't forget next time." Yang Dian stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, Captain." With no recourse against Yang Dian's youthful enthusiasm, Lin M.O. pressed the elevator button. Out of sight, out of mind. After seeing Lin M.O. ascend, Yang Jian turned and entered a cultivation room. The room was modest in size, yet spacious enough, occupying approximately 60 square meters. Yang Jian first stretched his limbs and then affirmed Lin Mo's assertion. There was indeed no noticeable difference from the outside. After circling the room twice and confirming that the Bureau had shown some decency by not installing surveillance cameras, he settled into a chair against the wall, activated the player, and began watching the instructional video on the unity of heaven and man. As the screen illuminated, a somewhat aged voice emanated from the player, gradually reaching Yang Dian's ears. What is the unity of heaven and man? It is the merging of man with his heart, of heart with intention, and of intention with the universe. Utilizing qi as a guide, harmonizing the flow of energy, allowing the body to relax and become natural, and then employing one's consciousness to contemplate heaven and earth, thereby fortifying one's spirit. In simpler terms, it entails nourishing one's self well, strengthening the body, directing one's thoughts inward for self-reflection and outward to the cosmos. allowing one's innate magnetic field to merge with the vast magnetic field of the universe. The video presentation was indeed exhaustively detailed. The brief description of the cultivation technique, comprising fewer than 100 words, took over 2 hours to thoroughly elaborate. The crux of the matter is that Dian remained thoroughly engrossed. So that was it. To master the unity of heaven and man. The most crucial aspect lies in visualization. After sitting in contemplation for a while, Dian ultimately resolved to refrain from utilizing cheats for the time being and to embark on self-study instead. The reason was simple. He could not afford the cheats. After diligently watching the video, a profound realization welled up within him. To fully grasp the unity of heaven and man, he would require 800 points of energy. What does that imply? If he were to accumulate 1 point a day, it would take him over 2 years. Of course, 2 years is not an entirely outrageous time frame. Previously, an ingenious idea struck Dian, prompting him to purchase a copy of Journey to the West in hopes of learning the Monkey King's great celestial technique. It nearly propelled him to ascension through the use of cheats. It was from that moment that Dian truly understood that one must not be excessively greedy. Aspirations that exceed one's capabilities should be set aside for the time being. 800 points of energy, 2 years. For now, I shall gather energy like a hamster. With a bit more effort and self-study, I should be able to reduce the energy needed significantly. I aim to gain entry into the unity of heaven and man before the end of summer break. Contemplating energy, Dian closed his eyes once more and summoned the interface. The energy growth rate before and after entering the training room remains consistent, increasing by 0.01 every 14 minutes and 24 seconds. Thus, either the energy accumulation is unrelated to the surrounding spiritual environment, or the training room does not possess a higher concentration of spiritual energy than what is claimed. After drawing a simple conclusion, Dian opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Although the unity of heaven and man relies on subjective thought, allowing one to sense the universe through quiet meditation and thereby stimulate the growth of one's vital energy, achieving such a level requires mastering the technique to its core. As a novice practitioner of the unity of heaven and man, it is best for him to diligently follow the instructional video for his movements. Cultivating these movements necessitates a gradual approach. He would first practice the 3 steps of steady walking, followed by the 6 steps of steady walking, then the 3 steps of single breath holding. Ultimately, he would strive to master the 6 steps of double breath holding, which would signify a small level of achievement. A rudimentary understanding of the unity of heaven and man endows one with the ability to nourish vital energy and strengthen the spirit. Ideally, the training environment should be in places like mountain peaks or grasslands that are close to the natural world. Regardless, he was already here. It was time to practice once around. Taking a deep breath, Dian relaxed his body, allowing his hands to fall at his sides, palms facing his legs, and closed his eyes to immerse himself in a trance, envisioning a communion with the universe. After connecting with the cosmos, the next step is to open one's eyes and gaze far and wide, observing the vastness of nature. With this thought in mind, Dian opened his eyes. However, upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of a cold steel wall. Damn! The carefully cultivated emotions shattered in an instant. He came to understand why the video emphasized practicing the unity of heaven and man in places like mountaintops or grasslands. Unity with heaven and earth. How can one achieve that while surrounded by concrete and steel? It is fortunate that I have not succumbed to madness. With both hands, I twisted my hair a few times, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in my heart. Dian decisively tucked the player into his pocket and, clutching the unity of heaven and man manual, stepped out of the training room. Today, he was determined to master the 3 steps of effortless progress. In this state, would I be considered to have lost my mind in ancient times? Lost in contemplation of his condition. Dian exited the elevator and spotted Lin Mo exhaling clouds of smoke at the end of the corridor. Already, upon seeing Dian emerge from the elevator, Lin Mo extinguished his cigarette. Training. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo noticed Dian's disheveled hair. He shook his head in resignation. Cultivation is not a matter of a day or two, like those ancient martial arts masters, who among them did not spend decades or even centuries honing their skills, only to unleash their potential when spiritual energy manifested. Do not rush, even if you have not yet grasped the key points. Given your talent for the dragon claw technique, you will undoubtedly master the art in due time. Sensing the concern in Lin Mo's words, Yang Dian's previously irritable mood eased somewhat. Captain, I understand. In fact, I have already grasped a hint of the method. It's just that the training location was not suitable, which hindered my progress. I plan to try the seaside again. The vast sky and ocean should aid my cultivation. Lin Mo nodded. Then go ahead. However, remember that extremes lead to reversals and that the sun at its zenith eventually sets. The same applies to cultivation. One must never force it. Yang Dian earnestly nodded. I understand. I won't push myself too hard. Seeing that Yang Dian was resolute in his decision to try again, Lin Mo refrained from further persuasion. He shifted the topic to a different matter, aiming to help Yang Dian relax his tense spirit. Since he wished to go to the seaside, consider visiting the wetland park. The ecological environment there is splendid, with abundant wildlife, and it is likely to host mutated flora and fauna. If you encounter any, do your best to contain them. But if it becomes overwhelming, call for backup. As he spoke, he gestured towards the patrol vehicle outside. You are of age now. Make time to obtain a driver's license. In our line of work, not having a vehicle can be quite inconvenient. Then, recalling something, he added, by the way, Shi Sheng is currently free. Would you like him to drive you there? Yang Jian promptly shook his head. No need, no need. I'm not a child. It's unreasonable to have someone assist me with everything. After declining Lin Mo's kind offer, Yang Jian first changed into his uniform, then returned to the office to collect his credentials and sidearm, casually pocketing a high-voltage capture ball. Captain, I shall take my leave now. Watching Yang Jian wave goodbye before disappearing around the corner of the corridor, Lin Mo sighed quietly. 18 years old. How is he not still a child? This cursed world. Chapter 11. The Alien. The golden cicada, the four-wheeled patrol vehicle, could not be driven due to the lack of a license. However, the two-wheeled electric scooter posed no such issue. Riding the blue and white scooter adorned with the word patrol, Yang Dian made his way to the wetland park. He soon realized that this uniform was indeed quite advantageous. Although the park prohibited external electric scooters, the staff did not hinder Yang Dian's entry as he was clad in security attire and riding a patrol scooter, even greeting him amiably as he passed through. The adage clothes make the man indeed held true. Navigating through the dappled sunlight along the tree-lined paths, he felt the summer breeze, mingled with a hint of salty sea air, and listened to the chirping of cicadas nearby. In that moment, Yang Dian's heart settled into tranquility. If he were to practice the unity of heaven and man technique now, taking 3 steps would surely not pose a challenge. As he pondered whether to find a spot to park and engage in his cultivation, he faintly discerned an unusual commotion in the wind. Gripping the brake lever, he halted the scooter. With the hum of the motor fading, a clearer cry for help reached his ears. Was he truly destined to encounter trouble? Momentarily astonished, Yang Jian promptly restarted the scooter and sped toward the source of the distress call. In no time, he navigated through several turns in the woods, and before long, 4 figures came into view. The person calling for help turned upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Yang Dian, she exclaimed with delight, "Patrol officer, over here. Help!" Though the situation seemed urgent, Yang Jian could not suppress his bemusement. The girl, frantically waving at him, appeared to be of similar age, perhaps even slightly older, yet she addressed him as uncle. This uniform certainly imparted an air of elderliness, did it not? As he dismounted the scooter, he intended to assess the condition of the 3 individuals lying on the ground, but the girl beside him grasped his sleeve, warning, "Don't go over there. It seems there's a chemical leak. Earlier, my friend and I arrived here and found those 2 collapsed by the roadside. We debated whether to investigate, suspecting they might be suffering from heat stroke. However, as I approached, I suddenly felt dizzy and unwell, prompting me to retreat immediately. My friend, who is generally in poor health, has fainted right there." Listening to her words, Yang Dian scrutinized the 3 individuals on the ground and noted their alarming state. Their faces were tinged with a sickly hue. lips purplish, and foam oozed from the corners of their mouths. Coupled with their occasional convulsions, it indeed suggested poisoning. Yet, upon further reflection, he found something amiss. The three lay no more than 3 meters from him. Any chemical agent capable of incapacitating them would undoubtedly possess volatile properties. Without discussing how many people fainted or for how long, the toxins that should have dissipated would have long since evaporated. Even if the toxins had not fully dissipated, it was unreasonable that standing so close, they had not been affected at all. With a resolve forming in his heart, Dian gestured toward the girl. It's not a significant issue. If you manage to escape before losing consciousness, then I should be able to as well. Look at their current state. They cannot hold on much longer. I must first pull them out. By the way, have you called for an ambulance? The girl, taken aback by Dian's question, promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket. I'll call now. Meanwhile, as she pulled out her phone, Dian had already approached the trio lying on the ground. Just as he bent down to assist one of them, an excruciatingly loud cicada cry suddenly pierced his mind. Despite the pain in his ears from the abrupt sound, Dian managed to lift his target and step back 2 paces. Curiously, as he distanced himself from the fallen trio, the cicada's cry abruptly vanished. With a burgeoning suspicion, Dian did not hesitate to return to the remaining 2 individuals. However, this time he did not lean in close. Instead, he grasped their ankles and dragged them away from the spot. As he had surmised, since his ears were not near that location, he did not hear the piercing cicada cry this time. He carried all 3 into the shade. After waiting a while and noticing a slight improvement in their condition, he turned to the dazed girl beside him. Before you felt dizzy, did you hear any sound? The girl looked at Dian with a somewhat vacant expression. What sound? Realizing the girl had not experienced the same piercing cicada cry as he had, Dian understood. So, that cicada cry was an ultrasonic sound beyond the hearing limit of an ordinary person. He bent down to examine the ears of the fallen trio and found traces of blood oozing from their ear canals. Connecting this with the shrill cicada cry he had heard, Dian glanced toward the direction from which the trio had collapsed. Thus, a mutated cicada emitted an ultrasonic wave that affected the 3. And the reason I could hear the cicada cry and only found it piercing but did not feel dizzy is due to my physique being far superior to that of an ordinary person. With this thought, Dian stood up and walked toward the source of the cicada cry. Officer, where are you going? Seeing Dian rise and leave, the only conscious girl immediately became agitated. It's dangerous over there. Shoot until we stay away? Dian turned back to her and shook his head. That is not an option. At this time, there aren't too many people in the wetland park, but there are still some. What if others have also been affected by the chemical toxins? I need to ascertain the extent of the chemical-less influence and check for anyone else who may have wandered into it. Upon reaching this point, Dian first retrieved his mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Mo and Shi Sheng, indicating a potential discovery of a mutated organism in the wetland park. He then directed his phone towards the girl, gesturing with his hand. It is my duty to act in this manner. I have already contacted my colleagues. An assistance will arrive shortly. You are within a safe zone. As long as you remain here, you should not encounter any danger. With that, Dian disregarded the girl, who appeared to be hesitant, and proceeded to the spot where the 3 individuals had collapsed. As he took a step forward, the piercing sound of cicadas filled his ears. Retreating a step resulted in the sound dissipating. After confirming that the cicada noise would not pose an immediate threat, Dian, under the girl's peculiar gaze, dashed towards the area resonating with the cicada chorus. Upon exiting that zone, he abruptly halted and turned back to regard the path he had traversed. Surrounded by dense foliage, he deduced that the influence of the cicada sound was limited, with a radius of less than 50 meters. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the epicenter of the cicada sound coincided with the location he had previously traversed. Thus, he resolved to run through the area a couple more times. With a determined mindset, he mapped out a route and traversed the cicada zone twice more. After these 2 excursions, he had roughly pinpointed the center of the cicada sound, which indicated the presence of the cicada itself. I wonder if this cicada possesses any abilities beyond emitting ultrasonic waves, he mused. tightening his grip on the firearm holstered at his waist and feeling the high-voltage capture ball nestled in his pocket. Surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of others, as well as the trees obscuring the girl's location, Yang Dian decisively sprinted towards the source of the cicada's call. This tree lacked any sign of the creature. This one too yielded no results. If all went as anticipated, it should reside within this particular tree. He hastened to the last of the selected trees, looking up and circling its base. Before completing the circle, a golden cicada, glistening brilliantly in the dappled sunlight, captured Yang Dian's attention. Chapter 12. Cicada, Rising Energy. True golden cicada, as Yang Dian's gaze fell upon the instigator, an indescribable hunger surged within him. Flesh, soul, instinct, everything urged him to seize the golden cicada, and then to consume it. With a tremendous force of will, he resisted the primal desire. He forcibly turned his head, redirecting his gaze away from the golden cicada. As it vanished from view, the sudden hunger dissipated as well. Why did I feel compelled to consume the mutated cicada, or perhaps to devour it raw? Considering various possibilities, Yang Dian once again focused on the mutated cicada, the golden cicada. This time, he no longer suppressed his body's instincts. He took a couple of steps back before swiftly advancing. Yang Dian planted his foot on the protruding tree tumor. As he leapt to the apex, he curled his fingers into a claw, embedding them into the trunk. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he soared an additional 3 meters, reaching the side of the golden cicada. With the target within reach, Yang Dian hesitated not. He extended his right hand, swiftly grasping the cicada that was fervently drinking sap from the tree. He then used his left hand to push against the trunk. Utilizing the leverage, he landed on a sturdier branch nearby. Once stabilized, he turned his gaze to the cicada in his palm, which, sensing danger, had ceased its song and was rapidly flapping its wings. So to eat or not? After a moment's hesitation, Yang Dian ultimately decided to trust his instincts. He gently plucked a golden cicada wing and placed it in his mouth. The instant it touched his tongue, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged from deep within him. It felt akin to savoring a popsicle on a sweltering summer day or relishing a bowl of hot soup in a frigid winter. It was reminiscent of devouring a cherished childhood candy. The flavor lingered, evoking endless reminiscence. However, this sensation was fleeting. Within mere blinks, the profound satisfaction ebbed away, leaving a wave of disappointment in its wake. Instinctively, Yang Dian smacked his lips, only to realize that the golden cicada wing had been entirely digested in that brief span. When had my digestive capacity become so remarkable? After muttering to himself, he subconsciously summoned his external enhancement. As expected, his energy surged, rising from 0.63 to 2.53. Such a thin cicada wing could yield 9 points of energy, with a slight exertion of his left hand resting against the trunk. A crisp crack echoed in Yang Dian's ears. Moreover, it seemed his physique had strengthened somewhat. The grip he had just mastered yesterday now showed signs of slipping. Aware of the bodily changes, Yang Dian glanced at the cicada in his hand, instinctively swallowing. So, should I eat it? His mind weighed the options, yet his body had already honestly positioned the cicada into his mouth. He had eaten cicadas before. Previously, they were fried or braised, but now it was merely a matter of consuming them raw. It was nothing of great consequence. With a crunch, after enduring a wave of nausea and chewing a few times, Yang Dian's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. To his surprise, the golden cicada was quite delectable. Although it was devoid of any seasoning, the crisp texture felt between his teeth, along with the refreshing aroma of the herbaceous essence released as he chewed, steadily diminished the initial revulsion he felt at the thought of consuming a cicada raw. He continued to chew until the cicada was thoroughly pulverized and swallowed, finally letting out a contented sigh. Ah, délicieux. I love it. Next time, I shall indulge again. Feeling a subtle warmth radiating from his stomach, Yang Dian patted his belly, pondering how much energy he might gain once fully digested. With a hint of anticipation, he stretched lazily on the branch before leaping down. Thud! Perhaps he had been a bit overzealous. His foot tingled painfully. Rubbing his aching right foot, Yang Dian slapped his own cheek, reminding himself to be more cautious, lest he inadvertently invite disaster. After a couple of self-reprimands, he stood up, glanced around to assess his surroundings, and proceeded towards the location of the girl. Just as he was about to exit the dense forest, he turned back to gaze at the large tree that had once been drained of its sap by the cicadas. I wonder if this place will yield other mutated cicadas in the future. Are other mutated creatures akin to the cicadas? If only I could consume them to replenish my energy. Suppressing the burgeoning thoughts, Yang Dian turned and stepped out of the forest. Before he could fully observe the situation outside, he caught faint sounds of crying and cursing reaching his ears. You look so demure, yet you would do such a thing. Tell me, did you steal my gold necklace? It was perfectly hanging around my neck, and now, in the blink of an eye, it has vanished. Among us, you were the only one conscious when I awoke, your hand still resting on my shoulder. Speak, did you hide my necklace? I did not. It wasn't me. I merely noticed you leaning and intended to help you. Following the voices, he discovered that the middle-aged woman from the trio who had fainted had awakened. Now, she was accusing the only girl who had not succumbed to unconsciousness of stealing her necklace. Exhaling slowly, Yang Jian chuckled to himself with a hint of self-mockery. In this day and age, it seems that good intentions do not always yield good fortune. Some individuals cannot even be considered human. Chapter 13. A recidivist. What is happening? Hastily approaching the two individuals, Yang Jian scrutinized the middle-aged woman. You claim she has stolen your necklace. Do you have any evidence? When and where did you purchase the necklace? Please present the payment record for the purchase. Yang Jian had frequently encountered news online about scams and false accusations. Yet facing such a situation in reality felt like a novice stepping onto a stage for the first time. The middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jian's questioning and turned to rebuke him for meddling. However, upon noticing his law enforcement uniform, the coarse words she was about to utter caught in her throat. After a hesitant pause, she instinctively touched her neck, a subconscious gesture revealing her discomfort during the argument. Observing her stammering and evasive demeanor, Yang Jian couldn't help but shake his head. Such individuals often displayed a facade of bravado, preying on the weak. Yet when confronted by authority, they were rendered speechless. Struggling to recall, are we? Yang Jian implied. The woman's eyes brightened. Yes, yes. Young man, I bought that gold necklace over 20 years ago. Who can remember the exact day of purchase? Back then, there was no online payment. We paid with cash. I've long since lost the receipt. Nodding slightly to acknowledge her statement, Yang Dian continued. Are you certain you left home wearing the necklace this morning? I certainly was. The woman insisted, nodding vigorously. I've worn that necklace for over 20 years without taking it off. I was just out for a stroll in the park with Mr. Wong. And who would have thought such a thing would happen? First, I felt inexplicably dizzy, and then my necklace vanished. I suspect this little vixen must have drugged both Mr. Wong and me to steal my belongings. Perhaps she intended to play the innocent and frame someone else. But she likely didn't anticipate that my constitution is strong, and I would awaken so quickly to catch her red-handed. Young man, you must stand up for me. After lamenting her plight, she cast a glance at the girl, who was capturing her on her phone. In a fit of indignation, she lunged for the girl's device. What are you taking pictures for? Give me back my gold necklace. Her assertiveness suggested that the girl had indeed stolen it. How shameless can one be? Truly, they are unrivaled in their audacity. Yang Jian mused internally, stepping forward to separate the two women. Just as he was about to speak, the roar of an engine caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the familiar melodic honks amidst the cacophony. Pausing his words, he awaited the arrival of Lin Mo and Shi Sheng, who soon approached on their police motorcycle. After the two individuals halted their vehicle, they exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Yang Jian. What is the situation now? Yang Jian first pointed to the middle-aged woman and the two individuals who were still unconscious, leaning against the tree. They fell into a faint earlier, so I moved them to the shade. When she regained consciousness, she claimed that her gold necklace was missing and insisted that this girl stole it. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Shi Sheng's arrival, the middle-aged woman recoiled slightly, and then, seemingly struck by a thought, her demeanor grew more brazen. It's fortunate you security officers have arrived. She is the one who stole my gold necklace. My husband and I suddenly fainted and it must be her doing. You must apprehend her before she escapes. Lin Mo assessed the middle-aged woman and then cast a glance at the aggrieved girl. With years of experience as a security officer, he quickly deduced the sequence of events. He then focused his gaze on Yang Dian. What is your perspective on this matter? Yang Dian nodded toward his own neck. First, we need to ascertain whether she was indeed wearing a gold necklace. Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, the middle-aged woman's expression tightened. In this sweltering heat, everyone was dressed lightly. If we review the surveillance footage from the wetland park, it would be immediately clear whether she wore a necklace upon entering the park. At this juncture, Yang Dian looked back at the middle-aged woman, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. If what she claims is accurate, and the gold necklace is indeed missing, the next step would certainly involve searching for the necklace and assigning blame. If there's a need for arrest, we shall proceed. However, if she did not wear a gold necklace when she entered, Yang Dian chuckled slightly before turning to the girl. I suggest you file charges against her for extortion and defamation. Upon hearing this, the girl put away her phone and offered a slight bow towards Yang Dian. I understand. Thank you, officer. The middle-aged woman's face instantly paled. I just remembered. I took a shower before leaving this morning, and I think I left the necklace in the bathroom. Yang Dian pointed to the phone in the girl's hand. Did you not repeatedly assert that the necklace was around your neck and that you have never taken it off? The middle-aged woman opened her mouth, at a loss for how to respond, and suddenly covered her ears. Oh no. My ears hurt and my head aches. It's unbearable. I cannot speak with you any longer. I must go to the hospital. With that, she disregarded Yang Dian and the others, pivoting to make her escape. While Yang Dian was taken aback by her shamelessness, Shisheng had already produced a silver bracelet and stepped forward, swiftly cuffing her. In response to the curious gazes of the others, he waved the security terminal in his hand. Repeat offender, Jiang Ping, female, 47 years old, resides on Pingshui Street in Changle District with 9 records of security violations. She has been scamming people for 7 years, and after the implementation of the Skynet, she has been surviving through gambling with accomplices. Not long ago, someone reported that she was hosting illegal gambling in her rental unit. It's just in time to take her back for interrogation. He then glanced again at Yang Dian's shoulder. Upon noticing that he had not brought his law enforcement recording device, he gestured towards a girl, suggesting that she add him on WeChat so that she could later send him the recorded video, which could serve as evidence against her accuser. However, she was a seasoned individual with no assets to her name. Suing her would likely result in merely a brief incarceration, making any hope for financial compensation nearly impossible. The girl, visibly enraged, declared, I do not seek financial compensation. I only wish for her to be imprisoned. The longer, the better. Yang Dian observed her youthful fervor, or perhaps her family's favorable circumstances. Had her background been less fortunate, her focus would likely have shifted towards financial restitution. Nevertheless, this did not concern him. The choices of others were their own. He was driven by his disdain for such individuals and a desire to uphold the integrity of his uniform. Lin Mo, noticing Yang Dian's reluctance to further involve himself, took the initiative to gather information and contacted the station to arrange for ordinary security personnel to come. A few minutes later, the ambulance arrived. He delegated Shisheng to accompany the patient to the hospital and then turned to Yang Dian, inquiring, was it not mentioned that there are suspected exotic creatures in the park? Or might they be? Chapter 14. Rare Treasures of Heaven and Earth. After inquiring about the information on he glanced at Yang Dian's shoulder and added, furthermore, remember to bring the law enforcement recorder during future assignments. If we encounter a situation like the one earlier again, it would be rather difficult to handle without a record of the incident. Yang Dian fell silent for a moment. Is it really necessary to carry the law enforcement recorder? As someone with experience, Lin Mo immediately discerned Yang Dian's thoughts. Do you feel that using the recorder constrains your freedom? Noticing Yang Dian's tacit agreement, he chuckled. It's quite normal to have such sentiments. Having awakened your innate abilities and mastered ancient martial arts, it is only natural that you harbor a sense of superiority. Besides, you were specially recruited into the without any prior training as a public servant. It's understandable to feel that carrying a law enforcement recorder restricts you. You're not alone in this. Other specially recruited awakened individuals and ancient martial artists share similar feelings. Thus, the Bureau has relaxed certain requirements to accommodate your emotions. Young Dian, who had been counting ants, suddenly looked up, astonished that the higher-ups could be so understanding and flexible. In response to Yang Dian's curiosity, Lin Mo continued without hesitation. The Bureau does not require you to activate the law enforcement recorder as soon as you step out for field work like ordinary security personnel. You only need to turn it on when encountering situations akin to the earlier one, such as dealing with ordinary cases or incidents involving the incursion of affecting ordinary individuals. At other times, you may choose to keep the recorder off. At this point, he patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and added, moreover, regarding that you handle independently, the Bureau will not impose mandatory submission. While it is preferable to submit them, and the Bureau will offer corresponding rewards, including merits, it is also acceptable to keep them if you find them useful to yourself. Noticing Lin Mo's somewhat skeptical gaze, he shrugged. Are you puzzled as to why the higher-ups are so lenient with us? Seeing Yang Jian nod, Lin Mo formed a large circle with his arms and proclaimed, what does being an awakened individual or an ancient martial artist signify in this era? It signifies national fortune. In our great nation, China, the ability to unite numerous awakened individuals and ancient martial artists into a cohesive force, collectively striving for the resurgence of our nation, is invaluable. The existence of awakened individuals and ancient martial artists is undoubtedly beneficial for the country. It presents a rare opportunity. He then shifted his tone. However, consider the examples of India and America. They may be recognized as nations, but they are plagued by oligarchs controlling the populace, states acting independently, and awakened individuals ruling over territories. The three factions are divided and distrustful of one another. In such circumstances, can one expect to rely on awakened individuals and ancient martial artists to swiftly enhance national fortune? It is wishful thinking. It will be fortunate if they do not face fragmentation. Let the lessons of the past serve as guidance for the future. The gaze from above has always been fixed upon the world, and naturally, they have been attentive to the situations in India and America. Thus, in order to avert completely unnecessary internal strife, the authorities maintain a relatively flexible stance regarding awakened individuals and ancient martial artists. Observing Yang Dian's expression relax, Lin Mo patted him on the back and remarked, however, flexibility notwithstanding, we must not engage in unlawful activities. Yang Dian chuckled, of course not. I was born under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze. My faith is unwavering. Lin Mo laughed in response, you rascal. He pointed at Yang Jian before abruptly shifting the conversation. So, regarding the exotic creature you mentioned in your message, did you truly handle it all by yourself? Yang Dian nodded. The golden cicada had already been digested within him for quite some time. There was nothing he could not disclose. The exotic creature was indeed a golden cicada, capable of emitting ultrasonic waves. The three individuals who had fainted earlier had succumbed to its sonic assault. However, despite its ability to produce such waves, the intensity was limited, causing me minimal impact. At this juncture, Yang Jian pondered for a moment, then selectively recounted his state at that time. After capturing it, an overwhelming urge to consume it suddenly surged within me. It was akin to how wild animals instinctively seek out medicinal herbs when unwell. Following that instinct, I attempted to place a piece of cicada wing in my mouth. Soon, I felt my body begin to warm. Once I digested the cicada wing, I sensed an enhancement in my physical prowess. Convinced that the golden cicada was indeed a valuable entity, I consumed it. As he spoke, he threw a couple of punches, producing a whooshing sound to demonstrate his honesty. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with envy. You are indeed fortunate. Noticing Yang Dian's look of confusion, he continued, instances like yours are not unprecedented. However, the exotic creatures encountered by others may not necessarily be golden cicadas. They could be a drop of Earth's essence, a fish, or perhaps a mystical fruit or vegetable. In essence, these items that evoke an instinctual desire to devour are known as rare treasures, celestial wonders that can elevate one's limits. Celestial wonders? Yang Dian echoed curiously. What do you mean? The explanation is quite straightforward. Lin Mo's envy remained unabated. Firstly, celestial wonders can directly enhance one's physical capabilities. And aside from requiring a bit of time to recalibrate the newfound strength, there are no adverse effects. You must have already sensed this. Secondly, celestial wonders can influence one's talents, augmenting innate abilities. He gestured to his eyes. I once consumed a rare treasure known as cow bile. Before consuming it, I could only discern the veins of leaves up to 500 meters away. After consuming it, my vision doubled, allowing me to perceive leaf veins from 1,000 meters away. Moreover, after consuming the precious beef gall, my physical constitution has experienced a remarkable enhancement. That beef gall is indeed a treasure of the heavens and the earth. At this point, Lin Mo's envy was almost palpable. I have awakened for a full 9 years, and it was only by chance that I encountered this extraordinary treasure of nature. Yet you, my friend, merely ventured out for a breath of fresh air and stumbled upon the miraculous golden cicada? This wetland park was my suggestion for you to visit. Had I known, I would have sent you directly to the seaside. I could have come to this park on my own. Observing Lin Mo's regretful demeanor as he slapped his thigh, Yang Dian chuckled. Captain, I am but a soldier under your command. Even after consuming such a treasure, I still serve under you. There is hardly any difference from sharing this treasure with you. Seeing Yang Dian's unabashed expression, Lin Mo was left in a state of exasperated amusement. However, before he had the chance to tease Yang Dian, he heard Yang Dian inquire, By the way, Captain, how rare are these celestial treasures? Does our bureau have any in stock? If so, how many merits would be required to exchange for one? Chapter 15. Stepping into the realm of the divine. The surge of energy. How is it that after devouring a golden cicada, one is already contemplating the next? Yang Dian nodded fervently. The flavor is simply exquisite, impossible to forget. Oh, you observing Yang Dian es fervor. Lin Mo felt a tinge of exasperation. Treasures of such rarity are not easily found. In all these years, I have encountered but a single cow bile. As for the bureau, indeed, rare treasures exist, yet they come at a steep price, starting at 1 million merit points. Moreover, these treasures are prioritized for research personnel. To the higher-ups, our consumption of these rare items merely enhances our personal prowess, akin to mere brute strength. However, the scientists are a different matter altogether. Any breakthrough in technology benefits the populace at large and is a significant uplift for the nation. 1 million merit points? After musing on this, Yang Dian inquired, Captain, having just resolved the golden cicada issue and rescued 3 individuals, might I receive merit points? Lin Mo cast him a sidelong glance. Not yet resigned, are you? Still harboring thoughts of trading for rare treasures from the bureau? Before Yang Dian could nod, he continued, If the golden cicada were merely an aberrant creature and you had submitted it, there would certainly be merit rewards. Submitting a deceased, aberrant creature, based on its strength and innate abilities, guarantees a minimum of 100 merit points. If one manages to capture a living aberrant creature, the minimum merit points could exceed 1,000. For each individual saved during an extraordinary event, one earns 10 merit points. Thus, for 3 individuals, that amounts to 30 merit points. After providing a brief overview to Yang Dian, Lin Mo elaborated. However, the cicada has already been consumed. You also failed to activate the law enforcement recording device. Even if I trust that you rescued those 3 from the clutches of the aberrant golden cicada, every matter requires evidence. In the absence of proof, the Bureau can only acknowledge your assistance to 3 individuals in a state of unconsciousness and cannot confirm that you saved them from an aberrant entity. As he spoke, he patted the dragon insignia on his shoulder. Wearing this uniform, aiding others becomes one's duty. Therefore, the Bureau will at most grant you a verbal commendation. As for any merit points, you should not harbor such hopes. Of course, if that girl were to make a grand gesture by presenting you with a banner, perhaps during payroll, you might receive a modest bonus. Yang Dian scratched the back of his head. As for the banner, let us forego that. Delivering it to the Bureau in such a conspicuous manner would be rather embarrassing. He then peered around cautiously. Captain, since the matter is resolved and I have no further issues, may I continue to stroll through the park? You rascal, Do you wish to find a second aberrant golden cicada in the park? Naturally, there is no second aberrant golden cicada in the park. Although Yang Dian craved another taste of that rare treasure, after parting ways with Lin Mo and riding his small electric scooter around the park repeatedly, he had to concede that encountering the golden cicada previously had indeed been a stroke of luck. Gazing up at the sun, now positioned at its zenith, Yang Dian patted his somewhat emaciated belly, reflecting, it appears that treasures of the earth and sky are indeed not so easily found. After this musing, he sought out a modest eatery outside the park to enjoy a casual lunch. Subsequently, he relinquished his former habit of afternoon naps and rode his small electric scooter to the seaside. Under the scorching summer sun, the afternoon marked the hottest part of the day. Without proper protection, the fierce rays could easily scorch one's skin. Furthermore, the location Yang Dian chose was not a popular tourist spot, so after parking his scooter, he found himself alone, with no other souls in sight. Strolling along the beach, where the waves kissed the shore, he gazed far into the distance. Beneath the boundless blue sky, the sea and sky merged into one. Seagulls danced against the azure backdrop, occasionally diving into the deep blue waters, emerging with a fish and emitting jubilant cries. The ocean waves crashed against the rocks, sending up bright, white droplets that, under the sunlight, created a brief yet brilliant rainbow. Crabs scuttled across the sand, while fish, washed ashore, flopped desperately, seeking to return to the sea. Everything around Yang Dian conveyed the essence of nature's grandeur. Facing the ocean with arms outstretched, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply and then exhaling slowly. This place is indeed a sacred ground for cultivating the unity of man and nature. After this revelation, Yang Dian opened his eyes, relaxed his body, and fixed his gaze on the horizon where the sea met the sky. He inhaled once more, clasped his hands behind his back, and took 3 steps forward. After stepping forward thrice, he inhaled and exhaled, continuing this rhythmic motion. Once he acclimated to the pattern of taking 3 steps while inhaling and 3 steps while exhaling, he gradually closed his eyes again and began to visualize. What was he visualizing? The ethereal energy of heaven and earth. During the inhalation, this energy surged from all directions, permeating his body through every pore. With each exhalation, he expelled the impurities and stale air from within. This cycle continued for an unknown duration until suddenly, he heard a thud, a heartbeat. Even a novice like Yang Dian found this singular heartbeat disrupted his meditative state. Yet, rather than feeling anger, he felt joy. According to the teachings he had encountered, the first step toward mastering the unity of man and nature was to harmonize with the heartbeat. If he could hear his heartbeat while practicing this technique and incorporate its rhythm, it would signify a step toward mastery. Although he had merely heard a single heartbeat, did it not suggest that he had at least 1 foot on the threshold of initiation? Contemplating this, Yang Dian's gaze sharpened. The faint blue panel reemerged in the depths of his vision. Technique: Dragon Claw, Bronze Muscles, Iron Bones, 0, 32. Unity of man and nature, not initiated. Can consume 795 energy points to initiate. Energy, 396. 9. As he comprehended the panel, Yang Dian's breath momentarily faltered. The energy required to initiate the unity of man and nature had diminished, which was anticipated. After all, he had indeed grasped some genuine knowledge. Unexpectedly, Yang Dian's energy surged from less than 1 point to nearly 400 points. What does this signify? He expended merely 25 points of energy to cultivate the first attribute of the Dragon Claw technique, propelling his physique towards a non-human evolution. The energy required to cultivate the second attribute has indeed increased. However, this considerable amount of energy is sufficient for him to develop a second, or even a third attribute. To what extraordinary heights could he ascend then? There is no need to rush. The Dragon Claw technique, while advantageous, only requires 7 points of energy to master. In contrast, the Celestial Unity technique demands a staggering 800 points of energy to learn, making it far more formidable. Energy is a precious resource. If the only way to attain additional energy is through consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth, then it becomes exceedingly valuable. One must wield their resources wisely. Patience is key. In that brief moment, the energy required to learn the technique decreased by 5 points. With continued effort, the day when he fully masters the celestial unity technique will not be far off. Chapter 16, The Gluttonous Beast at Home, as he traversed the cyclical paths of the universe, harmonizing his breath with the essence of the cosmos. The moon ascended in the east, while the sun set in the west. The evening clouds transformed into a tapestry of colors, and a vast ocean shimmered like golden scales. Dian gradually emerged from his profound meditative state. He kicked at his shoes and pant legs, dampened by the waves, and turned to gaze upon the sandy shore he had traversed. The relentless tides surged forth, each wave erasing the remnants of his footprints, leaving no trace behind. Yet, as a faint blue panel flickered in the depths of his vision, a smile graced Dian's lips. The sea may wash away the marks he left upon the shore, but it cannot erase his efforts and sweat. The panel serves as the finest testament to his perseverance. Unity of heaven and man, not yet initiated, requires 755 energy points for initiation. Taking a deep breath, Dian felt the rhythmic pulse of his heart and the cadence of his blood. Unity of heaven and man. He felt a sense of anticipation. Casting a glance at the moon, now half emerged from the surface of the sea, he turned towards his electric scooter. Perhaps due to his recent consumption of a golden cicada, he felt no fatigue despite having practiced the technique all afternoon. Rather, he felt invigorated. However, hunger gnawed at him. Humans are like iron, and meals are like steel. One becomes restless when deprived of sustenance. While cultivation is crucial, he did not wish to neglect his own appetite. After riding his scooter back to the police station to change into his own clothes, he clocked out and sought a familiar eatery to appease his hunger. Sitting by the window, he observed the night market outside bustling to life. Rubbing his slightly distended belly, he contemplated whether to take a stroll to aid in digestion. Before he could solidify his decision, his phone screen lit up. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his gluttonous sister. Gluttonous beast, Dian, have you gone on a field trip and ended up in the station? Dian raised an eyebrow at his sister's unexpected awareness of his whereabouts. How did she come to know he was at the station? Before he could respond, she sent another message. Gluttonous beast, or have you finally succumbed? Wandering into a narrow alley, ensnared by a temptress? Gluttonous beast. Dian replied to me, why aren't you responding? Gluttonous beast. No way, no way. You haven't really been caught for soliciting, have you? How will I explain this to your readers? Gluttonous beast, or should I tell your readers that you accidentally kicked a blade while bathing and, well, you know? After several messages filled with a barrage of cat emojis expressing her worries, Dian ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He suddenly remembered everything. He was still a writer, currently serializing a novel online. The past few days had been so eventful that he had completely forgotten about it. Dian, stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly be caught by the police? Can't you think a little better of me? Dian, young Lele, I'm your dear brother. Can you show me a modicum of respect? Do you still want me to shower you with gold coins? Dian, I've been quite occupied these past few days and have no time to write. I shall concoct an excuse for heat stroke to request a sick leave. Upon sending the message, Young Lele promptly responded with a meme of a cat holding an empty wallet, turning it upside down to reveal its void. Tun Jin Beast, Zo. How about some gold coins, Zhongdang? Young Dian, hum? Tun Jin Beast. With your dashing looks and charming demeanor, akin to a handsome hero from the cosmos. Could you not show a shred of compassion for your destitute sister, who is utterly impoverished and on the brink of starvation? Tun Jin Beast. Our parents have ceased to provide me with pocket money, and your unfortunate sister is at risk of perishing from hunger. Yang Dian. Red envelope. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Click to claim. Yang Dian. Spend wisely. Your brother is also financially strained. Tun Jin Beast. Thank you, Zhongdang. Farewell for now. Tun Jin Beast. By the way, our mother has been quite nostalgic for you. She has been incessantly lamenting in my ear about her precious son who is yet to return. When will you pay us a visit? Recalling that it had been almost a month since he last returned home, Yang Jin glanced at the date. Today is Wednesday. The alternating work schedule is 3 days on and 1 day off, or 5 days on and 2 days off, with rest periods adjusted based on actual circumstances. Returning on Saturday should not pose a problem. Yang Dian. I shall return on Saturday, likely arriving at the station by noon. Please ride your little electric scooter to fetch me. Tun Jin Beast. Tun Jin Beast. In this blazing sun, you expect your beloved sister, who is adored by all, to brave the scorching heat to meet you at the station. Yang Dian, 50 yuan. Tun Jin Beast. You are truly generous, brother. Tun Jin Beast. I shall arrive at the station in the morning to await your arrival. Tun Jin Beast. Enough of that. I am off to draw cards now. Bye-bye. As the words bye-bye appeared on the screen, Yang Dian smiled knowingly. His sister, despite her quirks, certainly provided emotional value. Moreover, she was not merely a money seeker. As she stated, she managed all his reader groups and maintained the readership, thus aiding him immensely. It was only natural to support her financially. Regrettably, he was not by her side to witness her frustration when she failed to draw a single purple card after a series of 10 attempts. Just as he pondered this, the dim screen of his phone illuminated once more. Tun Jin Beast, brother. A cat is crying with its wallet. JPG Yang Dian, what happened? Did you exhaust your card draws again? Tun Jin Beast, yes. So pitiful. JPG Yang Dian, but to be fair, your salary has already been advanced a decade into the future. Tun Jin Beast, brother, sweet to the point of being cloying. Yang Dian, red envelope. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Yang Dian, this is the last time this month. Be prudent in your draws. Tun Jin Beast, Understood, Ding. Farewell for now. Yang Dian Chuklet helplessly. He truly found himself at a loss with this sister of his. Well, not entirely a loss. Upon his return, he would have her practice diligently, and he would enlist their parents to ensure she focused on her training. No phone usage would be permitted until she improved her skills. Upon contemplating this, a more fervent smile blossomed upon Yang Dian's face. He relished the idea of teasing his younger sister. However, since he wished for them to hone their skills, he realized he must not fall behind himself and ought to set an example. Thus, he decided to engage in extra training that evening. Chapter 17. Mutated Parasites. Underground Research Institute in Chonglu, where tranquility reigned supreme, the days passed monotonously. Before one could blink, it was already Friday afternoon. Having concluded his patrol early, Yang Dian returned to the security office and found Lin Mo, who was sipping goji berry water from a thermos. He intended to discuss matters of rest with him. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Mo spoke first. Ah, Yang, you arrived just in time. I was about to call you. The third squad has extracted something from He Qing's head. Since He Qing was apprehended by us, they requested our presence. Prepare yourself. We must head to Fuzhou University together. Yang Dian paused momentarily, curiosity piqued. What exactly is that thing in He Qing's head? Lin Mo shook his head. The third squad did not elaborate. They merely mentioned it as a parasite. According to their research, it possesses infectious properties and can be transmitted sexually. Upon hearing this, Yang Dian shuddered, instinctively touching his earlobe, recalling how He Qing had once playfully flicked it with her tongue. If I hadn't held back then, and Lin Mo and Shi Sheng hadn't barged in, what would have happened? Yang Dian shifted, feeling the sudden stiffness in his body. What about those who were involved with He Qing? Shi is coordinating with the anti-vice squad and will identify those involved through surveillance and payment records. For now, we should visit the Research Institute, Lin Mo replied, tossing a temporary pass to Yang Dian. The third squad's Research Institute is classified. We can only enter with an application and this temporary pass. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Mo had already reached the office door. Let us not tarry. Time is of the essence. If this becomes an infectious disease, we will have our hands full. It's possible that the first and second teams borrowed by Zhejiang province may need to be recalled. Yang Dian sighed inwardly, feeling the sudden weight of urgency. He had intended to return home that evening. As for telling Yang Lele that he would come back tomorrow afternoon, just a little ruse typical of adults playing tricks on children. Noticing Yang Dian's mood, Lin Mo paused beside him. Is something troubling you? Yang Dian nodded, his honesty evident. I previously deceived my family, claiming I was away seeking inspiration, and it has been nearly a month since I last returned home. Just a couple of days ago, my sister texted me saying they missed me, and I promised her I would return tomorrow. With a slight shrug, Yang Dian added, "Of course, returning home is not urgent. A few days' delay would be inconsequential. What matters now is preventing the spread of that mutated parasite." As he spoke of the mutated parasite, Yang Dian's expression turned grave. The research institute indicated that the parasite can be transmitted sexually. But that does not preclude the possibility of it mutating to gain waterborne transmission capabilities. If they were to mutate and develop the ability to transmit through water sources, aerosols, or even airborne transmission. Yang Dian did not finish his sentence, yet Lin Mo had already grasped his thoughts. If the parasites truly mutated to possess such capabilities, it would undoubtedly herald a catastrophe. Contemplating the horrifying scenarios that could emerge, Lin Mo quickened his pace. Let us proceed to the Research Institute. The Chonglu Public Security Bureau is located on the eastern side of Fuzhou City, while Fuzhou University lies on the western side. The two are separated by the main urban area of Fuzhou with a driving distance of nearly 45 kilometers. However, as the security vehicle blared its horn and swiftly traversed the main urban area, coming to a halt outside the Research Institute, it was evident that less than half an hour had elapsed since the two departed from the Chonglu Public Security Bureau. One can only imagine the urgency that gripped Lin Mo, considering the potential disaster. With the aid of prearranged appointments and passes, they navigated through checkpoints manned by vigilant guards. Lin Mo, familiar with the route, guided Yang Dian into the building of the Research Institute. After surrendering all cameras and communication devices at the reception, a researcher, already awaiting their arrival, who appeared to be in his 50s and donned in typical research attire, promptly led the two through an underground passage. "You must be Yang Dian," the bespectacled researcher remarked with curiosity as they traversed the passage. "The new member of Team 7, He Qing, is the one you captured?" Upon Yang Dian's nod, he extended his right hand. "I am Shen Fei, the deputy captain of Team 3 and a professor in the biology department at Fuzhou University. We owe you a debt of gratitude. When you apprehended He Qing, the mutated parasite in her brain had only just matured and had not yet laid eggs. Had it been delayed by a couple of days, the situation could have been dire." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's taut expression relaxed slightly. However, after shaking hands with Shen Fei, Yang Dian shifted the focus. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck to capture the mutated parasite before it matured. Yet, I believe we must ascertain the origin of the mutated parasite within He Qing. Did it arise from a certain parasite that entered her body and subsequently mutated? Or was there already a mutated entity maturing within another individual that then transmitted to He Qing through sexual contact? Shen Fei nodded in agreement. "This is precisely the reason we sought you. Our strength lies in research. Capturing the ladybugs that have had sexual relations with He Qing, as well as searching for any potentially existing other mutated entities, falls under your expertise." As he spoke, Shen Fei led Yang Dian into an adjacent changing room. Yang Dian first donned a protective suit with the assistance of voice commands, then proceeded into a disinfection tunnel. After undergoing sterilization, he reunited with Lin Mo and Shen Fei under the guidance of the Institute's artificial intelligence, entering the true underground research facility. Though referred to as an underground institute, it could also be perceived as a spiraling downward passage. Along both sides of the corridor, there were one-way glass observation windows. Through the observation window, one can glimpse an array of enigmatic high-tech devices and an assortment of bizarre, mutated creatures. Some of these aberrant beings still draw breath, having been well fed by the Research Institute, resembling plump piglets that merely indulge in a life of ease, lacking any semblance of the ferocity one might expect from such entities. Others have met their demise, their remains meticulously dissected into fragments, contributing their residual warmth beneath the scrutiny of a microscope. Furthermore, there are those wild mutations, untamed even within the confines of their cages, who fixate on the researchers passing by with their jade-green eyes, evoking a sense of unease. Upon encountering these mutated beings, I find no desire to consume them. Unlike the allure presented by the golden cicada, it is only fair to say that the golden cicada is indeed a celestial rarity, truly exceptional. I wonder if consuming these mutated beings could yield any energy. At the very least, the flesh and blood of these aberrations should harbor substantial vitality. It should align with the ancient texts of the Shanhai Jing, suggesting that their consumption could greatly enhance one's constitution and benefit one's cultivation. Chapter 18. Scientific name. Firefly. As Shun Fei walked alongside Yang Dian, he noticed that each time Yang passed a laboratory or observation room, he instinctively turned his head to observe the scientific apparatus and mutated organisms within. With a hint of amusement, Shun Fei remarked, "It appears that you have a keen interest in these mutated creatures, Yang." This curiosity was, in fact, one of the reasons he had deliberately asked Lin Mo to bring Yang along. At just 18 years old, having recently completed the college entrance examination and awakened his abilities only a few days prior, achieving mastery in a martial art signifies what? It signifies potential. Previously, this had gone unnoticed, but now that he was aware, it was only natural to recruit such talent into his own institution. Why would a gifted individual from his province attend a second-tier university in another province? Unbeknownst to Shun Fei's thoughts, Yang Dian returned his gaze from the observation window upon hearing Shun Fei's question, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, I find them quite fascinating. Our ancestors once said, 'You are what you eat.' The classic of mountains and seas also mentions that consuming extraordinary creatures can lead to remarkable transformations. I cannot ascertain the veracity of the classic, but it seems logical that for martial artists, consuming nourishing substances would undoubtedly benefit their cultivation and enhance their strength." Yang Dian's reflections were conclusions he had drawn after 2 days of training. On the first day of practicing the unity of heaven and man technique, perhaps due to consuming an exotic golden cicada, he experienced only a mild sensation of hunger despite training relentlessly for an entire afternoon. This feeling resembled the ordinary hunger one feels after not eating throughout the day until evening. However, starting from the second day, regardless of how full he felt, he could only train for a maximum of 2 hours before the sensation of hunger would return. His observations indicated that the duration of training sustained by different foods varied. Beef sustains training for over 2 hours. Other meats provide sustenance for 1 to 1.5 hours, while vegetables and rice barely sustain for less than half an hour. Moreover, as his training progressed, the duration of sustenance appeared to diminish. As for highly nourishing foods such as venison, although available in Fuzhou, they were prohibitively expensive, with just a few thin slices costing several dozen. Even with savings exceeding 1 million, Yang Dian hesitated to indulge in venison. The meats of protected species, such as bear and tiger, were even less attainable. That said, he pondered, with a resurgence of spiritual energy, any plant or animal in the wild could potentially mutate, and predators like bears and tigers would naturally undergo changes. I wonder when the higher authorities will reconsider their stance on wild animals. Just as Yang Dian's thoughts began to wander, Shun Fei's voice pulled him back to reality. The flesh and blood of mutated animals indeed possess significant nourishing properties, particularly for practitioners of ancient martial arts. Their flesh can be regarded as a rare treasure. Unfortunately, we remain in the exploratory phase of researching the breeding and reproduction of these mutated creatures, and we have yet to find a way to pass their mutated traits to the next generation, making large-scale farming of mutated animals impossible. However, extracting a modest amount of flesh for our own people's cultivation poses no significant issue. Upon hearing this, Yang Dian's eyes instantly lit up. Yet Lin Mo, standing nearby, appeared somewhat skeptical. "Professor Shun, when I requested 2 pounds of mutated biological meat from you last year, you were quite stingy, only managing to provide me with less than half a pound after more than 6 months. Why the sudden generosity today? We haven't even spoken, and you've already brought it up." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Shun Fei paused outside a laboratory. "We've arrived. Let's first assess the situation inside. We can discuss other matters later." With that, he stood before the laboratory's entrance, which opened automatically. "Welcome back to the laboratory, Professor Shun." He nodded toward the nearby camera before turning back to Yang Dian. "This is the independent intelligence system of our research institute, Jingwei." At this point, he added with a hint of significance, "The Jingwei that filled the sea." "Jingwei?" Yang Dian murmured, glancing at the camera. "So, They are already monitoring the mutated organisms in the ocean. How could they not be aware? Shun Fei explained as they entered the laboratory. During the second disinfection phase, the ocean's area is 2 times that of the land, and given its three-dimensional nature, marine organisms outnumber terrestrial ones by an incomprehensible margin. The coastline of Huaxia is also sufficiently long. Thus, as soon as the spiritual energy manifested, we recognized the ocean's peril and initiated real-time monitoring. With a serious expression, he disclosed a troubling fact. The probability of mutated organisms appearing within every 10 square kilometers of ocean is more than tenfold that of land. And this is merely in the coastal regions. No one knows what the deep-sea situation entails, nor whether those mutated marine creatures might invade the land and launch attacks on humanity. Furthermore, our Minjiang province is characterized by its mountainous terrain, making large-scale inspections and cleanups of the forests impossible due to insufficient manpower. Therefore, Minjiang province faces significant challenges. It is indeed very difficult, Lin Mo mused, casting a deep glance at Shun Fei. He had grasped Shun Fei's intentions. A monumental change in the world was imminent, perhaps in the near future, or even in the next moment, disaster could erupt. Under such circumstances, anyone would instinctively prioritize their hometown. Every ounce of strength was worth rallying. Yang Dian had chosen to apply to universities outside the province for his college entrance examination, a fact he was aware of. He had even promised Yang Dian that if he wished to study in another province, he would facilitate the transfer of Yang Dian's position as a security officer in the Bureau of Alien Affairs to the province where he would be studying, and return him to his original position after graduation. Therefore, he fully supported Shun Fei's desire to recruit Yang Dian. It would be ideal if Yang Dian could remain in Fuzhou, perhaps even attend Fuzhou University. On the other side, due to the inappropriateness of the occasion, Shun Fei refrained from hastily consolidating his position after expressing a few grievances. Being in close proximity to the water, Yang Dian remained composed and unhurried. His primary objective at present was to accompany Yang Dian and Lin Mo to assess the situation. After completing the disinfection process, they traversed a sterile passage. Upon formally entering the laboratory, the first sight that met Yang Dian's gaze was a figure lying on the operating table, skin sagging, hair grizzled, resembling a withered husk. Noticing the bandages wrapped around her head, Yang Dian instinctively inquired, "Is she He Qing?" Shun Fei, who was about to lead the two towards another area, turned a glance at the figure on the operating table and nodded. Indeed, she is He Qing. After the extraction of the mutated parasite from her brain, she instantly lost her vitality, transforming from a woman in her 30s to her current state. Had it not been for the heavy medication sustaining her life, you would only be gazing upon a desiccated corpse. Upon concluding his statement, he gestured towards Yang Dian. He Qing is not the focal point. What truly matters is the mutated parasite. Prepare yourself, for its appearance may be rather unsettling. By the way, after assessing the parasite's capabilities, we have assigned it a more formal name. Its scientific designation is luminescent worm. Chapter 19. The role of the firefly worm. Shun Fei's movements were deliberate. He clarified, not the lewd worm, but the firefly worm. Emphasizing the character for fire, he led Yang Dian and another individual to a sealed petri dish, which appeared empty from the outside. Jingwei, turn off the lights. Certainly, Professor Shun. In an instant, the laboratory was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Before Yang Dian could acclimate to the obscurity, a blood-red line suddenly illuminated within the previously vacant dish. This sanguine line was, in fact, the firefly worm. Perhaps due to the enveloping darkness, its faint glow became exceedingly prominent. As Yang Dian's focus intensified on the firefly worm, he observed this mutated parasite, which had become invisible in light, yet luminescent in dim surroundings, seemingly breathing. Its body rhythmically contracted and expanded, gradually extending laterally into the surrounding space. During this expansion, minuscule hemispherical caps emerged upon its surface, layering to form an intricate tapestry of folds. When the firefly worm expanded to its fullest, touching the edges of the petri dish, it abruptly contracted inward, coiling into an abalone shape. Simultaneously, this sudden retraction appeared to trigger a latent response. At its center, 6 crystalline membranes fissured open, revealing densely packed, spirally growing, semi-transparent tendrils that glowed brilliantly at their tips. These tendrils shimmered as if infused with liquid starlight, radiating a resplendent silver hue. In the blink of an eye, a gap formed at the tendril's apex, unleashing a torrent of minuscule, silvery spores, invisible under normal conditions, that filled the entirety of the dish. These spores flickered like fireflies in the pitch-black environment. As time passed, perhaps due to the absence of a parasitic host, the expelled spores coalesced into luminescent ribbons, returning, much like swallows to their nests, into the now dimmed tendrils. Once all the spores had re-entered the tendrils, the 6 crystalline membranes sealed shut once more. Shunfei instructed the artificial intelligence, Jingwei, to illuminate the room. With the bright incandescent lights restored, the firefly worm, which had resumed its lateral expansion, suddenly stiffened and gradually became transparent, vanishing from Yang Dian's sight. It had reverted to its invisible state. Coincidentally, Shunfei's voice reached Yang Dian's ears. The firefly worm possesses a light avoidance characteristic. Upon encountering a light source, it becomes cloaked and dormant, eluding detection by the naked eye. It only reactivates in darkness. The spores discharged from its tendrils serve as its eggs. Once they make contact with a host, they penetrate through the pores into the flesh, ultimately transported by the bloodstream to the areas with the highest neuron density, namely, the brain, where they take root and hatch. This occurs in the absence of a maternal host. In its presence, the eggs are directed to the reproductive organs, disseminating during copulation. It had just expanded its body, essentially in search of neurons. Its intention was to commandeer biological neurons, prompting the organism's body to secrete copious amounts of hormones, thereby igniting the most primal urge for reproduction. Furthermore, it could absorb a unique factor born during the reproductive process to expedite its own growth. The larger it grew, the more neurons it could control, which in turn enabled it to further stimulate the body to produce even more hormones. An abundance of hormones within the organism manifested in physical changes, tighter skin, more vibrant hair, and an overall improved state of being. Much like He Qing previously, who appeared to have regained many years of youth. Yet, all of this was achieved through the manufacture of hormones at the expense of life. Once the hormones dissipated, the body would succumb to a state worse than death due to excessive depletion. As he spoke, he gestured towards He Qing on the operating table, just like her current condition. Turning to glance at He Qing, Yang Dian suddenly shivered. If he was not mistaken, the insatiable desire that had surged within him after He Qing playfully flicked his earlobe with her tongue was indeed the result of the luminescent insect activating the hormones within his body. How terrifying! Hearing Yang Dian's whispered musings, Shun Fei nodded, then shook his head. It is indeed frightening, but once we identify its weaknesses, it becomes manageable. We have developed a special antidote. If taken promptly post-infection, it can swiftly eliminate the luminescent insect and its parasitic eggs. Upon the insect's demise, its remains decompose into a unique nutrient capable of repairing nerves and accelerating their operational speed. Simply put, it enhances reaction time. Yang Dian scratched the back of his head. While this may be the case, he still hesitated at the thought of allowing a luminescent insect to reside within his own mind. Just the image of that creature, curled up like an abalone, covered in rounded fungal caps, controlling his neural pathways, sent shivers down his spine. What kind of formidable mental fortitude would it take to harbor such a being within one's mind? As Yang Jin contemplated Shun Fei's research with a tinge of dread, he heard Shun Fei continue. Moreover, we have uncovered another ability of the luminescent insect. With that, he led Yang Dian to another laboratory. Through the one-way glass, Yang Dian observed that the modest lab was divided into 6 sections, each containing a small white rabbit with bright red eyes. After being parasitized by the luminescent insect, not only were the organism's hormones manipulated, but their genetic factors also became markedly more active. All 6 experimental rabbits were female, and their mate was a mutated rabbit that had awakened extraordinary abilities. We had previously conducted numerous genetic reproduction experiments on that mutant rabbit, Yet no matter how diligently we tried, the gifted factors could not be inherited. However, with the presence of the luminescent insect, everything had changed. Turning to the petri dish containing the luminescent insects, Shun Fei's tone unexpectedly carried a hint of tenderness. We extracted a glowworm egg and implanted it into the brain of a mutated rabbit. The glowworm egg hatched 3 hours post-implantation, after which the mutated rabbit entered a prolonged estrus period. Over the past 2 days, it mated with a total of 136 female rabbits, resulting in 183 copulations. Among these, we detected the mutated rabbit's genetic factors in the bodies of 6 particular rabbits, including the ones before us. This indicates that their offspring are highly likely to inherit the extraordinary abilities of the mutated male rabbit. As Shun Fei spoke, his voice carried a hint of fervor. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Without waiting for Lin Mo and Yang Dian to respond, Shun Fei answered his own query. It signifies that Fuzhou will lead the world, pioneering the solution to the conundrum of inheritable extraordinary abilities in hybrid organisms, enabling large-scale batch breeding. Observing the exuberant Shun Fei, Yang Jian silently added to his thoughts. It also means I shall reap substantial merit. Chapter 20. The classification of extraordinary beings. Shun Fei was, of course, oblivious to Yang Dian's thoughts. After providing an overview of the current situation, he turned back to Yang Jian and inquired, by the way, I heard from Lin Mo that you are one of this year's college entrance examination candidates. How did you fare in the exams? Yang Jian responded with an awkward smile. The pursuit of knowledge, devoid of any external assistance, remains a formidable challenge, even for one who has traversed realms. Consequently, his academic performance had become a source of significant distress. His results were rather mediocre, barely qualifying for a second-tier university, and his hopes of entering a prestigious institution seemed to hinge on applying to schools in other provinces. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei nodded slightly before changing the subject. However, it is not imperative to seek education in other provinces. Fuzhou University has special admission schemes for exceptional talents. As an awakened individual who has mastered ancient martial arts and joined the Anomaly Management Bureau, your willingness to fight for the people aligns perfectly with our criteria for special recruitment. Would you be interested in attending Fuzhou University? Yang Dian's eyes brightened at this prospect. Shun Fei's words led him to suspect he might indeed be considered for special admission, and he was taken aback by the reality of this possibility. Yet, adhering to the traditional modesty valued in Chinese culture, he feigned hesitation. Just as he began to articulate his uncertainty, Shun Fei interjected, Furthermore, we offer unique benefits for special recruits like yourself. For instance, regarding the meat of extraordinary beasts. Initially, even when breeding becomes successful, the supply will be limited, and our priority will be to cater to our own. He continued, as for our research department, although primarily focused on biological sciences, we also delve into the realm of extraordinary armaments. Should your capabilities progress at the expected pace, it would not be a monumental task to customize several extraordinary weapons for you. At this point, Lin Mo, who was listening nearby, expressed his envy. Professor Shun, we are all members of the Anomaly Management Bureau. The last time I sought your assistance in crafting an extraordinary weapon, you were quite reluctant. Yet with Yang, you are offering multiple items right off the bat. This disparity is rather striking. Shun Fei cast a look of approval at Lin Mo, evidently appreciating his timely commentary. Yang Dian, seizing the moment, expressed his thoughts. Given that my academic performance is rather mediocre, if I were to be specially admitted to Fuzhou University, I would certainly be willing. However, Professor Shun, as I mentioned earlier, my exam results were not ideal, and I have filled my application form with universities from other provinces. Shun Fei waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I thought it was a significant issue. While Fuzhou University may not rank among the very top institutions, I can certainly discuss with our affiliated units to adjust your application to Fuzhou University. He then confirmed with Yang Dian. It is acceptable for you to switch your application to the biology department at Fuzhou University, correct? Yang Dian understood immediately. Shun Fei intended to recruit him or perhaps mentor him as a disciple. No problem, certainly not. It's just that my academic performance has been lacking. and I fear I may struggle to keep pace with the school's curriculum. Shun Fei waved his hand once more. Exceptional talents, of course, warrant specialized training programs. Focus on honing your martial skills and unlocking your innate abilities. I will handle the rest. After exchanging a few more words with Shun Fei, Yang Dian suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, Professor, you previously mentioned that if my strength meets your expectations, you would customize several extraordinary armaments for me. I would like to inquire about the speed of improvement required to meet your criteria. Furthermore, what is the classification of martial artists and awakened individuals in our country? Upon hearing Yang Dian's inquiry, Shun Fei, recalling something, led the two of them out of the laboratory and towards the ground. In our country, or rather globally, the classification of ancient cultivators and awakened beings is consistent based on individual destructive capability. Our approach is quite pragmatic. We categorize ancient cultivators into 3 tiers: village level, district level, and city level, based on the damage they can inflict. As the name suggests, village level strength refers to the ability to cause devastating destruction to a village administrative unit without heavy artillery support. District level is similar. It entails the capacity to wreak havoc on a district administrative unit, again without heavy artillery. However, city level is distinct. To achieve city-level status, one must inflict severe damage upon a city under heavy weapon strikes and eliminate over 30% of the combat units within that city. Only by accomplishing this can one be deemed worthy of the city-level title. Currently, the most formidable ancient cultivators and awakened beings can approximate such feats. Naturally, such entities are rare. There are no more than 10 openly acknowledged in the entire world, with fewer than 30 concealed in the shadows. After listening to Shun Fei's account, Yang Dian instinctively clenched his fists, reflecting on his own strength. With my current abilities, I should have no trouble dealing with a village administrative unit. However, facing a district-level adversary would likely pose a challenge. After all, districts house not only public security offices, but also martial law agencies and anomaly management bureaus. Should chaos ensue, the awakened individuals from the Anomaly Management Bureau and the ancient martial artists from the Martial Law Agency are not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, Yang Dian paused in his tracks. So, I'm merely a villager now? Realizing this, he instinctively reached for the back of his head. But the heavy protective gear deterred him. Upon further reflection, it seems the captain and Shi Sheng also possess village-level strength. Just as Yang Dian was lost in thought, Shun Fei had already led him back to the changing room. Change into your own clothes first. Then I will take you to a certain location. With a hint of curiosity, he changed into his own attire, and upon returning to the ground, he followed Shun Fei to the 3rd floor of the Research Institute. The 3rd floor of the Research Institute was somewhat different from what Yang Dian had imagined. In his recollection, every inch of the Research Institute should be dedicated to scientific inquiry, adorned with an array of advanced technological instruments and populated by researchers at every turn. Yet, the entire 3rd floor was occupied by a track, sandbags, and various fitness apparatuses. Before Yang Dian could ponder the purpose of this visit, Shun Fei preemptively elucidated. The 3rd floor of the Research Institute is designated for testing awakened individuals and ancient martial artists. He first stepped onto the track, stating this track can measure speed with precision up to 0.001 seconds. Then he moved to the sandbags, explaining these sandbags assess punching power, with specially designed bags capable of withstanding up to 20 tons of force. After concluding his introduction of the sandbags, he turned to Yang Dian with a glimmer of anticipation, inquiring, "What do you think? Would you care to give it a try?" Chapter 21. Strength, Speed, Reaction. Shi Sheng's request for support. Yang Dian patted the sandbag and nodded. "Let us conduct a test." He was quite curious about the extent of his explosive power. Having this opportunity, he was determined to measure it. Upon hearing Yang Dian's agreement, Shun Fei immediately glanced at the camera mounted in the corner. "Jingwei, initiate the detection. Record and report the test data." The camera pivoted slightly, finally focusing on Yang Dian. "Understood, Professor." In the next moment, a faint hum resonated on the 3rd floor, and the indicator lights embedded in the wall illuminated in green. All detection equipment activated, ready for testing at any time. Shun Fei turned to Yang Dian, who had already stepped back 2 paces, maintaining a comfortable distance from the sandbag for striking. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dian glanced at Shun Fei. "Shall I begin?" Shun Fei nodded, prepared for the test. Before he could finish speaking, a resounding thud echoed through the spacious 3rd floor. Beep! Punch force 831. 7 kilograms. Upon hearing the announcement, Yang Dian could not help but exhale deeply. Was a punch force of 831. 7 kilograms impressive? Undoubtedly. In his previous life on Earth, the world record holder for punch force was the legendary boxer Mike Tyson, whose officially recorded heavy punch strength was 238. 5 kilograms. Yang Dian's current punch force was nearly 5 times that of Tyson. Of course, some unofficial sources claim that Tyson's peak punch force reached 500 kilograms or even 800 kilograms. Regardless of which data one considered, Yang Dian's current punch power surpassed Tyson's. Remarkably, it had only been a little over a month since he began tapping into his potential and less than a month since he officially started training. Moreover, Yang Dian still had nearly 400 points of energy left unutilized. If he were to expend that energy, his punch force would become even more astonishing. "This is outrageous," he thought, instinctively transforming his fist into a claw. In the next moment, his hand muscles tightened, and his forearm and palm turned an ominous shade of dark blue, with tendons rising like dragon veins. Observing this transformation, Shun Fei and Lin Mo's pupils dilated in shock. Is this the extraordinary power unleashed by mastering the Dragon Claw technique? As this thought crossed their minds, they witnessed Yang Dian take a step forward. His raised right hand left a trail of afterimages, accompanied by a piercing dragon's roar. As it forcefully struck the sandbag, screeched the sound of his claws raking against the bag sent a chill down their spines, causing goosebumps to erupt across their bodies. Simultaneously, Jingwei's voice announced, "Beep, punch force 3,251 kilograms." Upon hearing this figure and observing the 5 distinct claw marks on the specially designed sandbag, Shun Fei and Lin Mo simultaneously gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder they were taken aback. It was important to note that Jingwei reported a punch force. Yet Yang Dian had employed a claw technique. Just imagine, what does it signify when a claw weighing over 3 tons descends upon one's head? To pierce through the forehead and lift the skull is no trivial feat by the looks of you. It appears you have recently mastered the Dragon Claw technique, yet have not yet cultivated your vital energy. Remarkably, even without this vital energy, you are capable of unleashing over 3,000 kilograms of force with the Dragon Claw technique. Should I commend your abnormality or lament it? Yang Dian, feeling a chill run down his spine from the casual touch of Shun Fei on his arms, swiftly retracted them. Professor, I sense your current actions are rather unsettling." Shun Fei paused momentarily, forcing a sheepish smile to mask his discomfort. "It's just a habitual gesture. Do not take offense, Xiaoyang." Naturally, Yang Dian bore no ill will. He was far more intrigued by Shun Fei's previous remark. "Professor, did you imply that practicing the Dragon Claw technique can also cultivate vital energy?" Shun Fei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is possible. In fact, it extends beyond merely the Dragon Claw technique. Theoretically, regardless of the ancient martial art practiced, consistent effort can yield the potential for cultivating vital energy. However, some martial arts facilitate this process more easily than others. For instance, Taoist practices tend to allow for the cultivation of vital energy with relative ease, whereas horizontal training methods, like the Dragon Claw technique, which are centered around combat, make it considerably more difficult as they focus solely on how to confront and defeat an opponent, neglecting the awareness of vital energy. At this point, he gazed at Yang Dian with astonishment. "I've heard you utilized only a single ancient text and, without a teacher-esque guidance, managed to master the Dragon Claw technique in merely a month. Truly remarkable." With that, he gestured towards the approximately 30-meter-long rubber track. "Shall we test your speed?" Yang Dian nodded in agreement. As he positioned himself at the start of the track, a thought struck him. "By the way, Professor, is there a place to assess reaction time?" Shun Fei nodded once more. "There is, though it may not be entirely accurate. If you wish to test it, you can start running upon hearing a beep." The time from the sound to your muscles reacting will approximately indicate your reaction time. Should you ever find yourself in Modu or Jingxing on business, you might explore the Bureau of Anomalies there. They possess specialized equipment that assesses reaction speed, including bodily reaction time, sensory response, instinctual reactions, and responses in complex environments. Not long after Shun Fei spoke, a beep echoed in Yang Dian's ears. With his thighs taut and ready, he surged forward. Whoosh! As he sprinted at full throttle, he felt as though he was slicing through the air. Holding his breath, he reached the end of the 30-meter track in an instant. Even after crossing the finish line, he continued for a considerable distance before finally halting his sprint. Beep. Reaction time, 0.8 seconds. Beep. Average speed over the 30-meter straight track, 17 meters second. Upon hearing the two sets of data announced by Jingwei, Shun Fei instinctively furrowed his brow. In comparison to Yang Dian's astonishing and almost surreal punching power, his physical reaction speed and running velocity, albeit superior to that of an average person, are only marginally so. They pale in comparison to his remarkable striking force. Observing Shun Fei's expression, Lin Mo promptly clarified for Yang Dian. Xiao Yang could deliver over 3,000 kilograms of punch force due to his training in the Dragon Claw technique, which allows him to unleash corresponding strength through ancient martial arts. However, he has only awakened his talent and engaged with ancient martial arts for merely a month. Just a month ago, he was an ordinary individual. He had never encountered ancient martial arts nor systematically studied sprinting or the proper leg power techniques for running. His current speed is entirely a result of his innate physical capabilities. Had he pursued a discipline of lightness skill or received systematic instruction on power techniques, one can only imagine how much more remarkable his performance could be. Shun Fei nodded in agreement, contemplating, that makes sense. It is essential to find him a couple of lightness skills. Otherwise, his shortcomings are quite apparent. As Shun Fei deliberated on which lightness skill would be most suitable for Yang Dian, the front desk personnel of the Research Institute swiftly ascended to the third floor and approached Lin Mo. Captain Lin, Officer Shi has requested assistance. They have encountered a group of infected mutants. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo abruptly lifted his gaze towards Yang Dian, who was ambling towards him. Shi is in trouble. We must go. With that, he exchanged a nod with Shun Fei, bidding farewell with a glance before striding purposefully down the stairs. Chapter 22. Number of infections. Over 300. There are traitors within the organization. Please check with the 2nd Division to see if they have forwarded the target information. If not, kindly urge them to do so. As the vehicle was set in motion, Lin Mo turned to Yang Dian, who had settled into the passenger seat. Please share again the footage captured by the law enforcement recorder from Shi, and let us ascertain the current situation. Yang Dian complied and activated his mobile screen. Before he could access the internal system of the Anomaly Management Bureau, a large red exclamation mark appeared on the display. Upon tapping the exclamation mark, detailed investigative information unfolded before him. Captain, the 2nd Division has sent the information. After relaying this to Lin Mo, Yang Dian began to read the summary of the findings. In the Gula district on Wuxi Road, there exists a company named Xindonggang Import and Export Trade Company. According to our investigation, the owner, Yang Fei, is the source of the infection. It seems that interpersonal relationships within Xindonggang are rather intricate. The owner, Yang Fei, is entangled with several female subordinates, including his female secretary. While the secretary is involved with Yang Fei, she is also having an affair with his driver. Furthermore, this driver not only has a relationship with the secretary, but also maintains an ambiguous connection with Yang Fei's wife. Additionally, our examination of communication software chat records reveals that the driver's wife is involved with their landlord, who is known to frequent dubious massage parlors and exhibits unrestrained behavior. Upon reaching the conclusion, Yang Dian couldn't suppress a gulp. The final investigation results indicate that the number of infections has reached 329, and the 2nd Division is continuing their in-depth investigation, leaving open the possibility of further increases. The 2nd Division has already issued a capture task to the Public Security Bureau and the Wuhan Task Force. All members of the Public Security Office in Jizhou City and the Wuhan Bureau have been mobilized, and official organizations across various regions have begun to control the infected individuals. Reports have been filed for personnel leaving the city, requesting assistance from neighboring provinces and cities for apprehension. Having read through the relevant information in one breath, Yang Dian could not help but slap his forehead. Captain, I have a feeling that Jizhou City, even the Minjiang region, is on the brink of a major crisis. In this day and age, even 10 fatalities can make national and international headlines. With over 300 infected and possibly more, this is a catastrophe. Lin Montauk, already of a rather dark disposition, found his expression even grimmer upon hearing Yang Dian's murmurs. What are you mumbling about? Has the 2nd Division mentioned the weaknesses of the infected? Yang Dian perused the information sent by the 2nd Division and then shook his head. No, it seems that due to the short time frame, the 2nd Division has not identified the weaknesses of the infected. He then opened the Skynet system, connecting to Shishing's law enforcement recorder. As the screen shifted, a blurred and rapidly shaking image appeared. Brother Shi, what are you doing? Why is it shaking so much? From the other side, within the storage room of the Minxiao building, Shishing, who had just taken refuge, paused at the sound of Yang Dian's voice, sighed, and glanced towards the storage room door. As expected, 2 seconds later, a resounding crash reverberated from the door of the supply room. With a swift turn, Shishing pressed his back firmly against the door, glancing at the body camera perched on his shoulder. What else could it do? I'm being chased by those infected. After a moment of exasperation, Shishing quickly relayed the newly confirmed intelligence. First, there are 72 employees at the new Donggang Company, of which 23 have been confirmed to be infected with the mutated parasite. Second, the parasite enters a state of stress when its host experiences stimulation, including but not limited to auditory or emotional triggers. The external manifestation is akin to what He Qing exhibited previously, a loss of rational thought and an overwhelming aggression. Third, the parasite has a fear of fire. Even a mere lighter will suffice. As long as there is flame, the infected will steer clear of it. Lastly, when will you arrive? I'm currently cornered by 6 infected, and the moment I show my face, they pursue me with the intent to bite, and, crucially, I cannot overpower them. It's infuriating. Upon hearing Shishing's exasperated exclamation, Yang Dian instinctively stifled a laugh. Yet, recalling the predicament Shishing faced, he forcibly suppressed any amusement. To genuinely laugh would be excessively schadenfreude. Containing his mirth, he switched the software to the internal system. After confirming the information sent by Team 2 once more, Yang Dian's smile vanished. Brother Shi, have you communicated the details about the infected stress response and their fear of fire to Team 2? Bracing against the intense impact, Shishing slightly crouched to maintain his position against the door. Of course I mentioned it. Could I possibly overlook such a significant matter? At that moment, a thought struck him. What? Has Team 2 been notified? No. Upon hearing Yang Dian's response, Shishing's pupils constricted sharply. No, something is amiss with Team 2. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his tone became urgent. First, over 300 individuals, possibly even more within the same network, have been infected by the mutated parasite, and their appearance undergoes noticeable changes post-infection. The Skynet should have at least some information. Yet regarding this critical event, Team 2 has provided us with no warnings whatsoever. Second, 7 days ago, Team 2 suddenly detected abnormal organisms in various villages and towns below, leading to the deployment of 4 teams. Teams 3, 4, 5, and 6 to address these anomalies that very day. Now, the city is left with only our newly formed Team 7, which is still not fully staffed, merely acting as a FAAD. In such circumstances, a sudden outbreak of mutated parasite infections has occurred, and Team 2 has failed to timely notify relevant units about the infected. Though I am reluctant to think along those lines, the facts indicate that someone is hindering progress. In the driver's seat, Lin Mo, recognizing the urgency, could no longer remain composed. Sure. Whom did you report this to? The captain of Team 2, Tian. Old Tian? Lin Mo found it somewhat inconceivable. Old Tian had been a veteran in the system for over 30 years, never having committed an error. So how could he possibly make such fundamental mistakes? As he spoke, he unlocked his phone and tossed it to Yang Dian. Please call Old Tian for me. The contact was saved simply as Old Tian. Following his instructions, Yang Dian opened the contacts and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Dial again. The number you have dialed is temporarily. Call again. Beep, beep, beep. You. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, Lin Mo abruptly shifted his focus. Call him Yao. Beep, beep. Hello. Is this Old Mo? Shouldn't you be quite busy right now? What brings you to call me? The voice of the deputy captain of the 2nd Squad echoed through the car via Bluetooth, and Lin Mo responded coolly. Where is Old Tian? Chapter 23. The Flesh of Tang Sung? Yang Dian. Am I capable of taking lethal action? Old Tian is in the office. What is the matter? As the words were spoken, the sound of footsteps and a door creaking open resonated through the Bluetooth device. Old Tian, Lao Mo is looking for you. Then Yang Dian heard another male voice rise. Oh, is that you, Lao Mo? This is Old Tian. What is it that you require? Have there been new discoveries that necessitate my informing the other brother units? Upon hearing Tian Zhen's voice, Lin Mo's icy demeanor softened slightly. However, due to lingering suspicion, his tone remained stern and aloof. Why did you not relay the information about the infected entity that Shisheng provided you? Huh? Tian Zhen's voice appeared somewhat bewildered. At over 50 years of age, his voice was surprisingly as clear as that of a university student. I mentioned it. I passed the relevant information to Xiao Tian, instructing him to issue a notice and simultaneously request support from the brother units. What has happened then? Xiao Tian, Tian Zhen's daughter, is one of his 2 children. In accordance with the adage of passing the torch, both his son and daughter are employed within the organization. His eldest son, Tian Guiqiang, works at the Public Security Bureau, while his daughter, Tian Xin, serves in the 2nd team of the Alien Management Bureau, specifically in the Information Division. Adhering to the principle of handling matters internally and claiming credit for successes, Tian Zhen entrusted the task to Tian Xin upon receiving Shisheng's message. Out of trust in her, he did not scrutinize the notice she issued. After observing the release of the announcement, he shifted his focus to the frontline situation, genuinely unaware that the information had not been appropriately disseminated. The information I received does not mention that the infected entity would react when stimulated or that it would seek to evade fire sources. Furthermore, before I managed to get through to Lao He, I first dialed her number. I called 3 times, yet no one answered. Tian Zhen fell silent, reaching into his drawer only to find his phone absent from its usual spot. Who could have entered his office and taken his phone without his notice? Who but his daughter? As a seasoned veteran within the organization, Tian Zhen discerned his impending fate from Lin Mo's succinct remarks. After a brief silence, Tian Zhen quietly rose to his feet, his once proud spine now appearing slightly hunched. I understand. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone that followed Tian Zhen's words through the Bluetooth device, Yang Dian turned to glance at Lin Mo, whose expression was stern. Is there an issue with Captain Tian's daughter, Tian Xin? Lin Mo exhaled deeply. I do not know. Please check with the intelligence system. And if the information has not been relayed within 30 seconds, initiate manual intervention. With that, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the blaring horn accompanying him as he sped towards Wuxi Street. The journey swiftly diminished amidst the echoing sounds of the horn. In no time, the security vehicle screeched to a halt before the barricade set up by the Public Security Bureau. Ignoring the surrounding journalists wielding long cameras and enthusiastic citizens snapping photos and videos with their mobile devices, Lin Mo led Yang Dian into the restricted area. Upon their entry, the deputy director of the Gulu District Public Security Office, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 flowers, promptly approached them. Director Wang, what is the current situation? Lin Mo inquired directly, without hesitation. Why haven't we dispersed the crowd? If those infected beings break out from the building, Wang Jian, with a hint of resignation, gestured towards the towering edifices around them. Team leader Lin, it's not that we wish to leave them be. It's merely that we are severely understaffed. There are only a handful of us out here. With a sigh, Lin Mo redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. What is the situation inside? Wang Jian shook his head. It is dire. Those infected beings lack pain perception and are fearless of death. They bite at the sight of humans and move in disturbingly erratic ways, which is quite unsettling. This operation poses a significant challenge to our public security system. Fortunately, it was recently discovered by your Bureau's second team that they have a fear of fire. Otherwise, we would surely have sustained injuries, and firearms would have already been deployed. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, refraining from commenting on this. Suddenly, Yang Dian, standing nearby, seemed to recall something. Captain, Director Wang, under the influence of hormones, these infected beings can indeed unleash strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. However, if we can procure fishing nets to ensnare them, perhaps their explosive power could be mitigated and their speed advantage diminished as well. We must be cautious of their tongues once they are captured, as they can strike up to a meter away. Wang Jian, who had been making his way towards the building, paused and gestured to a public security officer nearby. Take a few people and drive to the nearest fishing tackle shop. Buy up all the fishing nets they have. After giving this directive, he looked at Yang Dian with astonishment. You must be the newly joined officer from the Bureau, Yang. Truly remarkable. Awaken your talent at just 18 and mastered an ancient martial art to such an extent. It seems heroes are indeed born in youth. Yang Dian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the deputy director of the Gulu Public Security Office, located dozens of kilometers away from the Chang'an Public Security Office, would already know his name after only a few days in the Bureau. It was evident that those who thrived within the organization possessed remarkable acumen. Director Wang, you flatter me. I merely encountered the infected beings before you. Before he could finish his sentence, the walkie-talkie hanging from Wang Jian's chest suddenly crackled to life with a chaotic static. Attention all units. Attention all units. Infected beings have breached the blockade and entered the corridor. All units, please be advised. The infected beings have broken through the corridor's defenses and are charging towards the first floor. This is bad. They have all gone mad, completely mad. They suddenly fear no fire, have broken free from the encirclement, and are now rushing down the stairs. Attention all units, attention all units. I am on the staircase. I am on the staircase. Those infected entities have not launched an attack against me. They have bypassed me and are rushing downwards, as if something below is irresistibly drawing them in. Brothers below, be vigilant and take care to avoid them. Captain Wang, in order to prevent the crowd from being bitten or scratched by these infected entities, I request the deployment of lethal force. Otherwise, we cannot subdue them. They are monsters. The cacophony emanating from the intercom, coupled with the palpable malice resonating within the building, prompted Yang Jian to instinctively touch his earlobe. Just 2 days prior, it had been subjected to the playful lash of He Qing's tongue. At that moment, it felt strikingly similar to now. What was the difference between those infected entities suddenly abandoning others to charge downstairs, and He Qing inexplicably leaving the foot massage parlor to knock on his door? So, their target is me? Have I become the coveted prize? Clenching his fists, Yang Jian decisively bypassed Lin Mo and Wang Jian, striding further into the building. After just a couple of steps, he abruptly turned back. Captain Lin, if the situation becomes perilous, may I take lethal action? Chapter 24, Martial Arts. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Yang Dian's inquiry. It wasn't until he comprehended the implication of the word assassin that he felt a fleeting sense of bewilderment. This child exudes an overwhelming aura of malevolence and a potent thirst for blood. He mused internally. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded, then shook his head. In a perilous situation, it may be permissible. However, the infected are merely puppets under the control of the luminous worms. The research facility has already developed a specific antidote. If possible, it is best to avoid lethal measures. Upon voicing his thoughts, he noted Yang Dian's nod before he once again proceeded towards the building. Lin Mo took a deep breath, unfastened his holster, and gripped his handgun firmly. He quickened his pace and entered the building ahead of Yang Dian. Following suit, Wang Jian also drew his firearm, accompanying Lin Mo into the structure. As they passed Yang Dian, he turned his head and remarked, "We have no custom of sending the young comrades ahead of us." Yang Dian paused momentarily, chuckled, and retorted, "I am not that young," before hastening his steps into the building. Once inside, he observed that the other security personnel had already drawn their weapons under Wang Jian's command, aiming them at the staircase. In an emergency, it is permissible to shoot the infected. Should there be any repercussions from above, I shall bear the consequences myself. Gazing at Wang Jian, who stood at the forefront, Yang Dian smiled once more. Such a leader truly embodies the essence of leadership. With this thought, he maneuvered past the others and positioned himself at the front. As he listened to the escalating commotion emanating from the staircase, he turned his attention to Wang Jian, who seemed poised to speak. Director Wang, do not forget, I am a practitioner of ancient martial arts. With that declaration, Yang Dian, under the curious gazes of the other security personnel, slightly bent his body. In the next moment, his hands transformed into a deep purple hue, resembling dragon claws, with sinews tightly coiling around his robust fingers, which were harder than copper or iron. By heavens! Exclaimed one of the security personnel as an infected individual, propelled by both hands and feet, lunged down the stairs, its mouth agape and eyes full of fervor, aiming directly for Yang Dian. Observing the infected creature suspended in midair, with no space to alter its trajectory, Yang Dian could not help but smirk. A mindless creature is indeed devoid of reason. How dare it launch an attack? With a deft sidestep, he evaded the infected's onslaught while his seemingly claw-like hands latched onto its shoulder. Dislocate, with a crisp crack of bone. A fleeting moment of embarrassment flickered across Yang Dian's face, unnoticed by anyone. He had exerted more force than intended. Initially, his aim was merely to dislocate the creature's joints. Yet it appeared he had inadvertently crushed them into fragments. Not that it mattered much. It was certainly preferable to a direct gunshot. There was no room for compassion in Yang Dian's heart. Noticing the renewed cacophony echoing through the corridor, he evaded the creature's lashing tongue and swiftly incapacitated its legs as well. With a powerful kick, he sent it crashing into the wall. He had no desire to contend with an adversary targeting his vulnerable areas during the ensuing battle. Am I seeing things? Why has that infected creature ceased moving? Who claims it has stopped? Its eyes are still darting about, are they not? Is this truly what the higher-ups refer to as an ancient martial artist? Such an extraordinary being. I have practiced the 5-animal play that was handed down from above, yet the disparity between individuals is astonishing. While I feel no significant change from my training in ancient martial arts, this person has seemingly transformed his hands into something extraordinary. What does this transformation entail? Can he even articulate words? This is the manifestation of incredible prowess achieved through martial mastery. Did you witness the afterimages from those 2 strikes? Is such speed attainable by a mere human? Ancient martial artists, awakened beings, can they still be deemed ordinary? No. Upon returning home today, I must ensure my son trains harder. I shall spare no expense to transform him into an ancient martial artist. I do not have a son, but I plan to encourage my father to try. He is only in his 60s, the prime age for striving. Goodness, your father is indeed fortunate to have such a son. Young Dian, having focused all his attention on the staircase, instinctively disregarded the words of the security officers behind him. He had no desire to be licked by an infected entity a second time. As he braced himself, his peripheral vision caught sight of the infected creature he had dismembered, now crawling towards him. Just as I suspected, he mused. These infected beings are fixated on me. But why me? Is it due to my awakened talent? Or because I am an ancient martial artist? Most likely the latter, for neither Shi Sheng nor Lin Mo have received such treatment. It seems the robust physique of an ancient martial artist serves as the perfect host for these parasites. As Yang Jian pondered this, a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th infected entity tumbled down the stairs in a chaotic mass. Upon emerging from the stairway, they immediately set their sights on Yang Dian. A guttural roar erupted as the corners of the infected being's mouth split open, oozing a line of blood, as if to demonstrate their cruelty. A vile stench emanated from their mouths, coalescing into a faint green cloud hovering above them. Even from a distance, a single whiff made Yang Jian feel lightheaded. He steadied his breath and focused. He could distinctly see the infected being's decayed mouths, their tonsils pulsating with a crimson glow. Had they undergone deep mutations? Observing the zombie-like infected entities advancing towards him, Yang Dian clasped his wrists together, mimicking the gesture of a maiden holding her heart, and struck forcefully at the chin of the nearest creature. With a resounding crack of a shattered cervical vertebra, the infected entity was propelled away at an even greater speed, colliding with several others behind it. Ah, I may have been a bit too forceful, he thought to himself as he stepped forward, not retreating but boldly charging into the throng of infected beings. His arms became a blur, and with each contact, crisp sounds echoed in his hands. Having confirmed his strength far exceeded that of the infected entities, he realized that as long as he avoided their tongues, they posed no threat to him. He even found time to price his techniques, dodging an infected creature's tongue aimed at his eyes. Yang Jian rubbed his hands together and dashed them across the neck of another infected being. With a swift motion, he executed a double strike, targeting the neck with precision, as he evaded the infected entity's hand reaching for his throat. Utilizing his right hand, he seized the infected entity's wrist, leveraging its momentum to propel it forward, causing it to stumble before he thrust his knee upward. As he elevated the infected entity, Yang Dian grasped its elbow and delivered a decisive downward blow. Arm lock and twist, 80,000. He severed the entity's grip with a powerful kick, sending it hurtling through the air. 60,000. Bending low, he captured the infected entity's ankle, yanking it forcefully into a split position. Just as he prepared to stomp down on its knee, Yang Dian suddenly halted his movement. Casting a glance around, he observed that the hall was devoid of any standing infected entities, apart from the female infected entity beneath him, who was now immobilized. All others had been rendered incapacitated, their joints dislocated and bodies contorted. A few lay on the floor, twitching intermittently, uncertain if they would ever rise again. He stepped down upon the tongue that had unexpectedly shot out from the entity's mouth, aimed at his ankle. Yang Jian turned to look at Lin Mo and the others, who were wide-eyed and with mouths agape. The captain had fulfilled his duty impeccably. As he prepared to deal with the mutated entity beneath him, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, prompting an instinctive retreat. He bent low and rolled away just in time. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, the sound of shattering floorboards and the crack of gunfire erupted in his ears. Chapter 25. The curtain falls, inhaling the acrid scent of gunpowder that wafted to his nostrils. Yang Jian felt the frantic throbbing of his temples pulsating in rhythm with his racing heart. He turned his gaze to the infected entity, suspended from a ceiling and felled by Lin Mo's 2 precise shots to the head. A suffocating sensation enveloped Yang Dian's entire being. Just a moment more, just a fraction more, and his head would have surely exploded. Golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt, iron head skill, iron groin skill. After mastering the harmony of man and nature. No, that's not right. I shall cease my studies. I will return and immediately don armor. Just as Yang Jian resolved to don his armor with fervor, determined to become impervious to harm, the infected entity, still clinging to the ceiling despite Lin Mo's lethal shots, suddenly quivered. In the next instant, its mangled head burst apart, revealing a crystalline, conical structure that emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, taking the place of its former head. Had it mutated again? In a state of bewilderment, Yang Jian watched as the crystalline cone abruptly fissured and 6 serrated, petal-like membranes unfurled, blossoming towards him like flowers in bloom. Gazing into the crystalline membranes, he noted the dense circle of sharp teeth where the neck once was, prompting Yang Jian to instinctively retrieve the high-voltage capture ball he had stowed behind him. Take that, you grotesque creature. Feast upon my pock ball. With that, the golden high-voltage capture ball transformed into a fleeting shadow and struck fiercely into the entity's maw. A soft beep resonated, followed by a blinding spark of electricity that compelled Yang Dian to instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, having noted the dazzling light had dissipated, Yang Dian discovered the mutated infected entity ensnared tightly within a net of high-voltage electricity. Yet, the occasional convulsions it exhibited led him to conclude that it was far from dead. Electricity could not extinguish it. Aproating Yang Dian. Lin Mo overheard his mutterings and exhaled softly. In truth, this type of infected entity aside from possessing a formidable infectious capability, is merely average in strength among aberrant creatures. As he spoke, Lin Mo, preoccupied with his phone, dialed another number. Moments later, the call connected, and Lin Mo began. Professor Shun. The infected entity parasitized by the glowworm exhibits a secondary mutation. Alternatively, it may undergo a metamorphosis akin to that of insects. I have sent you the specific mutation video. I am not a researcher, so I cannot ascertain whether this mutation will manifest post the glowworm's demise, nor whether it may be inherited through the genetic lineage of the infected entity. Therefore, please exercise caution in your genetic studies and ensure proper precautions are taken. On the other end of the line, Shun Fei did not respond immediately. Instead, he reviewed the video Lin Mo had sent before inquiring. Is a mutated infected entity still alive? Lin Mo glanced at the entity and nodded. It should still be alive. Please ensure your safety, but do not harm the infected individuals. Shun Fei's voice was tinged with excitement. The occurrence of parasites undergoing secondary mutations while residing within their hosts is unprecedented globally. This phenomenon may greatly enhance our research into talent and evolution. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. We will do our utmost to ensure the safety of the infected. Thank you. I will arrange for personnel to promptly receive the parasites. Once Lin Mo concluded the call, Wang Jian finished his count. There are a total of 27 infected individuals in the hall, consistent with the number of infections and mutations detected by the Skynet surveillance within the new Donggang company. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Dian, expressing heartfelt gratitude. It is fortunate to have you, Xiao Yang. Otherwise, who knows how many would have been injured or even lost their lives. Yang Jian shook his head. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Moreover, the task is far from over. Based on previous investigations, the estimated number of infected individuals potentially hosting the mutated parasites has already exceeded 300. This is a conservative estimate. Who knows how many actual infections have occurred? At this point, Yang Jian subtly glanced at Lin Mo. Furthermore, we have yet to ascertain the origin of the mutated parasites. We only know that the source of infection lies with Yang Fei, the owner of New Donggang. We have not yet determined where he was infected or why he became host to the mutated parasites. Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, Lin Mo's expression shifted from clarity to concern. Ever since he learned that Tianmen intended to conceal the situation of the infected, he suspected that this incident was artificially induced. Now, hearing Yang Dian's remarks, he sensed that the matter was far from resolved. I wonder if I can withstand this. While Lin Mo contemplated his resilience, the other security personnel seemed less concerned. Once the dust settled, their focus shifted to whether they could attain strength akin to Yang Dian's. Therefore, Officer Yang, I have been practicing the ancient martial art 5-animal play. How long must I train to become as formidable as you? Faced with a security officer in his 30s, who sincerely respected him, Yang Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. He was merely an ordinary person. Yet, he was extraordinary, unlike the average individual. He had previously heard Lin Mo mention that for an ordinary person to reach his level, it would take at least 2 to 3 decades or even 5 to 6 decades, requiring relentless daily practice through the seasons. However, gazing into the earnest eyes of the security officer, Yang Jian refrained from delivering discouraging words. You simply need to practice. When the next individual poses that question to you, you will know the answer. Officer Yang, I have some uncertainties regarding my training in ancient martial arts. May I seek your guidance? Of course. Knowledge should be shared without reservation. However, there are certain aspects that I do not fully comprehend. We could say that we are engaging in a mutual exploration of ideas. Time gently ebbs away amidst the exchange of questions and answers. An hour later, Yang Jian finally awaited the Research Institute's convoy, which had been significantly delayed by the evening rush hour. Perhaps due to an excessive concern for the second mutation of the infected entity. This time, the reception of the mutant was personally overseen by Shun Fei. The first step was to administer a dormancy injection to render the infected entities dormant. Once it was confirmed that they had entered a state of dormancy, they would be placed into a cryogenic chamber to maintain their cellular activity at a consistently low level. After arranging the transportation tasks, Shun Fei approached Yang Dian, who appeared somewhat distracted. What occupies your thoughts? Yang Dian glanced back at Shun Fei, then surveyed the security personnel who were dispersing after the transport team entered the building, as well as those administering injections to the infected entities. I am contemplating whether such occurrences will become a frequent reality in the future. Shun Fei fell silent for a moment, the smile on his face gradually fading. Indeed, not only will it happen, but we are certain to face even more severe catastrophic events. Chapter 26. Re-entering the night market. 3 ancient tomes in the Jing'an district. After departing from the Minxiao building, Yang Dian commenced his patrol in the Jing'an district, ever prepared to assist other law enforcement teams. With only a handful of personnel at the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Affairs, it was impractical to retrieve individuals one by one. Thus, the law enforcement teams were tasked with apprehending suspects, while they remained as a mobile support unit, ready to lend aid whenever other teams encountered difficulties. Yang Dian ventured into the night market primarily to explore the second-hand bookstalls. Having previously discovered the ancient martial arts manual Dragonclaw technique amidst the tomes, he hoped to unearth additional techniques hidden among the stacks. During this interlude, before his mission's achievements were recorded, seeking rapid acquisition of martial arts knowledge made this location his most reliable option. As he strolled through the brilliantly illuminated night market, surrounded by the ebb and flow of people, laughter, and the persistent sounds of bargaining, Yang Dian felt a sudden release of the tension that had enveloped him during his recent skirmishes. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he reflected, in this world, the surface dazzles with vibrant colors, and time appears tranquil. My compatriots view the distant wars as mere spectacles. Yet beneath, the flames of conflict have long been stoked. The clashes between nations, individuals, and humanity's struggle against nature are poised to ignite at any moment. I wonder how long this seemingly prosperous scene can endure. Standing beneath the archway of the night market, Yang Dian savored the cheerful atmosphere for a moment before merging into the crowd. He indulged in various delicacies, stinky tofu, fried scorpions, and roasted grasshoppers. By the time he reached the second-hand bookstall, his hands were laden with an array of snacks. Back again, young man? The vendor, a man from Guangxi, greeted him with a lollipop in his mouth, clad in a white tank top and flip-flops. Upon seeing Yang Dian pause at the stall, he enthusiastically called out, "What can I get for you this time?" Yang Dian regarded the proprietor with a hint of surprise. "You remember me?" The vendor waved his hand, dismissively, of course. "That Dragonclaw technique has been lingering in my stall for 3 years. I thought it would end up being passed down to my son, who would have expected you to come and snatch it up without hesitation. How could I forget you?" Indeed, the vendor had good reason to remember Yang Dian. The Dragonclaw technique was an ancient tome, its weathered pages bearing the marks of time. When he initially purchased it, the vendor adamantly insisted on a price no less than 30,000, claiming it was the wholesale price and refusing to part with it for anything lower. Yang Dian had no choice but to acquiesce and pay. Now, observing the vendor's beaming countenance, a thought struck Yang Dian. Once the aura of vitality returns and the news of ancient martial arts practice spreads, I shall demonstrate the Dragonclaw technique before him, persuading him to buy back. As this notion took root, a smile graced Yang Dian's face. "By the way, do you have any other ancient martial arts manuals that you might want to part with?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression flickered with skepticism. He then gestured in front of him. "Young man, have you grown taller?" He gestured towards the pole beside him. "A month ago, you were here. Now you are here. Be honest with me, uncle. That so-called Dragonclaw technique, it can't truly be effective, can it?" Yang Dian nodded, directly admitting, "It can. I actually grew taller thanks to practicing the Dragonclaw. Would you like to buy it back? I won't profit from you. I'll return it for 30,000. The boss shot a sidelong glance at Yang Dian, a look of knowing disdain on his face. "Oh, handsome. That's rather underhanded of you. If you wish to return it, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Let me clarify. Our transaction is straightforward, payment for goods. Even when shopping online, there's only a 7-day return policy. It's been a month since you made your payment, so don't even think about returning it." Seeing the boss's expression of disdain and wariness, Yang Dian shrugged. "I genuinely mastered the Dragonclaw, believe it or not. If you don't buy it now, the next time you wish to purchase it, the price will no longer be the same." The boss remained silent, merely observing Yang Dian. his eyes filled with a mixture of skepticism and amusement, as if to say, "Go ahead, keep weaving your tale. I'll just stand here and watch you." Faced with this, Yang Jian could only raise his hands in surrender, and then, flipping through the old books on the stall, inquired, "Since you're not interested in buying it back, let us forget that. Is there any other ancient martial arts manual available?" The boss turned around, rummaging through a tricycle behind him, and produced a wooden box riddled with wormholes. "I actually do have something." He opened the box and solemnly placed 3 yellow tomes before Yang Dian: Iron Shirt, Grass Flying, and Hanyuan Force. "Each is 30,000, or all 3 for 100,000. Pay up if you want them." Yang Dian was taken aback. "Boss, did you just say something incorrect? 30,000 for 1 and 100,000 for 3? The boss nodded affirmatively. "No mistake. It's 30,000 for 1, 100,000 for 3. Buy it or don't. I couldn't care less." In his view, Yang Dian either sought to create trouble by returning the dragon claw he purchased a month ago, or he had a client in hand, planning to resell the ancient text to others. He was indifferent to the specifics. Regardless, he would not accept returns on sold goods. And if someone wished to profit from him, he expected a share of the earnings. With that thought, he even added, "Purchase all 3, and I'll throw in the wooden box for free." Yang Jian gazed deeply at the boss, picked up the 3 manuals from the table, and flipped through them. Confirming they were genuine and suitable for cultivation, especially that iron shirt, which he desperately needed, he swiftly raised his left hand in a blur, taking the wooden box from the boss's grasp. With his right hand, he scanned the QR code in front of the stall. Beep! The WeChat notification chimed. 100,000 had been received. The announcement from the blue speaker felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the lively atmosphere of the night market. 100,000? Did I hear that right? 100,000? The sound seemed to emanate from Old Chen's direction. Goodness, Old Chen is about to strike it rich. Last month, he sold an ancient book for 30,000, and this month he has directly pocketed 100,000? Is the used book business truly that lucrative? My dear, should we not consider selling used books as well? Perhaps Old Chen is merely engrossed in some novel or short video, accidentally connecting to Bluetooth. Young man, what have you purchased that costs 100,000? Don't let that rascal Old Chen swindle you. Hearing the cacophony around him and noticing the crowd gathering to witness the spectacle, Yang Dian casually placed 3 ancient texts into a wooden box, then waved to the owner. The transaction is complete. With that, he disregarded the owner's stunned expression, parting the crowd and merging into the flow of people. Observing Yang Dian's nonchalant departure, Chen Guodong could not help but pull out the lollipop he had been savoring, slightly parting his lips in astonishment. Is it truly possible? Can those items genuinely be cultivated? I have practiced for so long, yet I remain uncertain of their authenticity. They speak of finding hidden treasures. Is it possible that the box riddled with wormholes is a gem? Lost in thought, he gave his head a gentle pat. Oh well, it matters not. After all, he spent merely 30,000 for 4 books in a box. If there is a chance to profit, then it is not in vain. Chapter 27. Su Sangao was indeed correct. Purple possesses a unique charm. In the bustling night market, at a barbecue stall, Yang Jian ordered several skewers of fried dragon and found a place to sit. He took out the book titled Iron Cloth Shirt and began to read it thoroughly. Iron Cloth Shirt, a hard skill, once mastered, grants the skin the resilience of iron armor, impervious to blades and capable of withstanding critical strikes. The practice requires a special ointment to be applied to the entire body, followed by external force to strike the body. In the initial stages of cultivation, cloth strips may be used for striking, and as one advances, wooden sticks and iron plates may be employed. It is crucial to remember that moderation is key. Should any bruising or purpleness appear on the skin, one must immediately cease cultivation and take appropriate rest. After perusing Iron Cloth Shirt and committing its contents to memory, a natural thought arose in Yang Dian's mind. Only 17 points of energy are needed to master the Iron Cloth Shirt. Upon this realization, his hand hesitated as he closed the pages of the book. It is somewhat superior to the Dragon Claw technique. With this in mind, Yang Dian did not rush to learn Iron Cloth Shirt. Instead, he picked up the second book, Grass Flying. Grass Flying, a lightness skill, enables one to step as swiftly as a shooting star, allowing for a journey of 1,000 miles in a single day. Upon reading the first line, Yang Dian felt skeptical about the claims. What does it mean to traverse 1,000 miles in a day? That translates to an average of 500 kilometers over 24 hours, nearly 21 kilometers per hour. The world record for a full marathon, 195 kilometers, is held by a male athlete at 2 hours, 0 minutes, and 35 seconds. Grass flying suggests maintaining the human body at its utmost limit for an entire day and night of running. If this were a martial art, perhaps at ISNT entirely implausible. Pondering this, Yang Dian continued to leaf through grass flying. He then discovered that the book primarily focused on techniques for leg power, as well as adjusting breathing and posture while running to enhance efficiency and endurance. Stretching his legs while seated, Yang Dian shook his leg muscles thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Breathing and exerting force in this manner indeed seemed to promise greater speed and endurance. Upon completing his review of grass flying, that familiar intuitive sensation returned. To master grass flying, 3 points of energy are required. As expected, if the name of a skill is unimpressive, the skill itself likely is as well. To learn for merely 3 points of energy is unprecedentedly inexpensive. With this thought, Yang Dian moved on to the final book, Primordial Force. Primordial force is not a practice of internal energy or vitality, but rather a technique for mastering the body's exertion skills. The text outlines how to progressively unlock the body's joints and meridians using specific postures. It details how to exert force, harmonizing every muscle and meridian into a cohesive whole. Once mastered, a snap of the fingers would signify a gathering of all one's strength into a single, powerful strike. Could it be that once I master primordial force, I shall no longer fear losing control of my strength? With this thought, Yang Dian felt an overwhelming urge to immediately learn primordial force. However, upon noticing that its mastery would require 131 points of energy, he hesitated. Forget it. Losing control of power won't harm myself. I should first learn the art of swift escape, like a grasshopper, and the defensive technique of the iron cloth. Once I have mastered these, I shall then cultivate the unity of man and nature. As for the primordial strength, I shall practice it gradually on my own. Though external aids are advantageous, one must not overlook the beauty of the journey to becoming stronger. Well, the above is merely Yang Dian's attempt to console himself. If he possessed ample energy, would he not desire to exploit every advantage? He yearns to master martial arts, to augment his abilities, yet, alas, his energy reserves are insufficient. He can only proceed step by step, judiciously allocating his energy to the most pressing martial pursuits. Just as Yang Dian set aside the primordial strength, the owner of the barbecue stall approached him with a metal tray, 5 fried dragon skewers. Enjoy them at your leisure. Yang Dian nodded, reaching for a skewer still sizzling with oil. However, before he could savor the delicacy, he sensed something and abruptly turned to see 2 hesitant girls approaching his table. Upon noticing Yang Dian's sudden movement, the girls instinctively took a half step back. Then, the slightly older girl, dressed in a purple lace dress that revealed a hint of her fair shoulder, stepped forward. Excuse me, are you alone? The barbecue stall was full. May we sit here? Yang Dian glanced around, his gaze pausing on several empty tables before settling back on the girl in purple. Noticing Yang Dian's meaningful stare, the girl blushed shyly. It must be said that a girl's blush is indeed one of the most beautiful sights in the world. Even Yang Dian found himself unable to resist such compelling charm. I am alone. Please take a seat. Thank you. The 2 girls cautiously sat across from Yang Dian. They alternated between glancing at him and the worm-eaten wooden box he had placed on the table, occasionally exchanging furtive looks and subtly fidgeting with their hands beneath the table, clearly engaged in silent communication. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Yang Dian, having just finished a skewer, tossed the stick into the trash. There are so many vacant spots, yet you choose to sit at my table. Speak, what brings you to me? You're not infatuated with me, are you? Looking to add me on WeChat? Not at all. The girl in the white dress blurted out before realizing something. Shaking her head vigorously, her twin ponytails creating a blur. That is not it. Seeing her flustered state, Yang Dian felt somewhat exasperated. If it's not about wanting my WeChat, Then you must have noticed my recent purchase? Seeking a wealthy benefactor? At this, the girl in the purple dress looked slightly annoyed. We are not lacking in money. Taking a moment to appraise the girl in the purple dress, Yang Dian had to concede that Su Sangyao was indeed correct. The color purple possessed an undeniable allure. However, the girl herself seemed rather ordinary, lacking in dramatic flair. Why must you insist on approaching us? The two girls murmured for a while before ultimately bowing their heads in dejection. It's nothing. We apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave. Upon witnessing the two girls rise and bow slightly before preparing to depart, Yang Jian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait a moment. The two girls, who were just about to turn away, froze in place. Yang Jian rummaged through his pocket, and in the next instant, he produced a black security officer badge. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Do you require assistance? Upon seeing the badge placed on the table by Yang Dian, the girl's eyes brightened. You are a security officer? Yang Dian's expression darkened. He was merely 18 years old. Why was he being addressed as uncle? He wished to remove the term uncle that followed the title of security officer. Even if I'm older than you, it is by no considerable margin. Thank you. Perhaps the identity of a security officer indeed bestowed a unique sense of security to the locals. The girls instinctively overlooked Yang Dian's words and, after reseating themselves, first compared the badge with Yang Dian's face. Once they confirmed its authenticity, they returned the badge to Yang Dian, their expressions filled with anticipation as they gazed at him. Chapter 28. Unexpected Discoveries. Wild Awakeners and Anomalous Creatures. Uncle Security Officer. Do you spend so much money on martial arts manuals because they're truly effective and can be practiced? Observing their eager expressions, Yang Dian pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. The treasures left by our ancestors are undoubtedly valuable. Upon hearing Yang Dian's affirmation, the two girls' anticipation heightened. So, they stammered thrice, yet still failed to articulate their thoughts, as if their words were secrets bound by an unspoken restraint. Sensing their hesitation, Yang Dian retrieved his enforcement device. Do you have your identification on you? If not, open your Wealth app and retrieve your electronic ID. After a brief moment of indecision, the two girls produced their phones and accessed their digital identifications. Beep. Chen Wenya, female, 18 years old, resident of Jinan District, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province, no criminal record. Beep. Chen Wenxian, female, 18 years old, resident of Jinan District, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province, no criminal record. After confirming their clean records, Yang Jian feigned nonchalance and inquired, what is it that you wish to express? Apart from martial arts, are there other wondrous phenomena in this world? For instance, rabbits with glowing eyes, or black dogs that can breathe fire, or even humans with extraordinary abilities? Chen Wenya and Chen Wenxian's eyes widened in astonishment. You know, dressed in a white dress with her hair styled in twin ponytails, Chen Wenxian nudged her sister, Chen Wenya. Sister, I told you. We have Xiao Hua and that mutated cockroach. Surely, other beings can mutate as well. They must have noticed this long ago. Now, do you believe me? Hearing Chen Wenxian's words, Yang Dian, who had just bitten into a piece of crispy dragon, paused momentarily before crunching down on the delicacy. So, you truly have awakened your talents? And it's not just you two. What about Xiao Hua and the cockroach? Have they also undergone mutations? The more mature Chen Wenya cautiously glanced at Yang Dian. Uncle Security Officer, if we admit it, will you take us to the research facility, draw our blood, and dissect us? Yang Dian chuklet li. Do I look foolish? Given your demeanor, could I possibly be oblivious? As for dissection, there is no need for concern. This isn't the West. With that, Yang Dian continued to munch on the remaining fried dragon, then turned to the two girls. Have you ordered anything to eat? Seeing them shake their heads simultaneously, he promptly stood up. Then let us go. Oh, where to? Noticing their cautious demeanor, Yang Dian surveyed the night market. To a place where we can converse in peace. And thus, they walked in silence, concerned that the two young girls might be frightened. Yang Dian decided against taking them to the police station. Instead, he sought out a nearby, tranquil CAF and requested a private room. Under the envious gaze of the front desk attendant, Yang Dian led the two girls into the chamber and presented another identification. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yang Dian, a Level 3 security officer from the 7th Squad of the 1st Division of the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, Fuzhou Branch. Chen Wenxian excitedly accepted the identification and, after comparing it, her enthusiasm grew as she looked back at Yang Dian. So, the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau is an organization established by the authorities specifically to manage anomalous phenomena, just like the legendary Dragon Team. Yang Dian rubbed his nose, realizing that Chen Wenxian was not merely a naive girl. She possessed a rather fanciful imagination. If you wish to think of it that way, it's not entirely incorrect. Beside them, Chen Wenyang also appeared somewhat thrilled. So, officer, have you undergone an awakening as well? Yang Dian sighed. First of all, I am the same age as you. Both 18. My birthday may even be later than yours, so there is no need to call me uncle. Secondly, awakening is the term used for phenomena associated with animals, plants, insects, parasites, and viruses. What pertains to us, we should refer to it as awakening, an innate gift. With a shift in tone, Yang Dian inquired, could you share what abilities you have awakened? And what is the story behind the little flower and the cockroach you mentioned? Chen Wenyang and Chen Wenxian exchanged glances, and it was Chen Wenxian who eagerly raised her hand to respond. The little flower is our long-haired calico cat, and the stinky cockroach is a gigantic cockroach. My awakened ability is photographic memory. After my awakening, anything I've seen can be recalled in detail if I think back on it. My sister's awakened ability is to conjure fireballs. She nudged Chen Wenyang, urging her, sister, show the officer a fireball. Hearing the term uncle left Yang Dian at a loss for an appropriate expression. Fortunately, not long after, Chen Wenyang rubbed her hands together, manifesting a fireball the size of a fist in her palms, capturing Yang Dian's full attention. Have you tested how large a fireball can be conjured and its destructive capacity? Chen Wenyang shook her head, her face pale. No, I'm afraid of causing a fire. So I haven't tried to see how large I can make it or how powerful it can be. Yang Dian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Let's leave it at that. You may extinguish the fireball now. Chen Wenyang complied, snuffing out the fireball. Then, she took Chen Wenxian's hand, both eagerly looking to Yang Dian for what came next. Seeing this, Yang Dian reflected for a moment before speaking. At this juncture, you both have three options. First, accompany me to the Anomalous Affairs Bureau for registration as awakened individuals. Once registered, your lives will remain unchanged as they were before, provided you do not break the law. Secondly, you will join the 1st Division of the Anomaly Management Bureau, which is the combat unit. He pointed at Chen Wenyang, who was clad in a purple dress, and said, henceforth, you shall be a nationally recognized civil servant, entitled to all the associated benefits. However, while enjoying these rights and privileges, you must also be prepared to face the front line, ready to engage in combat with anomalous creatures, those mutated flora and fauna. After addressing Chen Wenyang, he turned his gaze towards Chen Wenxian, who wore a white dress. As for you, your awakening pertains to brain domain-related talents, beyond possessing a photographic memory. You are likely to develop other related abilities. Should you wish to join the Anomaly Management Bureau, you may enlist in the 3rd Division, which is the Research Institute. Of course, our bureau also has a 2nd Division, which handles information and intelligence. Given your talents, joining the 2nd Division could also be a commendable choice. Chen Wenxian tightened her grip on her sister's hand. Can my sister not join the 2nd or 3rd Division? It is often the case that girls prefer to gravitate towards safer environments. Yang Dian shook his head. I do not know for certain, but it should be possible. In truth, I have only recently joined the Anomaly Management Bureau, and my knowledge of its specifics is rather limited. If you wish to learn more, I can escort you back to the bureau, where my captain can provide you with further details. The two exchanged glances, and then Chen Wenyang spoke. May we return home to consult our parents? Certainly. Yang Dian nodded and continued. Here is the plan. I will first take you home, and while we're at it, I'll check on the little flowers and cockroaches you mentioned. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany my captain to your residence. Should you decide to join the Anomaly Management Bureau, we will bring you to the bureau. If your family has concerns, they are welcome to accompany you. If you choose not to join, we shall simply file your information. Upon hearing this, the two politely bowed their heads to Yang Dian. Thank you, uncle. Yang Dian was speechless. While politeness is commendable, the term uncle is rather difficult to shake off, isn't it? Well, let it be. I suppose being called uncle is not a loss. And by the way, what is the contribution for locating a wild, awakened individual? Depending on the talent and ability, it starts at a baseline of 100. Chapter 29. Superficial. The distance between the two sisters' home and the night market was not far. In just over 10 minutes of walking, Yang Jian and his companions arrived outside their residential complex from CAF near the night market. Standing under the streetlight, his gaze swept over the drowsy security guard in the booth. Suddenly, Yang Jian recalled something. When did you awaken your abilities? Do your parents know? And what about the calico cat and the cockroach? When did you discover their abnormalities? The two sisters exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We awakened this morning. Our parents left for work early, and they're still at the factory, so we haven't had the chance to tell them yet. Then, Chen Wenya added, as for Xiaohua, it was when I was making breakfast this morning that I accidentally conjured a fireball, and Xiaohua came over and extinguished it with a breath. That was when we realized her peculiarity. She can control the wind. After Chen Wenya finished speaking, Chen Wenxian continued. The giant cockroach was something we encountered while cleaning today in the storage room. She shuddered as she recalled. That cockroach was enormous, clinging to the wall like a door, and it frightened us terribly. Because of our own mutations, we were too afraid to call the police and had no choice but to flee outside. Initially, we wanted to bring Xiaohua with us, but she refused to come no matter what, and we couldn't catch her. Fearing the giant cockroach might emerge, we had to leave without her. Chen Wenya then added, before we left a gap in the window. If Xiaohua finds herself in danger, she can surely escape. After listening to their account, Yang Jian hesitated for a moment, but decided to send a message to Lin Mo. When in doubt, seek assistance. While Lin Mo may not possess the physical strength that Yang Jian had, his eagle-eyed talent and exceptional marksmanship were indeed commendable. In a potentially dangerous situation, how could Yang Jian risk venturing alone? Captain, I've discovered 2 wild awakeners outside. It seems they also have 2 anomalous creatures at home. Their residence is at 601, 6th floor, Unit 3, Somli Community, Jinan District. Could you come over? Not long after the message was sent, Yang Jian received Lin Mo's reply. On my way. Lin Mo did not keep Yang Jian waiting for long. 17 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Somli Community in a police vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Mo exit the car and scrutinize the 2 sisters with a probing gaze, Yang Jian confirmed his suspicions. Captain, it's them. He gestured towards the girl in the white dress with twin ponytails. Chen Wenxian, awakened with the ability of photographic memory. Then he pointed to the girl in the purple dress. Chen Wenya, awakened with the ability to control fire. They are twins. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, first offered a warm smile to the girls and then produced a multifunctional detection device, gesturing towards them. Is it all right if I conduct a simple examination? Beep. Welcome to the How multifunctional detector. As the device powered on, the sound echoed, and the girl, who initially appeared tense upon hearing the word check, visibly relaxed, even allowing a faint smile to grace her face. No problem. Observing the shift in demeanor of the 2 girls, Yang Jian couldn't help but glance curiously at the How device in Lin Mo's hand. Indeed, the higher-ups possess remarkable strategies. I had initially thought the name How was somewhat amusing. I didn't expect the higher-ups to think so far ahead. Merely a name can subconsciously ease vigilance and foster closeness. I truly underestimated them. As he pondered this, the detector aimed at Chen Wenxian began its report. Establishing the target's body temperature database. Completed. Beep. The current brain temperature of the target is 49.3°C, while other body parts are within normal range, indicating a suspected awakening of brain-related talents. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Wenxian's expression turned to one of dismay. What? A brain temperature of 49.3 degrees? Why is it so high? Sister, what should I do? Will I be burned into a fool? Seeing Chen Wenxian clutching Chen Wenya's with a look as if she were on the verge of tears, Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Awakening generally refers to the evolution of a specific organ in the body, resulting in extraordinary powers that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend. From a scientific perspective, it means that the organ has mutated post-awakening. Following this mutation, the metabolic rate of the organ accelerates, causing its temperature to rise above that of an average person's organ. Thus, there is no need to fear damaging your brain. Once Yang Jian finished explaining, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. In simpler terms, that's the case. Chen Wenqian blinked. So, what does it mean in more complex terms? Lin Mo blinked back. Kids these days truly dare to ask anything. This inquiry had reached a point where he found himself at a loss for words. In more complex terms, I can't really elaborate. The exact nature of how talents awaken remains an enigma. If you seek the truth within, you may consider joining the research institute. Chen Wenqian nodded, albeit in a bewildered manner. Fearing she might pose other perplexing questions, Lin Mo promptly aimed the detector at Chen Wenya's. Establishing the target's body temperature database. Completed. Beep. The current core temperature of the target's wrist is 53.3°C, while other body parts are within normal range, indicating a suspected awakening of hand-related talents. As a report on the anomalous temperature concluded, Yang Dian glanced at Lin Mo's device with a hint of surprise. He recalled Lin Mo mentioning that the first awakened individual discovered possessed the ability to control fire. However, that individual's evolution involved the heart, where a reservoir for storing fire energy had developed. So, could it be that talents of a similar nature might evolve in different parts? As Yang Dianxi pondered, Chen Wenqian had already grasped Chen Wenya's hand. But Uncle Security, she remarked, the warmth of my sister's hand feels just as it always has. I don't sense any unusual heat. The evolution of her body was concentrated around the core area of her wrist. Lin Mo presented the detection device before the two, gesturing towards the screen. You see, it is this spot, the center of the wrist, where the marrow is located. When not utilizing your innate abilities, only this central point is affected. The rest of the body remains unaltered. Observing the thoughtful nods from the sisters, Lin Mo shifted his tone, adding, "It is now largely confirmed that you have awakened your talents. So, would you consider joining our Anomaly Management Bureau?" Chen Wenqian nodded, then shook her head. "We certainly wish to join, but we must first obtain our parents' consent. Also, is it possible for my sister to refrain from joining the combat team? If she is required to join, our parents will undoubtedly disapprove." Seeing their agreement, Lin Mo's expression softened somewhat. Although they were reluctant to join the combat team, he was pleased to extend an invitation to the Anomaly Management Bureau. After all, their choices mirrored those of most ordinary girls, the majority of whom prefer to avoid frontline combat. Thus, he provided a reassuring response. Of course, that is entirely possible. Chapter 30. Shadows behind the door. Having made arrangements with the two sisters to have their parents accompany them to the Chonglu Public Security Bureau for their induction into the Anomaly Management Division the following morning, the quartet made their way into the depths of the community. As they walked, Lin Mo took the opportunity to confirm pertinent details with them. Aside from knowing that the cockroaches were the size of door panels and that the three-colored cats possessed the ability to manipulate wind. Do you have any additional information? Chen Wenyaz was the first to shake her head. I do not know. Chen Wenqian, with her head bowed in contemplation, raised her hand like an eager elementary student. It seems there are cockroach egg cases in the corner of the storage room. However, those egg cases are rather large, akin to a soda bottle. I am somewhat uncertain about that. Upon hearing this, Yang Dian and Lin Mo exchanged a glance, and Yang Dian was the first to speak. Captain, if those egg cases are indeed that large, could we conclude that the offspring of that mutated cockroach is also mutated? At the very least, in terms of size. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. It can be understood in that manner. Yang Dian suddenly get done. If the offspring of that mutated cockroach can also grow to the size of door panels, wouldn't we be in luck? In response to Lin Mo's puzzled expression, he continued, consider the protein content within cockroaches, which far exceeds that of most organisms. On average, every 100 grams of cockroach contains as much as 65 grams of protein. This is 6 times higher than that of beef and 4 times that of milk. Furthermore, cockroach flesh is rich in various nutrients beneficial to human health, including fats, vitamins, and a multitude of minerals and trace elements. It can enhance human metabolism and bolster immunity. Most crucially, not only are cockroaches easy to rear, but those that are mutated may also possess the potential to pass on their mutation capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's countenance began to pale. You wish to cultivate cockroaches? Yang Dian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it is not that I want to. Just think, if the higher-ups were to discover that there are large cockroaches that can self-generate mutation abilities and possess protein content 6 times that of beef, would they not consider cultivating them? It is worth noting that the energy contained in mutated beast flesh far surpasses that of ordinary food. Lin Mo pondered aloud. They probably might, perhaps, consider establishing a breeding facility for mutated cockroaches? Yang Dian clapped his hands together. Precisely. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Whom are you calling? Professor Shun. As he spoke, Yang Dian provided his reasoning for the call. Brother Sher mentioned during our patrol yesterday that you had previously captured several live mutated beasts. Yet, every time the merits were counted, it was either a guaranteed 1,000 merits or nothing at all. I reasoned that perhaps when the merits were being tallied, no one had emphasized the significance of those live mutated beasts, causing the higher-ups to regard them as mere ordinary mutated beasts. Thus, I thought to myself, this cannot stand. We must actively demonstrate to our superiors the significance of the mutated creatures we have captured. Otherwise, toiling endlessly for a mere minimum reward seems futile, does it not? Lin Mo opened his mouth, intending to inform Yang Dian that his perspective was misguided. Yet, before he could utter a word, the call on Yang Dian's end was already connected. Hello, Professor Shun. Yes, it's me, Yang Dian. No particular reason. We have found another mutated cockroach. It appears that this mutated cockroach has already laid large egg cases, and its offspring are suspected to inherit both the enhanced size and abilities of the mutated cockroach. What? The address? You're coming over now? All right, the address is 601, 6th floor, Unit 3, Sanli Community, Jing'an District. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dian tucked it back into his pocket, while Lin Mo stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. Oh, it's all set. After stretching slightly, Yang Dian turned to Lin Mo and asked, Captain, should we head up first, or wait for Professor Shun and the others to arrive? Should we call the security bureau to set up a perimeter? Lin Mo shook his head in exasperation. You rushed to make a call before we even confirmed if what Xiao Qian saw was indeed an egg case. What if we misjudged? Yang Dian Sruget. If we misjudged, then so be it. After all, we cannot be mistaken about the presence of a mutated cockroach. He then looked back at Lin Mo. So, Captain, shall we go up to verify? With a sigh, Lin Mo conceded, it seems we have no other choice. Just as he led the way into the community, Chun Wenxian, standing nearby, spoke up cheerfully, Uncle Security Officer, if it's confirmed that Xiao Hua is a mutated creature, will you take it away? Seeing Chun Wenxian's reluctant expression, Yang Dian immediately shook his head. Generally, no. We only need to register it. Domesticated pets, having adapted to coexist with humans, typically do not display strong aggression, even if they have mutated into anomalous beings. Except for certain aggressive breeds, our Bureau of Anomalies usually does not forcibly detain them. However, if a domesticated mutated creature causes injury, we will undoubtedly take it into custody and send it to the laboratory, or proceed with euthanasia. Any mutated creature that has harmed someone cannot be allowed to remain. Chun Wenxian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xiao Hua is very obedient. Even if the door is left open, she wouldn't venture out alone, let alone harm anyone. And Uncle Security Officer, what procedures are required for registering Xiao Hua? As they conversed, the distance quickly diminished beneath their feet. Moments later, they entered Unit 3 of the Sanli Community and climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. As Chun Wenxian prepared to open the door, Yang Dian suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Something feels off. He made a shushing gesture and listened intently. Heightened senses allowed Yang Dian to distinctly hear the faint sound of crawling emanating from room 601. It was reminiscent of a serpent slithering through withered grass, evoking a chilling sensation. The cockroaches had likely made their way to the living room. Shivering with goosebumps on his arms, Yang Dian promptly took the key from Chun Wenxian's hand. I will open the door. You all step back, he declared. He then turned to Lin Mo. saying, "Captain, remember to provide fire support." Lin Mo, moved by Yang Dian's serious demeanor, nodded and withdrew his pistol from its holster. Meanwhile, Ye and Qian, the two sisters, had retreated downstairs. Yang Dian advanced slowly, inserting the key into the lock. Creak, the old security door opened gradually with a somewhat jarring sound. A few strands of yellowed light spilled through the crack, illuminating the corridor. As he observed the shadow enveloping him, he noticed the antennae at its apex twitching intermittently. A fragrant exclamation of traditional essence erupted from Yang Dian's lips. "Oh my!" Chapter 31. A grievous scene with a resounding bang of the closing door. The musty scent wafted through the room. Yang Dian, having shut the door, turned to glance at Lin Mo, who bore a similar frown. "Captain, did you see that?" Lin Mo nodded, his tone slightly constrained. "I did." He rubbed his temples, clearly unsettled. Wenya and Wenxian were indeed not mistaken. That was quite the substantial cockroach. Curiously, he inquired, "What prompted you to shut the door so abruptly?" "I felt no sense of threat from that cockroach." "Surely, dealing with it should not pose a challenge for you?" Yang Dian pinched his nose, attempting to dispel the musty odor from his mind. "It's not a matter of whether I can handle it. It's that the cockroach's appearance is grotesque, coupled with its foul stench. It's a form of psychological pollution. I fear that if I gaze at it any longer, I might retch." Lin Mo cast several glances toward the door. "I share that sentiment, especially when I observe the intricate patterns on its carapace." The urge to vomit intensified. Yang Dian pondered, so, aside from its enlarged size, this mutated cockroach possesses the ability to disrupt mental states or affect human hormones. After a moment's thought, he withdrew the remaining high-voltage capture ball from his pocket. "Should I toss the ball now?" Lin Mo interjected, raising a hand to halt him. "Let us wait for Dr. Shun. Although that cockroach is peculiar, it pales in comparison to the second mutated infected creature. I fear the high-voltage net might kill it instantly." Yang Dian, frustrated, rubbed his temples. He returned the capture ball to his pocket and approached the security door once more. "We cannot wait for Professor Shun to arrive before taking action. If we capture the mutated cockroach before they get here, it will be credited to our 7th squad. If we wait, we will only receive acknowledgement for discovering an anomalous creature." As he spoke, just as Yang Dian placed his hand on the key, ready to open the door again, a hurried sound echoed from downstairs. He halted and turned. Before long, Shi Sheng, panting heavily, rushed up the staircase and reached Yang Dian's side. Wait for me. I swear, what on earth? If there is work to be done, why didn't you call me?" Observing Shi Sheng, who was clutching his shoulder and gasping for breath, Yang Dian shrugged helplessly. "Brother Shi, you're stationed too far away in Shangle District. I didn't think to summon you. But your arrival is quite timely. I find myself struggling with that thing inside, so I'll leave it to you now. Lastly, could you refrain from calling me crazy? If you must give me a nickname, at least make it something pleasant." Shi Sheng exhaled a deep breath, and once he regained his composure, he chuckled, "I think this nickname suits you just fine. How endearing is it to shout at a lunatic? When someone asked me to give him a nickname, I couldn't be bothered." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Come on, what kind of creature requires me, Shige, to intervene? I'll deliver it 3 punches." Without uttering a word, Yang Dian turned and opened the door. Seizing the moment before the foul stench of the mutated cockroach could escape, he leaped behind Shi Sheng, exclaiming, "What on earth? What a monstrous creature!" Shi Sheng let out a strange cry, frantically retrieving his ice cannon. "You little rascal, this isn't fair." Amidst the banter, Shi Sheng suppressed his nausea and aimed the cannon at the mutated cockroach, firing 2 resounding blasts. A cascade of icy blue powder erupted from the cannon's muzzle, instantly enveloping the mutated cockroach. As layers of deep blue frost coated its exoskeleton, the frequency of the antennae's tremors diminished. In no time, it was encased in ice, immobilized. Curiously, as the mutated cockroach froze, the noxious odor dissipated, and the stomach acid that had been churning in Yang Dian's throat settled back into his belly. Even though his eyes were fixed on the bizarre patterns on the cockroach's shell, the urge to vomit did not resurface. So, to evoke nausea, mere patterns are insufficient. The accompanying stench is essential. Yang Dian pondered, but Shi Sheng, now beside the frozen creature, began to vocalize his astonishment. Goodness, how does this thing resemble a cockroach? It's enormous. Are you actually suggesting I should send my child to school riding cockroach? Good heavens, there are even larger ones. Get away from me. Don't fly into my face. Yuck. Following the sound, a swarm of cockroaches, each the size of 2 fingers, erupted from the corner of the room, darting around Shisheng in a blur. Witnessing a large cockroach settle on Shisheng's hair and back, Yang Dian shuddered involuntarily. Quite terrifying. Thank goodness you're here, Shige. Otherwise, I would be the one surrounded by cockroaches. Hearing Yang Dian's mutterings, Shisheng was on the verge of madness. Are you still making sarcastic remarks? Hurry and save me. He raised his hand to swat at the cockroach that had landed on his face, preparing to burrow into his nostrils. Spotting the cockroach poised at Shisheng's mouth, ready to invade, Yang Dian's skin crawled even more. Please, Shige, show mercy. These cockroaches are the offspring of the mutated one. Perhaps they have inherited its abilities. If possible, don't kill them. Shisheng trembled like a leaf. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you come in here? Despite the insults. Prompted by Yang Dian's warning, he shifted from a slap to a grab, snatching the cockroach from his mouth and tossing it away. Observing Shisheng's growing panic, Yang Dian scanned the room until his eyes lit upon an old pair of gloves and a snakeskin bag. Don't panic, Shige. I'm coming. He donned the gloves and tightened the snakeskin bag. Taking 2 steps forward, he approached the door. Yes, he did not enter. He is genuinely fearful of cockroaches landing on his head. Brother Sure, I have arrived. Do not panic. As he spoke, Yang Dian's hands remained in motion. Whenever a cockroach flew past him, his gloved right hand would swiftly become a blur, capturing the insect and tossing it into a sack made of snake skin. 1, 2, 3. After a considerable time, having caught 72 cockroaches and ensured that none remained fluttering about the room, Yang Dian cautiously tiptoed into the chamber. He deftly removed a cockroach that had been perched on Shisheng's back, and, after discarding it into the sack, he gazed carefully at Shisheng, inquiring, Brother Sure, are you all right? Shisheng, somewhat despondent, lifted his hand to his nose and took a whiff, subsequently beginning to gag. Ugh, it stinks. I feel unclean. Had I known, I would not have come. Ugh, I wish to die. Captain, I need a break. I need a bath. You must take me to the water cube for a scrubbing. Observing Shisheng's shift from serious to nonsensical after only a few words, Lin Emo silently retracted his expression of concern. If he can still jest, then he must be fine. Xiao Yang, let us first search the room for any remaining mutated cockroach larvae. Also, let us look for Wunya and Wenqian's long-haired calico. With such a commotion, it is possible that it has been devoured by the mutated cockroaches. Chapter 32. The Colorful Three-Flowered Cat. A bounty of merits soon to be acquired. The room lay in disarray. The refrigerator had toppled onto the marble floor, its door ajar, yet there was no trace of food within. The trash can emit sporadic sounds. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several cockroaches, each the size of a thumb, gnawing at a plastic bag. Moreover, evidence of these mutated cockroaches was evident everywhere. On the coffee table, the sofa, the chairs, the dining table, and even the walls. The entire house appeared dilapidated, resembling a long-abandoned dwelling from decades past, save for the absence of dust. In the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, as the interior continued to be ransacked, the number of mutated cockroach larvae in Yang Dian's snakeskin bag increased dramatically. However, he had yet to find the long-haired three-flower cat that the sisters, Ya and Xian, had mentioned. Casting a glance at the window, equipped with a security door, Yang Dian discreetly furrowed his brow. Could have escaped outside? He pondered. I wonder if those mutated cockroach larvae have ventured outdoors. Lost in thought, Yang Dian opened another door. In the next moment, a shadow darted past his feet with a swift whoosh, leaping directly into Chun Wenqian's embrace. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, the long-haired three-flower cat nestled in Chun Wenqian's arms cried out, seemingly expressing its grievances. Yang Dian could not help but marvel at the sight. What a large cat, and the beauty of its fur. Had you dyed it? The sisters exchanged glances before simultaneously shaking their heads. No. After a brief hesitation, Chun Wenqian gently stroked the cat's head and remarked, When we left this morning, little Hua wasn't this big. At that time, it was only the size of 2 palms. Its fur only exhibited 3 colors. If it weren't for its familiar, affectionate demeanor and unchanged antics, I wouldn't dare believe it to be little Hua. As she spoke, she lifted the long-haired 3-flower cat to eye level, shaking it slightly with some effort. Are you my little Hua? How did you grow so plump so suddenly? Retracting his gaze from the long-haired 3-flower cat, Yang Dian exchanged another look with Lin Mo. Captain. Does it appear to you as if it has undergone a secondary mutation? Lin Mo shook his head. For now, we can only say its growth rate is exceedingly rapid. Some animals, upon awakening, do experience changes in fur color. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether it has indeed undergone a secondary mutation. This is not our primary concern. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, the fact that it has expanded from the size of 2 palms to this size in a single day must have a reason behind it. When Qian mentioned that when they attempted to take it with them this morning, it refused to leave. It is likely that there exists something beneficial for it within this room, which is why it hesitated to depart. Yang Dian nodded thoughtfully, then turned to enter the room from which the long-haired 3-flower cat had emerged. Upon illuminating the room, Yang Dian discerned that this space was indeed the storeroom referred to by the 2 sisters. The modest chamber was cluttered with antiquated items, an old television, a vintage computer, a worn desk, and even a rare foot-operated sewing machine, along with a Great Wall brand fan. It seems their parents are quite nostalgic. He mused internally while meticulously searching through the storeroom. To his surprise, although the storeroom was as infested with mutated cockroach larvae as the outside, with gnawing marks evident everywhere, he could not find a single cockroach within. In fact, there were no traces of cockroaches at all, not even a leg. Could they have all been consumed by that fluffy calico? As he pondered, Yang Dian felt he might have overlooked a crucial detail. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze swept over the corner of the wall, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. There were also the egg sacs laid by the mutated cockroaches. What did you say? Yang Dian's voice was too soft for Lin Mo, who had also entered the room, to catch. What was pride? The egg sacs, Yang Dian reiterated, gesturing towards the corner of the wall. When Qian mentioned that the corner of the storeroom contained egg sacs from mutated cockroaches, approximately the size of a soda bottle. Yet, since we entered, we have found neither the larvae nor the egg sacs. Lin Mo returned to the moment, processing Yang Dian's implication. Are you suggesting that the reason that fluffy calico grew so large in a single day is due to consuming the cockroach larvae and egg sacs? Yang Dian shook his head. I am merely speculating, but I cannot ascertain its accuracy. As he spoke, Yang Dian tapped the sewing machine with his fingers, producing a resonant sound. Moreover, I believe we should investigate this room. No, I think we ought to examine this entire building, perhaps even the entire community. In response to Lin Mo's inquisitive gaze, Yang Dian stepped firmly on the ground. In this very house, 2 awakened beings and 2 mutated creatures have come into existence. I am uncertain whether this is the first case since the resurgence of spiritual energy, but I sense that the probability of awakening talents in this place is notably higher. It may warrant a thorough investigation. Lin Mo tilted his head in thought before nodding. You raise a valid point. However, our assertions hold little weight. The relocation of an entire community would require an immense amount of manpower and resources. Tomorrow, I will submit a relevant report. Whether to act upon your suggestion is a matter for higher authorities to deliberate. With that, Lin Mo rummaged through the storeroom once more, confirming the absence of cockroach larvae. He then took his detection device and proceeded to search other rooms with meticulous attention. As time elapsed, approximately half an hour later, Shenfei arrived at the community with the Research Institute's convoy. Upon reaching the 6th floor, before entering the room, he glimpsed through the door at the mutated cockroach encased in ice. Wow, what a gigantic cockroach! After a moment of astonishment, he waved his hand dismissively behind him. In the next instant, a group of researchers clad in protective suits entered in succession, producing various tools to commence an examination of the indoor environment. The air quality was satisfactory, with no traces of viruses or bacteria detected. The temperature stood at a comfortable 26.5°C, conducive to habitation, and equally favorable for the proliferation of cockroaches. They detected a source of peculiar energy fluctuations. No, rather, numerous sources of such energy fluctuations. As he spoke, the researcher who had just begun to address them gazed fervently at the old snakeskin bag in Yang Dian's possession. Are the larvae of those mutated cockroaches contained within that bag? Yang Dian nodded in affirmation. There are a total of 137 mutated cockroach larvae, all within the snakeskin bag. However, we cannot ascertain if there are any stray mutated larvae remaining in the room or if any have managed to escape. We would appreciate your assistance in conducting a thorough inspection. The researcher wiped his hands and reached out to take the bag from Yang Dian. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he gestured to decline. Not just yet. He then pulled out a walkie-talkie. Team 2, please bring a specially designed ambient temperature container up. We have discovered 137 mutated cockroach larvae upstairs, which are of immense experimental value. I repeat, of immense experimental value. After placing the walkie-talkie down, he once again gazed at the snakeskin bag with fervent eyes. Please ensure that you transport those mutated larvae into the ambient temperature container without causing them any harm. A glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. Each intact mutated cockroach larva is a valuable asset. Yang Dian's expression brightened instantly. Even if each mutated larva were valued at merely 1,000 merit points, the 137 he possessed would amount to a staggering 137,000 merit points. Moreover, judging by the researcher's tone, it was evident that the merit value of the mutated larvae would likely exceed 1,000. This is a windfall. Just as Yang Dian reveled in his newfound excitement, a hesitant voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Chapter 33. Unforeseen circumstances. Peering out the door, two middle-aged individuals, approximately in their 40s or 50s, clad in simple attire and bearing a resemblance to the Chen sisters, were apprehended outside. Filled with curiosity, Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenye rushed to the entrance upon hearing their voices. Dad, Mom, what brings you back so early today? The couple exchanged glances with their daughter, and then with the researchers clad in protective gear, momentarily at a loss as to where to place their hands. Old Wang called to inform me that a group of people in protective clothing arrived at our home, suggesting that something serious has occurred. Your mother and I were worried about your safety, so we hurried back. As he spoke, Chen's father pulled Chen Wenye aside, gazing perplexedly towards the interior of the house. What is happening here? Chen Wenye opened her mouth, uncertain of how to begin explaining. Fortunately, Lin Mo, alerted by the commotion, approached them and alleviated her distress. He first presented his credentials to clarify his identity before continuing. Mr. Chen, the situation at your residence is quite complex and cannot be succinctly explained at this moment. How about you accompany me to the station, and we can discuss it in detail. He then glanced back at the house, which had suffered considerable damage from the onslaught of mutated cockroaches. As for your home, we will need to requisition it for a few days. During this time, you may stay with relatives or in a hotel. We will provide a housing allowance of 300 yuan per person per day for your family. Should any damage occur to the property or furnishings during the requisition, we will compensate you at the original value. Chen Defa surveyed the house, contemplating a response. Yet, the words remained unspoken, ultimately transforming into a nod of acceptance. As a mere factory worker, he had no choice in the matter once the authorities had declared their intention to requisition his home. Besides, the compensation offered was considerable, totaling over twice his and his wife's combined wages, amounting to 200 yuan daily for their family of 4. He ought to be satisfied. Seeing Chen Defa acquiesce, Lin Mo signaled to Shi Sheng, who had been retching in the corner. I will take Mr. Chen and his family back to the station for now. There is no immediate concern here, so you can stay behind and keep an eye on things. After instructing Shi Sheng, he turned to Yang Dian. As for you, Xiao Yang, I must trouble you to endure a bit longer. You are our team's strongest asset, and should any trouble arise elsewhere, we will need your assistance. Yang Dian shrugged. Captain, I feel as if you are joking with me. Moreover, I cannot fly. If the distance is too great, I may not make it in time. Then Montauk chuckled lightly. Immediately. The officers at the Public Security Bureau are not idle. With over 300 personnel, they have already apprehended more than 290, leaving only a couple of stragglers still at large. The likelihood of needing reinforcements is minimal. Yang Dian understood the sentiment all too well. He is also able to see the progress of the task. Speaking to Lin Mo in such a manner was merely a jest. I understand, Captain. Should the need for support arise, I shall rush there at the earliest opportunity. The events unfolded as anticipated. Before 11 o'clock in the evening, all cross-infected individuals were completely contained and transported to the 9th Municipal Hospital, which is a psychiatric facility. The infected will undergo craniotomy here to remove the mutated parasites residing in their brains. After receiving the task completion notification, Yang Dian called Lin Mo. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he expressed his need to return home the following day and take a day off. Lin Mo did not decline. Satisfied with his leave, Yang Dian concluded his work and returned to the bustling and lively Ping Shui Street. He briefly waved at a young lady under the pink lights. Upon reaching the entrance of his rented apartment, he gazed at the brand-new door, scratching his head. I still need to ask Uncle Air for the key. He knocked on the brightly lit door next door. After obtaining the key from Uncle Air, they exchanged a few words. They chatted about various trivial matters and lamented the difficulties of work nowadays. After bidding Uncle Air good night, Yang Dian retreated to his room. With a firm push of his feet, he flung himself onto the bed. Embracing the well-worn pillow, he rubbed against it, a hint of contentment crossing his face. Indeed, there is nothing more comfortable than a bed. After lounging for a while, he turned over to gaze at the ceiling. The light and shadow danced upon his retina, revealing a pale blue panel that had become considerably richer than before in Yang Dian's view. Martial arts, dragon claw hand, bronze muscles and iron bones, 0. 32. Unity of man and nature. Not yet learned, can consume 695 energy to begin. Iron cloth shirt. Not yet learned, can consume 17 energy to begin. Grass flying. Not yet learned, can consume 3 energy to begin. Hun Yuan force. Not yet learned, can consume 131 energy to begin. Energy, 399. 5. For close combat, there is the dragon claw hand, while the unity of man and nature aids in cultivating vitality. The iron cloth shirt is for armor stacking, grass flying for swift escapes, and Hun Yuan force to harness explosive power. Once the merits are credited, I shall select a sword or knife technique, alongside a lightness skill for agile maneuvers. In terms of martial arts, I am nearly fully equipped. Contemplating this, Yang Dian also touched the firearm holstered on his thigh. Additionally, I must practice my marksmanship. After all, within 7 steps, the gun is swift, and even more so, is both quick and precise at close range. After briefly examining any gaps, Yang Dian redirected his focus to the iron cloth shirt. As the thought of learning it crossed his mind, his energy instantly diminished by 17 points. Simultaneously, an inexplicable insight surged within Yang Dian, causing him to momentarily appear dazed. So that is how it is. After a while, once the insight was fully absorbed, Yang Dian pinched his arm. At the very moment he did so, the energy displayed on the panel decreased by 0.01 points. Under the premise of relying solely on energy cultivation, the first characteristic of the iron cloth shirt requires 100 points of energy. That's quite a lot. Yet it does possess its advantages. After simplification, one merely needs to massage the body to expend energy and fortify the corresponding areas, thus sparing oneself the torment of flesh and skin. Does that not equate to reinforcing the iron cloth shirt? After all, ordinary individuals would not dare to practice in areas such as the eyes. Contemplating this, Yang Dian reached out to probe further. Alas, to avoid leaving any vulnerabilities in the iron cloth shirt, the jade-faced little white dragon must once again emerge into the world. As thoughts drifted, Yang Dian's gaze fell upon the grass-running technique. With a mere thought, an inexplicable epiphany surged within him, as if the goddess of knowledge had opened her embrace, granting him unfettered access to her treasures. The sensation was so exquisite that it defied description. He realized that mastering grass running took significantly less time than the iron cloth shirt. Yang Dian dedicated 17 minutes to the iron cloth shirt, yet only 3 minutes sufficed for grass running. Speaking of which, when I first learned the dragon claw technique, It seemed to take 7 minutes. So, 1 point of energy corresponds to 1 minute of enlightenment. His peripheral vision swept across the panel. His pupils constricted slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Technique. Iron cloth shirt, 001. Grass running, 000. Hunyuan power, not yet initiated. Requires 129 points of energy to begin. On the panel, both iron cloth shirt and grass running were in a state of novice cultivation experience. This was certainly accurate. However, what astonished Yang Dian was the Hunyuan power. He had not engaged in any activity, yet the energy required to learn Hunyuan power had decreased by 2 points. No, it's not that I did nothing. I just spent 3 points of energy to master grass running and acquired considerable knowledge regarding leg power and the rhythm of breathing while running. Thus, a portion of this knowledge can also be effective in Hunyuan power. While marveling at the external aid of humanization, Yang Dian rose and made his way to the cramped bathroom. He had learned all that needed to be learned. The cultivation experience could wait until tomorrow. After a long day, the primary task now was to freshen up. Then, it would be time for a deep slumber. Chapter 34, Speeding at 70 miles. The following morning, after an invigorating session of martial arts, Yang Dian rose early once again. He drew back the curtains and stretched lazily towards the sun, which had also just begun its ascent. After freshening up, Yang Dian donned his athletic attire. Indeed, he had resolved to jog home. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, he might not have entertained such an idea before 11 o'clock. However, having mastered the technique of grass flying, and understanding that merely walking and adjusting his posture and breathing rate while running could facilitate this skill, he decided today would be the day he jogged home. Gaining the first entry for grass flying required merely 16 points of energy, a consumption even lesser than that needed to learn the iron shirt technique. With that in mind, and in anticipation of potential dangers ahead, Yang Dian was determined not to be frugal with his efforts. He would first obtain that initial entry. As usual, he indulged in a breakfast meant for 3 at the local eatery. Just as he was about to settle the bill, he suddenly noticed something and glanced around. "Boss, where is your daughter?" Yang Dian favored this unassuming breakfast shop, which lacked even a sign, for good reason. Firstly, the food was undeniably delicious and generously portioned. Secondly, it was undoubtedly due to the boss's enchanting daughter. The appeal of food is often intertwined with desire. Although he had no intentions of pursuing a relationship with the boss's daughter, having a charming girl bustling about while he enjoyed his meal undeniably enhanced his dining experience. The breakfast shop owner, appearing more taciturn than usual, paused momentarily upon hearing his inquiry. Subsequently, he resumed his previous task of preparing glutinous rice for the customers. "She has been feeling unwell these past couple of days, so I allowed her to rest at home." Yang Dian nodded in agreement. Indeed, running a breakfast stall is no easy feat. Rising at 4 or 5 in the morning, while it's still dark, must be quite taxing. Adults struggle with it, let alone a young girl like your daughter. To be honest, it's quite impressive that she has been able to assist you for so long. If she's unwell, it would be wise to let her rest a few more days. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he settled the bill and took a leisurely 30-minute stroll to aid digestion. Once his stomach felt lighter, he activated the navigation he had prepared earlier. The walking navigation indicated a distance of 25 kilometers, traversing along a national highway, cautioning him about the presence of passing freight trucks. Proceed straight ahead. Indeed, there were quite a few large trucks on the national highway. He would need to exercise caution. His current physique was not robust enough to withstand a collision with a dump truck. After performing several chest expansion exercises and a few jumps, Yang Dian felt adequately warmed up. With his body slightly inclined forward, he assumed a running position. How did grass flying instruct? When running, one should engage the gluteal and hamstring muscles to propel the body forward. The arms should naturally bend, rhythmically swinging in sync with the legs. The feet should land using either the whole foot or the forefoot, avoiding excessive heel impact on the ground. As for the running technique, a quick, short stride approach was advised. As the stride lengthens, the impact intensifies. The optimal cadence should ideally range between 3 to 5 steps per second. Admittedly, a frequency of 3 to 5 steps per second is rather brisk, nearly akin to a sprinting pace. Furthermore, breathing techniques vary with running cadence. At a lower frequency, one should inhale every 2 steps. When running a lower frequency, inhalation occurs through the nose, while exhalation should be executed through both the mouth and nose. Conversely, at a higher cadence, one should inhale every 2 steps and exhale the breath taken into the lungs within the span of a single step. When operating at a high frequency, simultaneous breathing through both the mouth and nose is essential. However, we do not live in ancient times. With a plethora of vehicular exhaust on the roads, employing both mouth and nose for breathing could lead to inflammation of the tonsils post-run. Nevertheless, after rigorous training in martial arts, my physical resilience has undoubtedly increased manifold. Surely I can withstand the automobile fumes, right? Reflecting upon the contents documented in Flying Over the Grass, I confirmed my understanding before Dian took the initiative to step forward with his left foot. Initially, due to some lack of coordination in his muscles, despite knowing how to exert force, Dian's running appeared rather unsteady. Yet, as energy began to deplete on the display, his body instinctively adapted to the running posture and breathing rhythm of Flying Over the Grass. From those initial awkward strides, he gradually transitioned to a more fluid motion. Upon completing 20 kilometers and arriving at a slight incline where he could discern the familiar homestead in the distance, Dian had fully acclimated to the running style of Flying Over the Grass. From here to home is roughly 500 meters. Let me see how fast I can complete those 500 meters. With this thought, Dian leaned forward, grasping his phone in hand. As he activated the timer on his phone, he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. In the next instant, he created a gust of wind, transforming into a shadow as he dashed into Taoyuan village. At the village entrance, under the shade of a large tree, Yang Guisong, holding a piece from the red car chest set, patted his graying hair and glanced around with a bemused expression. Opposite him sat Yang Guodong, whose similarly graying hair was even sparser than Yang Guisong's. Unable to contain himself, he rapped on the chessboard. "What are you doing? Why are you looking around? Are you contemplating a regretful move or plotting to steal a piece?" With a serious demeanor, Yang Guisong replied, "Old Dong, did you not just sense a large black shadow dart past us?" He ran his fingers through his hair, adding, "You see, my hair was just fluttering." Yang Guodong swatted away Yang Guisong's hand as it stealthily reached for the chessboard. "Your hair fluttering? I believe your mind is the one that's wandering. If you keep playing tricks, I'll find someone else to play chess with." Unaware of the amusing exchange between the two elderly gentlemen at the village entrance, Dian halted outside his yard, panting heavily. Resting one hand on his knee, he pressed the pause button on his phone. Upon glancing at the displayed time, a hint of joy spread across his face. 17.2 seconds. Running 500 meters in merely 17.2 seconds is an astonishing feat, translating to a velocity exceeding 29 meters per second, with a speed surpassing 100 kilometers per hour. Even accounting for the advantageous slope and the fact that the final stretch was a sprint, such performance remains extraordinary. Moreover, considering his current physical condition, Dian speculates that maintaining a pace of 80 kilometers within an hour would pose no significant challenge for him. Upon glancing at the progress bar behind Grass on the Fly, he notes it has reached 28. Approximately 1 kilometer yields a 1 increase in proficiency. He muses, "With a bit of effort, I could complete it today." He wonders how much his running speed would enhance after acquiring a new trait. Filled with anticipation, he adjusts his breathing and gazes at the gate ahead of him. But there is no rush, he reassures himself. With a gentle grip on the blue lotus seeds tucked in his pocket, Dian exhales slowly. "First, I shall return home and prepare the blue lotus seeds." With that thought, he straightens up and pushes open the partially ajar wooden door. Chapter 35. Homecoming. Plum blossoms in bloom. With a creaking sound, the wooden door swung open. A cacophony of barks erupted from the yard, as if orchestrated by a conductor's baton. At the sound, the chickens, ducks, and geese in the corner of the yard joined in the clamor, transforming the once tranquil space into a lively hubbub. Hearing the commotion outside, Yang's mother pushed open the grand door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dian standing at the entrance. After rubbing her eyes to confirm her sight, a smile spread across her face. Yet, despite her joy, her words were sharp. "Oh, look who finally decided to come back. After being away for so long, you couldn't even send a word of reassurance. I thought you might have perished out there. Young Dian chuklet, mater. I call you every 3 days and often send you messages. How can you say I haven't kept you informed? As he spoke, he produced a glass bottle containing blue lotus seeds, shaking it towards May. By the way, Mother, I brought you a special treat for my travels. Just add 3 liters of water to a pressure cooker, boil it for 3 hours, and the broth will help regulate your digestion. It works wonders. May, her face beaming with delight, hurried over to take the glass bottle from young Dian's hands. Well, I suppose this ungrateful child has shown some thoughtfulness, remembering to bring me a local specialty. She examined the bottle under the sun, inquiring, how is this consumed? Just boiled in water? Should it be taken before or after meals? She kicked at the little yellow dog wagging its tail against her pant leg. Yang Dian led his mother into the house. Just boil it in the pressure cooker. It's best consumed on an empty stomach. He glanced around, asking, where's Dad? Has he gone to work or fishing? Yang's mother curled her lip. He's gone fishing. He left early this morning, even before dawn, claiming he wanted to catch a big catfish to nourish you. Can you believe that? With his skills, if he manages to catch anything at all, it'll be a small bait fish, not a catfish. If he returns with one, you can bet he bought it at the market. As Yang's mother grumbled, they entered the living room. Just as they stepped into the space, Yang Dian spotted Yang Lele, clad in dinosaur pajamas, peering for the corner of the staircase. The little girl froze for a moment upon seeing Yang Dian, then rubbed her eyes vigorously. Brother? Yang Dian chuckled at her astonished expression. What's this? You don't recognize your own brother? Yang Lele opened her mouth in surprise, then quickly closed it, darting down the stairs. She charged at Yang Dian, crashing her head into his chest. You big liar. You said you'd be back by noon, and I was supposed to pick you up at the station. You tricked me. As she spoke, she continued to bump her head against his chest. After several playful nudges, she paused, noticing something unusual. Brother, did you stuff steel plates in your chest? Why is it so hard? As her words faded, she raised her hand and gestured towards Yang Dian. Moreover, why do I feel like you've grown taller? Yang Dian playfully pinched her nose. Your brother is only 18. How did he not grow? He then pointed his thumb at Yang Lele's head. Yet you seem to have hardly grown this year, haven't you? Our parents and I are certainly not short. How is it that you inherited none of that, standing just over 1.50 meters, not even reaching 1.55 meters? Are you insufferable older brother? I'll bite you. Wait, are you a dog? Are you really going to bite? After a playful tussle with Yang Lele, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare some blue lotus seeds. After setting the alarm, Yang Dian had yet to share any details regarding martial arts with the family when Yang Lele, with a mysterious expression, linked her arm with his and led him towards her room. Come with me, I have a surprise for you. Yang Dian was slightly puzzled. You? Preparing a surprise for me? What surprise? Are you going to top up my account with 648? Upon entering the room, Yang Lele paused, cheered, and dashed to her bed to grab her phone, opening Genshin Impact. Wrong guess, you must pay me 648 as a penalty. Yang Dian was both amused and exasperated. All right, I'll do it, but just this once. Next time you want to top up for a game, you should work at a milk tea shop to earn the money. Yang Lele immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Oh, the universe's most wonderful brother. Can you really bear to see your beloved sister, adored by all, toil at a milk tea shop from dawn till dusk? Seeing her exaggerated demeanor, Yang Dian reached out and gently poked her head. Don't try to play the victim with me. I'm not falling for that. Yang Lele dropped her pitiful act and grinned foolishly at her phone. I don't care. I know this trick works on you. Young Dian, resigned to the antics of his little sister, sighed and plopped down onto her bed. He casually picked up a dinosaur plush toy and playfully punched it a couple of times before turning his curious gaze back to Yang Lele. So, where's the surprise? Yang Lele set down her phone, tiptoed to the door, and peeked outside like a thief. Once she confirmed that their mother had gone to the yard to feed the chickens, she hopped excitedly to her desk and retrieved a transparent glass jar from the drawer. Ding, 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 here it is. As Yang Dian observed the petals of plum blossoms within the jar, he instinctively stood up and walked to the window to glance downstairs. The plum tree in the backyard is ballooned? In their backyard stood a plum tree of unknown variety. planted by a distant ancestor of the Yang family. Its age was uncertain, possibly several hundred years, yet it had never blossomed. In his childhood, Yang Dian often bet with Yang Lele on whether the tree would bloom that year. Yang Lele, who always chose to believe the tree would flower, had never won. Consequently, all her New Year's money ended up in Yang Dian's pocket. If the plum tree in the backyard is blossoming and Lele treasures it like a gem, it is hardly surprising. After all, this pertains to the distribution of their pocket money for the year. Just as Yang Dian was lost in thought, Yang Lele extracted her phone and sent him a photograph. The image depicted the plum tree downstairs, adorned with an array of blossoms in vibrant colors. After centuries of dormancy, it chose to bloom in the sweltering heat, and the blossoms were a kaleidoscope of hues. Young Lele, surely you haven't manipulated this image to deceive me? With a glass bottle thrust into Yang Dian's hand, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "You don't believe me, dear brother?" "Of course I believe," he replied dismissively, but then his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Isn't there a variety of colors in the photograph? Why, then, does the glass bottle contain only purple blossoms? Produce the other flowers? I wish to see them." Chapter 36, the second rare treasure of heaven and earth, the nine-colored plum blossom. Upon hearing Yang Dian mention this matter, Yang Lele's expression instantly shifted, and she lowered her head uneasily, saying, "Well, I ate those plum blossoms." Yang Dian was taken aback. "You ate them?" He reached out to touch Yang Lele's forehead. After confirming she had no fever, he looked puzzled. "I've taken you to see plum blossoms before, and you never mentioned wanting to eat them. When did you develop this peculiar craving?" Yang Lele pouted. "I do not have a peculiar craving. I don't even know why, but when I saw those plum blossoms, I instinctively wanted to consume them. It wasn't just me. Da Huang, Xiao Huang, and even the chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard all crazily wanted to eat the plum blossoms. Not to mention the many little birds. And even an eagle landed on the plum tree, competing with me for the blossoms." As she spoke, Yang Lele raised her small fist and playfully struck Yang Dian's chest. "You rotten brother. I barely managed to resist eating all the plum blossoms, waiting for you to come back so I could share them with you. How dare you say I have a peculiar craving? I'll beat you up." She continued to pound her little fists against herself. Yang Dian, Somelha Dazed, lifted the glass bottle to his head, aligning his gaze with the plum blossoms inside. The peculiar events that had befallen Yang Lele had also occurred to him just days prior. He had, in a manner akin to having a peculiar craving, consumed a golden cicada. However, he later learned from Lin Mo that it was not a peculiar craving. His instinctual desire to eat the cicada stemmed from its status as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, which inherently provoked a desire to consume it upon first sight. So, is this plum blossom also a rare treasure of heaven and earth? But that doesn't seem right. Isn't it said that any rare treasure of heaven and earth would invoke an instinctual desire to consume it? Perhaps sensing Yang Dian's confusion, Yang Lele seized her playful assault on his chest. "Brother, you must open the bottle to truly experience what I felt back then." Glancing down at Yang Lele, Yang Dian complied and removed the cork. In the next moment, a wave of captivating fragrance wafted from the bottle's opening. As the aroma reached his brain, an indescribable yearning surged within him upon looking at the purple plum blossoms again. "Eat it," experiencing the same sensation he felt upon seeing the golden cicada. Yang Dian took a deep breath and promptly replaced the cork to seal the bottle. Yang Lele, observing the slight tremor in Yang Dian's body, swallowed hard and chuckled. "Hee, you criticize me, but don't you also want to eat this plum blossom?" Seeing Yang Dian silent, she continued, "Brother, let me tell you, this plum blossom is incredibly delicious. It melts in your mouth and leaves a sweet aftertaste. After eating it, one feels invigorated and the mind operates exceptionally quickly. Many things I previously struggled to learn suddenly became easy after tasting the plum blossom." Yang Dian remained unresponsive and unable to contain her restlessness. She reached out and poked him in the lower back. "Brother, it's been several days since your novel was last updated. Are you out of inspiration? Why not just eat a plum blossom? Once you do, your creativity will surely flourish. And when you receive your payment, remember to generously gift me a few 648s. After a moment of silence, Yang Dian finally released the glass bottle he had been tightly gripping and handed it to Yang Lele. Do you know what this is? Didn't I mention it? This is the plum blossom that bloomed on the tree in our backyard. At that moment, Yang Lele suddenly recalled something and looked up at her brother, whose expression had grown somewhat serious. Brother, do you know why I had the idea of eating the plum blossom? Observing the mix of curiosity, concern, and confusion in his sister's eyes, Yang Dian exhaled deeply. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. He pulled out the cork once again and took a petal from the bottle, placing it in his mouth. As it dissolved into a refreshing essence that began to nourish his body, he watched the energy on the panel increase by 0.1 points per second. Yang Dian reiterated, "It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth." Yang Lele blinked, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by a rare treasure of heaven and earth? Anything can be a rare treasure of heaven and earth. He recorked the glass bottle and turned to gaze at the 3-meter-high plum tree in the backyard. His eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. As long as it instills a primal desire to consume and has a positive effect on the human body after consumption, it qualifies as a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Such treasures can enhance physical fitness, mend bodily injuries, and even— He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yang Lele, whose mouth was slightly agape, even grant longevity and awaken latent talents. Yang Lele stood on her tiptoes and touched her brother's forehead. Brother, you're not feverish, so why are you spouting nonsense? What you're saying sounds just like something from your novels. Rare treasures of heaven and earth, awakening talents? Or could such things possibly exist in reality? Are you trying to trick me? Right? Setting the glass bottle down on the bed, Yang Dian pushed aside Yang Lele's hands that were shaking his arm. Trick you? He retorted, then extended his hand toward her desk. In an instant, his arm transformed, becoming a deep purple hue as flesh and blood vanished to reveal jagged bones beneath. As his fingers flexed, sinewy tendons coiled around the bones like a dragon, and he gently grasped the corner of the wooden desk. With ease, he crushed it as if it were a mere cake. Tossing the broken piece onto the table, he returned to his normal hand, allowing the flesh to regenerate, and then turned back to the wide-eyed Yang Lele. Now, do you still think I'm trying to trick you? Yang Lele supported her chin with her palm, manually shutting her mouth. No way, this must be a dream, right? Am I dreaming? Chapter 37 Speculations about the higher UPS. With a playful gesture, he delivered a light slap to Yang Lele's head. As she cradled her head in pain, Yang Dian chuckled. Still dreaming, are we? Humph, you old rascal, always picking on me. Yang Lele shot him a glare, then grasped his hand, examining it from all angles. Brother, how did your hand transform into that? Is that your awakened talent? How did you awaken it? How do you know so much? I also consumed the plum blossom. Why have I not awakened? Is it because I didn't eat enough? Seeing Yang Lele transform into a whirlwind of questions, her gaze darting toward the glass jar containing the plum blossoms on the bed, Yang Dian sighed, raising his hands in exasperation. I awakened before consuming the extraordinary treasures. I only learned about them after joining the Anomaly Management Bureau. The Anomaly Management Bureau, Yang Lele exclaimed, "Her excitement palpable." Is it like the dragon group from novels? Yang Dian pulled her cheeks to signal her to quiet down and began to methodically address her inquiries. First, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, everyone has a chance to awaken a talent. Previously, the probability was 1 in 10,000, but it has been increasing. Second, the Anomaly Management Bureau, in full, is the Bureau for the Management of Abnormal Affairs, established to handle unusual events and safeguard the safety of ordinary citizens. Abnormal events include, but are not limited to, awakened individuals causing chaos and mutated creatures attacking people. Thirdly, the changes in my palm just now occur because I practice the Dragon Claw technique. Anyone who masters the Dragon Claw should be able to control such transformations freely. Lastly, extraordinary treasures are exceptionally rare. If they could be purchased with money, I believe wealthy individuals would not hesitate to spend 9 or even 10 figures to acquire them. Moreover, you must understand that here, extraordinary treasures refer to those that, once consumed, are gone. Thinking of the plum tree in the backyard, Yang Dian instinctively swallowed hard. If that plum tree were to bloom again, and its blossoms were indeed extraordinary treasures, their value would be incalculable. If this world were a realm of fantasy and cultivation, there would be no doubt that a plum tree capable of producing such rare blossoms would become the heritage of noble families, potentially even igniting a widespread conflict. Yet here, in Blue Star, the reality was different. The odds were stacked against him. If news of the plum tree were to spread, it would undoubtedly be seized by the higher-ups. People are inherently selfish, and Yang Dian was no exception. Naturally, he would not foolishly report it or disclose it to others. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced back at Yang Lei, only to find her counting on her fingers on the bed. "What are you doing?" he asked. With a silly grin, Yang Lei replied, "I'm counting how much money I could have with 10 digits. Yang Dian, exasperatet, legally taped hair foriad. Are you out of your mind? Are you truly preparing to sell the plum blossoms?" One must understand that while an ordinary man may be innocent, possessing precious treasures can be a grave misfortune. Should others discover that my family's backyard harbors a plum tree capable of yielding extraordinary wonders, it would not be long before new graves sprout upon the mountainside. In a few years, the grass upon our graves could reach 9 feet. This is due to the entire clan being silenced, leaving no one to tend to our resting places. Yang Lei gently bumped her head against Yang Dian's. "Brother, do you really think I am foolish? I was merely counting. How could I truly consider selling it? Let me tell you, aside from the efficacy of these plum blossoms, I have not even mentioned it to our parents. Not even to you. I care for you, don't I?" Seeing the eager expression on Yang Lei's face, Yang Dian could not help but stretch out his hands and tug at her cheeks. "Consider it a testament to my affection for you. You big oaf. Do not pull my face, you're making it round." The two continued their playful banter until they accidentally knocked a glass bottle containing the plum blossoms against the bedpost, producing a soft thud that brought their antics to a halt. They gazed at the bottle in a daze. After a prolonged silence, Yang Lei suddenly asked, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Though still young, Yang Lei possessed a quick wit. From Yang Dian's fragmented words, she sensed that the world harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. This world is far more perilous than she had ever imagined. Ultimately, she was but a little girl. Upon realizing the lurking dangers, she instinctively sought reassurance from her closest companion. "If we encounter peril in the future, you will protect me, right?" Gently patting Yang Lei's head, Yang Dian nodded with certainty. Of course. After responding, he descended the stairs to retrieve his backpack. In the midst of Yang Lei's curious gaze, he extracted 4 books and a video player from the bag. The Unity of Heaven and Man, Dragon Claw Technique, Grass Flying, and Iron Cloth Shirt. After reciting the titles of the 4 books, Yang Lei looked at Yang Dian with a glimmer of anticipation. "Brother, will you teach me martial arts?" Yang Dian nodded and picked up Dragon Claw Technique and Iron Cloth Shirt. "Let us first examine these 2. Yang Lei glanced through the manuals for a moment, then displayed a troubled expression. "Brother, may I see those 2? She pointed to the Unity of Heaven and Man and Grass Flying. The 16-year-old girl, who had never endured hardship, would wince at the slightest bruise. How could she possibly train in rigorous techniques that require self-harm without having faced any life-threatening crises? Yang Dian had no intention of forcing her to practice Dragon Claw Technique and Iron Cloth Shirt. A fruit that is forced is never sweet. Rather than having her squander time in training, it was better to allow her to choose what she preferred from the outset. Thus, they would examine these 2. Yang Lei took the Unity of Heaven and Man and Grass Flying in hand and flipped through them. Moments later, she shook the 2 books in her hands, her face alight with expectation. "Brother, these 2 suit me. May I practice these?" Yang Dian nodded. "Of course, you may. Grass flying is a lightness skill. Although it is referred to as lightness skill, it is primarily about the technique of exerting force while running and adjusting one's breathing rhythm. With a little practice, one can master it. However, the Unity of Man and Nature technique requires diligent practice. This particular skill was acquired by me from the Bureau of Anomalies, and if it were to be exchanged for merit points, it would require 1,000 points." Yang Lei blinked her eyes in curiosity. "Is 1,000 merit points a lot?" Yang Dian pondered, first nodding, then shaking his head. "In relative terms, yes, for I earn merely 10 merit points a month. In terms of scarcity, it is less so. I have completed several tasks recently. Once the tasks are settled in a few days, I should be able to secure several tens of thousands of merit points. At the very least, young Lele, feeling justified, clutched the 2 books to her chest. Then I can rest assured in relying on my elder brother. After a hearty chuckle, she inquired with curiosity, "But elder brother, is it truly acceptable for you to let me practice the martial arts manuals from your bureau?" Young Dian, reclining on the bed, nodded. "Yes, I have inquired and received confirmation." Recalling the firefly infection incident investigation report he received not long ago, Yang Jian continued, "The resurgence of spiritual energy is a global phenomenon. Abroad, the same resurgence is taking place. Our neighboring countries, with their persistent schemes against our great nation, have not ceased their disruptive antics. It is likely that the higher-ups intend to promote martial arts among the populace, but due to insufficient resources, they have yet to implement this initiative. Allowing us to disseminate this knowledge likely signifies their desire for us to teach you directly, facilitating localized and targeted promotion." Chapter 38. Is there really martial arts? Joyful moments are often fleeting. It seems that in the blink of an eye, the sun has ascended to its zenith, marking the arrival of lunchtime. With the roar of an engine coming to a halt in the courtyard, the voice of Yang's mother calls out from downstairs, "Time to eat." As Yang Jian steps out of his room, he has yet to reach the staircase when he hears the sound of laughter from his mother in the yard. "Oh, did you really catch a big catfish? That size must weigh at least 20 or 30 pounds. Yang's father's voice carries a hint of pride. "Of course. I weighed it, 23 pounds and 6 ounces. Yang's mother, realizing the weight, calculates. At $16 a pound, 23 pounds amounts to $360 after rounding off. Yang's father is taken aback. "How did you know that?" "You left the family payment app open." Yang's mother pulls out her phone, which clearly displays that she made a payment of $360 17 minutes ago. "Did you go shopping again this morning?" This remark leaves old Yang feeling downcast for 3 days. "Mom, don't criticize Dad." Yang Lele interjects, unusually defending his father. Although Dad spent money frivolously, his intentions were good. At least he knew to buy a big catfish for us. Just as old Yang is about to praise Yang Lele, he instinctively pats his forehead. You would have been better off saying nothing. Amidst the laughter, they carry the large catfish into the house. Just as they approach the entrance, old Yang sniffs the air, turning his head towards the kitchen. "What is that smell? It's a bit strange, reminiscent of fermented oranges, but more pleasant. What delicious dish are you making?" Yang Jian glances in surprise at his father. Old Yang's sense of smell seems to be sharper than his own. The unusual scent he detects is, in fact, the aroma of blue lotus seeds being pressure cooked. However, this fragrance is quite subtle. Even he must lean in closely to catch a whiff. On another note, old Yang's nose does appear rounder and redder than before. From a distance, it resembles the nose of a clown from a circus. Could it be that he has awakened? That seems unlikely. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the family enters the kitchen. Upon opening the pressure cooker, a plume of scalding steam rises, and the fruity aroma, akin to that of fruit wine, becomes even more pronounced. Yang Yong peers curiously into the pressure cooker, then furrows his brow deeply. Is this even edible? Hearing this, Yang Jian also looks into the pot. The next moment, he is met with a striking blue lotus seed soup that appears to shimmer as if infused with radiation. Staring at the lotus seed soup, Yang Jian instinctively rubs his nose. Were it not for the assurance that blue lotus seeds are indeed meant to be consumed in this manner, he would hesitate to drink this soup based solely on its appearance. "Rest assured, Dad, I wouldn't harm you. This is something I acquired through special channels. Most people lack the fortune to savor this delicacy." Yang Yong smacked his lips, reconfirming, "Is it truly edible?" Yang Dian nodded affirmatively, picking up a measuring cup from the side, declaring, "This is indeed a treasure. An average person can indulge in it only once a year, and the intake should not exceed 300 milliliters at a time." He scooped out lotus seed soup from the pressure cooker. After carefully pouring 290 milliliters into a bowl, he eagerly handed it to Yang Yong, saying, "Dad, here, can I really drink this?" Yang Yong murmured, testing the temperature with his lips. Once satisfied, he glanced at his attentive eldest son and then at his wife and daughter nearby. Finally, steeling himself, he closed his eyes and tilted his head back, gulping down the lotus seed soup. The flavor was a delightful blend of sour and sweet. Just as he savored it, he noticed his eldest son taking the bowl from his hands. Before he could inquire about the source of this concoction or warn against excessive consumption, he felt his stomach churning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Yong quickly tightened his glute muscles and dashed toward the restroom, shouting, "The soup is poisonous. Don't drink it." Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed, prompting Hime and Yang Lele to simultaneously direct their gazes at Yang Dian. Yang Dian shrugged and approached the sink to wash the dishes, explaining, "The blue lotus seed soup is designed to regulate the gastrointestinal system. It first expels toxins from the body, then balances the gut flora, ultimately achieving gastrointestinal harmony. By the way, the expelled toxins include a portion of melanin, which is akin to skin whitening. When that emerges, you may observe the results." Upon hearing that the lotus seed soup had whitening effects, both mother and daughter's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it really effective for whitening? Such a remarkable substance can only be consumed once a year? After washing the dishes, Yang Dian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it does have whitening effects. For an ordinary person, it can truly be consumed only once a year. Noticing Yang Dian's repeated reference to ordinary people, Yang Mu subtly furrowed her brow. She was not naive. Yang Dian had emphasized certain terms he typically wouldn't use, and she certainly took note of it. Observing her mother's puzzled expression, Yang Dian discreetly signaled to Yang Lele. In a flurry of footsteps, Yang Lele raced upstairs. When she returned, she proudly held a book titled The Unity of Heaven and Man. Hime was met with a cascade of question marks upon seeing her daughter present the tome as if it were a treasure. Accepting the manual, she hesitated and glanced at Yang Dian, asking, "Martial arts?" Yang Dian confirmed with a nod, "Yes, it is indeed martial arts." As he spoke, he reached for a porcelain bowl resting on the counter and flicked it with his finger. With a crisp sound, the freshly washed bowl split into two. Turning to see his mother's eyes widen in astonishment, Yang Dian picked up the smaller half of the bowl, cradling it in his palm. As the thought flickered, his palm transformed once more into a hue of violet and azure. With a gentle friction of his hands, the porcelain bowl shattered with a crisp crack, disintegrating into fine powder that gracefully cascaded into the waste bin. After reducing half of the bowl to dust, Yang Dian reverted his hands to their original state, brushing off the remnants of powder and glancing at his mother, saying, "This is the essence of martial arts." He may observed Yang Dian's hands, then the ceramic dust that lay scattered across the floor, before her gaze settled upon the remaining half of the bowl on the table. "Aproating Yang Dian." She playfully tapped the back of his head, remarking, "Martial arts indeed. Do you think I could doubt you? What were you thinking, shattering the bowl? Do you believe bowls are free? Look at your prowess." After a couple of grumbles, she tightened her grip on the unity of heaven and man technique, questioning, "Is there truly martial prowess at play?" Chapter 39. The Scale of the Heart. Is there truly martial prowess? Moments later, in the living room, Yang Yong observed his son, Yang Dian, who effortlessly ground the remaining half of a porcelain bowl into powder with his hands. Unable to resist, he patted his seemingly shrunken belly. "So, have you become a master of martial arts?" The mother and daughter, who had been scrutinizing Yang Yong's noticeably pale skin, finally shifted their attention away from him to Yang Dian. Yang Dian shrugged. "For an ordinary person, I can confidently call myself a master now. However, compared to those seasoned martial arts grandmasters, I am merely a large grasshopper." Yang Yong rubbed his hands together. Can martial arts truly make one so powerful? Can it render one fearless of guns and cannons? Yang Dian shook his head. Only true masters can remain unperturbed by firearms. For ordinary individuals, practicing martial arts can merely strengthen the body and prolong life. This, in itself, is quite remarkable. Yang Yong stood up and began to pace the living room, his demeanor suggesting he had something on his mind. Noticing his father's hesitation, Yang Dian sighed. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm your son. You needn't hold back." Yang Yong paused, turning to Yang Dian. "Well, I will say it, but you mustn't get angry." Yang Dian turned away. "Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking." Yang's mother chuckled. "Oh, you rascal." She playfully tapped Yang Dian's arm and turned to Yang Yong. Are you considering passing this martial skill on to your siblings? Yang Yong retrieved a cigarette, intending to light it. However, recalling that no one else in the household smoked, he quietly returned it to the pack. His expression, however, clearly indicated his acquiescence to Yang's mother's suggestion. Yang Dian was not surprised by this. In Fujian province, it was customary for relatives to support one another, and clans tended to assist each other. When one acquired something valuable, they often thought of sharing it with their kin, provided it did not adversely affect their own family. This was also the reason Yang Dian and Yang Lele had decided to keep the blossoming plum tree in their backyard, a rare treasure, concealed from others. Dad, if you wish to teach martial arts to others, I have no objections. The Bureau permits the transmission of techniques to close relatives on a limited scale. I only have one stipulation. Do not involve Uncle Wu and his family. The more people involved, the greater the risk of encountering both good and bad. Clearly, Uncle Wu belongs to the latter category. He recalled 5 years ago, when he was 13 and Yang Yong fell gravely ill. In their desperate attempts to fund his treatment, the family had sold everything of value, but still fell short. Other relatives, even those from the village and some who had relocated to other provinces yet remained part of the family tree, contributed to help. It was only Uncle Yang Yuan who, despite his relatively comfortable circumstances, refused to lend a single penny. Not only did he refuse to lend money, but upon learning of Yang Yong's illness, he also completely cut off contact, remaining absent until Yang Yong recovered. Everyone possesses an internal scale of judgment. How others treat me, I shall treat them in kind. Should Yang Dian repay grievances with virtue? I'm afraid he cannot. Observing his father's silence, Yang Dian turned to his mother. And what about you, mother? I recall we owe quite a sum to Uncle Da and Uncle Xiao, do we not? In the past 2 years, I have earned a considerable amount from writing novels online. Perhaps you can invite them over and we could repay our debts. Yang's parents were aware of his foray into online writing, yet they were oblivious to the extent of his earnings and contemplated a refusal. However, Yang Dian did not afford them the opportunity to speak. Let Uncle Da and Uncle Air bring along my cousins as well. The martial arts secrets are right here. Their glance will not diminish our own gains. If others can practice, so can they. As for the resources required for training in the future, I have none to spare. They must find their own solutions. Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, Hime was instantly taken aback. Is it truly possible? What is impossible about it? Yang Dian replied, patting the Unity of Heaven and Man manual on the table. Uncle Da and Uncle Air have treated us well. 2 years ago, when my father fell ill, Uncle Da lent us 90,000 and Uncle Xiao lent us 60,000. All this time, they have not pressured us to repay, nor have they charged us interest. You have always told me to be grateful and to repay kindness. Haven to you? They have been so generous to our family. Naturally, I must consider them. After speaking, Yang Dian cast a glance at his father. Unlike my fifth uncle, who vanished upon learning of my father's serious illness, such as the bond of blood, Yang's father chuckled awkwardly. Your fifth uncle is simply that way. Yet didn't your first and second uncles lend us money as well? That is why I am willing for you to pass on the martial arts to them. With that, Yang Dian rose once more, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter. Let it be as it is. As long as it cannot be passed to my fifth uncle's family, I wouldn't mind if you desire to share the techniques with our clan, allowing the clan elder to disseminate it to others. Of course, Unity of Heaven and Man is an exception, as it is meant for a limited circle. Let's eat. I'm a bit hungry, he added, observing the awkward atmosphere. Yang Lele suddenly sprang up. You all eat first. I'll have the lotus seed soup. After consuming the soup, Yang's father, whose skin had darkened from fishing daily, appeared 3 shades lighter and notably smoother. How could a naturally beauty-loving girl resist such temptation? Hearing this, Yang's mother also stood and made her way to the kitchen. I shall have some soup as well. You two enjoy your meal without waiting for me. Yang Dian decided to follow her into the kitchen. I haven't had mine yet either, and since we have enough restrooms at home, I'll have my soup first. As time flowed, midday transitioned into evening. Beneath the slanting sunset, Yang Dian walked along the soft sands, practicing the 6 steps of the unity of heaven and man. Indeed, after adapting to the 3-step technique, Yang Dian commenced the practice of the 6-step technique. The sole distinction between the two lies in their breathing patterns. The three-step technique involves inhaling for 3 steps, exhaling for 3 steps, while the six-step technique entails taking 6 steps between each breath. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, young Dian sensed an observer and halted, turning towards the source of his intuition. It was none other than Yang Lele, who returned from the shore with a white plastic bucket in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other. Wiping away the mud that clung to Yang Lele's face, he remarked with mild irritation, "I invited you to practice by the seaside, yet you opted to catch crabs instead. Is this how one practices?" Yang Lele stuck out her tongue playfully. "Practicing is terribly tedious. What with observing the heavens and sensing the earth, inhaling for 3 steps and exhaling for 3 steps, it's no different from a post-meal stroll. Brother, I fear I lack the aptitude for this and cannot rely on myself. You must become a master and then impart your knowledge to me." With no recourse against his younger sister's whims, Yang Dian sighed and summoned his interface. Unity of man and nature technique, not yet initiated, requires 680 energy points to begin. Half an hour ago, the initiation required 680 energy points, and it remains the same now. It seems that the 6-step technique can no longer reduce energy consumption. From tonight onward, I shall switch to the single-breath 3-step technique. As Yang Dian contemplated his next steps in cultivation, Yang Lele poked his lower back with a finger and exclaimed, "Brother, didn't you mention that besides humans, other creatures can also mutate? I just spotted a colorful little jellyfish in a small puddle. However, I feared it might be poisonous or possess some unique abilities due to mutation, so I didn't dare to catch it. Do you want to go take a look?" Yang Dian immediately set aside his thoughts. Lead the way. Chapter 40. Age does not equate to wisdom. The location of the small jellyfish was neither too far nor too close to Yang Dian. Under Yang Lele's guidance, the two spent over 10 minutes reaching the little puddle where she had discovered the jellyfish. Brother, we're late," Yang Lele said, cautiously poking at the jellyfish skin in the sand pit with a pair of tongs. It appeared that the small jellyfish had already perished. Crouching before the sand pit, Yang Dian observed the jellyfish skin shimmering with iridescent hues under the slanting sunlight, instinctively furrowing his brow. Ordinary jellyfish are composed of more than 95% water, and once dehydrated and exposed to direct sunlight, they can succumb to death within mere minutes. To his surprise, this seemingly mutated jellyfish followed the same fate. "I just wonder if this mutated jellyfish is truly dead," he mused. "What should we do now, brother?" Upon hearing Yang Lele's inquiry, Yang Dian pondered momentarily before responding. "I recall you brought 2 buckets, right?" Yang Lele pouted slightly, but still retrieved a smaller bucket, significantly reduced in size, only as large as 3 fists. She poured the small fish from the smaller bucket into the larger one, and then handed the small bucket to Yang Dian. "Brother, is this small jellyfish really a mutated creature?" Taking the small bucket, Yang Dian found a nearby stone pit to add a bit of water. "I am unsure. Previously, no jellyfish exhibiting such a variety of colors have been discovered. The possibility that this small jellyfish is a mutated organism is quite high." He then accepted the tongs from Yang Lele's hands, carefully grasped the colorful jellyfish, and placed it into the small bucket, observing it for a moment. Noticing the small jellyfish sinking directly to the bottom, Yang Dian sighed and stood up with the bucket in hand. "It's about time. We should head back." Yang Lele nodded, not disheartened by the apparent demise of the mutated jellyfish, and stepped toward Yang Dian's shadow. "Brother, when is your next holiday? Will you be coming home?" Walking ahead, Yang Dian replied without looking back, "In 3 or 5 days, perhaps. Our work schedule at the Bureau of Alien Affairs is 3 days on, 1 day off, or 5 days on, 2 days off. If I have the time, I will return. After all, I still need to supervise your martial arts training." Yang Lele's face scrunched up in dismay. "Stop supervising my martial arts. I am still young. There will be plenty of time to practice later. My main task now is to study. You can keep an eye on our parents instead. Our parents don't need my supervision. If they wish to practice, they will do so on their own. If they do not want to practice, my watching won't change anything. I will keep an eye on you instead." "You old rascal. Always picking on me." In the midst of their playful bickering, they found the small electric scooter parked by the roadside, with a key inserted. They set off for home. Upon reaching the familiar little slope at the village entrance, Yang Dian gazed at his own small courtyard and noticed several vehicles parked both inside and outside. His mother was indeed quick. He had only mentioned to her at noon that afternoon she had summoned his uncles. Hearing Yang Leilei's murmurs, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle. If you were to marry in the future, would you think of informing me at the first opportunity about certain matters that could greatly assist me? Yang Leilei playfully nudged Yang Dian with her head. I have no intention of marrying. At her tender age of over 10, she was at the peak of her shyness. Even if she had a crush at school, she wouldn't dare let her family know. Yang Leilei's reaction was hardly unexpected for Yang Dian. So, are you planning to stay home and rely on me for the rest of your life? What? You would want that? Certainly not. You create chaos every day. I'm utterly exasperated by you. Hurry up and get married. Are you annoying big brother? I'll bite you to death. Before sunset, he drove the small electric scooter into the courtyard. As he was still parking, a large group of people, drawn by the noise, emerged from the house. You're back. Did you find anything good at the beach? Upon hearing this, Yang Dian instinctively lowered his head to glance at the small jellyfish in the bucket. To his surprise, the jellyfish had revived at some point and was now emitting a radiant, multicolored glow, pulsating gently in the bucket. This jellyfish must be mutated, right? In his excitement, Yang Dian turned to the middle-aged man who had just spoken. Uncle, how did you know Leilei and I found a treasure at the beach? Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, his 5-year-old cousin immediately bounced over to his side. Cousin, what did you catch? I want to go to the beach too. Will you take me? Looking down at the little girl clinging to his leg, Yang Dian playfully pinched her nose. I'm heading back to the city tomorrow. I'll take you to the beach next time during the holidays. With that, he squatted down and lifted his little cousin, carrying her toward the house amidst her delighted squeals. As he passed by others, he raised the small bucket slightly. The treasure is in the bucket. Yang Dian, his uncle, he leaned forward to look into the bucket and instantly widened his eyes. It really is a treasure. This thing is alive, not a toy. Upon hearing Uncle Hi's remark, the others quickly surrounded Yang Dian. A multicolored jellyfish? It looks like something out of a cartoon. Where did you find this toy to fool us? Honestly, this thing is quite beautiful. Where did you buy it? I want to get one too. If I get a transparent fish tank and put this in, it would look stunning at night. Seeing that none of his relatives believed it was real, Yang Dian helplessly placed the bucket on the table, raising his hands in exasperation. Why won't you believe it's the real deal? Yang Dian's aunt He laughed. Though we may not have the same education as you youngsters, having lived over half a lifetime, our experiences certainly aren't lacking. Your uncle and I have fished in the sea all our lives and have never seen a glowing jellyfish. Hearing this, Yang Dian turned to look at his mother. Upon seeing her gently shake her head, he understood that she had not informed their families, Uncle Da and Uncle Air, about his martial prowess. Realizing this, he decided to enter the kitchen and retrieve a spoon. And Air, he began, I acknowledge your advanced age and the wealth of experience you possess. However, some matters cannot be encapsulated merely by the term experience. As he spoke, his hand transformed into a deep azure hue under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Subsequently, a series of faint sounds resonated from the palm of Yang Dian, as fine shards of porcelain dust danced in the air, stirred by the gentle breeze of the fan, showering everyone in a delicate cascade. Chapter 41. The limits of talent in recent years, the supernatural phenomena frequently encountered online are indeed real, rather than mere AI-generated videos. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the awakening of talents, one must ponder whether there exist methods for cultivation. Are the myths and legends truly authentic? After engaging in martial arts, can we attain strength akin to yours and join the Bureau of Anomalies? In the living room, after Yang Dian's elaborate explanation, the elder relatives, such as his Uncle He and second Uncle He Jiang, remained skeptical about life. Those of similar age to Yang Dian, like his cousin He Jiqiang and cousin He Li, had gathered around him, envisioning a promising future. The younger ones, such as his 5 or 6-year-old cousins, were currently encircled around Yang Leilei, enthralled by her tales of discovering and capturing colorful jellyfish. Their occasional gasps of astonishment indicated that they were thoroughly captivated by Yang Leilei's story. Surveying the entire family in the room, Yang Dian turned his gaze towards the eagerly expectant He Jiqiang and He Li. Whether one can cultivate is uncertain. However, I feel that perfecting martial arts is not vastly different from cultivation. As for the information circulating online, most of it is fabricated. The authentic messages that have not been censored are intentionally released by higher authorities to elevate the threshold for ordinary individuals. This tactic will facilitate the acceptance of announcements regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy and the potential for everyone to awaken. As for the desire to join the Bureau of Anomalies, to be frank, gaining entry through martial arts alone is quite challenging. However, aside from the Bureau of Anomalies, there exists the Bureau of Martial Security. The personnel within the Bureau of Martial Security are predominantly ancient martial artists. If you wish to take the examination there, your chances might be slightly better. To entertain his maternal relatives, Yang's mother had made a special trip to the market in the afternoon, procuring an impressive array of dishes. Regrettably, amidst the bombardment of news regarding spiritual energy resurgence, anomalous creatures, and martial arts transcending the divine, only the two little ones feasted joyfully, while his uncle and second uncle approached the grand banquet as if it were mere wax. After the meal, Dian instructed his two uncles to capture the martial arts techniques on their mobile phones. Simultaneously, his aunt, who had been troubled for an entire night, could no longer restrain herself and inquired, "Is it truly impossible to share this with anyone else?" Upon seeing the conflicted expression on his aunt's face, Dian nodded firmly. "It cannot be disclosed. The reason I can share this with you is that I have joined the Bureau of Anomalies and have obtained limited authorization to transmit martial arts. If you genuinely wish to pass this knowledge, then dedicate yourselves to martial arts practice. By mastering ancient martial arts, you can gain access to either the Bureau of Martial Security or the Bureau of Anomalies, thus acquiring the right to transmit martial arts. Sharing martial arts indiscriminately without permission will lead to investigations by the Bureau of Anomalies and the Bureau of Martial Security." Realizing the gravity of the situation, both aunts nodded in agreement. "Understood. We shall keep this matter to ourselves and speak to no one." Observing their acknowledgement of the importance of the issue, Dian then turned to his second uncle, Hejiang. "And as for you, do not venture too deep into the sea while fishing. The ocean harbors a far greater abundance of mutated creatures than the land. In the event of an unexpected encounter, one may find themselves in a dire predicament with no recourse to escape." Hejiang's face showed hesitation, "But you are well aware of the situation at sea. The fish near the shore have largely been depleted. To catch anything, one must venture into the deep sea." Dian shook his head. "Uncle, this is where your understanding falters. The strengthening of marine life will inevitably lead to chaos in the ocean. It is only a matter of time before we cannot escape its grasp." As he spoke, Dian turned to his eldest uncle, Hihai. "Eldest uncle, did you not acquire 2 hilltops and cultivate dozens of acres of medicinal herbs? I believe you should consider acquiring additional hilltops and expanding your cultivation, particularly of those herbs that nourish the blood and invigorate energy. The nationwide practice of martial arts is a phase that our nation must inevitably undergo. To train in martial arts requires substantial resources." "What resources?" "Meat and medicinal herbs. I am certain that, in the near future, the prices of medicinal herbs will see significant appreciation. Even with higher-level macroeconomic controls, the profit potential will surely surpass the current situation, and there will be no shortage of buyers." After articulating his thoughts, Dian looked back at his second uncle. "Hejiang, why not join forces with eldest uncle to cultivate the land and grow medicinal herbs?" Hejiang felt a stirring within him at Dian's words. It was undeniable. Dian's performance today had been nothing short of astonishing. With his ancient martial arts skills and status as a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau, he had even managed to capture a mutated creature during his outing. In Hejiang's mind, Dian had taken on an air of mystery, and under this influence, he found himself inclined to agree with Dian's reasoning. Thus, after Dian finished speaking, he turned to his wife. "Jinner, shall we give it a try?" Dian's aunt hesitated for a moment, but reflecting on the dangers Dian had mentioned, she ultimately nodded. "Then let's give it a shot." She then looked at Dian. "Nephew, are you certain this is safe?" Dian confidently nodded. "Absolutely no problem." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and opened his phone to log into the official government website, locating a document with a red header. By the way, uncle and aunt, take a look at this. A recent document was issued stating that support will be provided to farmers cultivating grains and medicinal herbs. Those who contract a certain number of acres of land for cultivation will receive subsidies, and esteemed professors from the Ministry of Agriculture will personally offer guidance in farming. This clearly demonstrates the government's commitment to vigorously developing agriculture. Upon seeing the document on the screen, He Jiang finally made up his mind. Then we will follow your lead. Having determined their future direction, Yang Dian discussed further plans with several elders. Once the time was right, he escorted the elders out and, cradling a small fish tank, walked toward his room. Glancing back at Yang Lele, who was trailing behind, Yang Dian couldn't resist using one hand to gently flick her forehead. What time is it? Why aren't you back in your room asleep? Yang Lele's eyes could not help but dart towards the fish tank. Brother, could you please let the little jellyfish stay in my room? Just for one night, that's all I ask. Yang Dian resolutely declined. No way. Who knows if this creature poses any danger? With that, he disregarded Yang Lele's pitiful expression and strode into his bedroom, firmly shutting the door behind him. Shortly thereafter, a loud bang echoed from the adjacent room as he slammed the door shut, clearly indicating Yang Lele's discontent. However, Yang Dian remained unfazed. He carefully placed the fish tank atop his desk, and as he gazed at the two thumb-sized jellyfish gracefully gliding through the water, a glimmer of eagerness sparked in his eyes. Let me witness the limits of this external aid, or perhaps the pinnacle of innate talent. Chapter 42. The Exploration of Talent. Starlight Jellyfish. What is Yang Dian's talent? It is the ability to transform acquired knowledge into a digital format, allowing him to gain a lucid understanding of himself through a panel interface. In addition, the panel consistently updates, and upon consuming rare treasures from heaven and earth, it enhances his energy, enabling him to learn and master any knowledge, as well as optimize his cultivation methods to compensate for his physical deficiencies. However, a question arises: what exactly is knowledge? Is it merely the written words on paper, the figments of human imagination? Or is it the encompassing truths, both comprehensible and incomprehensible? Yang Dian is uncertain. Yet, this uncertainty does not deter his curiosity towards knowledge or his desire to explore further applications of his talent. Scientific principles found in books can be studied. The martial arts contained within secret texts can be mastered. The ethereal great immortal technique, which exists solely in the realm of imagination, can also be learned, provided there is sufficient energy. But what of other abilities? For instance, the talents awakened by other individuals or the powers acquired by mutated creatures. Can I, through my talent and energy consumption, attain such abilities? And need not be restricted to the talents of awakened beings or the capabilities of mutated creatures. If I could harness the resilience of tardigrades, the immense strength of rhinoceros beetles, the regenerative mechanisms of the lantern jellyfish, or the electrical discharges of electric eels, then I too could be invincible. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Dian directed his gaze towards the small jellyfish. While it may not align with my expectations, failing to even attempt would be a grave disappointment. Thus, he meticulously observed the small jellyfish. What might its abilities be? The radiant glow emanating from its surface? After watching for over half an hour, he noticed that the jellyfish remained in a state of luminescent stillness, seemingly content to drift in the water for eternity. Yang Dian could not help but sigh. Indeed, I am not cut out for scientific research. Even determining the jellyfish's mutated abilities proves to be quite a challenge. He slapped his cheeks to dispel his disheartenment. Suddenly, he rose and turned off the lights. Since the jellyfish remained inactive in a well-lit environment, why not see how it performs in darkness? As the lights extinguished, the room plunged into darkness, and the jellyfish's glow appeared even more vibrant and brilliant. Watching it glide slowly through the aquarium, trailing streams of dazzling light, an idea blossomed in Yang Dian's mind. Perhaps the jellyfish possesses only the ability to emit light due to its mutation? If that is the case, creating a grand aquarium to keep it as a pet seems like a delightful prospect. After all, it is akin to admiring beauty. Witnessing exquisite things invariably uplifts one's spirits. Just as Yang Dian began to indulge in these fanciful thoughts, he suddenly felt a waft of moisture brush against his cheek. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the jellyfish, pulsating its bell, gliding past him like a graceful moth. A jellyfish? Flying? Realizing something was amiss, Yang Jian swiftly turned his head to gaze at the small jellyfish, which was gracefully soaring through the air with its umbrella-like bell unfurled. What a surprise! He exclaimed, perhaps startling the little jellyfish. In an instant of rigidity, it quickly pulsated its bell, trailing its tentacles in a dazzling arc as it gracefully descended back into the aquarium. Observing the ripples that radiated across the water's surface, illuminated by the jellyfish's bioluminescent glow, Yang Jian confirmed that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. The jellyfish could indeed fly. What a revelation! He exclaimed once more, pressing his eyes against the glass of the aquarium with fervent excitement. This little creature can soar? But if it can fly, how did it end up stranded in the sand pit? He pondered, recalling that during daylight, it remained tranquil in the water. Thus, it seemed the jellyfish only took to the skies at night or in darkness. In that moment, Yang Dian fervently wished for a gift that would allow him to discern the nature of all things. If he possessed such an ability, not only could he uncover hidden treasures in the antique markets, but at the very least, he could ascertain the true gifts of the jellyfish. So, was the jellyfish's mutation characterized by its ability to emit light and fly, or had its physique transformed, enabling it to soar through the air without the need for wings or airflow, becoming an aerial creature? Fixated on the jellyfish, Yang Dian began to issue a silent command to himself. Learn the jellyfish's mutated abilities, so I too may soar freely through the skies. Learn the jellyfish's mutated abilities, so I too may soar freely through the skies. After several mental affirmations, the panel nestled at the corner of his eye suddenly began to tremble. Just as Yang Dian sensed impending trouble, the data on the panel morphed into a chaotic jumble of symbols. Faced with this familiar scenario, he rubbed his nose and found a cover to place over the aquarium before retreating to his bed in darkness. Why was he so adept at handling such situations? Because he had experienced this once before. Previously, he had whimsically attempted to learn the great immortal technique of the Monkey King, resulting in a conclusion strikingly similar to the present. The only difference was that the previous instance had rendered him fatigued more swiftly. The moment the panel displayed garbled data, he had lost consciousness. This time, however, he had a little more time to prepare. So, it is indeed possible to acquire the abilities of mutated creatures, he mused. But the prerequisite is ample energy. As this thought arose, an indescribable wave of fatigue washed over Yang Dian. Simultaneously, a sudden idea blossomed in his mind. If he required merely 30 points of energy to dispel this weariness and gain immense benefits, what was there to deliberate? Energy was meant to be utilized, was it not? If such significant advantages awaited him, why not seize the opportunity? With a shift in thought, as he resolved to harness his energy, an unparalleled sensation of comfort enveloped him, as if his soul were detaching from his corporeal form, ascending gracefully into the celestial realm, floating toward the divine pool of immortality. Once again, under the unique artistry of the celestial beings above, the mundane essence was washed away. This ethereal sensation of floating, perhaps, encapsulates that very feeling. Just as Yang Dian became enraptured by this exquisite comfort, the small jellyfish within the aquarium suddenly sensed a stirring. It contracted slightly before dramatically expanding its bell from the size of 2 thumbs to that of a fist. In the next moment, the jellyfish, now the size of a fist, erupted suddenly, transforming into a cascade of brilliant starlight. The starlight streamed through the narrow gap between the aquarium and its lid, coalescing into a colorful ribbon that danced in the air, ultimately merging into a diminutive jellyfish no larger than a thumb. Evidently, the recent upheaval had inflicted considerable harm upon the little jellyfish, reducing its size by half. Yet, the liberated jellyfish seemed indifferent to its own condition. Perhaps its attention was wholly fixated on Yang Dian. After its escape, it bobbed its bell and trailed its resplendent tentacles, quietly hovering above Yang Dian's head. Chapter 43. Essence Sublimation as the dawn light gently breaks, heralded by the crowing of the golden rooster. Dian awakens to find himself gazing upon a vast expanse of starry sky. It is boundless, infinite, resplendent, and magnificent, truly a sight to behold. In a soft murmur, the celestial panorama begins to shimmer. The Milky Way collapses, and time falls into silence. A jellyfish, seemingly cradling the ocean of stars, stirs from the darkness. Its tendrils swaying gracefully as they sprinkle trails of starlight, painting an exquisite masterpiece in the void of obscurity. Rubbing his tousled hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest, Dian gradually regains his senses and turns his gaze towards the aquarium. As anticipated, the jellyfish has emerged from the water, and it has grown. When he first captured it, it was nearly desiccated with merely a thin layer of skin. After nurturing it in a small bucket, its body has rejuvenated, its bell now the size of a thumb, with tendrils extending 5 to 6 centimeters in length. However, at this moment, its bell has grown larger than a human head, and the tendrils beneath it stretch over 20 centimeters. Sensing an inexplicable bond emanating from the jellyfish, Dian furrows his brow and props himself against the headboard, attempting to beckon it with a wave of his hand. The jellyfish seems to perceive his intent, its bell fluttering more vibrantly than the previous night, drifting gracefully before him. He observes the swirling sea of stars within its body, feeling the authentic and palpable connection radiating from it. Still somewhat dazed from his slumber, Dian ponders the events of the previous night with a hint of frustration as he scratches his scalp. What truly transpired? He extends his hand towards the jellyfish's bell, gently kneading it. Surprisingly, the texture is exquisite, cool and elastic, akin to touching a large jelly that has just been chilled to perfection on a hot summer day. With prolonged contact, he senses a refreshing aura flowing from the jellyfish into his fingertips. When he withdraws his hand, the cool sensation lingers, still circulating within his palm. Feeling a sense of unease, Dian instinctively desires to dispel this sensation from his body. To his astonishment, as the thought of expulsion arises, strands of starlight materialize within his flesh, slowly ascending into the air and ultimately merging into the jellyfish's form. What then is this creature? Dian finally comprehends why protagonists in online gaming novels often prioritize learning identification skills as their first ability. Ignorance of the properties of items, monsters, or even pets can be quite inconvenient. Nevertheless, he decides to first explore the benefits of the intuitive connection he experienced yesterday. After assessing his body, which feels unchanged from before, he summons his status panel. Martial arts, dragon claw hand, copper muscles, and iron bones. 3. 32. Unity of heaven and man. Not yet initiated, can consume 438 energy points to begin. Iron cloth shirt. 13. 37. Grass on the fly. 77. 3. Hunyuan force. Not yet initiated, can consume 26 energy points to begin. Energy. 299. 6. Gazing at the data displayed on the panel, Dian found himself momentarily perplexed. The progress of several martial arts had seen a significant enhancement. For instance, the energy required to learn the unity of heaven and man had diminished by nearly 250 points. The 3 techniques, dragon claw hand, iron cloth shirt, and grass on the fly, all exhibited slight advancements, with grass on the fly showing the most substantial increase of over 50. Moreover, the energy needed to master Hunyuan force had similarly decreased by more than 100 points. It seemed that after a single nap, he had saved almost 400 energy points. However, there was a discrepancy in the energy balance. Logically, after expending 30 energy points to alleviate fatigue, he should have approximately 348. 3 energy points remaining. Yet the panel displayed only 299. 6. Thus, who had appropriated the 48? 7-point difference? After much contemplation, Dian's gaze finally settled upon the starlight jellyfish. Aside from himself, the only other moving entity in the room was the jellyfish. Moreover, upon waking early that morning, the jellyfish had been perched atop his head. Apart from it, he could find no other suspect. So, you little creature, have you consumed nearly 50 of my energy points, an eighth of a golden cicada? Perhaps sensing Dian's irritation, The starlight jellyfish flicked its tentacles, scattering tiny specks of stardust. As the stardust fell upon Yang Dian's skin, a refreshing sensation surged within him once more. Frowning as he observed the jellyfish continuously dispersing stardust, Yang Dian struggled to comprehend its intentions. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the starlight jellyfish's form was diminishing. Though the reduction was slight, it was indeed evident. So, is this stardust a form of energy from within the starlight jellyfish? As this thought crossed his mind, the jellyfish ceased its release of stardust. If Yang Dian's perception was correct, not only had the starlight jellyfish shrunk, but the luminosity of the starry sea it harbored within also appeared to have dimmed. Even the density of the nebula within its body had noticeably thinned. After deliberating for a while, Yang Dian ultimately resolved to trust his instincts and attempt to absorb the starlight energy, integrating it into his flesh. As the intention to absorb the starlight energy arose, a wave of coolness spread throughout Yang Dian's entire being. This sensation was akin to a long-awaited rainfall after a drought, reminiscent of a parched traveler in a desert encountering a crystalline spring. It felt as if the essence of life was ascending towards a higher echelon. This was an ineffable transcendence. Regrettably, the comfort arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly. The stardust that fell from the starlight jellyfish and merged into his flesh was scant. Within less than 10 seconds, the energy contained within the stardust was completely digested by Yang Dian. Upon awakening from that state of comfort, he opened his eyes. A wave of wistfulness surged within him. Why not indulge a little more? As the words faded, Yang Dian distinctly sensed the starlight jellyfish emanating a sentiment known as anger, as though accusing him of insatiable greed. Due to it was unclear from whence the sound originated. In any case, after a couple of calls, it gracefully opened and closed its bell, floating gently onto Yang Dian's head, settling there with a steady grace. He reached out to grasp the starlight jellyfish, attempting to lift it, yet it remained firmly in place, enveloping his head. What is this? Is it planning to use my head as its home? The jellyfish remained silent, merely opening and closing its bell again. Hiss as he felt the gentle pressure against his head when the jellyfish closed its bell. Yang Dian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Surprisingly, it was cool to the touch, soft and somewhat delightful. He attempted once more to lift the starlight jellyfish. Realizing that only with considerable force could he possibly succeed, he decided to let it be. After all, he was alone in the room. If it wished to be a hat, so be it. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Yang Dian turned his gaze back to the panel. He wondered if, after sublimation, the panel would reveal any new transformations. Chapter 44. The jellyfish hat. As Yang Dian had anticipated, the situation unfolded, albeit not entirely as he had envisioned. Following the sublimation, the interface indeed exhibited changes, yet it was not an upgrade. Rather, the energy required to master the two techniques, unity of heaven and man and chaos energy, had diminished. Specifically, the energy for unity of heaven and man decreased by 7 points, while chaos energy saw a reduction of 3 points. Furthermore, the progress bars for the 3 martial arts techniques, Dragon Claw Hand, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Grass on the Fly, had all seen some degree of advancement. However, beyond this, no significant alterations were evident, nor did the external enhancement reveal any additional capabilities. After a moment of contemplative squinting, a sudden clarity emerged within Yang Dian. He recalled that during the digestion of stardust, he experienced a sublimation of his physical constitution, an elevation of the essence of life itself. In the lexicon of fantasy and immortal tales, this could be likened to the awakening of a peculiar constitution. With the enhancement of his innate talents, it was only natural that his aptitude for cultivation would improve, thus accelerating his mastery of martial arts manuals and expediting his ascent in power. Focusing his gaze on the techniques he had already initiated, he found, unsurprisingly, that the energy required to fill the experience bar had diminished. Prior to the previous night, accruing the second attribute of Dragon Claw Hand necessitated 125 points of energy. However, this requirement had now plummeted to 88 points, marking a reduction of nearly 30. Similarly, The energy needed for iron cloth shirt and grass on the fly had also decreased by approximately 30. If the sublimation of his constitution through the digestion of stardust resulted in reduced energy consumption, what then accounted for the benefits he gained from expending 30 points of energy to alleviate fatigue the night prior? Pondering this conundrum yielded no satisfactory answers, and Yang Dian chose not to dwell on it further. The catalyst for his predicament stemmed from his desire to acquire the talent of the starry jellyfish, which had almost caused his external enhancement, his talent, to malfunction once more. The process involved expending energy to alleviate fatigue, which was roughly equivalent to expending energy to mend the fanciful injuries his talent had inflicted upon him. The outcome was that the starry jellyfish absorbed the energy accumulated by his talent, enabling it to transition from its larval stage, no larger than 2 fingers, to its growth phase. Subsequently, upon entering this growth stage, it bestowed upon Yang Dian stardust, which served to enhance his constitution. Disregarding the initial cause and the process, and focusing solely on the result, one could conclude that as long as the outcome was favorable, the world itself could be deemed perfect. Once more scratching the starry jellyfish perched atop his head, Yang Dian rose from bed and approached the window, gazing at the dawn's early light. Mimicking a humorous quip he had encountered online, he chuckled to himself. I suppose I've been fortunate to be chosen by a jellyfish. I am no longer without a jellyfish to call my own. Just as he muttered these words, he heard the sound of light footsteps outside his door. Moments later, a series of knocks resonated from his bedroom door. Knock, knock. Knock, bro. Are you awake? Hurry up, you old stink. Have you even checked the time? The sun is already up. Raising his hand to awaken his phone, he glanced at the glaring 5:17 displayed on the screen. Frowning, he opened the door to reveal Yang Lele. You better show me the sun, or you'll be in for it. Dressed in dinosaur pajamas, Yang Lele did not spare a glance at Yang Dian, instead raising her phone to reveal a photo of a plump general. Here it is. Beautiful, isn't it? No need to thank me for showing you the sun, for the general's grace illuminates the earth. As she spoke, she brushed past Yang Dian and entered the bedroom. After wandering around the room without finding what she sought, she turned back to Yang Dian and asked, Brother, where's the little jellyfish? Her voice grew softer with each word. By the end, she pointed at Yang Dian's head, beginning to question her existence. Little jellyfish? How did it end up on your head? And it's grown so big. With that, she hopped over, eager to grasp the starlight jellyfish perched atop Yang Dian's head. Give it to me. I want to wear it too. Brother, just let me wear it for a bit. After a brief display of affection and noticing Yang Dian's indifference, she leaped onto him like a koala. If you don't let me play with it, I'll one-t get down. With no other choice, Yang Dian sighed in resignation. I'll give it a try. He then attempted to convey the thought of perch on Yang Lele's head for a while to the starlight jellyfish. To Yang Dian's surprise, while the jellyfish transmitted a reluctant sentiment, it ultimately floated up and settled on Yang Lele's head. Feeling the cool sensation on her scalp, Yang Lele instinctively released her grip around Yang Dian's neck and, upon landing, touched the starlight jellyfish on her head. So impressive hearing her gentle sigh. Yang Dian's elids tweet. If only they were abroad. If he were to utter such words in Japanese and his parents overheard, he might find himself in Germany for orthopedic treatment. He playfully flicked his silly sister's forehead and turned towards the bathroom. You can play with it for an hour. After an hour, I must head to the city for work, and I'll need to take it back. Yang Lele followed him closely like a shadow. Brother, when you return to the city, can you not hand over the little jellyfish? It's so beautiful. I adore it. Squeezing toothpaste onto his toothbrush, Yang Dian nodded. I want to hand it over. I'll just register it when I get to the city. We'll take care of it ourselves. Yang Lele and the starlight jellyfish both expressed excitement simultaneously. Then, brother, could you let me take care of the little jellyfish? It's inconvenient for you in the city, and if someone were to steal it, that would be quite a loss. Yang Dian was speechless. Don't even think about it. With that, he beckoned to Yang Lele. In the next moment, the starlight jellyfish detached from Yang Lele's head and landed on Yang Dian's. He glanced at himself in the mirror, observing the expanse of stars atop his head, and couldn't he help but smile. Hey, this is rather amusing. Yang Lele stepped forward and playfully bumped her forehead against Yang Dian's back, each time murmuring a little phrase as she did so. Play with me. I want to play. I must play. In the end, Yang Dian allowed Yang Lele to enjoy the small jellyfish for 2 hours. After this time had elapsed, the dawn broke brightly. After gauging the time, Yang Dian stood up and turned to look at Yang Lele, who was still admiring herself under the jellyfish hat. It's past 7. I must leave now, or I will be late for work. Upon hearing this, Yang Lele paused, setting aside her phone which she had been using to take selfies, and clutched the starry jellyfish with a reluctant expression. Brother, will you come back tonight? Observing her pitiable demeanor, Yang Dian's heart softened. If I have no plans for the evening, I shall return home to rest. As he spoke, he patted the fish tank in his hands. It's not as though we will never see it again. Quickly release it. Reluctantly, Yang Lele complied and loosened her grip. In an instant, the starry jellyfish darted away from her head and swiftly perched itself upon Yang Dian's. Just as he intended to reach out and retrieve the jellyfish to place it back in the tank, he heard Yang Lele exclaim, "Brother, the little jellyfish!" In her surprise, she hastily grabbed the mirror from the table and positioned it in front of Yang Dian. Chapter 45. The fusion state. What is the fuss about? As Yang Dian spoke, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror and was rendered speechless. This time was unlike the previous occasions. In the past, when the starlight jellyfish settled upon his head, it had clung to him like a hat. However, this time, he distinctly observed the starlight jellyfish melting away. Strands of energy, shimmering with starlight, flowed from the jellyfish, transforming into delicate ribbons of light that attached themselves to his hair, causing it to grow rapidly, as if infused with hormones. In mere moments, the starlight jellyfish vanished from his head, replaced by a cascade of long hair, approximately 20 centimeters in length, dense and flowing like a waterfall, subtly twinkling with starlight. He tossed his head, and the starlight sparkled anew. As he did so again, the starlight flickered once more. Just as Yang Dian was at a loss for words, Yang Lele lowered the mirror and reached out to touch his flowing locks. Brother, why not let the little jellyfish come to me? I simply desire it. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Yang Dian's, gently swaying and playfully pouting. With a sigh, Yang Dian replied, Ask it. If it wishes to, it may accompany you. No sooner had he spoken than both Yang Dian and Yang Lele felt an unmistakable wave of rejection. Yang Lele, still in her playful state, paused. Brother, can the jellyfish understand my words and express its own feelings? Why else? Yang Dian pointed his index finger at her forehead. How else would it obediently perch on your head? Reflecting on the previous interactions with the starlight jellyfish, he pondered. It seems that merely conjuring a thought in my mind enables me to command it. Thus, it receives intentions and desires. But can it only comprehend thoughts directed at it? Or can it intercept all forms of intent? An inclination to test the starlight jellyfish arose within him. He then picked up the mirror again and inwardly directed a thought at the jellyfish, detached from my hair. In the next instant, his newly grown hair began to ripple like water. 2 seconds later, the hair that had just sprouted disappeared, and the starlight jellyfish resumed its place atop Yang Dian's head like a hat. Having confirmed that he could indeed command the starlight jellyfish through intent, he turned to Yang Lele. Close your mouth. The spiritual energy has been revitalized, so the emergence of peculiar creatures is not surprising. Yang Lele shut her mouth and swallowed. When will you catch me a beautiful mutated creature? Yang Dian playfully flicked her nose. Once I encounter one, I shall capture it for you. With that, he raised his gaze to the rising sun and stepped outside. All right, I'm off to work. Stay home and practice your skills. Don't venture to the beach alone. Yang Lele was taken aback. How did you know I want to go to the beach? Can I not discern your thoughts? Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Lele, Yang Dian had already stepped into the sunlight. The occurrence of anomalous organisms is exceedingly rare. Discovering a starlight jellyfish signifies our extraordinary fortune. The odds of encountering a second one are infinitesimally small. If you truly wish to tempt fate, wait until I return in a couple of days, and we shall go together. As he spoke, within a few paces, the starlight jellyfish had once again transformed into energy, merging with Yang Dian's hair. However, unlike the first fusion, this time he was filled with astonishment. Yang Dian could distinctly sense an indescribable power residing within him. If he so desired, This power would instinctively resist the fusion with the starlight jellyfish, effectively repelling it. Vitality, energy, or perhaps a life magnetic field, while retaining that sensation. Yang Dian snapped back to reality and removed a hair tie from Yang Leilei's head. After 2 unsuccessful attempts at securing it, he handed the hair tie to Yang Leilei, saying, "Help me tie my hair up." Grumbling under her breath, the useless elder brother managed to fashion a high ponytail for Yang Dian, then gazed at him, her expression turning pensive. "Sigh, with a high ponytail, you actually look quite handsome." Flicking her forehead with his finger, he retorted, "Do I need your affirmation to know I'm handsome?" With that, Yang Dian reopened his phone. "The time is about right. I truly must take my leave." Concerned that Yang Leilei might venture to the seaside alone while their parents were absent, he casually remarked before departing, "By the way, the little jellyfish prefers to perch on my head, probably because my vitality surpasses yours." Yang Leilei paused, surprised. "Vitality?" "Yes, vitality," Yang Dian affirmed with a nod. "The little jellyfish can merge with my hair. I suspect it possesses a parasitic attribute. If you were to replace me, would you choose a strong host or a weak one when seeking a host to inhabit?" Yang Leilei raised her right hand, declaring, "I would choose the beautiful one." Yang Dian stuttered in disbelief. "You truly are impervious to reason." He playfully delivered 2 light taps to Yang Leilei's head. Once she shielded her head with her hands, he continued, "In any case, even if another little jellyfish exists in this world, you must first diligently cultivate and enhance your strength. Otherwise, if you encounter other powerful beings, the jellyfish may very well flee with them." Upon hearing this, Yang Leilei finally grew serious. "I understand. I will certainly train hard." With that, she waved her hand at Yang Dian, saying, "Go on, dear brother. Your beloved sister is off to cultivate. Do not disturb me." Yang Dian chuklet, bin jing Yang Leilei nos. Train well. If you can't focus, just eat a piece of plum blossom and then attempt to practice. Also, keep an eye on that plum tree in the backyard. If it shows any signs of blooming, remember to call me immediately." Yang Leilei swatted away his hand from her nose, turning him around and pushing him toward the door. Got it. Hurry and go to work, you stinky brother." Upon seeing Yang Dian being pushed 2 steps by himself, he immediately walked out of the courtyard. Yang Leilei couldn't help but call out, "Brother, the electric bike is under the awning." Having already exited the yard, Yang Dian waved his hand without looking back, saying, "I won't ride. I'll run there." With that, he bent down, transformed into a fleeting shadow, and vanished into the wind, disappearing from Yang Leilei's sight. Staring blankly at the spot where Yang Dian had just been, Yang Leilei soon raised her fist, motivating herself. "Come on, do your best. Train with determination." Meanwhile, Yang Dian, who had already sprinted out of the village, was blissfully unaware of how his quirky sister was encouraging herself after his departure. At that moment, he was entirely absorbed in the rhythm of running. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that running this morning was far more delightful than the night before. It was as if a gentle breeze was propelling him forward, lending him strength to run faster. Is it because the progress bar of flying on the grass has increased? Or is it due to that power I perceived only after the starlight jellyfish merged with my hair? Chapter 46. The Jellyfish Dudu. The breeding steed of the clan, swift as the wind and as quick as lightning, Yang Dian felt an inexplicable force drawing ever closer as he sprinted at full speed. It seemed that with a mere extension of his hand, he could grasp it within his palm. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever he sensed he was about to seize it, that force would elude him, becoming tantalizingly out of reach. Even after running a grueling 20 kilometers, the force remained as elusive as flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon shimmering on water, visible yet unattainable. The frustration of having something so near yet forever out of grasp was unbearable. Standing at the familiar yet strange intersection of Ping Shui Street under the night sky, Yang Dian bent slightly, resting his hands on his knees as he engaged in deep breaths. As he inhaled, he forced himself to disregard that force. The force I can sense can only be explained in a few ways: vitality, life magnetic field, or blood energy. Once I master the harmony of heaven and man technique, I will surely understand. That day is not far off. With his thoughts settled, Yang Dian adjusted his physical state and ascended the stairs, entering the bathroom of his rented apartment. As he turned on the shower to prepare for a refreshing rinse, the starlit jellyfish, which had melded into his hair, detached from its fusion state. Watching it joyfully unfurl its umbrella-like bell under the shower, emitting cheerful sounds, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle. "You didn't want to stay in the water tank with me and insisted on burrowing into my hair. Now, are you thirsty?" The starlit jellyfish remained silent, simply embracing the shower head, exuding a sense of contentment. "But if you cling to the shower head, how am I supposed to bathe?" After voicing his complaint, Yang Dian turned on the faucet, filling the basin to the brim with water. "Come down, I need a wash." The starlit jellyfish obediently descended into the basin. After running 20 kilometers and sweating profusely, Yang Dian finally quenched his thirst with the cool water, unable to contain a jubilant exclamation. "Ah, how refreshing." He rubbed his body with his hands and then accessed the panel. In the next moment, he halted his movements. Technique: dragon claw hand, bronze muscle, iron bone, 3. 52. Harmony of heaven and man technique. Not mastered, can consume 431 energy points to begin. Iron cloth shirt, 13. 77. Grass flying, 99. 22. Mixed element power, not mastered, can consume 25 energy points to begin. Energy, 296. 37. All other data seemed satisfactory. Grass flying had reached 99. 2. Due to his morning run of 20 kilometers, he only needed to walk or run another 800 meters to unlock the first attribute. But what was the issue? The concern lay with the energy balance. After running just over 20 kilometers that morning, he had consumed 27 energy points. What is 297? 33 plus 2. 27? 299.6. It was identical to the energy he had upon waking. What did that signify? It indicated a malfunction. The energy that should have increased had not budged an inch. Thus, the question arose, where had the energy gone? With a downward gaze, Yang Dian focused his attention on the pulsating starlight jellyfish in the pool. "Have you been consuming my energy again, you little rascal?" The jellyfish bobbed its umbrella-shaped bell twice, drifting closer to Yang Dian, shedding flecks of starlight. An air of defiance emanated from it, as if to say, "Indeed, I did partake. What of it?" Feeling the starlight energy coursing through his very being, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. All right. If you wish to feast, then indulge." He finally understood why this little creature had latched onto him. It was all about the energy. However, he added, "Let me remind you, I have my own use for this energy, so do not consume it all." An idea of refining the starlight energy into his flesh crossed his mind. After some contemplation, Yang Dian made a decision. "You may consume half of the energy I absorb each day, but the other half is for me. I have my own purposes." The starlight jellyfish acted like a magnifier of energy. Giving it 1 point could yield benefits equivalent to consuming 3, 5, or even more points of energy. Yet, the advantages gained from absorbing starlight energy seemed overly balanced. Yang Dian needed to reserve some energy for unforeseen circumstances. After all, the energy resided within him, and in times of need, he could allow the jellyfish to feast and generate ample starlight energy. The starlight jellyfish, having returned to the pool, emitted 2 meaningless burbles upon hearing Yang Dian's words. It was uncertain whether it was expressing disdain for Yang Dian's perceived stinginess or acquiescing to his request. Slightly bemused by the jellyfish's antics, Yang Dian poked at it. "Hey, you little creature." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Since you're going to accompany me, it wouldn't be quite right to keep calling you jellyfish. Let us give you a name." Upon hearing that Yang Dian intended to name it, the starlight jellyfish immediately left the pool and began circling around him. As it flew, it emitted cheerful burbles. "You're quite the noisy one. How about I call you?" The jellyfish came to a halt in front of Yang Dian's head, suddenly silent. "If you like that name, show me a sign," he said. When it remained motionless, Yang Dian couldn't resist picking up a nearby plastic fan labeled Miss Bao and waved it at the jellyfish. The swirling air caused the jellyfish's long tentacles to dance in the breeze. "Ah, you seem to enjoy this name after all," Yang Dian declared, pleased with the decision. "From now on, you should be called Dudu." With a playful gesture, Dudu affixed itself to Yang Dian's cheek, as if trying to smother him beneath its bell. Yang Dian gently pried doo-doo from his face and placed it back in the pool. Enough of that. After your bath, I still have to go to the Bureau of Alien Affairs to earn a living for you. In the tranquil waters of the pool, doo-doo floated, swaying gently with the undulating surface, as if all strength had ebbed away. Time passed, and before long, the clock struck 8:25 a.m. With great effort, Yang Jian had finally secured her high ponytail and arrived punctually near the public security office. As a chosen worker, Yang Jian always left ample time to avoid tardiness, for being late would incur a deduction in wages. Strolling beneath the shade of trees and listening to the cicadas serenading in the background, Yang Dian reminisced about the delectable delicacies of recent days. When would she savor the third, exquisite treasure of the earth? Just as these thoughts blossomed in her mind, she spotted a slender figure clad in a security uniform ahead, radiating an air of profound turmoil. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Wenya, who had recently joined the Bureau of Public Security. Yang Dian approached and gently tapped Chen Wenya on the shoulder, inquiring with curiosity, "What brings you here?" Startled, Chen Wenya shivered. Turning around and recognizing Yang Dian, she instinctively patted her chest, which appeared even more demure beneath her uniform, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, uncle. You gave me quite a fright." Yang Dian, bemused by the term uncle, smiled wide and responded, "I wonder why this young security officer is lurking here instead of being inside the office?" Chen Wenya chuckled at being called young lady, retorting, "Do I really look like an old lady? Even when I patrol outside, people call me Miss Security Officer, not old lady." After a few light-hearted exchanges, Chen Wenya's gaze fell upon Yang Dian's high ponytail, her expression turning to one of surprise. "Oh, your hair." Yang Dian tossed her head, and the ponytail shimmered like scattered stars in the dappled sunlight. "Wasn't yesterday a day off? I had a serendipitous encounter while at the beach." Noticing Chen Wenya's eagerness to inquire further, Yang Dian stepped closer, stating, "It's almost time. We need to hurry in and clock in." She playfully teased, "I'll share the tale of my adventure once we're at the office." Curiously, she continued, "But tell me, what are you doing standing here so sneakily? It's nearly time. Shouldn't you be heading inside?" With her words trailing off, Yang Dian had already rounded the corner into the sunlight. As the entrance of the public security office came into view, a wave of realization washed over her. It seemed they still had her companions. At the entrance, two distinct groups had gathered, one of men and one of women. The men were handsome, and the women were striking. In their security uniforms, both groups exuded a spirited elegance. Remarkably, regardless of gender, each held a steaming breakfast in hand. They were not merely a clan, chosen to enhance the genetic legacy of future generations, but something more profound. Chapter 47. Divergent Paths, Unshared Schemes. Are we truly proceeding like this? Chen Wenya's voice trembled slightly as she trailed behind Yang Dian. "Is it really all right?" The young lady, just 18, found herself overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Yang Dian, sensing her unease, bore no intention of ridiculing her. In his 2 lifetimes, he had not fared much better at the onset. Tender, passionate, intelligent, and obedient, once unattainable goddesses now surrounded him, collectively praising, "You are remarkable. I admire you greatly." Who could withstand such attention? Could you? Yang Dian nearly faltered under the weight of their adulation. He had lost himself for an entire day in their flattering words and worshipful gazes. Yet, when night descended and solitude reigned, he came to a realization. Were they enamored with his striking visage? Certainly not. Among the audience, who could not surpass his looks? Was it his intriguing soul that captivated them? Again, no. His existence lacked sufficient abstraction. Was it his formidable prowess? Even less so. He had only just awakened. A novice in ancient martial arts, barely achieving village-level strength, easily subdued by a mere handgun. What they truly coveted was his genetic lineage. Their desire was to bear children resulting from a union with an awakened one, an ancient martial artist. The identities of the awakened or the martial artist were of no consequence. They merely sought the rewards bestowed by their clans and families, using those incentives to sustain their privileged lifestyles. To say they were gilded on the outside, yet rotten within might be an exaggeration. Yet Yang Dian firmly believed that true self-reliance would not manifest in such overt approaches. Of course, He did not dismiss the possibility of encountering virtuous individuals among them, but he was disinclined to sift through the crowd. So, this is what you mean by accepting the sugar coating while returning the cannonballs? Chun Wenyaz, bewildered, clutched 6 breakfast portions. Is this truly appropriate? Accepting benefits, but responding with nothing? Am I not akin to those unscrupulous women, those green tea types? Young Dian, mid-bite into a crystal dumpling, shrugged nonchalantly. What other option do you have? Refuse their breakfasts and let them pester you incessantly? Or do you intend to not only accept the sugar coating, but also gather their cannonballs? Chun Wenyaz's cheeks flushed. How can you phrase it so? Yang Dian shot her a sidelong glance. I said nothing. You are the one misinterpreting. After savoring the dumpling, he inquired, by the way, have you claimed your new member benefits? What technique did you select? Care to discuss? Chun Wenyaz, taken aback, replied, isn't the technique only obtainable through merit exchange? Can we truly share it? Won't there be repercussions? Yang Dian, surprised, responded, you didn't inquire? It's permitted for limited dissemination. Chun Wenyaz appeared puzzled. Didn't they state that sharing information related to extraordinary events is prohibited? Yang Dian smiled and shook his head, stating, anomalous events are merely that, anomalous events. Martial arts are a different matter altogether. Anomalous events pertain to supernatural phenomena, while martial arts are the pathways to physical enhancement. Moreover, even if martial arts techniques were to leak on a grand scale, without official acknowledgement, how many would truly believe it? And of those who do believe, how many could endure the practice after a brief period of training without seeing tangible results? If anyone were truly capable of mastering these techniques, surely those in power would be pleased. Feeling somewhat bloated, Yang Dian patted his stomach and continued. Knowledge and information are not easily constrained unless there is a severe crackdown on written expression. Can one rely solely on self-discipline? If you refrain, can you ensure that others will do the same? It is akin to the stock market. If everyone adhered strictly to the rules, how would there be so many insider tips and fraudulent financial statements among listed companies? The only means to curtail events spiraling out of control lie in the resources that enhance one's strength. Those in authority are well aware of this. Thus, they never restrict the dissemination of knowledge, but rather keep the resources necessary for cultivating martial techniques firmly under their control. Chun Wenyaz felt somewhat bewildered by Yang Dian's words and stammered, but, if those in power do not restrict the spread of martial arts manuals, why then must one exchange merit points for them? Wouldn't it be better to learn through mutual exchange? They haven't demanded our merit points. Yang Dian pointed to himself, saying, they graciously provided me with a copy of the Unity of Heaven and Man for free. Then he gestured toward Chun Wenyaz. They also provided you with a manual at no cost. To acquire more, one must exchange merit points or learn from others through communication. At this juncture, Yang Dian began to ponder. The necessity to exchange merit points may stem from their belief that freely given resources are often undervalued. It is similar to the plethora of free educational materials available online. With diligence, one can master a skill. Yet, how many truly engage with such free resources? Conversely, if those resources were transformed into paid courses, even if the material were difficult to comprehend, those who invested would likely attend every session without fail. He continued, as for the exchange of martial techniques, I find merit in that as well. If one wishes to learn from others, does it not necessitate fostering good relationships? Only with strong connections can one trust another in battle, perhaps even entrusting one's back to them. Mutual verification of techniques during exchanges allows one to understand the progress and strength of comrades, facilitating better coordination during combat. With that, Yang Dian waved his hand dismissively. Enough speculation about the intentions of those in authority. In any case, they have not restricted martial arts exchanges. Now, tell me about the martial technique you selected from the newcomer benefits. Chun Wenyaz glanced at Yang Dian shyly and admitted, I chose the ice muscle jade bone technique. Yang Dian was taken aback, exclaiming, is that not the technique valued at 70 merit points, devoid of any combat capability, solely meant for maintaining fair and supple skin, reputed to preserve youthful beauty? The ice muscle jade bone technique? Chun Wenyaz clasped her hands behind her back. Her head bowed as she softly defended her choice. I have joined the second squad, and I will be responsible for logistics and information work, without the need to engage in combat. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Wenya, Yang Dian smiled. It is a common folly of humankind to speak deeply with those with whom they share shallow connections. Chen Wenya is an independent individual, possessing her own thoughts. Yang Dian could never impose his beliefs upon her. He aspired to transcend the ordinary, thus opting for the most esteemed and promising technique, the unity of heaven and man. In contrast, Chen Wenya, cherishing beauty, sought to preserve her allure for eternity, hence her choice of the ice skin and jade bone technique. Both paths are valid. Neither is erroneous. It merely reflects differing philosophies that do not align. The ice skin and jade bone technique is indeed commendable. Should those starlets become aware of such a power to retain youth, they would likely frantically seek the secrets for their own cultivation. Yang Dian feigned agreement. Yet Chen Wenya took it to heart. Is that what you think too? My sister says I'm foolish for not selecting any of the myriad miraculous techniques, and instead choosing the ice skin and jade bone technique. She simply does not comprehend my reasoning. One must care for their skin while they're still young. Other techniques can be acquired later as merits accumulate. However, for skincare, I cannot afford to wait even a moment. I just wonder if the ice skin and jade bone technique truly has the power to preserve one's youth. Chapter 48. The traitor in a conversation lacking chemistry, Yang Dian, who had relegated Chen Wenya to the status of a mere acquaintance, began to engage her using the same conversational tactics he had employed with technicians in his previous life. She asserted, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Occasionally, she would express differing opinions, yet ultimately, she would always be persuaded by Chen Wenya. In summary, as their dialogue continued, Chen Wenya's fondness for Yang Dian grew significantly. Even as they reached the stairwell, on the cusp of parting ways, she expressed a desire to have lunch together. Casting a glance at Chen Wenya's large, sparkling eyes, Yang Dian shrugged lightly. Lunch might not be possible, due to the firefly infection incident that erupted in the city the day before yesterday. I still have follow-up work to wrap up. After reporting in the morning, I will likely need to head out for duty. We can plan to dine together next time. Chen Wenya scrunched her nose, but nodded in agreement. Then let us arrange for another time. You must tell me all about the opportunities you encountered by the seaside. She looked at Yang Dian's hair with a hint of envy, marveling at how it had grown into such beautiful long locks in such a short span of time. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they parted ways at the stairwell. As Chen Wenya ascended to the information department on the second floor, Yang Dian turned and proceeded toward the team office. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dark smoke billowed out, enveloping him in a haze. "Captain, are you cultivating immortality?" he quipped, waving away the swirling smoke as he held his breath and stepped into the office. Turning back, he was met with the sight of Lin Mo, surrounded by a mess of ash and cigarette butts, looking particularly haggard. "Have you been smoking in the office all night?" Yang Dian asked incredulously. Lin Mo stared blankly at him for a moment before glancing at the clock on the wall. "It's already morning." Hearing Lin Mo's hoarse voice, Yang Dian furrowed his brow and pulled up a stool to sit beside him. "Captain, what troubles you so? Is it your daughter's early romance that has you smoking this much?" Lin Mo let out a long sigh. "You know the captain of the second team, Tianmen, right?" Yang Dian nodded. "Yes, I recall that the firefly infection incident was linked to his daughter, Tianmen. Not just Tianmen, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Tianmen has also vanished." He instinctively picked up a lighter and tapped it against the table, due to the firefly infection incident. The organization initiated an investigation into Tianmen's family. It was discovered that they possessed a substantial amount of unexplained assets abroad. An arrest warrant was promptly issued. However, when we went to apprehend them, we found that the entire family had completely disappeared. Yang Dian regarded Lin Mo with a hint of exasperation. "Captain, when it was discovered that Tianmen was involved, was there no immediate surveillance placed on Tianmen's family? How could that be overlooked?" Lin Mo rubbed his scalp, dislodging a flurry of snow-like flakes. "We promptly initiated surveillance on the Tian family, with Tianmen even situated in the office above. However, when we attempted to apprehend them, they had vanished without a trace. They disappeared so unexpectedly under our watchful eyes that no one could fathom how they slipped away unnoticed. Not even Tian Wang managed to capture any useful information. At this point, Lin Mo slapped his cheek with some force, striving to rouse himself further. He then activated his computer and, after a flurry of commands, turned to Yang Dian. I have sent you the follow-up investigation regarding the firefly worm infection. Please analyze it and see if you can extract any pertinent information. Yang Dian, massaging his temples, returned to his workstation and accessed the internal network to open the information Lin Mo had dispatched. The investigative details were extraordinarily comprehensive, chronicling precisely who, where, and when individuals were parasitized by the firefly worm. Furthermore, the origins of the outbreak had been meticulously traced back to a point of origin. 1 month prior, Yang Fei, the proprietor of New Donggang Import and Export Trading Company, had traveled to the Philippines, during which he went missing for 3 days, suspected of engaging with a clandestine foreign organization. Half a month ago, Yang Fei returned to his homeland aboard Pacific Airlines, during which he had relations with a female flight attendant from the Philippines. Investigations confirmed that the aforementioned female flight attendant was infected by the firefly worm, subsequently transmitting it to 36 passengers of Indian, British, American, and other nationalities. Thus, the mutated firefly worm parasite has now disseminated globally. Upon his return, Yang Fei made immediate clandestine contact with Tian Xin, a member of the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau's 2nd Division. On that day, Tian Xin's foreign account received a transfer of $8 million. Through tracing, it was ultimately determined that the source of the transfer was the American Agency for International Development. Consequently, this firefly worm infection incident has been established as an operation orchestrated by hostile foreign forces, with the mastermind being the American Agency for International Development, essentially the American government. After thoroughly perusing the investigation report sent by Lin Mo, Yang Dian closed his eyes and massaged his brow. Reflecting on the findings, he noted the stark contrast between domestic and international responses. While domestically, the firefly worm was hastily considered for use in stimulating and cultivating mutated organisms. Abroad, it was directly viewed as a biological weapon aimed at global contagion. As for the ramifications of such a worldwide outbreak, the foreign parties seemed indifferent. They were solely focused on the substantial profits to be gained. With his eyes shut and fingers instinctively tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound, Yang Dian pondered for a prolonged moment before finally opening his eyes and speaking. First and foremost, how we negotiate with other foreign powers regarding the firefly worm incident is not our concern. That is a matter for our superiors to grapple with. Our responsibility is to ascertain whether there are any others domestically afflicted by the firefly worm and to apprehend the Tian family. At this juncture, Yang Dian paused momentarily, carefully considering his words before continuing. Furthermore, since the Tianjun family dares to betray the organization, they must have made thorough preparations. They likely devised a method to conceal the situation regarding the luminescent insect infection and have a detailed and comprehensive plan for how to extricate themselves once the infection outbreak occurs. It is plausible that other foreign forces are complicit in this, for they would not have the audacity to act so brazenly otherwise. In conclusion, Yang Dian summarized, I have 2 hypotheses. Firstly, there may be others within the organization, aside from the Tianjin family, who have betrayed their beliefs. It is under the cover of this traitor that Tianjin was able to leave the Security Bureau unnoticed. Secondly, awakened individuals from hostile foreign forces may have secretly infiltrated our territory. If no one else in the organization has betrayed their faith, then the remaining possibility is that these awakened ones utilize their innate abilities to assist the Tianjin family in evading our surveillance. Here, I sincerely hope that the second hypothesis proves to be correct. With that, Yang Dian rose once more, directing his gaze towards Lin Mo. Might I inquire about the merit rewards associated with capturing or eliminating the awakened individuals from hostile foreign forces? Chapter 49. The heartfelt conversations by the men river upon hearing Yang Dian's menacing remarks. Lin Mo paused momentarily. Xiao Yang, have you truly contemplated this? If the adversaries are awakened beings from foreign hostile forces, undoubtedly, they will be safeguarded by formidable allies. While city-level powers are scarce and closely monitored globally, It is conceivable that individuals could wreak havoc at the township or district level, where the strength of combatants remains uncertain. Yang Dian appeared taken aback. Captain, are you serious? Can we really allow district-level powers to infiltrate? I had assumed only village-level powers could breach our defenses. Then Montauk exhaled slowly. You must understand, our vast nation, China, spans an extensive territory. Our borders stretch from Mo in the north to Zhengmu Ansha in the south, from the Pamir Plateau in the west to the confluence of the Heilong and Wasili rivers in the east. With nearly 23,000 kilometers of land borders and approximately 18,000 kilometers of coastline, it is impossible to monitor every inch. The infiltration of powerful outsiders is truly a daunting challenge. After a moment of silence, Yang Dian shifted his gaze to the panel. Perhaps it is indeed time to exhaust our energy reserves to enhance our strength. If danger arises, and I perish while my energy remains, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Contemplating this, Yang Dian broke into a sheepish smile towards Lin Mo. Captain, I possess a fair degree of self-awareness regarding my abilities. If my opponent is of village-level strength, I might take the risk. However, if they possess district-level capabilities, I believe prudence is wiser. After all, amidst all the vastness of the world, one's life holds the greatest value. Pausing to catch his breath, he inquired further. By the way, Captain, having been in the Bureau for some time, I have yet to meet the Director and Deputy Director, nor have I heard you mention them. What are their strengths? Where are they? Additionally, the number of awakened individuals in our Bureau seems inconsistent, with Fuzhou's permanent population at 9 million. Even if the awakening probability is merely 1 in 10,000, we should have about 900 awakened beings, right? Even accounting for a large portion assigned to the military, we should still have around 300. Yet, our Bureau seems to have only a handful, not even reaching 100. Noticing Yang Dian's abrupt change of subject, Lin Mo scratched his head. This young fellow. He mused on the commendable composure of today's youth before addressing Yang Dian's queries. The Director and Deputy Director are currently attending a meeting in the capital, and I am uncertain of their return. As for their strengths, both are at the district level. The Director has reached the pinnacle of district-level strength, nearing the city level. The limited number of awakened beings in our Bureau, barely a handful, has its reasons. He began enumerating with his fingers. Firstly, the permanent population of Fuzhou is not 9 million. It is 5 million. Secondly, within that 5 million, there are 2 million migrant workers, 5 million miners, and 880,000 elderly individuals over the age of 60. Among the 2 million migrants, those who have awakened predominantly return to their hometowns with their families, basking in the glory of their roots. The likelihood of awakening among miners and the elderly is notably low. Moreover, even if they were to awaken, their age renders them largely unsuitable for special recruitment into the Anomaly Management Bureau. Thus, the actual population of eligible awakened individuals amounts to less than 5 million. Of this population, half comprises women, most of whom opt for clerical positions or choose to remain at home, nurturing their families. Furthermore, not all male awakeners are inclined to join official organizations. Those willing to enlist in the Bureau and engage in frontline combat are even fewer. And let us not forget our location, the Min River, a place where destiny accounts for a mere 30%, while 70% relies on hard work. Some individuals, upon awakening, are swiftly misled by their clansmen to venture abroad, engaging in territorial disputes far from home. What will we do? The fact that our Bureau can assemble 6 complete teams is already an impressive feat. Were it not for the inclusion of half-ancient martial artists within these teams, we would struggle to form even 6 complete squads, having our numbers further. Observing Lin Mo's anxious demeanor, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Engaging in such dangerous endeavors abroad is indeed something the Min River people are capable of. Not to mention, aren't their numerous Min River natives conducting their affairs in northern Myanmar? Although the nature of their activities leaves much to be desired. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Dian scratched the back of his head. So, Captain, what shall we do next? What else can we do? Lin Mo sighed. We eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, patrol when it's time to patrol, and contain anomalous entities as needed. Just remember, should we be fortunate enough to encounter the Tian family, don't act impulsively. Keep your distance and call for backup, understood? This is Huaxia. Even if a city-level threat sneaks in, once we discover it, we can ensure they leave with their lives, or not at all. Young Dian nodded. I understand. Without absolute certainty, I shall not act recklessly. As he spoke, Yang Dian's gaze returned to the computer. Earlier, when he accessed the internal network, he noticed several merit points credited to his account. He needed to check how many points he had received and how long it would take to accumulate enough for a rare treasure. If I could obtain another miraculous treasure, I wonder if it would elevate my strength to the district level. Just as Yang Jian's anticipation grew, Lin Mo, finally regaining his composure, noticed something unusual about Yang Jian. Xiao Yan, your hair. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian turned his attention to Lin Mo, noticing his hesitance. Yang Jian smiled. I just returned home yesterday? My sister insisted on taking me to the beach. By fortunate chance, I found a little something by the shore. He patted his hair and added, Did you come out and say hello? In the next moment, a tuft of hair atop Yang Dian's high ponytail suddenly stood upright, transforming amidst the twinkling starlight into a luminous tentacle, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter and roughly 26 centimeters in length. Upon its emergence, the tentacle waved at Lin Mo, then morphed back into a hair-like form, cascading down Yang Dian's shoulder. Observing this spectacle, Yang Jian could only shrug at the astounded Lin Mo, saying, I found this extraordinary creature by the seaside. It resembles a jellyfish, but possesses the ability to emit light. I have named it the starlight jellyfish. It can merge with human hair. He continued, moreover, Didu is quite beautiful. After this brief introduction, Yang Dian did not hasten to review his achievements, but instead called up the registration form from the internal network. Registrar. Yang Dian registered extraordinary creature, starlight jellyfish, Dudu, with attached photograph creature information, low power, harmless, capable of merging with human hair, enhancing hair volume, improving hair loss conditions. Remarks. This extraordinary creature is the pet of Yang Dian, a level 3 security officer of the Extraordinary Administration, and has been recognized as such. Having composed a few details regarding Dudu, Yang Jian promptly submitted the registration form. Moments later, Lin Mo, upon receiving the form, gazed at Yang Dian with a complex expression. You lucky rascal. I send you out for a patrol, and you return with a celestial treasure like the golden cicada. You even managed to find a stunning jellyfish that can remedy hair loss. Are you not the destined child of fortune from a novel? As he spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his thinning hair. An extraordinary creature that could enhance hair was indeed something he desperately needed. Yang Dian chuklet awkwardly. If life were a novel, he would indeed be the protagonist. Who among the time travelers is merely a side character? Those unfortunate souls who are immediately captured by powerful figures upon their arrival do not count. Captain, please don't jest with me. Just approve the registration form. Without a proper identity, Dudu will also be a hassle. Chapter 50. The Arrival of a Million Merits. Time to splurge. Having resolved matters concerning Dudu, Yang Dian reopened the merit panel. Upon seeing the figures displayed, he blinked rapidly, fixating intently on the extensive series of numbers following the merit count. Captain, my merits have arrived. Lin Mo looked up at Yang Dian, appearing quite nonchalant. Yes, I am aware. My merits have also come through. 17 million merits. Yang Dian's voice brimmed with excitement. Lin Mo nodded once more. I know. While my share is not as substantial as yours, I still received 75,000 merits. Even Shi Sheng, who merely tagged along, received 13,000 merits. Yang Dian abruptly shifted his gaze from the screen to Lin Mo, incredulous. How could there be so many merits? Is the upper management truly this generous? Lin Mo redirected his attention to the computer screen, maintaining his calm demeanor. Did you not notice the remarks when the merits were assigned? They were granted for thwarting foreign hostile forces conspiracies within our borders and for uncovering the traps laid by these adversaries within our organization. We also detected and precisely resolved the Firefly infection incident ahead of time. The total reward was 2 million merits. Based on our contributions, our 7th squad received 1. 258 million merits, while our colleague from the Public Security Bureau and the Law Enforcement Bureau shared 700,000 merits. An additional 42,000 merits were allocated to the 3rd Squad's Research Institute for developing targeted insecticides. Notably, one portion of the merit reward was intended for the 2nd Squad. But due to Captain Tianmen's treason and the lack of oversight from the remaining personnel, the 2nd Squad received no merits for this mission. At this juncture, Lin Mo raised his gaze to Yang Dian once more. What's wrong? Do you feel that your share of merits is excessive, perhaps a bit burdensome? Yang Dian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite substantial. I had anticipated that this operation to capture the parasite would yield tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of merit points. However, I never imagined the total would surpass 1 million. It's utterly astonishing. He indeed harbored such thoughts. The Law Enforcement Bureau and the Public Security Bureau deployed hundreds of officers, many of whom apprehended parasites from neighboring provinces and cities. The Research Institute successfully developed insecticides that eliminated the fireflies within the parasites, ultimately safeguarding countless lives. Yet, the lion's share of the rewards fell solely upon him. Wasn't that somewhat inappropriate? Lin Mo shook his head, looking at Yang Jian earnestly. The first mutated specimen was discovered and captured by you. Without your initiative, the subsequent operations would not have been feasible. Moreover, the fireflies would have continued to propagate among ordinary people under Tianmen's cover, leading to uncontrollable consequences. The repercussions would have been far more severe than they are now. For this reason alone, it is only fitting that you receive the majority of the merits. No one could contest that. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian began to rub his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm. So, does this mean I can apply for a promotion and purchase some rare treasures? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his lips. The usually calm demeanor he maintained finally cracked. Were the prerequisites for an officer of the Abnormal Affairs Bureau to be promoted? Quite simple. One must meet the merit standards. To ascend from a level 3 officer to a level 2 officer, one must accumulate 200,000 merits. To rise from a level 2 officer to a level 1 officer, an accumulation of 2 million merits is required. However, it is generally quite challenging for an awakened individual to gather 200,000 merits and achieve promotion to level 2. Yet, Yang Dian was fortunate. Within just a few days of joining the Bureau, he had already amassed over 1 million merits. In just a matter of days, he decided to apply. First, he would seek promotion to level 2 and then utilize his merits for purchases. Level 2 officers enjoy a discount of 20 on purchases. Upon hearing about the discount, Yang Dian wasted no time in initiating his promotion application. The process was swift. In less than 10 minutes. Upon confirmation from the Bureau's headquarters that Yang Dian met the merit requirements, his title swiftly changed from level 3 officer to level 2 officer. As for the certificate, uniform, and equipment, those would need to be specially customized by the headquarters and would arrive the following day. Perfectly, he had just purchased the rare treasures, which would arrive alongside the certificate and other items the next day. With this in mind, Yang Dian opened the resource exchange window again. He discovered a considerable array of items within the exchange window. At the very top was a light blue potion bottle labeled Unity of Heaven and Man Oral Liquid. Instinctively, he clicked on Unity of Heaven and Man Oral Liquid. After reading the details of the potion, priced at 10,000 merits per vial, the corners of Yang Dian's brows began to twitch. Captain, to cultivate the unity of heaven and man technique, do we really need to pair it with the unity of heaven and man oral liquid? What else would you expect? Lin Mo replied without looking up. Do you plan to master the unity of heaven and man technique solely through your own efforts? Your ambition is commendable. Those who can master it through sheer effort are all seasoned veterans who have diligently practiced for decades, long before the awakening of spiritual energy. Indeed, post-awakening, the difficulty of cultivation has diminished. It is feasible to enter the unity of heaven and man technique, relying solely on effort and talent. But without the oral liquid, the historical records of self-cultivation suggest it would take about 9 years. By the way, since you have sufficient merits, you should seize the opportunity while the oral liquid is in stock and purchase several vials. While using the oral liquid, makes it easier to begin. It remains quite challenging for ordinary individuals. Without at least 3 to 5 vials, aspiring to enter the unity of heaven and man technique is somewhat unrealistic. The raw materials for the oral liquid are rare and require awakened individuals with planting talents to nurture them meticulously, leading to frequent shortages. Noticing the limit of 10 vials per person per year displayed on the page, Dian unhesitatingly maximized his order and placed it. He could rely on the enhancement to master the unity of heaven and man technique, but his parents and foolish sister could not. Moreover, acquiring such a quantity of oral liquid would effectively explain how he could enter the unity of heaven and man technique in a short time, minimizing the likelihood of exposing his advantages. After all, no matter how gifted one may be, it is implausible to traverse the path that others take 9 years to complete in just a few days. Problems would certainly arise. After consuming the oral solution, Dian once again navigated to the section showcasing extraordinary treasures. As Lin Mo had previously indicated, the available wonders were few, totaling merely 3: the heart of the earth, the heart of the sea, and the essence of heaven. Among them, the heart of the earth was the most economical, priced at 1 million merit points, reduced to 800,000 during a promotion. The heart of the sea followed, requiring 5 million merit points, which, after a discount, amounted to 4 million, a sum beyond his reach. As for the essence of heaven, it was exorbitantly priced at 25, followed by 7 zeros. Even with a discount, it still demanded 200 million merit points. It seems this item is not meant for ordinary purchase, but rather to entice those above, he muttered to himself, while his hands continued to move. The heart of the earth was already added to his shopping cart. And the Huainanji. It was a spiritual fruit, so he decided to procure a few to savor their flavor. After placing his entire order, an expression of anticipation flickered in Dian's eyes. I wonder how much energy consuming the heart of the earth will grant me. If I strive a little harder, once I master the harmony of man and nature technique without diminishing my energy consumption, I shall directly embark on that path. For now, I shall take a few steps. The progress bar for the grass on the fly technique is nearly complete. I shall first cultivate the initial trait of grass on the fly, and then delve deeply into the harmony of man and nature. Chapter 51. Entry, swift as the wind. Status, unity of man and nature with remarkable swiftness. Dian did not squander much time upon the grass, ostensibly searching for blind spots in surveillance. While seeking traces left by Tianmen, he meandered through the Public Security Bureau twice. As he moved, he felt a lightness in his steps and a smoothness in his breath, as if aided by divine force. Lowering his body slightly, he applied pressure to his ankles. In an instant, the taut muscles of his thighs and buttocks propelled him from one end of the corridor to the other. Glancing back at the nearly 10-meter-long passage, Dian exhaled slowly. With just a single step, have I traversed 10 meters? In the midst of his thoughts, a blue shadow flickered in his eyes, and the panel reappeared before him. Grass on the fly, swift as the wind, 0. Is the first trait of grass on the fly truly swift as the wind? Indeed, moving feels akin to a gust of wind. Yet, why does this entry seem somewhat familiar? After a moment's contemplation, a series of vivid images suddenly flooded Dian's mind. Captain Timo, facing peril. A sigh escaped his lips. Closing the panel, he greeted Lin Mo before stepping outside. Now that he had cultivated the entry, it was time to patrol the outside. This time, however, he decided against riding his small electric scooter, opting instead to don plain clothes and stroll about, engaging in conversation with locals whenever possible. The surveillance network had its limitations. Even with the assistance of an intelligent brain, some matters remained elusive, such as the disappearance of Tianmen and his family. Blending in with the crowd, he sought to harness the collective strength of the people, hoping to uncover more information regarding abnormal occurrences. Unfortunately, in Changle, major incidents were seldom. After wandering outside for an entire day, Dian encountered no unusual events, not even a petty thief. If the world could remain in such peace, with citizens living harmoniously, it would indeed be a welcome state. Yet, he knew such tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. The resurgence of spiritual energy had transformed the world dramatically. Foreign forces, intent on undermining the heart of China, had already initiated subtle machinations. How could the authorities merely endure without retaliating? Even if various governments maintained a facade of harmony, were the mutated beings whose intelligence had multiplied exponentially? Could they coexist peacefully with humanity? Beneath the surface of global tranquility, a storm was brewing. With a final reflection, Yang Dian quickened his pace, jogging toward the seaside, not merely to cultivate grass on the fly, but also for a simple warm-up. Summer evenings lingered long. By the time Yang Dian arrived at the beach, the sun had yet to set. Finding a deserted section of the seawall, he gazed up at the vibrant crimson hues of the sunset. After warming up, he bent slightly at the waist. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting forth. After sprinting 3 kilometers at full speed, Yang Dian gradually slowed, pondering the advantages and disadvantages of the first trait of grass on the fly. The unique techniques of exertion and rhythmic breathing during his run had become instinctual, enabling his legs to unleash tremendous power in an instant. The flexibility was somewhat lacking, suitable only for straightforward dashes. Maneuvering within a confined space proved rather cumbersome. It excelled in evasion, but for combat, one must cultivate techniques such as the bagua step or the agile serpent stride. Although he recognized his shortcomings, Yang Dian was not in a hurry to exchange his martial arts techniques at the Bureau. The Bureau tacitly allowed private exchanges of martial arts manuals. Trading merits for techniques would merely render him a fool. He resolved to inquire about places for martial arts exchanges the following morning. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yang Dian paused his leisurely stroll along the seaside promenade. Does this imply that the higher-ups also share the same sentiment? Encouraging awakeners and ancient martial artists to communicate, rather than isolating themselves and practicing in vain? Various ideas flickered through Yang Dian's mind, only to be cast aside. The thoughts of those in power were of little consequence to him. As an ordinary individual, pondering such matters was futile. The essence of the matter was to harness resources for rapid self-improvement. Clearing his mind, Yang Dian descended from the promenade onto the sandy beach, facing the sea as he commenced his single-breath 3-step technique. He inhaled deeply and gestured with his hands as he took 3 steps. Between each step, he envisioned the omnipresent spiritual energy in the universe, drawing it from all directions to merge within his being. Holding his breath, he proceeded to take another 3 steps. During these steps, he envisioned the spiritual energy nourishing his flesh and fortifying his body. Afterward, he took 3 more steps, gently expelling the stagnant energy within his body, casting it far away. This cyclical practice constituted the single-breath 3-step technique. Sauntering along the beach, he could not ascertain whether it was the stardust energy from doo-doo that had elevated his constitution, or if the benefits he sensed from previously dissipating his fatigue were finally manifesting. Regardless, this session of cultivation felt remarkably smooth, perhaps an illusion. He consistently sensed specks of light converging towards him, merging with his flesh and ultimately being digested and absorbed. Seagulls cried joyously above the waves, the sea rhythmically lapping against the shore, and the occasional laughter of children playing chase with adults echoed from the promenade. Countless sounds filled his ears, and the rhythm of the world seemed to unfurl before Yang Dian's eyes. He paused amidst the surf, facing the rising crescent moon to the east, while bearing the slanting sun setting in the west. He felt as if the surroundings began to revolve slowly around him, centering on his very being. In that moment, Yang Dian had never perceived the world as such a marvel. Was this the unity of heaven and man? As the dreamlike reverie lingered, the spring of life flowed gently, and the ephemeral nature of existence eluded the wisdom of past and present. When the moon ascended high above, and the sea lapped at his ankles, Yang Dian gradually emerged from his transcendent state. He gazed somewhat vacantly at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, nudged a small fish pecking at his skin, and felt the inexplicable power within him swell ever greater. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It seemed he had garnered quite a bounty. As his thoughts swirled, a glimmer of light danced in the depths of his gaze. The harvest presented itself in a more vivid manner before his eyes. Skills: Dragon Claw Technique, Bronze Muscles and Iron Bones, 29. 52. Unity of man and nature. Not yet initiated, can consume 96 energy points to begin. Iron cloth shirt, 25. 77. Grass flying, swift as the wind, 17. 3. Hunyuan force. Not yet initiated, can consume 7 energy points to begin. Energy, 296. 22. Gazing at the data displayed on the panel. Yang Dian found himself momentarily taken aback. Let us not dwell on the others. The unity of man and nature suddenly reduced by 335 energy points. Observing his current energy balance against the requirement to master the unity of man and nature, Yang Dian instinctively curled his fingers. Should I fully master it now? After a brief internal struggle, Yang Dian managed to quell the impulses within. Mastering the unity of man and nature at this moment was indeed possible. Yet, where would he procure the energy needed to cultivate the first attribute of the unity of man and nature thereafter? It would be wise to practice a little longer, maximizing the efficacy of his energy expenditure. With this thought in mind, Yang Dian endeavored to recapture the profound sensation of merging with the universe he had just experienced. Strolling along the beach, stepping lightly upon the waves. Alas, in the journey of life, seldom do things go as one wishes. Chapter 52, Ascend. The twin lions tread upon earth. Strolling under the moonlight for half an hour, Yang Dian not only completed the single-breath three-step technique, but also, upon realizing that practicing the single-breath technique did not diminish the energy required to master the unity of man and nature, proceeded to explore the single-breath six-step technique, dual-breath three-step, six-step, nine-step, 12-step, up to the 36-step technique. Yet, no matter how he practiced, the energy needed to learn the unity of man and nature on the panel showed no signs of reduction. Not even a mere 0.01. Could it be that having cultivated to such a level, relying solely on the walking technique could no longer diminish energy? To further reduce energy, was it necessary to achieve a harmony between man and heart and intention and the universe? To contemplate the so-called qi navigating through the cosmos, the rotation of the 5 elements, the convergence of the 4 symbols, and the unity of spirit and will, rubbing his head in contemplation, Yang Dian ultimately decided to embrace his innate prowess. If it were merely about learning the movements, regardless of their complexity, he could gradually master them. There would always be a time for comprehension. However, to grasp the state of unity with nature, even after recently experiencing a moment of enlightenment, Yang Dian could not assure himself that he could easily return to that elusive state. Under such circumstances, it was unnecessary to dwell further on energy consumption. If it was time to harness his innate abilities, then let it be so. He leaned back and sank into the frigid sea. Gazing through the surging waves at the swaying crescent moon above, Yang Dian suddenly sat up, smiling. Once the thought of unleashing his potential arose, he felt an expansive sense of freedom. It was indeed time to let loose. With this realization, Yang Dian no longer hesitated. He directed his gaze at the panel displaying the unity of man and nature, solidifying his resolve. In the next moment, strands of inspiration surged through his mind like a bubbling spring. The moon rises as the sun sets. The moon wanes as the sun ascends. Tides ebb and flow. Clouds gather and disperse. Spring brings forth new growth. Autumn witnesses the shedding of leaves. Youth brims with vitality. Old age sees the waning of energy. Heaven and earth, nature, life, aging, illness, and death. Countless insights flowed through Yang Dian's consciousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he sat on the beach, suddenly reaching out towards the sky, grasping at the crescent moon. This grasp felt akin to seizing the very essence of fate. Boom! In that instant of clenching his fist, a resounding chime, akin to a mighty bell, echoed within his heart. After a brief moment of disorientation, he perceived a vast sea of blood, rising and falling in sync with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Was this the essence of vitality? Extending his right hand, he summoned the vital energy that he could freely command, and it surged forth from his body, gathering in his palms. Instinctively curling his fingers into a claw-like shape, he formed a dragon's claw. However, this time, Yang Dian's hands did not contort into grotesque forms. The skin remained skin, flesh remained flesh, bone remained bone. Unlike before, when invoking the dragon's claw, his fingers seemed to vanish, transforming his entire hand into a sinister, dark skeletal structure with exposed tendons. Though the appearance was less fearsome than before, Yang Dian could distinctly sense that the destructive power of his hands, enhanced by the infusion of vital energy, had increased tenfold. Previously, a single strike possessed a tremendous force of 3 tons. To increase it tenfold means 30 tons? Yang Dian pondered, almost scratching his head. However, upon observing his fingers faintly shimmering with an ethereal glow, he abandoned that notion. He was uncertain whether the dramatic surge in his strength had led to a miscalculation of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, after mastering the unity of man and nature technique and sensing the flow of vital energy, there was no doubt that his power had escalated exponentially. Yet, this transformation necessitated an adjustment period to accommodate such overwhelming force. He certainly did not wish to create several holes in his forehead with his own fingers. Furthermore, he sensed that after utilizing his vital energy, his palms seemed on the verge of undergoing further transformation. Yet, there was always an elusive element that felt just slightly out of reach. Was it due to insufficient vital energy, or perhaps the need to cultivate a secondary attribute? After much contemplation without resolution, Yang Dian again contemplated scratching his head. However, as he lifted his hand toward his shoulder, the thought of potentially losing control of his newfound strength deterred him. He lowered his hand, poking at the sand beneath him, exhaling a deep breath. It had all been unleashed. Why not embrace it fully? With this determination, he set his mind on the Hunyuan Jin technique. His eyes narrowed once more. After that sudden understanding, hasn't the energy required to master Hunyuan Jin already decreased to 7 points? How has it now surged to 19 points? Glancing down at his hands, which radiated a faint glow, a flicker of realization struck Yang Dian. Was it due to his vital energy? Though uncertain of the accuracy of his deduction, he was resolute that once he had decided to proceed with full vigor, there would be no turning back. With a shift in thought, the myriad insights of Hunyuan Jin materialized in his mind. Hunyuan Jin is divided into yin and yang energies. The yang energy strikes like thunder, fierce and unparalleled, shattering steel with a mere punch. The yin energy resembles the autumn frost, concealing needles within softness, penetrating even the toughest hide. Once mastered, the body's strength harmonizes into a singular force, permeating throughout. With a mere lift of the hand or a flick of the leg, one could unleash immense power. In this moment of enlightenment, Yang Dian assumed a Tai Chi posture, practicing the health-preserving Tai Chi he had learned online. What had once been merely a decorative form of health exercise, now, under the influence of Hunyuan Jin, every movement and gesture exuded a distinct grace. As he shifted his stance, he even created minuscule, almost imperceptible whirlpools in the water beneath him. Concluding his practice, just as Yang Dian halted his Tai Chi form, he heard applause resonating from the sea. Turning to investigate, he was met with the sight of a fisherman, adorned with a lantern and surrounded by an empty fish basket. Clapping his hands, upon catching Yang Dian's gaze, the fisherman immediately ceased his applause, clasped his fists, and remarked, "Young hero, your skills are remarkable." Yang Dian was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the lack of martial prowess in the fisherman, he couldn't help but smile. He had almost been unsettled by the fisherman's unexpected admiration. After carefully scrutinizing the fisherman's visage and confirming he was not a master of martial arts, Yang Dian continued, "Good sir, are you preparing to fish, or have you just returned from your endeavor?" Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, the fisherman instantly raised his neck and grasped the fish basket on the paddleboard. "I just set out today and have yet to catch a single fish. How could I possibly return?" He retorted defiantly before continuing, "Earlier, while fishing at Goat Horn Bay, I was doing quite well, and the fish were just about to bite. Guess what happened?" Yang Dian displayed a curious expression, prompting him to reveal. Suddenly, 5 large flying fish appeared. As he spoke, he shook the monocular in his hand. "I thought to myself, given the numerous reefs in Goat Horn Bay, and considering there are hardly any visitors during the day, how could 5 flying fish suddenly surface at this late hour?" I took a look through the binoculars. Can you guess what I saw? Yang Dian played along. What did you see? They were transporting double lions on the earth. The smile on Yang Dian's face vanished in an instant. Are you certain you weren't mistaken? Double lions? Could I be mistaken? The fisherman exclaimed, brimming with confidence. 3 years ago, I reported a similar incident and received a reward of 200,000 after they apprehended the culprits. No more talking. I'm calling the police to report the drug trafficking. With that, he pulled out his mobile phone. However, before he could unlock it, he noticed Yang Dian tossing an object onto the paddleboard. Simultaneously, Yang Dian's somewhat icy voice reached his ears. There is no need for you to report. I am a community safety officer. I will contact the bureau and arrange for personnel to head to Goathorn Bay. As he spoke, Yang Dian bent his knees slightly and, with a powerful push of his toes, leaped across 10 meters of sea surface, landing on the paddleboard. Now, take me to the location where you discovered that group of drug traffickers. Chapter 53. The Fisherman's Bounty in This Life and the Next. Yang Dian harbored a profound disdain for 4 types of individuals. First, he loathed kidnappers. Those who abduct children deserved nothing less than death. Second, he abhorred senseless murderers. Was it not the height of rudeness to take a life? Once a homicide occurred, law enforcement would plunge into an extended campaign against vice, shuttering establishments such as foot baths, massage parlors, and saunas. When these businesses closed, the elderly depended on their support, the young were left vulnerable, and the sex workers with gambling-addicted boyfriends were left wondering how to provide for their families. Third, he detested those who operated gambling houses and lured others into vice. While desperate gamblers evoked little sympathy, those who ensnared them in the web of gambling and orchestrated deceit, leading to their ruin, were equally deserving of condemnation. Lastly, of course, were drug traffickers. Every last one of them should be executed without hesitation. In the past, he had neither the opportunity nor the means to act. When he witnessed drug trafficking, he would merely turn away and quietly dial 110. But now, with a flick of his fingers, feeling the surge of vitality within him, Yang Dian resolved to take action. He leapt onto the paddleboard and, retrieving his encrypted phone, promptly connected with Lin Mo. Hello? Lin Mo's voice emanated from the device. And without hesitation, Yang Dian recounted the fisherman's discovery in its entirety. He concluded, thus, Captain, it appears that drug dealers are operating at Yangzhou Bay. I will keep watch for now. Please contact the Coast Guard and urge them to hurry to Yangzhou Bay. On the other end, upon hearing Yang Dian's account, Lin Mo sprang from his bed. Drug traffickers are ruthless and often armed with firearms. You must not act impulsively. Wait for us. Even if they unload their cargo and attempt to flee, do not take unnecessary risks alone. If they leave, let them go. The net has already been cast. Once we have them in our sights, they cannot escape their fate. After repeatedly assuring Lin Mo of his restraint, Yang Dian turned to the contemplative fisherman. Let us proceed to Yangzhou Bay. If you feel it is too perilous, you may distance yourself and simply guide me. Upon hearing this, the fisherman silently grasped the identification in Yang Dian's hand. You, from the Vice Squad, are now engaging in drug enforcement? Yang Dian was taken aback, but maintained his composure as he accepted the fisherman's identification. Ahem, it is rather dark. I had difficulty seeing and mistakenly took the wrong one. He then rummaged through his pocket, producing 3 identification cards, scrutinizing them carefully before selecting one to hand to the fisherman. Here, this one pertains to drug enforcement. The fisherman initially displayed a look of skepticism. Then, as if struck by a realization, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yang Dian. If I am not mistaken, you just... He pointed toward the coastline, leapt onto my paddleboard effortlessly. Remarkably, when you landed, my paddleboard barely swayed. When I first spotted you, you were practicing Tai Chi. The angler grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, Are you one of those super warriors from the mysterious departments of Huaxia depicted in novels? The multitude of official credentials you possess must be a result of your department's uniqueness, granted for the sake of facilitating your investigations. Observing the glimmer of excitement in the angler's eyes, Yang Dian raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, indicating confidentiality. I understand. The angler fervently nodded. In your line of work, there must be stringent confidentiality regulations preventing the disclosure of your affairs. After this remark, he resumed operating the motor. The paddleboard hummed as it glided along the coastline towards more secluded areas. Before long, the restless angler inquired again, "Comrade, is it true that in your special department, everyone is akin to the ancient martial artists and superhumans depicted in stories, with technology that is decades or even centuries ahead of the outside world?" Noticing Yang Dian's silence, he took it as tacit agreement. Is the emergence of these superhumans related to the nuclear waste discharged from the East? I must tell you, during my 2 years of fishing by the sea, I have caught a plethora of bizarre creatures. Admittedly, some of these beings are rather grotesque post-transformation, yet others have become quite aesthetically pleasing. Hearing this, Yang Dian's interest was piqued. "You mentioned that you have caught many peculiar things?" "Indeed," the angler replied, his pride evident as he pulled out his phone, opened a private album, and held it up for Yang Dian to see. "Look." Taking the phone, Yang Dian discovered that the angler had indeed caught what appeared to be anomalous marine creatures. There was a translucent mola, its internal organs clearly visible, a clownfish encased in solid ice, yet swimming freely within it, and a small orca, approximately 1.5 meters long, seemingly suffering from congenital deformities, though its fins were remarkably wide, more akin to wings than fins. Quickly swiping through the album, Yang Dian turned to the angler. "Did you not claim to have caught numerous strange specimens? Why only 3? 3 is hardly a small number," the angler retorted, adopting a you clearly know nothing about fishing expression. "Some individuals lack the skill. I wouldn't wager whether they could even catch a small bait fish in 10 days or half a month. That I managed to catch these 3 is quite impressive." After this, sensing Yang Dian's skepticism, he continued, "In fact, there's more than just these 3. I also caught a blue-ringed octopus with 18 eyes. However, that creature is so peculiar that every time I attempt to retrieve its photograph, I end up with a headache. Thus, I deleted its picture." Nodding thoughtfully, Yang Dian pressed on, "And what are the other 3? Do you still possess them?" The angler displayed a hesitant expression, as if weighing his words. "If I were to say yes, would you all compel me to donate them, in exchange for a banner of honor and 500 yuan? Yang Dian smiled. Listening to the fisherman's words, it seems that the catch is likely still in his possession. He will neither offer you a banner nor provide monetary compensation. Do you still wish to take advantage? The smile on Yang Dian's face swiftly transformed into a bitter grin. There was no intention of taking advantage. The 3 creatures you have caught indeed claim to be mutated beings, which is not inaccurate. Regarding mutated beings, we have 3 methods of handling them. First, if the mutated being is a pet, you simply need to register it appropriately and ensure that you do not promote it excessively. Second, if the mutated being has harmed a person, we will forcibly contain it, or even eliminate it on the spot. Third, if you do not wish to keep it and intend to surrender it, the organization will provide monetary rewards based on the type of mutated being. As he spoke, Yang Dian raised a finger, a base reward of 100,000, with no upper limit. The fisherman rubbed his hands together. Is there really no upper limit? Yang Dian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is not. Chapter 54. Lay down your arms and surrender immediately. In the remote maritime region of Changlu District lies Yangjiao Bay, a secluded area far removed from shipping routes. The geography resembles a ram's horn thrusting inland, hence the name Yangjiao Bay. The bay is riddled with hidden reefs, posing a perilous risk of grounding for both vessels and fishing nets. Furthermore, there is not a single decent beach to be found in the entire expanse of Yangjiao Bay. Consequently, this locale sees very few visitors, save for the occasional angler. However, what was once a desolate Yangjiao Bay now pulsates with unexpected activity. Amidst the rocky reefs, on a large stone, the long-missing Tianmen gazed in fury at a group of Mexicans who had unwittingly awakened their stealthy talents under the cloak of night. At this moment, you dare to have them transport such contraband? Are you eager for our demise to come swifter? Do you not comprehend the relentless measures that China undertakes against drug trafficking? Do you not fear the approach of their warships upon your reckless shipment of such quantities of narcotics? Beside Tianmen, A Caucasian man dressed in an opulent trench coat on this sweltering day exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Oh, my dear Jean, you must understand that a mere gram of double line fetches only $16 in America. Yet in China, it can command nearly $200. This represents a profit margin exceeding tenfold. With the 3 tons of double line I have brought, we stand to gain an additional $500 million. Do you realize how staggering that is? Most public companies do not earn such an amount in an entire year. And all we need to do is transport this cargo alongside your return to America." As he spoke, he nonchalantly took a package of the substance, punctured a small hole with his nail, and inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. Oh, the ecstasy of this feeling. I am utterly enamored. He carelessly tossed the white powder to a subordinate nearby, and then seized Tianmen by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Moreover, you wretched fool, not only have you failed to fulfill the assignment we entrusted you with, but you also dare to threaten us, demanding our assistance in your smuggling endeavor to evade to the outskirts of China. How dare you? Those imbeciles above have truly acquiesced. They dare to send the great Charles to this forsaken place merely to assist you, a worthless being, in your escape to America. Do you think a yellow-skinned monkey like you deserves to reach paradise? Without this 3-ton cargo, do you believe you are worthy of the great Charles descending upon this barren land?" Tianmen clenched his fists, yearning to strike the deranged visage of Charles. Yet, as he beheld the frenzied gaze resulting from the drug, along with the firearms brandished by the man behind him, he ultimately relaxed his fists, his entire being feeling as though the spine had been wrenched from his body, collapsing in a state of helplessness. Long before, during his official overseas trip, he had succumbed to the temptations of foreign espionage, falling prey to their traps, leaving him devoid of options. He could only proceed down this dark path, including the prior leak of state secrets, including the recent incident where they concealed the Firefly contagion, as well as their current drug trafficking operations, which they choose to ignore. He yearns to swiftly depart from Huaxia, a land that has both nurtured and unsettled him. You must act expeditiously. In recent years, Huaxia has cast an extensive net over the majority of its territory, capable of real-time surveillance of any significant disturbances. Heaven knows if there are celestial satellites monitoring this very area. Charles scoffed and hurled Tianmen into the puddle. What is there to fear? As long as I desire to leave, no one can detain the great Charles. Raising his hands high, he proclaimed in the darkness, "I am God." Hearing Charles's fervent declaration, both the bodyguard standing vigilantly behind him and the old Mexicans, half submerged in water, each shouldering a lion, halted their actions, raising their hands in unison to echo, "God, God." Amidst the fervent chants, Tianmen's daughter, Tian Xing, cautiously approached the edge of the puddle, crouching down to assist her father, whose lips were stained with blood. "Dad. Daddy, I am scared." She furtively glanced around at the old Mexicans, who gazed at her with insatiable hunger. "I am truly frightened." Tianmen, suppressing his breath, tenderly stroked Tian Xing's hair, uttering words he scarcely believed himself. "Just hold on a little longer. It will be all right. Once we reach America, we shall live a life of happiness we have never known." A short distance beyond the rocky shore, in a shadowed corner, Yang Dian lay prostrate upon a mound of sand, peering through his binoculars at the old Mexicans who, illuminated by the dim light, raised their hands in surrender. He paused, taken aback. These fellows truly have no fear of death, do they? They dare to transport lions to our side and create such a commotion, as if they're desperate for our attention. Beside him, the fisherman, deprived of the binoculars, could only hear vague sounds and see the blurred lights, appearing somewhat anxious. "Comrade, you've been watching for a long time. It should be my turn now." Yang Jian waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle, do not fuss. I am recording their criminal activities." Through the monocular, observing Tianmen thrown into the puddle, Yang Jian turned to the fisherman. "Rest assured, your report will not go unrewarded. In fact, among that group of traffickers, there are 2 most wanted fugitives we are pursuing. The bounty you will receive may well exceed your expectations." The fisherman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Is it enough for me to achieve financial freedom for the rest of my life? If so, I will quit my job immediately and fish every day." Yang Dian gave him a thumbs up. If you catch anything peculiar in the future, do remember to show it to me. The energy contained within the flesh of anomalous creatures far exceeds that of ordinary beings. If possible, Yang Dian would not hesitate to procure a couple of these extraordinary entities for a taste. After exchanging a few words with the fisherman, Yang Dian's phone screen suddenly illuminated. Upon inspection, he discovered a group chat invitation from Lin Mo in the internal network. He casually joined the chat, and in the next instant, the voice connection was automatically established. A map revealing a multitude of blue dots, red dots, ships, armored vehicles, helicopters, and even warships appeared on Yang Dian's screen. Action countdown, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Casting a glance at the nearest blue dot, which indicated the positions of the armored vehicle and helicopter, Yang Dian promptly rose to his feet. Are you out of your mind? Why are you standing up? What if those drug traffickers have infrared detectors and spot you? Yang Dian shrugged off the dirt from his shoulders, saying, if they possessed military-grade infrared detectors, we would not have made it this far. They would have dispatched their men long ago. He then pointed to the sky, adding, moreover, our people have arrived. As he spoke, the countdown on his phone reached 0, and the coastline was instantly illuminated by hundreds of powerful searchlights, rendering the entire Yangzhou Bay as bright as day. A fleet of 12 armed helicopters soared through the air, their rotors whirling, passing over Yang Dian's head and converging above Yangzhou Bay. The dark muzzles of the helicopters rotated, aiming at the exposed figures of the drug traffickers. This is the Navy Special Operations Force of the Huaxia Armed Forces. You are surrounded. Do not engage in futile resistance. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, this is the Navy Special Operations Force of the Huaxia Armed Forces. You are surrounded. Do not engage in futile resistance. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Chapter 55, Genetic Agents, Beastly Humans. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Charles was momentarily blinded by an immense searchlight. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he heard the crackling voice of the Special Forces over the radio. Glancing skyward at the armed helicopters circling above and the dark muzzle of a gun aimed directly at him, a chill ran down his spine. Damn, how could the Chinese military arrive so swiftly? Why has no one warned us? In his frenzy, he leapt from the rocks and landed a fierce punch on Tianmen. Speak. Was it you? Did you betray us? Tianmen moved his lips, spitting out a bloody tooth, revealing a grimace filled with bloodied remnants. With the crimes I've committed, if they capture me, execution is the only fate that awaits. I did not wish to die. It was not me. He then coughed up a mix of saliva and blood, his demeanor bordering on madness. This is not the time for such discussions, since you understand that transporting drugs to China can fetch a high price. You must also comprehend the consequences of being caught. If you dare to smuggle such quantities into China, your fate will mirror mine. Now, take me and my daughter away. I have other safe houses. If we escape this place, we can hide until the storm passes and then flee. Charles raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Tianmen's abdomen. Useless. What value do you hold that warrants taking you with me? After sending Tianmen sprawling, he seized the dazed Tianmen. Taking your daughter is more justifiable. He yanked her behind him, then raised his hands aloft, addressing the equally startled group of Mexicans, devotees. Now is the time to demonstrate your piety. Show your loyalty to the divine. Your souls shall ascend to the heavens, shedding this layer of darkness, transforming into pure angels. The Mexicans initially appeared bewildered, only to be consumed by fervor. Loyalty to the divine. Show your devotion. Ascend to the heavens. Our God is omnipotent. In their fervent cries, they unfastened the bags strapped to their arms, producing syringes exuding a chilling mist, and plunged them violently into their necks. In that fleeting moment of puncture, their skin began to rot and fissure, muscles swelling uncontrollably. Unnatural hair sprouted rapidly from their flesh, enveloping their bodies entirely. In mere moments, the once towering Mexicans, averaging 6 feet 3 inches, had morphed into grotesque entities, neither wholly human nor beast, with heights soaring to an average of 8 feet. Roars of various beasts erupted from their throats, and the ground was soaked in blood, rendering the rocky outcrop a scene of unimaginable horror. As Charles gazed at the transformed monstrosities, he lifted his eyes towards the helicopter hovering above, revealing a manic grin. "People of Huaxia, prepare to receive the gift I bestow upon you." With that, he pulled the reluctant Tian Xin closer. In the next instant, Tian Xin, and the three Caucasian bodyguards who had been standing behind him vanished beneath the watchful eyes of countless surveillance cameras. In the command room of the Special Operations Team, the commanding officer slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. "Indeed, it is the Awakener from the West," he exclaimed. "He has awakened talents, such as invisibility and spatial teleportation. Furthermore, it seems our adversaries possess another Awakener capable of influencing the emotions and consciousness of those around them. Otherwise, the old Mexicans would not have been so synchronized in their self-inflicted actions with the syringes." Noticing the officer's agitation, the deputy commander, Wang Quan, could not restrain himself from speaking up. "Commander what shall we do next?" Ju glanced at Wang Quan, contemplating for a moment before reaching for the satellite phone on the table. "Execute Plan 3. Airdrop capture nets to apprehend those mutated individuals who have ingested the gene serum. Once these mutants lose their mobility, dispatch a team to collect the syringes scattered across the rocky area and send them to the research facility to see if any new findings can be derived. Finally, activate satellite surveillance to keep a close watch on the 15-kilometer radius centered around Yangjiao Bay. The moment those individuals reveal themselves, sound the alarm and initiate capture." As his words echoed, the armed helicopter circling above began to descend. Upon reaching an altitude of 50 meters, silver nets cascaded down from its cargo hold, ensnaring the beastly old Mexicans who had commenced their internal strife. Observing the surveillance footage of these enhanced beings, imbued with great power, yet unable to escape the nets, Ju could not help but chuckle. So much time has passed, and the West has made no progress whatsoever. They remain just as they were. However, as his laughter subsided, the struggling, beastly old Mexicans suddenly ceased their efforts. Ju furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, just as the old Mexicans began to rapidly expand. In mere moments, the once formidable figures swelled into spherical shapes, unable to contain the violent energy surging within them, ultimately transforming into colossal human bombs that detonated amidst the rocky terrain. As he witnessed the gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh erupting on the screen, Ju's countenance turned ashen. Those heartless fiends from the West. He seethed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Quan, dressed in a navy blue military uniform adorned with 2 bars and 1 star, breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we had prepared contingency plans for such an eventuality. Close combat and capture protocols were meticulously documented. Otherwise, we would have truly faced a dire situation." At this juncture, Wang Quan turned to Ju. "Commander, this is not the time for curses. I believe we should first notify the soldiers and arrange for some to don protective gear to collect the remains of those mutated individuals to assess any potential contamination. Furthermore, according to satellite monitoring and tracing, the 5 large vessels have emerged suddenly from this maritime area. We must arrange for personnel to investigate. Additionally, the only individuals captured on the surveillance footage are Tian Jun and his daughter Tian Xin. Tian Jun's wife, Wu Meili, and son, Tian Guiqiang, remain unaccounted for. This matter necessitates notifying the relevant authorities." Upon hearing Wang Quan enumerate the tasks ahead, Ju, overwhelmed, cradled his head in exasperation. "Oh dear, my persistent headache has returned. Old Wang, you may take charge of the subsequent matters. Arrange them as you see fit without consulting me. I shall lead a team to patrol the maritime area you mentioned. Do not concern yourself with my activities. Farewell." Chapter 56. The foresight of the fisherman 1 mile away from the rocky shore. Yang Dian was preparing to join the commotion when he observed the old Mexicans injecting themselves in the neck, subsequently transforming into werewolf-like creatures. Indeed, this world had morphed into an unfamiliar visage. This sentiment was not articulated by Yang Dian, but rather by the fisherman beside him, who, unable to see, raised his Huawei Mate X6 and captured the scene through its camera. Turning to glance at the murmuring fisherman, Yang Dian shrugged and remarked, "As long as you understand. Do not spread this indiscriminately. When we return, you shall sign a confidentiality agreement. The world is inherently unjust. Certain matters could be shared by Yang Dian with his family, and similarly, others within the organization could do the same. Yet, for ordinary individuals, even if they were aware, silence was paramount. Not a single word could escape their lips. Unless declassified, disclosing such information would constitute a crime." Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, the fisherman nodded sagely. "I understand. Even if you did not mention it, I will not spread it. I have no desire to be summoned to the station for tea." As he spoke, he completely obliterated the video before Yang Dian's eyes. "Look, I've destroyed the video." Raising his hand to signal his phone, the fisherman continued, "By the way, I reported a drug trafficking incident today involving these monsters. That should count as a merit, right?" Yang Dian glanced at the fisherman, who, despite the shattered worldview, exhibited no change in demeanor, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It is a merit, a significant one at that." Upon receiving Yang Dian's affirmation, the fisherman pressed on, "So, can I forego the reward?" Yang Dian was initially taken aback, followed by a moment of realization. "You wish to decline the reward? What do you seek instead?" "I desire your extraordinary martial prowess that allows one to leap over 10 meters in a single bound. Of course, if that is not feasible, I would settle for any genuine martial art. Just ensure it is authentic, not a fade." Despite harboring suspicions, Yang Dian regarded the fisherman with newfound respect. "Are you certain?" After a brief inquiry, he continued, "There are indeed some martial arts circulating online that are legitimate. Are you truly willing to forfeit a substantial monetary reward for a technique that may exist online, one you could obtain without any cost?" "Absolutely." Without hesitation, the fisherman affirmed, nodding resolutely. "I have no idea which are true or false online. Practicing from something I find online could lead to unpredictable results. Rather than gambling on the internet, I would prefer to request from the organization. Although I am not within the system, my 2 reports should categorize me as a contributor, right? Surely the organization would not provide counterfeit goods to a contributor? A wise choice indeed." After expressing his admiration, Yang Dian raised his gaze to the armed helicopter approaching from afar and extended his right hand towards the fisherman. "China Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, Level 2 Security Officer. Yang Dian." The fisherman glanced at the outstretched hand before him, instinctively touching the back of his head, and grinned. "I am Zhao Tian from Diabei." Yang Dian was taken aback. "Diabei? Which Diabei? The one in Huizhou?" Zhao Tian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the Diabei in Huizhou." Yang Dian inquired, "How does a local from Huizhou end up fishing in such a remote area as Yangzhou Bay?" Zhao Tian chuckled awkwardly. "A few days ago, someone in our group mentioned they had lost a huge catch weighing over 200 pounds here. I thought, since I have some free time, why not come and try my luck?" Yang Dian instinctively directed his gaze toward the small fishing boat being dragged ashore by the two. "Over 200 pounds, and you brought a small boat to fish? Aren't you afraid it will drag you into the open sea?" Zhao Tian replied confidently. "I'm not fishing from the boat. I'm casting my lines at the estuary of Yangzhou Bay, right at that spot where the water flows back." Upon observing the cliff that Zhao Tian pointed out, Yang Dian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Truly impressive. You are indeed a fisherman." Too kind, too kind," Zhao Tian replied modestly. "When you have some free time, I'll take you deep-sea fishing. That's where the real thrill lies." As the two engaged in casual conversation, a helicopter appeared overhead, circling twice before landing on a flat surface nearby. The rotors had yet to cease their whirring when the cabin door swung open. Lin Mo leapt from the helicopter and swiftly approached Yang Dian. After appraising him and confirming he bore no injuries, he exhaled in relief. "Fortunately, this time you exhibited some restraint. No one rushed in recklessly." Yang Dian forced a smile and raised his hands in surrender. "Captain, I admit I was somewhat reckless before, but I'm not foolish. Knowing they have firearms, how could I blindly charge in?" After a moment of venting, Yang Dian introduced the fisherman beside him. "This is Zhao Tian. We owe our discovery of this place to him. He also witnessed the earlier commotion and needs to return to the Bureau to sign a confidentiality agreement. By the way, after seeing the earlier disturbance, Zhao Tian felt the world has turned a bit perilous, so he wishes to learn martial arts. Lin Mo turned to Zhao Tian and smiled. In principle, exchanging a reward for a successful method is not permitted. However, given your timely report today, which helped us uncover a major drug smuggling and human trafficking case, exceptions can be made. We'll need to report this to our superiors first. Zhao Tian nodded eagerly. Sure. I'll certainly follow the organization's arrangements. Seeing Zhao Tian's eager demeanor, Lin Mo smiled once more and then turned to Yang Dian. If you have nothing pressing here, would you like to accompany me back? Yang Dian turned to glance at the rocky shore and asked, Captain, surely there will be someone to handle this? Lin Montauk nodded affirmatively. The military has already dispatched personnel to take care of it. This is not something we need to worry about. With that assurance, Yang Dian felt free to return by plane. His gaze turned eagerly toward the large machine station nearby. In all my years, I have never flown in an airplane. My first flight was in an armed helicopter. Observing Yang Dian's excitement at the sight of the oversized toy, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. Then let us go. He turned and led the way towards the helicopter, with Yang Dian promptly following suit. However, after taking only a few steps, an unsettling sensation gripped him. He abruptly turned back, yet found nothing unusual. Behind him, everything remained as it was, tranquil, with not a ripple disturbing the water. Only the figures in white protective suits, now appearing on the rocky shore, indicated that time continued its relentless passage. Was it an illusion? Muttering to himself, Yang Dian turned back to rejoin Lin Mo. Just as Yang Dian turned, a series of crimson bubbles began to churn ominously in the dark currents of the rocky shore. Chapter 57. Optimizing the panel on the armed helicopter. As Yang Dian gazed at the gradually vanishing Horn Bay in the distance, he hesitated for a moment before sharing the sudden palpitation he had just experienced. Captain, as we departed, I was suddenly struck by a wave of unease, as if some danger lurked behind me. The mission report indicated that Tianjin's daughter, Tian Xian, along with several awakened individuals who had illegally crossed over, mysteriously vanished from surveillance. Is it possible that they did not leave Horn Bay, but rather concealed themselves in some hidden corner? Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Your speculation holds merit. The Special Operations Team has devised a response plan. Noticing the confusion in Yang Dian's eyes, Lin Mo continued. Once the battlefield is cleared, the Special Operations Team will launch missile strikes to blanket Horn Bay, publicly claiming it to be a live-fire exercise. Yang Dian was taken aback, then profoundly astonished. One could only say that contemporary Huaxia truly lived up to its reputation as an industrial Cthulhu. While conflicts in other regions were fought with great frugality, here, a substantial firepower deployment was directed at a mere suspicion of foreign awakened individuals. Horn Bay is no small area. The firepower sufficient to cover it could easily wage a small to medium-scale localized war. The higher-ups' considerations indeed surpassed our own in comprehensiveness. The return journey was uneventful. The Marine Corps armed helicopter swiftly transported Yang Dian and his companions back to the security office. Upon their disembarkation, the pilot waved farewell, then maneuvered the helicopter into the night sky. As he watched the helicopter vanish into the darkness, Yang Dian felt a twinge of envy at the pilot's farewell gesture. Placing his hand by his head, flying a plane is undeniably cool. Lin Mo, noticing his admiration, pointed at him with a smile. So, you envy that? If you desire to fly, there are opportunities, but first, you must obtain your driver's license. You can't even drive a car yet, and you're dreaming of piloting an aircraft. What a lofty ambition. Yang Dian nodded earnestly. It's getting late. I'll enroll in a driving school after work tomorrow and aim to secure my license within a month. After chatting idly with Lin Mo and adding Zhao Tian to the conversation, Yang Dian decided not to linger at the security office and headed straight back to his affordable housing unit. It was late, and it was time to rest. A night passed without incident. The following morning, as the sun rose, Yang Dian opened his eyes. However, he lingered in bed for a while longer. After tossing and turning, he approached the window and drew back the curtains. Gazing at the golden sun on the horizon, he stretched luxuriously. Having begun his training in cultivation techniques, the next step was to diligently accumulate experience. With this thought, Yang Jian focused on the rising sun, and a faint blue panel materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Yet, as he examined the information on the panel, he found it somewhat lacking. If only it could display the energy required to manifest the next attribute, he mused. As the thought settled, the panel momentarily blurred. When clarity returned, it had transformed in accordance with Yang Dian's aspirations, becoming significantly more refined. Techniques: Dragon Claw Technique, Attribute, Copper Muscles and Iron Bones, Progress, 29. 52. Training supplemented by 105. 72. Energy can manifest the second attribute. Grass on the Wind Attribute, Swift as the Wind, Progress, 17. 3. Training supplemented by 79. For energy can manifest the second attribute. Iron Cloth Shirt Attribute, None, Progress, 25. 77. Training supplemented by 44. 5. Energy can manifest the first attribute. Primordial Force Attribute, None, Progress, 0. 0. 0. Training supplemented by 300. Energy can manifest the first attribute. Unity of Heaven and Man Attribute, None, Progress, 0. 0. 0. Training supplemented by 1200. Energy can manifest the first attribute. Energy, 193. 45. Increases by 1 point daily, but 0. 5 points are siphoned off by the Jellyfish Dudu. Martial Arts Realm. Perception, Manipulation of Vital Energy Combat Realm. Gazing at the enhanced information displayed on the panel, Yang Jian could not help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Truly, it was an external aid born from his innate talent, remarkably perceptive. While its essence remained unchanged, its external manifestation could be transformed at his will. However, he found it somewhat challenging to gauge his own strength. Extending his hand toward the rising sun, he clenched his fist, his fingers radiating a soft luminescence under the enhancement of vital energy. He wondered if, after mastering perception and manipulation of vital energy, he could withstand small-caliber firearms through sheer force. If so, he might indeed possess street-level combat prowess. Indeed, after a month of training, he had surpassed most of the older generation of martial artists. Yet, amidst his self-satisfaction, memories of the fully armed special forces deployed to eradicate drugs in Yangjiao Bay the previous night resurfaced. His fleeting pride was swiftly extinguished under the barrage of overwhelming firepower. What did it matter if he attained street-level strength? He remained vulnerable to armor-piercing rounds and heavy artillery. If someone were truly reckless enough to threaten his life, he would still meet his demise. Reminding himself to remain vigilant, Yang Dian shifted his gaze back to the panel. After manifesting the first attribute, the energy required to achieve the second had increased tenfold. Fortunately, there was Dudu. Dudu's starlight energy could elevate the essence of life itself. With the enhancement of his essence, the energy requirement had already been reduced by 40%. Otherwise, it would indeed be an arduous task to realize that attribute. Moreover, energy merely simplified the cultivation process, rendering it more accessible. Techniques like the unity of heaven and man, which did not necessitate self-harm but required diligent practice for improvement, were not solely reliant on energy for enhancement. Finally, the last two words escaped his lips as Yang Dian began to shake his head vigorously, sending his long hair flying in all directions, scattering specks of starlight throughout the room. In no time, an irritable Dudu detached from his hair and, with a soft plop, adhered to his face. Feeling the fervent morning sulk of Dudu, Yang Jian chuckled as he gently pulled it from his face. Sleeping in late this fine morning? Rise and shine, it's time to pay the rent. Dudu, irritated, emitted a series of plaintive sounds, subsequently shedding a sprinkle of stardust that merged with Yang Dian's being. Without hesitation, Yang Dian absorbed the stardust energy, relishing the exhilarating sensation of his enhanced vitality. Observing the panel, he noted a decrease in energy requirements, ranging from single digits to mere fractions. Shaking Dudu playfully, he queried, "Why so little today? Have you been hoarding it all for yourself?" The somewhat diminished Dudu chose not to engage, dissolving into a handful of starlight before reintegrating into Yang Dian's hair. Nevertheless, Yang Dian still had matters to address with Dudu. Returning to the table, He picked up the long-neglected sunglasses, the Tianmen 01 portable detector. With a surge of thought, he summoned his vital energy to the tips of his fingers, gently lifting Dudu from its bed. Since you can read my thoughts, can you convey them to it? With that, Yang Jian placed Dudu on the desk, positioning the sunglasses before it. Chapter 58. The Alienation of the White Feather. Human hearts worse than ghosts upon discovering that the detector possessed the capability to read neural signals and convert them into information. As well as its networking functions, Yang Jian chose to shelve it indefinitely. After all, he had no desire for his thoughts to be scrutinized by others. However, it was undeniable that the detector was a remarkable invention. If he could avoid the exposure of his thoughts, Yang Jian would still wish to utilize it. Previously, circumstances had rendered this impossible. Yet, with the arrival of Dudu, the situation had changed. Through countless tests, both in moments of leisure and urgency, Yang Jian realized that Dudu could only receive the information embedded within his thoughts. For instance, when he commanded Dudu to perform certain tasks, or simply thought of Dudu, it would receive a distinctive signal and respond accordingly. Similarly, when he entertained the notion of providing energy to Dudu, the latter would instantly emanate a jubilant demeanor. Conversely, if he entertained the thought of wasting energy by withholding sustenance from Dudu, it would gently envelop him with its tendrils or cover his head with its umbrella-like appendage, expressing its dissatisfaction. However, if his thoughts lacked any reference to Dudu, such as contemplating a beautiful woman or engaging in trivial pursuits, Dudu would remain utterly unresponsive. Thus, Dudu truly served as the most effective consciousness isolator. Reaching out, Yang Jian pressed two of Dudu's tendrils against the frame of his glasses and addressed it. "Do transmit the power-on signal." As he thought, a blue line materialized at the center of the lens, which then expanded into a multitude of minuscule data points, densely covering the entire lens. Splendid. The plan was in motion. Placing Dudu atop his head, Yang Jian continued, "Dudu, integrate." He added, "Remember to extend two tendrils for the glasses integration. Ensure they do not touch my skin and invade my thoughts." Dudu immediately exhibited signs of reluctance, as merging with inanimate objects required considerable energy expenditure. Once accomplished, I shall reward you with ample energy, like a simple unicellular organism, Dudu, with its rudimentary emotions and limited cognitive capacity, swiftly transitioned to a state of exuberance. Under Yang Dian's guidance, it completed his request in mere moments. Donning his sunglasses, Yang Jian initially adjusted the frame, then attempted to issue a command, transform the lens color to transparent. With a thought, a delightful occurrence ensued. The sunglasses did not alter colors in accordance with Yang Dian's whims as they had during his initial wear. Even with the capacity to probe the user's thoughts, they proved ineffective against his current state. How marvelous! With a commendation, Yang Jian thought once more, Dudu, instruct the sunglasses to make the lenses transparent. In the next instant, the yellow lenses transformed into clarity. Leaning back in satisfaction, Yang Jian reclined on his bed, declaring, "Dudu, I keep my promises. From now on, you shall consume 70% of the energy that naturally accumulates daily." It was not mere generosity on Yang Dian's part. The stellar energy of Dudu was simply too potent. With a mere 0.7 points of energy allocated towards enhancing a particular skill, one can only reduce the required liver trait for that single technique by the same amount. However, what if it were given to Dudu? A wave of starlight energy could yield a reduction of anything from a fraction to several points. Is it not far more advantageous than using it directly? Yet, I wonder if there exists an upper limit to the enhancement of one's physique through starlight energy. I hope it can continue to elevate indefinitely. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Yang Jian stepped into the bathroom. After a brief grooming session, he prepared to venture out for breakfast. Just as he opened the door, he was hailed by the elderly neighbor next door. "Are you Xiao Yang's girlfriend? I haven't seen you before. If you plan to live with Xiao Yang, remember to apply for a temporary residence permit at the street office." Upon hearing the neighbor's words, Yang Jian turned around, his face flushed with embarrassment. "It's me, uncle." The old man was evidently taken aback. "Xiao Yang? You. It's only been 2 days, and your hair has grown so long. You're even wearing glasses now. From the back, you truly resemble a young girl. How artistic." No wonder you're a writer. As he spoke, he circled around Yang Dian, clicking his tongue with admiration. Where did you get this beautiful hair? My wife is nearly bald. Just the other day, she mentioned wanting to buy a wig or consider hair transplants. Recommend something to me. Yang Dian instinctively adjusted his glasses. Sure. I'll bring a wig over in a couple of days. You can gift it to Annie then. However, this wig is custom-made. So what you find later might not be as exquisite as this one. No problem, it'll suffice. And thank you. How much do I owe you? I'll waive a month's rent for you. Yang Dian gave a thumbs up to the old man. You are truly generous, uncle. After chatting with the neighbor for a few moments, Yang Dian descended the stairs and stepped onto the street, observing the sparse passers-by due to the early hour. He lightly tapped his glasses frame. Doo-doo, activate the detection device, lock onto any fugitives within the detection range, and investigate for any potential anomalies in the vicinity. Upon completion of his command, a small reticle materialized on the lens. The reticle swiftly scanned the faces of the pedestrians, briefly locking onto the surrounding scene before vanishing. It remained in standby mode until a target or unique environment was detected, at which point the reticle would reappear, directly locking onto the subject. So, I am essentially wearing a walking criminal detector? With a jest, Yang Dian proceeded to the familiar breakfast stall. Boss, the usual. Just as he spoke, the previously silent detector suddenly sprang to life. The reticle wavered momentarily before locking firmly onto a white feather nestled within a crack in the wall. Moments latte. A series of information floated across the lens. Feather, pure white, length 25 centimeters. Unknown energy detected at the root. No similar items found in the database. Suspected to have detached from a mutated organism. Gazing momentarily at the feather ensnared by the crosshairs, Yang Dian's eyes then roamed over the breakfast stall. The vendor appeared markedly more haggard than in previous days, and her daughter was conspicuously absent from the stall. Finding a vacant seat, Yang Dian lightly tapped the frame of his glasses. Dudu retrieved the recent travel trajectory of Sun Yue. Sun Yue, the daughter of Sun Li, the breakfast shop owner, was also Yang Dian's primary suspect. He was uncertain whether Sun Yue had undergone a transformation awakening or had stumbled upon an anomalous entity. However, a brief inquiry would yield no harm. Shortly after issuing the command, a plethora of information manifested upon his lenses. Sun Yue, female, 17 years old, hailing from Chang'an, Fuzhou, in the Minjiang province of Huaxia. Since 4 days ago, the Skynet has failed to capture any travel records of Sun Yue, yet her mobile phone remains in regular use. Note, while utilizing her phone, Sun Yue has obscured the camera, rendering it impossible to ascertain the details of her current condition. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Dian could not suppress a slight smirk. Unsurprisingly, the unexpected was intertwined with Sun Yue, which good-hearted individual would casually cover their camera. Chapter 59. The Aftermath of Sheephorn Bay. Extending his hand, Yang Dian retrieved his mobile phone and accessed the internal network, initiating an application. A 25-centimeter-long white feather has been discovered at a breakfast shop on Pingshui Street in Chang'an District. Analysis at the quill's base revealed an unidentified energy, suspected to have detached from an unknown organism. The daughter of the breakfast shop owner has not been seen for 4 days and has actively obscured the camera of her mobile device. She possesses an awakened talent, potentially nurturing a mutated creature. I hereby request the use of the app to activate underage identification permissions to obtain relevant information. Additionally, I seek access to surveillance rights around her residence for monitoring purposes. Applicant, Yang Dian, Level 2 Security Officer, Bureau of Anomaly Management. As soon as the report was submitted, Yang Dian promptly received an acknowledgement. Application approved. Relevant permissions have been granted. Ting, one of the artificial intelligences at the Bureau of Anomaly Management Headquarters, primarily serves to enhance the Bureau's efficiency. Without Ting, Yang Dian's report would have languished for at least half an hour before receiving a response. However, with Ting's involvement, provided the information is accurate and the conditions reasonable, approval is instantaneous. Once the relevant permissions were activated, Yang Dian did not hasten to act, but instead focused on the breakfast before him. The permissions he received permitted access to the manipulation of surveillance cameras. while the app's facial recognition capabilities were contingent upon T-Ting-S verification, which would subsequently deliver the pertinent images and videos to him. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, it did not keep young Dian waiting for long. In less than 3 minutes, while he was still enjoying his breakfast, 3 images and a short video arrived on his phone. Casting a glance at Sun Li, who was still busy behind the breakfast stall, Yang Dian freed his left hand to unlock his phone. In the next moment, a photograph of Sun Yue appeared on the screen. His gaze lingered on her back and shoulder blades, which exhibited distinctly unusual features. Yang Dian turned off his phone, dedicating his full attention to his meal. It was evident that Sun Yue had awakened a talent, one that seemed to alter her physical form, likely granting her appendages reminiscent of wings. I'll wait until I collect the parcel from headquarters at the security office, change into my new uniform, and then I shall visit Sun Li's home. Well, perhaps I must wait until Sun Li closes up shop. As he pondered, Yang Dian's phone screen suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a ringing tone. Upon seeing the caller ID, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. "Hello, Captain? Why are you calling me so early? Are you awake?" "Of course I am. I generally rise with the sun." "What? Hurry to the bureau? What has happened?" "Sheephorn Bay?" "Understood. I'll head there immediately." "Directly to the main conference room?" "All right. I got it." Ending the call, Yang Dian had no time to finish the soy milk on his table. After settling the bill, he dashed towards the security office, exclaiming, "Boss, I've paid." The security office was not far from Pingshui Street, merely a few hundred meters away. With an unwavering determination, Yang Dian dashed into the grand conference room in less than a minute. Upon being swept into the room like a gust of wind, he realized that their 7th team was not alone. Seated in the designated area for the 5th team was another group of 12 individuals. Additionally, 3 men clad in blue military uniforms were present, the foremost among them bearing the insignia of 2 stripes and a star. A Major S rank? The thought crossed his mind as he noticed Lin and Mo beckoning him. As Yang Dian settled into his seat, the 2 soldiers in blue guarding the entrance closed the grand door behind him. With the door shut, Wang Quan, who had spent the night awake, his eyes bloodshot, activated the projector. "Now that everyone is present, I shall not dilly-dally and will get straight to the point. Last night, prompted by reports from vigilant citizens, we uncovered that foreign operatives were trafficking drugs in the Yangjiao Bay area, and the scale was particularly alarming. Upholding our commitment to combat drug-related offenses, our special operations team dispatched an armed unit to confront the traffickers. The initial phase proceeded smoothly, with no unforeseen incidents prior to encircling Yangjiao Bay. Although the mid-phase presented some unexpected challenges, they remained within our control. The traffickers were a group of fanatics who carried genetic injection agents with them. Upon facing our encirclement, they injected themselves with unstable genetic agents. Under the influence of these agents, their genetic makeup collapsed, resulting in their self-destruction." As he spoke, images flashed rapidly across the projection. The drug lord Charles, along with his subordinates Creighton, Rom, Benjamin, and our country's most wanted criminal Tianmen, vanished from sight. It is important to note that among the 5, Charles possesses the talent for spatial displacement, akin to the concept of teleportation in novels. Creighton boasts the ability of gigantism, attaining a district-level prowess. Rom has the gift of beast mastery, allowing him to control small animals and influence medium-sized ones. Benjamin wields the power of mental hypnosis, subtly transforming individuals into his fanatics. On the surface, these 4 are engaged in work for the American Agency for International Development. However, our internal sources confirm that their leader, Charles, is, in fact, a covert operative of the English Kingdom. 17 years ago, under the arrangement of the British Secret Intelligence Service, he infiltrated America. At this juncture, Wang Quan paused to take a sip of tea. Seizing the opportunity, Team 5's captain, Xiao Yan, rose to his feet. "So, our mission is to identify the drug trafficking team led by Charles, the Awakened Ones?" Wang Quan shook his head and pressed a button on his remote. As the projection shifted, he pointed towards the blood-soaked Yangjiao Bay and stated, "Charles and his cohorts are merely a minor ailment. The real issue lies beneath the sea." After Charles and the others departed, and the beastmen who injected the unstable genetic agents self-destructed, We dispatched a team to enter the rocky reefs of Yangjiao Bay to collect the remains of the beastmen and any test tubes that may contain residual genetic agents. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that events unfolded. In a grave tone, Wang Quan activated the final video. The ocean swayed, rocks tumbled, and several 100-meter-long tentacles suddenly emerged from the surface. The suckers on the tentacles latched onto the mangled flesh of the beastly beings, dragging away a few unsuspecting soldiers as they retreated beneath the waves. It is the focal point of my search for you. In a low, resonant voice, armed helicopters in the sky began to unleash a barrage of fire upon the ocean depths. A continuous line of bullets struck the water's surface, creating enormous splashes. 3 minutes later, despite the relentless hail of gunfire, the mutated octopus showed no signs of surfacing. Realizing that the soldiers being dragged down were likely doomed, I immediately issued the command to launch missiles. As Wang Quan finished speaking, 11 armed helicopters in the projection simultaneously unleashed their missiles. The violent explosions instantaneously disrupted the entirety of the bay. Then, a colossal creature, its surface adorned with vibrant, fleshy tumors, burst forth from the ocean's surface, sending torrents of water cascading as it appeared before Dian's eyes. Chapter 60. The marine monarch, the mutated octopus, is colossal. Just how immense is it? Upon emerging, it towers over the 100-meter cliffs at the mouth of Xiangjiao Bay. Armed helicopters flying alongside it appear as mere toys. Thanks to the advancements in modern technology, the footage captured is remarkably clear. Dian can distinctly observe that the bullets raining down from the helicopters fail to inflict any harm upon the creature. Bullets, capable of penetrating reinforced concrete, merely create shallow dents several centimeters deep in the octopus's skin before losing all momentum and being deflected back into the sea by its resilient surface. Only the roaring missiles, crashing onto its body, manage to create gaping wounds, inflicting a modicum of damage. Indeed, merely a modicum. For the massive octopus, such wounds are akin to a scratch on its arm. It surely induces a frenzy of pain, yet unless its vital points, shielded by numerous tentacles, are struck, it remains impervious to fatal injuries. As Dian marvels at the formidable power of the mutated octopus, the creature finally becomes thoroughly enraged by the assaults from the armed helicopters. Amidst the smoke of the explosions, 3 tentacles suddenly dart forth like lightning, targeting the helicopters. Perhaps due to the incredible speed of the tentacles, or perhaps the pilot believed the distance was sufficient to evade the attack, or possibly due to some form of control exerted by the octopus's mutations. The 3 armed helicopters made no evasive maneuvers and were impaled directly by the tentacles. Indeed, the octopus, measuring only around 300 meters, possesses extraordinary extensibility. Its tentacles traversed thousands of meters, piercing through the helicopters with ease. The footage culminates in a freeze frame of the helicopter being skewered, erupting into a fireball and exploding on the spot. If Dian's observation is accurate, one of the helicopter explosions seems to have severed a small segment of the mutated octopus's tentacle. This creature surely belongs to the category of monsters with city-level power, does it not? If it were to stealthily approach a warship without detection, could it overturn one? If it were to land clandestinely on a coastal village and launch an assault on the unsuspecting populace, would anyone survive? As Dian contemplated the perilous situation of the coast, considering whether to relocate his family further inland, Wang Quan, standing at the podium in the grand conference room, spoke once more. Undoubtedly, this mutated octopus possesses city-level combat capabilities. In the absence of a counterforce of equal strength or heavy artillery, it can annihilate a small city in a remarkably short time. Furthermore, due to its emergence from the ocean and its enormous size, we have deliberated and decided to designate it as a marine monarch organism. In parallel with the mutated beast monarchs on land that possess city-level power, this mutated octopus shall be named Sea Monarch, Marine Organism Number 001. Upon analyzing the combat proceedings and noting that various detection instruments failed to detect the presence of the Kraken, we have ascertained that it possesses at least 4 formidable abilities: mimicry, stealth, super defense, and rubbery tentacles. Last night, as confrontation resulted in the loss of 3 armed helicopters and the tragic deaths of 17 Special Forces operatives, concluding with the severing of a small segment of the Kraken's tentacle. Following the destruction of our helicopters and the subsequent injury inflicted upon it, the Kraken submerged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing without a trace. We remain uncertain whether it is still concealed within the Bay of Sheepshorn, has relocated to other maritime territories, or has descended into the abyssal depths. However, we are acutely aware that the emergence of the Kraken indicates the likely presence of other monstrous marine entities in the ocean. Esteemed colleagues, I am here to convey a grave message. Humanity may face its most significant crisis in recorded history, possibly in our very generation. I implore you to remain vigilant during maritime patrols. Should you encounter any signs of Kraken-like creatures, please contact the military command or report to the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau, reaching out to the Capital S think tank without delay. Above all, I urge you to refrain from undertaking any private actions. Captain Xiao Yin of Team 5 swallowed hard, his expression one of resignation. Commander Wang, perhaps you overestimate our capabilities. With our current strength, how could we dare provoke such formidable beings? Are we to invite them for dinner, fearing they might not be satiated? After Xiao Yan's self-deprecating remark, Lin Mo interjected. Major Wang, from a resource perspective, the ichthytic wealth of the deep sea should surpass that of the shallows. Given the Kraken's immense size, its daily sustenance requirements must be considerable. What compels it to venture near the coast, particularly into the Bay of Sheep's Horn, which harbors scant fish resources? There are myriad possibilities, yet we can confirm that one is linked to those beastly individuals. Wang Quan responded. We have conducted experiments on the remaining flesh and blood of the beastly individuals, confirming the presence of a certain special substance within them that exerts an extraordinarily strong allure on some carnivorous mutant creatures. Further information awaits subsequent verification. After relaying this, Wang Quan rubbed his temples wearily. My primary purpose in being here today was to address this matter. I reiterate, should you observe any anomalies in the future, it is imperative to report them promptly. He elaborated on the newly confirmed abnormal occurrences before the trio departed from the security office. As they watched the trio leave, Xiaoyan leaned closer to Lin Mo. Old Mo, what are your thoughts on those Kraken-like monsters? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. What can I think? I see one, I steer clear. I certainly do not wish to serve them dinner. He then scrutinized Xiaoyan. What about you? Is your mission complete? At the mention of the mission, Xiaoyan's face contorted in disdain. It was merely a wild boar that had awakened its armored capability. Hardly a formidable adversary, just tough-skinned and swift. With 2 or 3 personnel assigned, it could be dealt with in 10 days to a fortnight. Let's all proceed together, he began, but suddenly Xiao Yin fell silent. He was acutely aware that Lin Mo shared a deep camaraderie with the captain of the second team, Tianmen. To bring up the betrayal of such a close comrade would only serve to rub salt into Lin Mo's wounds. Thus, after a brief pause, he shifted his gaze to Yang Dian and extended his right hand. You must be the martial arts prodigy, Yang, who has just joined the bureau. I am Xiao Yin, captain of the 5th team. Xiao Yu, Xiao Huiyin, not to be confused with the Xiao Yin from Battle Through the Heavens. Yang Dian shook hands with Xiao Yin. Hello, Captain Xiao, I am Yang Dian. Xiao Yin waved his hand dismissively. No need to call me Captain Xiao. Just call me Brother Xiao. By the way, Yang, your 7th team has just been established, and you probably haven't secured any noteworthy missions yet. Would you like to join our 5th team? We accumulate merit at a far swifter pace than your 7th team. Lin Montak jokingly punched Xiaoyan. You little rascal. Returning and poaching from my team right before my eyes. Do you want to stir trouble? While Lin Mo and Xiao Yin bantered, Yang Dian's phone chimed with a message. He took out his phone and waved his hand at the two. Captain, Brother Xiao, my package has arrived. I need to go collect it. The extraordinary treasures sent from headquarters have arrived. Chapter 61. The role of resources. The courier, a middle-aged man clad in black combat attire, exuded an air of competence, his demeanor serious and unsmiling. After confirming Yang Dian's identity, he requested a signature and handed over a suitcase, noticeably larger than the previous one. along with a bag of clothing. The contents included Huainanji, a Tianmen He oral solution, and a rare earth treasure core milk, all of which necessitated refrigeration for optimal preservation. Exposure to ambient or elevated temperatures would rapidly diminish their medicinal properties. The suitcase boasted a refrigeration feature, requiring merely 5 minutes of charging to function for 30 days. After outlining the precautions, the courier bowed respectfully to young Dian and, without awaiting a response, departed in a black armored vehicle with brisk efficiency. Impressed by the swift proceedings, Yang Dian carried the bag and suitcase into the changing room. Upon seeing Yang Dian enter, Shi Sheng, who was in the midst of changing, approached with evident envy. Has your order arrived? Your luck is truly remarkable. You've already acquired such merit upon joining the organization. Yang Dian produced his second-tier security officer uniform, offering a subtle smile. Just fortunate, just fortunate. Shi Sheng touched the uniform in Yang Dian's hand, his envy deepening. The texture feels so much more comfortable than that of a third-tier security officer. Those stars on your shoulders are far more splendid than mine. I wonder how long it will be before I can wear such a uniform. Observing Shi Sheng's palpable envy, Yang Dian shook his head gently. Brother Shi, I sense that unusual incidents seem to be on the rise lately. He brushed his fingers through his hair, recalling the Sea King that appeared at Yangzhou Bay last night, along with those beastly individuals who resorted to self-harm at the slightest provocation. It may not be long before you find yourself overwhelmed with missions, and your merit will undoubtedly soar. Shi Sheng shuddered at the thought. Perhaps that's best avoided. Things are perfectly fine as they are. If such chaos were to ensue, the world would surely descend into turmoil. As Shi Sheng muttered to himself, Yang Dian had already entered the password sent to his phone and opened the suitcase. As it swung open, its contents became visible to Yang Dian. The left compartment was the largest, neatly arranged with 50 pieces of Huainanji, resembling sugar oranges. The middle compartment housed 10 blue vials, undoubtedly containing the Tianmen He oral solution. The rightmost section contained a small box. He swiftly opened and closed the box, confirming that it contained the earth treasure core milk, just as he had anticipated. Being a second-tier security officer certainly had its perks, allowing him to purchase an additional 50 Huainanji each month, in stark contrast to the mere 5 permitted for third-tier officers. Yang Dian cast a sidelong glance at Shi Sheng and tossed him a piece of Huainanji. One piece is worth 100 merit points. Are you willing to buy it? Shi Sheng, unperturbed, peeled the orange and popped it into his mouth. What is there to hesitate about? I earn merit, not merely for a sumptuous meal. As he spoke, a look of contentment graced his features. Indeed, the flavor of the spiritual fruit is unparalleled. Once I procure some oranges, I shall repay you. Yang Dian waved his hand dismissively, signaling that such formality was unnecessary. He then emulated Shi Sheng, peeling a Huainan tangerine and tossing it into his mouth. Its delicate fragrance lingered, leaving an endless aftertaste. The Huainan tangerine merely yielded to pressure within his mouth, transforming into a sweet, citrus nectar. He felt the juice flow down his throat into his stomach, where it was ultimately digested by gastric juices, converting into energy that coursed through his entire being. Yang Dian couldn't help but emit a sound of pleasure. This sensation instinctively. He activated the unity of man and nature technique. The tendrils of energy were eagerly devoured by his ravenous cells, nourishing him. Ultimately, it became the essence of Yang Dian's vitality, serving as sustenance for his strength enhancement. He summoned his interface for a glance. As anticipated, the progress of the unity of man and nature had increased by 0.03. In terms of energy, this translated to a reduction of 0.3585 points in the experience energy required for the liver. 50 Huainan tangerines, after conversion, amounted to approximately 4,000 merit points, equating to nearly 18 points of energy. Indeed, the energy contained within spiritual substances can be harnessed to augment my strength. I wonder how much energy resides within a drop of Earth's essence. In situations of insufficient merit, perhaps exchanging merit for Huainan tangerines is the optimal solution. Lost in this myriad of thoughts, Yang Dian retrieved a vial of the unity of man and nature liquid, closed his suitcase, and made his way to the rooftop. Sure, go. I shall practice on the rooftop terrace. Go ahead, it's not like I have anything pressing. If something comes up, I'll give you a call. Upon hearing Shi Sheng's words, Yang Dian instinctively paused. Shi Sheng was unoccupied, yet it seemed he had matters to attend to. He had yet to check on Sun Yue's situation, but there's no rush arriving at the terrace. He casually set the suitcase in a conspicuous corner and immediately consumed the liquid. As it settled in his stomach, Yang Dian sensed a remarkable change within his body. It felt as though his very being had developed its own will, exulting in jubilation. His cells craved more energy. Even his spirit grew more refined. All prior distractions, unless deliberately summoned, vanished from his mind. 10,000 for a vial. Perhaps it's not a loss? He murmured to himself, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes to embrace the cosmos. Once he fully mastered the unity of man and nature, he no longer felt constrained by the techniques of breath-holding or walking on air. Whenever Yang Dian wished, at any moment and in any location, he could swiftly enter a state of cultivation. Under the enhancement of the potion, he could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy flowing into his body with each breath, being digested by his cells and transforming into rich and potent vitality. As he exhaled, the waste was expelled, carrying illness away from his body, dissipating in the rhythm of nature and decomposing into pure energy. With each inhalation and exhalation, Yang Dian's overall vitality began to gradually ascend. However, this state of cultivation did not endure long. It lasted less than 2 minutes. Feeling his abdomen rumble, Yang Dian opened his eyes. He touched his belly, which had just been filled with breakfast but now felt hollow, and let out a sigh. Resources, oh resources. The celestial harmony essence was precisely as Yang Dian had anticipated. It not only expedited a cultivator's comprehension of vital energy and blood, aiding in the initiation of the celestial harmony technique, but even for those who had already grasped it, it could enhance the refinement and accumulation of their vital energy and blood at an accelerated pace. The sole dilemma was the insufficiency of resources. A hearty breakfast could only sustain Yang Dian's training for a mere 2 minutes. How absurd! If only he could slay the Sea King. Its flesh should sustain him for quite some time, wouldn't it? He pondered when he might be strong enough to defeat it. After murmuring to himself, Yang Dian opened his suitcase and retrieved a small box from within. After consuming the heart of the earth, he would seek out Sun Yue, and then pursue the mutated creatures. Chapter 62. New Trait of Dragon Claw. Reverse dragon scale. The entrance of the golden cicada and the 9-colored plum melted in the mouth, inducing in Yang Dian an illusion. It was as though the extraordinary treasures of the heavens and earth, which instinctively evoked a desire for consumption, would always leave a lingering aftertaste. However, the heart of the earth shattered Yang Dian's delightful delusion. As the minuscule droplet of heart of the earth fell upon his tongue, he immediately sensed a profound weightiness. Instinctively, he made a swallowing motion. Once the heart of the earth settled in his stomach, he felt as if a small sun had emerged within him. This miniature sun radiated an indescribable warmth and light, as if it sought to scorch him from the inside out. So this is the sensation of consuming the heart of the earth, he muttered, tightening his body reflexively and commencing the practice of the unity of man and nature technique, absorbing the energy emanating from the heart of the earth. At noon, under the blazing sun atop the Bureau of Anomalies, Yang Dian finally completed the digestion of the heart of the earth and opened his eyes. He wrung out his clothes, which felt as if they could yield water, and reveled in a physical prowess that had more than doubled. The energy coursing through him was akin to a mighty river in full flow. Yang Dian summoned his panel. Technique, Dragon Claw. Trait, Copper Muscles and Iron Bones. Progress, 83. Practicing and supplemented with 25. 37 energy can manifest the second trait. Grass Flying. Trait, Swift as the Wind. Progress, 77. Practicing and supplemented with 21. 97 energy can manifest the second trait. Iron Claw Shirt. Trait, None. Progress, 63. Practicing and supplemented with 37. 61 energy can manifest the first trait. Hunyuan Power. Trait, None. Progress, 500. Practicing and supplemented with 283. 58 energy can manifest the first trait. Unity of man and nature, trait, none progress. 11. 5. Practicing and consuming 1056. 69. Energy can manifest the first trait. Energy, 346. 66. Increases by 1 point daily, but 7 points are absorbed by doo-doo. Martial arts realm. Sensation. Mastery of vital energy combat realm. No wonder I feel my power has increased more than double. It turns out that all 5 techniques have advanced. However, the energy increase is somewhat modest. A single golden cicada raised nearly 400 points of energy, yet a droplet of Heart of the Earth only elevated it by a little over 150 points. Is it because the Heart of the Earth contains substances that enhance constitution and vital energy? Or is it due to the subconscious practice of techniques that refine the energy within the Heart of the Earth? After some contemplation, Dian decided not to dwell on it. Regardless, considering the advancements in techniques, the effects of the Heart of the Earth were not inferior to that of the golden cicada. Nevertheless, by any calculation, it still fell short of the cost-effectiveness of merely purchasing Huainanji. Yet that seems incorrect. If I were to give the energy I have digested to Dudu, wouldn't Dudu provide even more starlight energy? By that logic, the cost-effectiveness seems comparable. Scratching his head, Dian gently patted Dudu, who had grown restless upon hearing the mention of energy. Do not fret. I shall allocate some energy to you later this evening. The starlight energy provided by Dudu enhances one's foundational skills. Naturally, Dian would not fall behind. As for the present moment, the 3 attributes, Dragon Claw Technique, Grass on the Move, and Iron Cloth, require merely 85 points of energy combined. Glancing up at the blazing sun hanging in the sky, Dian removed 2 strings of prayer beads from his wrist. He did not wear these beads for mere aesthetics. They served a practical purpose for refining his Dragon Claw technique. Mastering Grass on the Move necessitated walking and running, while practicing Iron Cloth required someone to provide a massage. Thus, he could only prioritize the cultivation of the Dragon Claw technique for now. As for Little Sun, he would have to wait until Dian had further developed the second attribute of the Dragon Claw technique. I wonder what the second attribute of the Dragon Claw technique is. With a hint of anticipation, Dian sat cross-legged with the beads, transitioning from the zenith of the sun to the slanting rays of dusk. As the sun completely set and the afterglow still bathed the earth, Dian, having meditated with the prayer beads for an entire afternoon, finally halted his movements, feeling a tremor throughout his body. Reverse Dragon Scales? Staring at the panel displaying his newly acquired second attribute, Dian was momentarily taken aback, then raised his right hand, inspired by a sudden insight. It seemed to be thus. With a mere thought, his vital energy surged towards his hands. Strands of crimson mist emerged from his pores, ultimately converging around his fingertips, firmly enveloping them. Once the mist solidified, his fingers transformed into indomitable crimson dragon claws, the tips extending into sharp dragon talons measuring 3 centimeters in length. As he moved his right hand, the continuing flow of crimson mist coalesced in his palm and on the back of his hand, forming patches of blood-red dragon scales. The scales materialized from the joints of his fingers, progressively extending up his forearm towards his elbow. Regrettably, due to his limited martial arts training, his vital energy was nearly depleted, causing the dragon scales to only reach his elbow before his energy ran low. He curled his dragon claw and struck the 4th-level steel rebar on the rooftop. The sound of metallic collision echoed from the steel. Swallowing hard, Dian instinctively exerted force with his fingertips, dragging them across the rebar of comparable thickness to his wrist. A shrill, scratching noise resounded on the rooftop, causing Lin Mo, who had heard the commotion and ascended the stairs, to instinctively furrow his brow. Approaching Dian, who was crouched on the ground, Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth happened to your hand? Have you undergone a second awakening? How can you carve such a deep gash into 4th-level steel? It was no wonder Lin Mo was taken aback. The very steel that Dian had nearly pierced was 4th-level steel. Even small-caliber bullets could only leave a mere white mark on it. Yet now, with just a swipe of his finger, Dian had managed to etch a gash 9 centimeters long, 3 centimeters deep, and half a centimeter wide into the rebar. If such claws were to grasp a human, would they not rend flesh and bone, leaving behind a gruesome scene? Yang Dian clenched his crimson dragon claws, producing a resonant clang. Captain, this is not an awakening. This is martial prowess. Ancient martial arts, dragon claw technique. As he spoke, Yang Dian clenched his fist and struck the rooftop with a fierce blow. With a resounding thud, his fist penetrated the reinforced concrete as effortlessly as cutting through butter. Observing the hollow left behind on the rooftop and the broken steel bars within, Lin Mo's brow twitched in disbelief, his voice tinged with bitterness. The dragon claw technique can achieve such a feat? Yang Dian rose to his feet, dispersing the vital energy that had gathered in his right hand. The energy, akin to vapor, diffused and re-entered his body through his pores, ultimately distributing evenly throughout, saturating every single cell. Sensing that he had expended less than 1% of his vital energy, Yang Dian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain, it's not merely the dragon claw technique. I have also grasped the essence of the unity of man and nature. It is through the refinement of vital energy in the unity of man and nature that I could perfect the dragon claw technique. With that, Yang Dian extended both hands once more. As his vital energy surged, crimson claws began to coalesce at his fingertips, manifesting blood-red scales in reverse. However, due to the dispersal of his vital energy, the scales only formed up to his wrists, depleting all of Yang Dian's energy. The True Dragon Claw Technique. Chapter 63. Lin Mo's Existential Doubts. Lin Mo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. If his memory served him correctly, Yang Dian had only recently acquired the unity of heaven and man technique and had just ordered the corresponding oral solution yesterday. In fact, he had only received the solution that very morning. You. After a couple of stammered words, he exhaled deeply and continued, You rascal. In the future, refrain from hiding on the rooftop to startle people. At your age, you should not be easily frightened. Moreover, the cost for repairing the rooftop materials and labor will be deducted from your salary. Having said this, Lin Mo cradled his thermos and made his way towards the staircase. However, the way he accidentally missed a step indicated that he was far from calm. As Lin Mo descended, Yang Dian retracted his transformed claws and scales. Lin Mo had ascended to the rooftop, a move he had not overlooked. Revealing the progress of his martial arts was a deliberate choice on his part. Undoubtedly, Lin Mo would report on the rapid cultivation of his vitality and the manifestation of dragon claws and scales. Yang Dian was curious about the response from above. Would they maintain the status quo or provide substantial support? Yang Dian was uncertain, yet he was not overly concerned. Substantial support would be beneficial, granting him greater strength to withstand future crises. However, maintaining the status quo was not entirely unfavorable either. With external assistance, he believed he could ensure the safety of his family without much trouble. Lost in thought, Yang Dian opened his interface to take a glance. The energy required to cultivate the third trait of the Dragon Claw had reached 1492. 10-fold the energy needed for the second trait. Thus, for each additional trait, the energy consumption increases tenfold. The energy gap is becoming increasingly vast. The larger the energy gap, the more crucial the presence of Duda became. He recalled that when he first cultivated the Dragon Claw, the energy consumed had been a mere 25 points. Without Dudu's starlight energy enhancing his life essence, attaining the third trait of the Dragon Claw would require 2,500 energy, almost double what was currently needed. What exactly is the starlight energy Dudu possesses? It feels as if Dudu could be considered my second external aid. My sister truly is my lucky star. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Dian lifted his foot and headed downstairs. It was nearly time to visit Sun Yue and discern the situation. After placing his suitcase in the agency's private safe, Yang Dian donned the uniform of the bureau and rode his electric scooter straight to 58 Sui Shui Street. This street was adjacent to Ping Shui Street. Number 58 was the breakfast shop run by the son, father, and daughter duo. The shop consisted of 2 stories. The first floor was dedicated to their breakfast business, while the second floor served as their living quarters and study. As the sun dipped low in the west, the moon began to rise. The dim moonlight spilled over the earth, and the warm glow of the breakfast shop's lights struggled to seep through the slats of the rolling shutter door, reaching out hesitantly into the night. The Sun family's breakfast shop was indeed different from its usual self. At this time of the day, breakfast establishments would typically be open. Although there were fewer patrons in the evening for buns and wontons, they were not entirely absent. The young ladies from the neighboring Ping Shui Street, dressed in light attire, were just waking up to begin their morning shifts. The father and daughter, relying on one another, always endeavored to earn every last penny before closing their doors for the night. They usually kept their establishment open until around 8 or 9 in the evening. Standing before the roll-up door, Yang Dian pondered how best to communicate with the duo. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a shadow loomed behind the door, blocking the light that spilled outside. Who could it be? Yang Dian cast a surprised glance at the roll-up door. Though he could not see, he could almost envision Sun Li with a vigilant expression, watching the outside, possibly armed with some weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Dian decided to speak plainly. Huaxia Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, Level 2 Security Officer, Yang Dian. As his words echoed, a prolonged silence enveloped both sides of the door. Just as Yang Dian was considering whether to say more, the roll-up door began to rise amidst a cacophony of noise, revealing Sun Li, wielding a rolling pin, with a weary yet guarded expression. Glancing past Sun Li into the shop, Yang Dian noted the breakfast establishment's astonishing cleanliness. It was meticulously spotless, with every corner of the floor, walls, and ceiling devoid of dust. Tables, chairs, bowls, and spoons were all arranged in perfect order, and the range hood was immaculate, showing no trace of grease. The entire establishment appeared as if it had been tidied by an obsessive-compulsive individual, leaving no detail overlooked. It was evident that such pristine conditions had not existed when breakfast was served earlier that morning. Yang Dian scrutinized the breakfast shop, while Sun Li assessed him in turn. The uniform worn by Yang Dian, distinct from traditional security attire, nevertheless prompted Sun Li to instinctively recognize him as an official. Despite its modern design, the lineage of its style was unmistakable and not easily replicated by ordinary individuals. As Sun Li's gaze shifted from the uniform to Yang Dian's face, a flicker of recognition crossed his features. Why does this feel somewhat familiar? In his thoughts, Sun Li noticed the long hair tied at the back of Yang Dian's head, and a moment of realization washed over him. Is it you? Are you still a security officer? Why didn't RDE mention this? Yang Dian was taken aback. You know RDE? You've talked about me with him? Perhaps due to their acquaintance. Sun Li's wariness noticeably diminished. This breakfast shop also belongs to RDE. He enjoys stopping by to spend some time. In fact, it's not just this shop. RDE is one of the earliest residents affected by the renovations. Throughout his life, he has encountered several relocations, securing over 40 storefronts on Ping Shui and Si Shui streets. He often visits the shops, chatting with us tenants, and, if our business struggles, he shows understanding by reducing the rent. In this area, you are the only man who has suddenly taken to wearing a wig. Thus, you have become a topic of conversation. At this juncture, he appeared to fear that Yang Dian might misunderstand him, and he continued, "Second, uncle holds you in high regard, claiming you are a fine young man, cultured and refined. Otherwise, he would not have permitted you to rent in his residence." He referred to the building in which he lived, not the properties leased to other tenants. Yang Dian's Briat Hitched. He had anticipated becoming a subject of gossip after donning the dudu. Yet he had not expected second uncle to possess such an extensive portfolio of properties. In this era, although real estate prices, particularly along the coast, have been steadily declining, the figure of over 40 establishments remains astonishingly exaggerated. Moreover, this does not account for the numerous additional properties beyond the stores. Indeed, reincarnation is a skillful endeavor, rubbing his temples to dispel the envy and jealousy within. Yang Dian regarded Sun Li earnestly, stating, "Since you are aware of my identity, I shall refrain from further elaboration. You must also understand the reason for my visit to your home at such a late hour, correct? Is Sun Yue present?" Upon hearing Yang Dian mention his daughter, Sun Li instinctively tightened his grip on the rolling pin. "Could you repeat which organization you represent?" "The Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs of Huaxia." Sun Li swallowed hard, his expression visibly tensing. Then, if Yang Dian interrupted Sun Li's stammering words, directly providing him with the answer he sought. Indeed, something extraordinary has occurred with Sun Yue, has it not? Observing his tacit acceptance, Yang Dian continued, yet, it is merely beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. For us, whether it be the body or a certain organ experiencing mutation or evolution is entirely commonplace. Therefore, you need not be concerned that your daughter will be forcibly detained by us or subjected to experimentation in a laboratory. This world is not as dark as you might envision. Chapter 64. The Angel? The experimental results of the Research Institute. As Yang Dian's words fell, Sun Li visibly relaxed. That's good, that's good. Murmuring a few phrases, he allowed Yang Dian to enter the breakfast shop and then, like a thief, glanced outside before lowering the shutter. Is Xiao Wei's mutation truly not a significant matter? Yang Dian nodded affirmatively. I assure you, it is not a serious issue. Upon hearing Yang Dian's reassurance once more, Sun Li hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately could not restrain himself. However, ever since Xiao Wei's body underwent mutation, she seems to have become somewhat unhinged. Yang Dian scanned the impeccably tidy breakfast shop. For instance, after her mutation, she developed obsessive cleanliness and compulsive behaviors. How did you know? Sun Li was initially taken aback, but then followed Yang Dian's gaze to survey the breakfast shop, revealing a wry smile. Indeed, Xiao Wei has suddenly developed obsessive cleanliness and compulsive behaviors. Moreover, it has intensified. Initially, she exhibited only mild symptoms of these traits, but within just 2 days of her mutation, she cannot stand any untidiness or dirt in her surroundings. Even while playing games, she has set stringent standards for kill counts, death counts, assists, and last hits. If this continues, I genuinely fear for her well-being. Were it not for her current state being unsuitable for going out, I would have already taken her to see a psychologist. Yang Dian rubbed his nose upon hearing this. He had heard that awakened individuals might have their personalities influenced by their abilities, yet this particular type of awakened individual was a first for him. Could you call your daughter down for me to see? Certainly. However, she cannot tolerate loud noises. If the volume is too high, she becomes upset. I will go upstairs to call her. Please wait a moment. With that, Sun Li first prepared a cup of hot water for Yang Dian, then opened the side door and ascended the stairs. In a short while, 2 sets of footsteps echoed almost simultaneously from the staircase. Shifting his gaze towards the side door, Yang Dian did not have to wait long before Sun Li emerged first, followed closely by a tall figure. Sun Li was not short, standing about a half head shorter than Yang Dian, roughly around 175 meters tall. In the southern regions, this height was already considered tall for his generation. But what about Sun Yue behind him? She stood a full 2 heads taller than him. Her long legs were so straight that they reached Sun Li's navel. The estimated length of her legs exceeded 2 meters. Adding to this, the pair of wings behind her, which were even taller than her head when folded, occasionally fluttered, radiating a pure white halo, reminiscent of an angel from Western mythology. Yang Dian felt that if he had not mastered ancient martial arts and were merely an ordinary person, he might not even be able to utter a word in the presence of her imposing aura. You must be Sun Yue? Sun Li, arriving first beside Yang Dian, chuckled. Ever since Xiao Wei grew wings from her shoulder blades, it seems as though she has undergone a second growth spurt. In these past few days, she has nearly grown 45 centimeters taller. The clothes that once fit have become too small. This outfit is one I purchased just today. Fortunately, after this afternoon, her growth in height will cease, or else I would be a loss as to where to find suitable clothing and shoes for her. Sun Yue stood quietly to the side, a bit shy, occasionally glancing at Yang Dian. Yang Dian scrutinized Sun Yue and then curiously inquired, May I touch your wings? Sun Yue's face flushed. No, my wings have just emerged. They are very sensitive. Yang Dian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. Goodness, it feels like asking to touch someone's daughter in front of her father. Slightly awkward, he stepped on his own shadow, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. He continued, Given the changes you are experiencing, both physically and in temperament, I suggest you seek a professional institution for a checkup. Upon hearing the mention of a checkup, Sun Li's demeanor instantly stiffened. Yang Dian noticed and quickly offered a reassuring glance. It's an official institution, part of our Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. Moreover, the examination will be conducted at Fuzhou University by a professor there, so you need not worry about any adverse outcomes. Mr. Sun, if you feel uneasy, you may accompany Yue. Can I really go? Sun Li still appeared somewhat anxious. Seeing this, Yang Jian resorted to his trump card. Of course you can. Furthermore, let me tell you, the changes in Yue are not mutations. They are referred to officially as awakenings. For those in the know, experiencing such physical changes and awakening a latent ability is not a closely guarded secret. In fact, after awakening, individuals often gain numerous advantages. For instance, I scored just over 400 on my college entrance exams, which would typically qualify me only for a standard second-tier university. However, after my awakening, Fuzhou University directly offered me a special admission. When the next semester begins, I will be able to enroll there directly. Once Yue's talents are confirmed, she may also qualify for special admission without exams. At that point, she could be exempt from tuition and even receive scholarships. Sun Li's eyes brightened. Is that true? For ordinary parents, having their children attend a prestigious university is undoubtedly one of their aspirations. The prospect of being able to enroll without examinations and receive scholarships was exhilarating. Yet, upon considering his daughter's current condition, he hesitated. Is it really possible? Yang Dian retrieved his phone and displayed it before the father and daughter. If you don't mind, I can communicate with them in your presence. Rest assured, I'll set it to speakerphone. Nothing will be concealed from you. The father and daughter exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. With their consent, Yang Jian promptly unlocked his phone and dialed Shenfei. After 3 rings, Shenfei's fatigued voice emerged from the phone. Hello? Is this you, Xiaoyang? What do you need to discuss? Yang Jian activated the speakerphone and placed the mobile device on the table. He then addressed Professor Shun, stating, I have discovered an awakened individual exhibiting abnormal physical changes post-awakening, accompanied by pronounced obsessive-compulsive tendencies and symptoms of cleanliness. How should we proceed with this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Fei responded. Instances of emotional disturbances due to the influence of foreign energies post-awakening, leading to psychological ailments, are not uncommon. Appropriate psychological counseling should suffice. However, regarding the physical mutations, it is advisable for them to undergo an examination here. The human body is a realm shrouded in mystery. Mutations in bodily organs may not necessarily be beneficial. In the early years at Heihe, there was an awakened individual who developed organs resembling gills, resulting in a degradation of respiratory function. Subsequent research confirmed that he could only sustain his life by remaining submerged in water and swimming continuously to obtain sufficient oxygen. Unfortunately, our understanding of awakened individuals was not comprehensive at that time, leading to his tragic suffocation on the shore. Therefore, should any physical mutations arise, a thorough examination is indispensable for safety reasons. Upon hearing Shun Fei's words, Yang Jian shifted his gaze towards Sun Li and her father. After a brief exchange, the duo nodded in agreement, affirming, we will accompany you. Yang Jian smiled and nodded in return, then turned his attention back to the mobile device. Professor Shun, we will head over now. You're still at the Research Institute, correct? Indeed, Shun Fei replied. As he recalled something, he added, it is fortuitous that you are coming. We have recently achieved significant results in our studies on fireflies and those colossal cockroaches, yielding remarkable findings. After testing on animals and death row inmates, the effects surpassed our expectations. I look forward to sharing them with you. Chapter 65. The Divine Orthodoxy in the East. At Fudan University, outside the Research Institute. Upon catching sight of Sun Yue for the first time, Shun Fei's eyes lit up. This must be little Sun, the newly awakened individual that Xiaoyang mentioned. The wings that sprouted after her awakening are truly magnificent. Sun Yue, feeling somewhat anxious, fidgeted with her wings, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her unease, Shun Fei offered a gentle smile and turned to his female assistant beside him. Xiao Chun, please assist Mr. Sun in obtaining a temporary pass. Once that is arranged, take little Sun for a checkup and notify me once the report is ready. During the examination, do enlighten them about our esteemed Fudan University and the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. I will take Xiao Yang to review the recent findings. The female assistant was none other than Shan Wenxian, who had recently awakened with a gift of photographic memory. After making the necessary arrangements, Shen Fei turned his attention back to Sun Yue. Do not worry. The checkup is quite simple, and there will be no need for blood tests. Sun Yue glanced at Yang Dian, the only familiar face among those present apart from Sun Li, feeling a bit more at ease with him. Yang Dian nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, this is an official department, and everything is conducted properly. Moreover, Wenxian is also an awakened individual. She just awakened a couple of days ago and has joined the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs as an assistant to Professor Shen. He then added, by the way, Wenxian has an older sister, Wenya, who is also an awakened one and has joined the Bureau, though her work is not based here. Both of them were specially recruited by Fudan. Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, both father and daughter turned their attention towards Chen Wenxian, who nodded in affirmation of Yang Dian's statements. Uncle Yang is correct. My sister and I awakened just 2 days ago and joined the Bureau on the very day of our awakening. I work in the research department of the 3rd Division, while my sister is in the information department of the 2nd Division. It was actually Uncle Yang who invited us to join the Bureau. Come with me, Sister Sun. I'll take you for your checkup. As she moved closer to Sun Yue, Chan Wenxian couldn't help but envy her long legs, which nearly matched her own height. By the way, how is it that your awakened gift is so powerful? Not only have you sprouted those beautiful wings, but your legs are remarkably long as well. She gestured with her hands, her admiration evident. When I enhance my appearance, I wouldn't dare elongate my legs to such an extent. I truly envy you. Observing Chan Wenxian's envious demeanor, Yang Dian cleared his throat. Wenxian, I have mentioned that I am the same age as you. Please refrain from calling me uncle. Moreover, Yue is even younger than us. 17? Chen Wenxian's envy deepened. Why didn't I have such long legs at 17? Let's go, Yue. I will take you for your examination. As Chen Wenxian led Sun Yue and Sun Li out of sight around the corner of the corridor, Yang Jian turned his curious gaze toward Shen Fei. Professor, it seems you have a particular interest in Sun Yue. Shen Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he replied as he guided Yang Dian through the underground passage. Did you notice, upon first seeing her, how she resembles a figure from Western mythology? Are you referring to an angel? Yes, Shen Fei exclaimed with a hint of excitement. With the revival of spiritual energy and the emergence of the extraordinary, those who wield supernatural powers are akin to mythological beings manifesting in our reality. Undoubtedly, the world ahead is destined for significant transformation. If our nation is to endure amidst this upheaval, we must not be preoccupied solely with our own affairs. The arrival of an angel in our land, particularly one of yellow skin and black hair, signifies something profound. It suggests that divine authority is rooted in the East. Previously, we had the Son of God, Hong Xiuquan. Now we have the angelic presence of Sun Yue. There is much to explore within this narrative. Yang Dian gave Shen Fei a thumbs up. Truly a remarkable mind. Yet rather sinister, he mused. While he could not help but marvel at Sun Yue's physique, beauty, and the grace she exuded in silence, Shen Fei, on the other hand, was already contemplating how to undermine the West with a mere thought. In their casual conversation, the pair descended to the underground research facility, reaching a depth greater than their previous visit. Upon arriving at the end of the passage, Shen Fei gestured toward a massive observation door and remarked, "Behold." Fortunately, you acted swiftly. Had these mutated cockroaches escaped, who knows what chaos would have ensued. Stepping closer to the observation window, Yang Dian's skin prickled with goosebumps. Within the expansive chamber were several enormous cultivation rooms, housing the mutated cockroaches he had captured just days prior. Remarkably, these creatures had exhibited rapid growth. Within a mere 3 to 4 days, they had nearly reached the length of an adult's calf. Watching them congregate around bones of cattle, sheep, and pigs, as well as rotting vegetables and construction debris, Yang Jian couldn't help but touch the goosebumps on his forearms. Professor, have these creatures truly grown this quickly? In less than 4 days, they have become so large? In response, Shen Fei led Yang Dian to another cultivation room, revealing the sizable cockroach that had been encased in ice by Shi Sheng, compared to its earlier state at the homes of the Qin sisters. This mutated cockroach had grown significantly larger and more robust, thanks to abundant resources. However, it was missing limbs and bore several wing defects. The price of such nourishment was evident in its collected parts. Research indicated that this mutated cockroach had evolved from the American cockroach. The cockroach, colloquially known as Little Strong, derives its name from its remarkable adaptability. Perhaps in response to the increasingly intricate environment following the resurgence of spiritual energy, its mutations have evolved towards rapid digestion, accelerated growth, and an increase in size, alongside the capacity to store greater amounts of energy. This adaptation ensures that, once it has accumulated sufficient energy, it can remain hidden in a corner for decades, or even centuries, without sustenance, all the while exhibiting an astonishing vitality. Furthermore, with its genetic lineage remaining stable, this mutation capability is also passed on to its progeny. Dian recalled the online notion that the protein content within cockroaches surpasses that of beef. Thus, he instinctively remarked, "This is not merely rapid growth and increased size. It is also about storing more energy. Isn't it evolving towards becoming a high-energy food? Do you think so too?" The excitement in Shun Fei's voice revealed the thrill of discovering a like-minded companion. "I share the same sentiment." Chapter 66, High-Energy Nutrient. The blue pill: we have extracted a portion of the body from a mutated cockroach, supplemented with rare medicinal substances, and through advanced technological methods, we have ultimately obtained a high-energy nutrient. At this point, Shun Fei led Yang Dian to an observation window. Within this observation window, multiple independent compartments were delineated. These compartments housed various experimental subjects, including but not limited to white mice, rabbits, and rhesus monkeys. The high-energy nutrient is replete with abundant nutrients and is easily absorbable and digestible. A single grain-sized dose is sufficient to sustain the daily activities of an adult rhesus monkey. Following tests conducted on death row inmates, we have confirmed that this high-energy food is harmless to the human body. Our colleagues, who practice ancient martial arts in the Research Institute, have voluntarily applied to assist with the experiments. After comprehensive testing and validation, we have determined that the high-energy nutrient can entirely replace the effects of most medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits. It provides martial artists with ample nourishment and accelerates their enhancement of strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian interjected to complete Shun Fei's thought. Therefore, if we engage in large-scale breeding of mutated cockroaches to harvest abundant high-energy nutrients, resources will no longer be a limitation. Is an era of universal martial arts about to dawn? However, it is not that simple. Shun Fei, with his hands clasped behind his back, shook his head slightly. As the saying goes, wielding a sharp weapon breeds hostility. What is this weapon? It is the fist, it is power. The implications of universal martial arts are immense. Without sufficient military deterrence, once universal martial arts is initiated, it is uncertain how chaotic the nation may become. One must not underestimate the darkness that resides in the human heart. If our power is insufficient, those malevolent forces we have painstakingly suppressed will undoubtedly resurge. Even with ample resources, expanding universal martial arts is not a matter of a day or two. Resources will be prioritized for various armed departments within the organization. Only when the comrades in these armed departments achieve a certain level of strength, ensuring public safety and stability, will the practice gradually proliferate to schools, and ultimately to society at large. He then turned back to observe the mutated cockroaches in the breeding chamber. Moreover, with over 1 billion people in the nation, if we truly pursue universal martial arts, the daily consumption of resources would amount to astronomical figures. We must first ensure adequate resource reserves to guard against any eventualities. The details of this endeavor are not something that can be resolved in a short period. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Amidst the buzzing sound, a hemispherical robot emerged from a concealed door, carrying a tray that it presented before the two men. Shun Fei picked up a blue vial the size of sodakin from the tray and handed it to Yang Dian. Lin Mo has just submitted a report stating that after you utilized a certain elixir of unity, you have successfully entered the preliminary stages of the unity of man and nature, sensing and mastering your vital energy. Remarkably, in a very short time, you were able to condense your vital energy, materializing it through your extraordinary talents. I I hope the organization will enhance its support for your development. He gazed intently into young Dian's eyes and spoke earnestly. This is a highly energetic nutritional substance extracted from mutated cockroaches. Within the entire research institute, or rather the world, there exist only 2 vials at present. One of these must be sent to the Huaxiao Research Academy for more precise and comprehensive testing. The remaining vial, would you care to sample it? As the small blue vial was presented before him, Yang Jian did not hesitate to extend his right hand. Then I shall give it a try. Right here? Let's go to the 3rd floor. Wearing isolation suits while taking medication and cultivating is rather inconvenient. Upon returning to the ground and ascending to the 3rd floor, Yang Jian prepared to unscrew the small blue vial when Shun Fei intervened. The high-energy nutritional substance is something we have only recently developed, although it has undergone animal trials, human tests, and trials with ancient martial artists. It may still pose risks. Just as penicillin can be life-saving, some individuals may have allergies to it. Should you feel any discomfort, please speak up immediately. Yang Jian nodded in understanding and then proceeded to open the small blue vial, extracting a tablet approximately 3 millimeters thick and 1 centimeter in diameter. Recalling Shun Fei's warning, he refrained from placing the entire tablet in his mouth. Instead, he scraped a bit of powder off the tablet with his nail and sprinkled it into his mouth. After swallowing the powder with warm water, he soon felt a sense of satiety rising within his previously empty stomach. Yang Jian instinctively began to circulate his qi, attempting to condense his vital energy. As his stomach churned, he could distinctly sense an inexplicable substance being absorbed and digested within him, transforming into energy that permeated his entire being, ultimately manifesting as vitality. Regrettably, he had scraped off too little powder, merely tasting a hint of the essence, as the entirety of what he had collected was swiftly digested. After moving his body slightly and feeling no discomfort, Yang Jian turned to Shen Fei, who stood nearby. "Professor, I feel quite well at the moment." "That is excellent," Shen Fei replied with a smile. "Shall we proceed with another trial?" Yang Jian was indeed inclined to do so. After a slight nod, he placed the entire tablet, from which he had scraped some powder, into his mouth. The previous amount had been too small to discern its flavor. This time, as he held the whole tablet in his mouth, he discovered it possessed a hint of sweetness and a touch of acidity, accompanied by a flavor reminiscent of Huainan's bitter orange. Curiously, he turned to Shun Fei and asked, "Did you add Huainan bitter orange to the blue tablet?" Shun Fei nodded. "Not only Huainan bitter orange, but also blue lotus seeds. The bitter orange tempers the medicinal properties, while the blue lotus seeds aid digestion. Combined with the nutritional substances extracted from the mutated cockroaches and various other herbs, we have created the current high-energy nutritional tablet, which we refer to as the blue tablet. Without any one of these components, it would not have manifested. How does it feel?" Yang Jian swallowed the blue tablet with saliva and nodded. "The taste is quite pleasant." With that, his expression deepened, and he entered a state of cultivation. Observing Yang Jian, who without uttering a word, seamlessly entered a state of cultivation, his abdomen gently undulating as his muscles and sinews synchronized with his breath, it appeared as though he was enveloped in a mist of sanguine haze. Shun Fei could not help but express his astonishment. Indeed, it was as Lin Mo had described. He had truly grasped the essence of vital energy. Yet, it was more astonishing than Lin Mo had suggested. The colleague in the office who also sensed and harnessed vital energy did not exhibit such extraordinary phenomena during his practice. Even with all his might, he could merely augment the power of his fists, enhancing their defensive and destructive capabilities, but could not conjure smoke from his vital energy, let alone solidify it into form. Had I truly stumbled upon a congenital martial arts prodigy? As for the fact that Yang Dian had originally been discovered by Lin Mo, it had been instinctively overlooked by Shun Fei. Yang Dian's acceptance letter had already been meticulously prepared under his direct supervision. Once he found a moment, he would personally deliver it to his residence. Chapter 67. The oath under the red flag. Yang Dian was entirely oblivious to Shun Fei's thoughts. After the small blue pill settled in his stomach, a sense of satiety resurfaced. The small blue pill bore a resemblance to the core milk, yet unlike the core milk, which transformed into a small sun upon ingestion, threatening to scorch Yang Dian. The blue pill functioned more like a limited-capacity button battery, warming his entire being. It continuously released its essence within Yang Dian's comfort zone, transforming into energy that he digested and absorbed, ultimately refining it into vital essence, thereby enriching his foundation. His vital essence grew, and his physique strengthened. He even faintly sensed that his spirit had also burgeoned somewhat. If only the Bureau could provide me with an ample supply of the small blue pill. With a hint of anticipation, Yang Dian immersed himself completely in his cultivation. What constitutes strength? Only through relentless practice and unwavering focus can one achieve it. Fully devoted to his training, Yang Dian eventually emerged from his meditative state as he sensed the effects of the small blue pill waning and finally dissipating. He slowly opened his eyes. Shun Fei glanced at his smartwatch. The duration of cultivation was 36 minutes. Upon hearing the time, he immediately furrowed his brow. A single small blue pill allowed Luo Fei to cultivate for half a day. Yet for you, it only lasted 36 minutes? Hearing Shun Fei's mutterings, Yang Dian chuckled. Professor, aside from a unity of heaven and man technique and the dragon claw technique, I have also practiced the Hunyuan Jin. The Hunyuan Jin enables me to command my entire strength at will and even grants me slight control over my internal organs, assisting me in better managing my vital essence. With the aid of Hunyuan Jin, I actively controlled the peristalsis of my stomach, facilitating the digestion of the small blue pill and enhancing the speed of absorption. Shun Fei was taken aback. Huh? The Hunyuan Jin has this effect? I was unaware of that. After his moment of confusion, he looked at Yang Dian with a head full of questions. When did you learn the Hunyuan Jin? You can actually integrate your entire strength and even influence your organs and vital essence with it? Yang Dian, with a simple smile, replied, I learned it a few days ago. A few days? Considering that other martial practitioners typically measured their training in months or even years, Yang Dian's timeline seemed to shrink to mere days. Shun Fei was at a loss for words. Could it be that you are truly a genius? Yang Dian nodded. Unless something unexpected occurs, I am indeed a genius. You really don't hold back. Shun Fei patted Yang Dian's shoulder and then exclaimed joyfully, That's wonderful. Young people in our huaxia must possess such an indomitable spirit. After another pat on the shoulder, Shun Fei shifted the conversation. What are the results of your training? Yang Dian clenched his fist, assessing his physical condition before responding. Quite good. My total vital essence has slightly increased, my physical strength has improved, and even my mental state feels a bit enhanced. At this point, Yang Dian hesitated. I do feel that my spirit is indeed better, yet I also sense a degree of fatigue. It has improved, yet has also deteriorated. I find it difficult to articulate this feeling. It is a common phenomenon. Shun Fei gently patted Yang Dian's shoulder, reassuring him. As the ancients often said, essence, energy, and spirit are interdependent, and there is indeed profound wisdom in this. The enhancement of the spirit arises from a robust body, invigorated blood, ultimately nurturing the spirit in return. As for the feeling of fatigue, it is merely a result of prolonged training. You are controlling your body and energy, actively digesting the small blue pills without depleting your spirit. A good night's sleep will remedy it. Yang Dian suddenly understood, so that was the case. Having clarified his physical state, Yang Dian rubbed the small blue vial, a silly grin spreading across his face as he turned to Shun Fei. Professor, when can we begin mass production of this small blue pill? Shun Fei shot him a sidelong glance. What is this? You haven't even finished what is in your bowl, and you're already thinking about what is in the pot? Yang Dian chuckled, not denying it. Regardless of how much one possesses, it will eventually be consumed. Moreover, there aren't too many of the small blue pills in the vial, only about 60. It is prudent to prepare for the future. Such foresight is essential. Observing Yang Dian es una bachet de mianor. Shun Fei couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. In principle, our primary task now is to intensify the cultivation of the mutated cockroaches, increasing their numbers as much as possible. It is forbidden to use the mutated cockroaches for medicinal purposes during this period. After saying this, noticing Yang Dian's unchanged expression, Shun Fei couldn't help but admire inwardly, thinking, "This lad truly possesses remarkable composure." However, recently, unusual events have erupted within Minjiang province, with foreign forces casting covetous glances our way, and sea creatures drawing near the coast. To enhance the capabilities of the extraordinary individuals in Minjiang province and to resist the looming crisis within reasonable limits, some flexibility may be permissible. At this juncture, Shun Fei suddenly ceased his smile, adopting a serious demeanor, and solemnly inquired, "Comrade Yang Dian, can you steadfastly uphold your beliefs, strictly adhere to discipline, fulfill your duties, and be willing to fight for the resurgence of Huaxia? A comrade in word, a comrade for life." Faced with Shun Fei's solemn expression, Yang Dian instinctively straightened his back. His gaze lingered for a moment on the fluttering red flag illuminated by the lights outside. An indescribable sense of mission surged through Yang Dian's entire being. "I shall steadfastly uphold my beliefs, strictly adhere to discipline, and fulfill my duties. I shall devote my life to the resurgence of Huaxia." In this place, at this moment, this is the truest thought in Yang Dian's heart. He reflected. Even on television, those corrupt officials adorned with silver bracelets, when they swear under the red flag, they must share the same purity as he does. The same unblemished purity. Upon hearing Yang Dian's heartfelt declaration, Shun Fei, who had maintained a serious demeanor, broke into a joyful smile. "I knew you would be a good comrade." After patting Yang Dian's shoulder, Shun Fei pondered for a moment before stating, "Currently, there's only one adult mutated cockroach. The remaining nymphs, even with ample resources, require significant time to mature. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. The Research Institute can only produce a maximum of 1 bottle per month, yielding merely 60 high-energy nutritional tablets. In 2 months, as other juvenile organisms mature, the allocation will increase slightly. Furthermore, you must ensure a rapid enhancement of your abilities. Should your progress stagnate, the Institute may suspend your resource supply at any moment. Presently, the total resources are limited, and we must maximize their utilization." Yang Dian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shun Fei's words. "I assure you, I will not disappoint the organization." Shun Fei squeezed Yang Dian's sturdy arm. "I trust you will not let the organization down." As they exchanged smiles, Shun Fei's communicator suddenly buzzed to life. Picking it up to glance at the screen, Shun Fei turned to Yang Dian. "Sun Yue's medical report has come in. Would you like to accompany me to review it?" Yang Dian shook his head. "No, I will pass. I need to head to Dia Bay early tomorrow to collect some anomalous creatures, so I shall return to rest today." Shun Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Dia Bay? Which Dia Bay? The one in Huizhou?" Yang Dian confirmed with a nod. "Yes. Last night, I encountered a fisherman who caught a few mutated creatures from the sea. We arranged to meet in Huizhou tomorrow for the transfer." Shun Fei opened his mouth, letting out a resigned smile. "You rascal, you've got some skills. You've even extended your reach to another province. Be cautious when you arrive in Dia Bay tomorrow. Avoid any conflicts with the local Anomaly Management Bureau. After all, you're technically overstepping your bounds." Chapter 68. Just after completing the oath, he headed to the foot spa city. Clutching the small blue bottle, he hailed a cab back to Sisui Street, mounted the Department electric scooter, and after changing into a fresh outfit, Yang Dian set off again without delay. The words of Shun Fei echoed in his mind. He was crossing provinces to Dia Bay to contain anomalous creatures. Whether he consumed them himself after containment or turned them over to the Bureau for merit, it all symbolized that he was seizing achievements from his colleagues at the Huizhou Anomaly Management Bureau. If he were to be discovered, would that end well? A physical altercation was unlikely, but a competitive skirmish was certainly possible. Moreover, the world was growing increasingly chaotic. Fuzhou was plagued by firefly infections and marine creatures. A multitude of newly awakened individuals had suddenly emerged. Even if Huizhou fared slightly better, how much better could it truly be? To mitigate any potential mishaps, he needed to enhance his strength first. For instance, he aimed to cultivate the first trait of the iron cloth shirt. As he gazed at the storefront adorned with the sign Blue Water Bay, its walls adorned with glowing advertisements for foot massages and SBA services, Yang Dian did not pause and walked directly through the entrance. "Welcome. Are you here alone, sir? Would you like a foot bath, a massage, or a spa treatment?" The warmth ingrained in his soul made young Dian, visiting a foot spa for the first time in his life, feel as if he was an old hand at this. A massage. Following the attendant into a softly lit massage room, the attendant asked, "Do you have a preferred therapist? Or would you like us to arrange a session?" Yang Jian plopped down onto the small bed. "It's my first time. Please arrange for a therapist." "Certainly, sir. Which service would you like?" "We offer," the attendant's words trailed off as Yang Jian waved his hand. "Just send in the therapist, preferably a younger one. We can decide on the service once they arrive." "Understood, sir. Would you like something to drink?" "We have black tea, green tea, chrysanthemum tea, room temperature mineral water." "Very well, sir. Would you like some dumplings, wontons, or noodles as a light snack?" "No need." "All right, sir. Please change your clothes. The therapist will be here shortly." 300,000 words omitted. The therapist was quite young and, notably, her hands were exceptionally smooth. Do not misinterpret. It was merely that her small hands were remarkably supple. As he indulged in a therapeutic massage, while observing the progress bar for the iron cloth shirt gradually advance, the sensation was indescribably delightful. 5 hours later, the therapist, having completed 4 hours of work, emerged from the room, weary and drenched in sweat. Leaning against the headboard, Yang Jian tapped his now firmer chest and exhaled deeply. What a thrill! The first trait of the iron cloth shirt had been cultivated. Named Armored and Clad, it signified that through consistent physical conditioning, the subcutaneous fascia was developed akin to armor, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. As for how powerful it truly was, Yang Jian had no way of knowing. He was not a masochist. He certainly couldn't stab himself with a knife or shoot himself with a gun. Could he? A slight test, however, would not be excessive. He casually picked up a toothpick from the coffee table and poked at his palm. Unable to penetrate, it simply would not yield. The skin merely dimpled slightly, showing no sign of being punctured. Once assured of no injury, Yang Jian gradually applied more force. Yet, even as the toothpick snapped, the skin remained utterly unscathed, not even a hint of a red mark left behind. If the dragon scales born from the reverse flow of vital energy could envelop the entire body, I would be akin to a human-shaped armor. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Yang Jian shifted his gaze to the progress bar of the unity of man and nature technique. After consuming a small blue pill and practicing for half an hour, the progress bar increased by 0.03, bringing the total to 11.8. This meant that with a sufficient supply of the small blue pills, he would need an additional 949 pills to unlock the first trait of the unity of man and nature technique. Unfortunately, only one bottle of the small blue pills was available each month, making it necessary to wait nearly 50 months to gather the required amount. However, with the starlight energy produced by Dudu to enhance and refine his constitution, the number needed might be halved or even less. Yet, without any shortcuts, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person. In contemplation, Yang Jian took a shower, changed into his clothes, settled the bill at the front desk, and returned to his rented room. The remaining energy would suffice to cultivate the second trait of grass soaring. However, the time required for grass soaring was excessively long. It would be wiser to return home for a restful sleep, preparing to head to Dia Bay with renewed vigor the following day. Chapter 69. Journey to Dia Bay, Private Aquarium. Little Orca. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Yang Jian found himself aboard a heavy-duty truck, surging onto the highway. The distance from Changle to Dia Bay was considerable, a total of 800 kilometers. Traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would require approximately 8 hours of driving, including breaks at rest stops along the way. The estimated arrival time at Dia Bay would be around 10 hours. Furthermore, once off the highway, it was unlikely that he could drive recklessly. Thus, he anticipated reaching Zhao Tian's residence by approximately 7 p.m., a perfect timing as the summer sun would have just set, allowing for easier undertakings in the twilight. "I hope all goes smoothly." Gazing out at the diminutive cars that appeared as if they could be easily flattened with a mere turn, Yang Jian retrieved a small blue pill from a bottle and consumed it. With idle time on the road, he thought it prudent to seize the opportunity for cultivation. The journey proceeded without significant incidents. However, Yang Jian arrived at Dia Bay later than he had anticipated. He encountered a chain collision that delayed him for over half an hour. Consequently, upon reaching the designated location, the clock read 7:45 p.m. Leaping from the truck and shaking off the lingering fatigue in his legs, Yang Dian surveyed the somewhat desolate surroundings before settling his gaze upon Zhao Tian, who stood outside a vast factory. "Those mutated creatures you caught, are they here?" Yang Dian inquired. Zhao Tian nodded. "Indeed, those creatures are rather peculiar. I dare not bring them home. Yet, I am reluctant to release them. Thus, I purchased this abandoned factory, renovated it, and converted it into a habitat for them." He chuckled with a hint of embarrassment. "It's rather amusing, actually. After catching both clownfish and sunfish, I envisioned creating an aquarium for mutated creatures. Little did I expect that 2 years later, I would catch a little orca with wings and a blue-ringed octopus with numerous eyes." As he spoke, Zhao Tian glanced at the driver who had accompanied Yang Dian. Noticing the inquisitive look in Zhao Tian's eyes, Yang Dian nodded. "Yao Lai, a colleague from the bureau." Yao Lai stepped forward, extending his right hand toward Zhao Tian. "Yao Lai, engineer, member of the logistics transportation team at the Bureau of Anomalies." Zhao Tian scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he extended his own hand. "Zhao Tian, just an ordinary fisherman." Yang Dian, with a hint of amusement, shook his head. "Acquiring such a large factory, although somewhat remote, cannot be deemed ordinary, can it?" Zhao Tian's embarrassment deepened into a smile. "I was just fortunate to encounter 2 instances of demolition, which granted me several properties and some funds. If it were solely up to me, I could never afford such a large factory." The smile on Yang Dian's face faded. He held a deep disdain for property developers. His own land had long been rumored for demolition, yet 3 years had passed with no action. In the end, the neighboring village had been demolished, while his remained untouched. Why am I never fortunate enough to encounter such life-altering opportunities? With a few murmured thoughts, Yang Dian stepped forward to the factory entrance. "Shall we go in and take a look?" he proposed. Zhao Tian nodded vigorously. "Then let us proceed inside." He retrieved a remote control and pressed a button, causing the steel door to open slowly. The brightly lit interior soon came into view, just as Zhao Tian had described. He truly harbored a fondness for aquatic life and genuinely wished to transform this space into an aquatic museum. The Orca Pool, sprawling over 2,000 square meters, featured a transparent aquatic wall that reached up to the factory ceiling. Suspended 3 meters above the ground, intricate glass water channels intertwined gracefully. Within these water features and glass passages swam a myriad of tropical, temperate, and deep-sea fish. Observing the diverse aquatic flora and fauna within the scenic pool, an expression of awe unfolded on Yang Dian's face. To orchestrate such an impressive spectacle, one would require several million, if not tens of millions, wouldn't one? 37. 86 million. Zhao Tian recalled with clarity. Acquiring this factory, commissioning these aquatic walls, glass channels, pressurization, heating, oxygen supply systems, aquatic robots, and various aquatic species from different regions totaled 37. 86 million. Due to insufficient cash flow, I had to sell 3 properties to gather the funds. Luckily, I sold them a few years ago when the housing prices peaked. Now look at how the market has plummeted. Upon hearing Zhao Tian's lament, Yang Dian felt somewhat speechless. With such wealth, why are you still fixated on our bonuses, claiming you wish to achieve financial freedom through them? Zhao Tian rubbed his hands together and replied cheerfully, "Isn't it to forge a closer bond with you? Ordinary people tend to view the wealthy, especially those who have recently gained riches from relocations, with a different lens. Why are you now speaking to me in such a manner? You're not an ordinary person." Zhao Tian's eyes gleamed with envy as he continued, "You are extraordinary. Can you truly relate to the common folk?" He hesitated briefly before adding, "Could I request that the extraordinary creatures I submitted not be exchanged for bonuses? What do you desire?" Yang Dian inquired. "I seek resources for cultivation," Zhao Tian declared without hesitation. "Whether it be herbs to expedite my training or instructional videos on cultivation techniques, I would be grateful for either. Over the past few days, I have been diligently practicing the martial arts secrets I obtained from you. Yet despite my efforts, I have failed to grasp even a sliver of understanding. They say that cultivation relies on wealth, companions, methods, and location. I possess a modicum of wealth, but nothing beyond that. Moreover, I have no means to procure resources for martial arts training. I have come to realize that relying solely on myself, I will likely never attain your level. Half a leg in the water and leaping over 10 meters in a single bound. Zhao Tian's aspirations did not surprise Yang Dian. From the moment he mustered the courage to forego bonuses in favor of martial arts secrets, Yang Dian perceived that he was a man of clear objectives and audacious yet meticulous ambitions. His decision to make such a choice did not astonish Yang Dian. I shall convey your request to the higher-ups. Whether it is approved will depend on their directives. Yang Dian believed that the higher-ups would likely permit it, but he refrained from making any definitive statements. What if it were not approved? After dealing with Zhao Tian, Yang Dian approached the orca pool, which measured approximately 100 meters in length and 20 meters in width. Perhaps sensing Yang Dian's presence, a small orca, about 3 meters long and adorned with a pair of dark green wings, surfaced near the edge of the pool shortly after he crouched down. Suddenly, it emerged, spraying a fine mist of water towards Yang Dian from the blowhole on its back. As he felt the joyful energy radiating from the small orca as it swirled playfully in the water, Yang Dian couldn't help but smile. This little creature, the young orca, was akin to a child, reveling in playful antics with humans. Sensing that Yang Dian might develop a negative impression of the young orca, Zhao Tian couldn't resist interjecting. In the past, it used to leap out of the pool to pounce on people. However, as it matured and realized that such actions could potentially harm me, it ceased that behavior. Chapter 70. The Mutated Octopus of Mental Pollution. The sudden alarm sound Yang Dian gazed in surprise at the small orca beside him, noticing the pair of wings that clung closely to its body as it swam. Can it still fly? He inquired. Not exactly flying, Zhao Tian hesitated before responding. It's more akin to gliding. It can glide up to 53 meters after surfacing. However, its wings have been growing longer and larger, so who knows, it might truly be able to fly in the future. Perceiving the anticipation in Zhao Tian's voice, Yang Dian couldn't help but glance at him. You seem quite fond of it. Are you truly willing to surrender it? Zhao Tian did not rush to answer Yang Dian's question. Instead, he countered, will you harm it? For instance, conduct some sort of biological experiment? Yang Dian shook his head. We will draw blood and take a minuscule sample of its skin for research. However, it will not be harmed. For such an extraordinary being that harbors affection for humanity, we shall respond with kindness. Within the Anomaly Management Bureau, there are many awakened individuals capable of communicating with beasts or even commanding them. Furthermore, after mutation, the intelligence of these anomalous creatures significantly increases. Thus, when these beings are manageable, the Bureau prefers to engage in communication and collaboration, turning them into allies. Upon hearing Yang Dian's assurance, Zhao Tian could not help but shrug. Well, there you have it. The orca will forever remain confined to this tiny pool. Even as it grows, it will struggle to turn around within it. Having raised it under my care, I am uneasy about releasing it back into the ocean. Therefore, it is better to entrust its upbringing to you. At this point, he looked earnestly at Yang Dian. I ask for nothing in return for handing it over. I merely need your assurance that it will not be bullied or turned into a test subject. If it is mistreated, I hope to reclaim it. Yang Dian chucklet, gesturing towards Zhao Tian. So you view our bureau as a sort of foster home, do you? Zhao Tian laughed in response. Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? Yang Dian gently patted the small orca, which had rested its head on the shore, its eyes revealing a hint of reluctance as it sensed its predicament. All right, I assure you it will not be mistreated while in our care. Yang Dian held this confidence. In the Fuzhou branch of the Anomaly Management Bureau, there were only 3 street-level combatants, the bureau chief, the deputy chief, and the captain of the first operations team. Below them, every individual was of village-level strength. Some had awakened talents that lacked combat capability, their fighting prowess inferior even to that of a fitness enthusiast. As for Yang Dian, he had developed multiple skills, honing his vitality and energy. Even if he wasn't at street-level strength, he was at the pinnacle of village-level capability. Undoubtedly, with such strength, he could assert himself within the bureau. Additionally, he maintained a good relationship with Shun Fei, the head of the research institute associated with the third team. Securing a small orca posed no issue at all. uncertain of whether this little creature will grow into a marine leviathan. Yang Dian gently caressed the slick forehead of the young orca before rising to survey his surroundings. "Where are the other peculiar beings?" he inquired. "Over there," Zhao Tian replied, guiding Yang Dian into a specially isolated chamber. Upon entering, Yang Dian's gaze was immediately drawn to an enormous aquarium, measuring a staggering 10 cubic meters. As he fixated on the tank, he sensed something amiss with the lighting within. After a thorough examination, he discerned a nearly 3.5-meter-long transparent fish suspended in the water. "Is this the sunfish you mentioned?" Zhao Tian nodded and adjusted the aquarium's illumination to a warm yellow hue. The moment the light shifted, the transparent sunfish became strikingly prominent. "I have experimented with various lighting and found that under warm yellow light, it is most visually arresting." Yang Dian nodded, circumnavigating the aquarium until he reached a block of solid ice, 0.5 meter in diameter. He rapped on the ice, and the sound reverberated, causing a red, white, and black clownfish within to dart about frantically, clearly startled. After a considerable wait for the clownfish to regain its composure, Yang Dian incredulously turned to Zhao Tian. "Are you certain this entire block is ice, with no water inside?" Zhao Tian affirmed. "I assure you, it is entirely ice, not a single drop of water." Impressed, Yang Dian moved to a box draped in black cloth. "Is the blue-ringed octopus with 18 eyes contained within this aquarium?" Zhao Tian's voice carried a hint of trepidation. "Yes. When I first caught this blue-ringed octopus, just a glance nearly caused me to faint. It took quite a while to recover after placing in the bucket." He glanced at Yang Dian. "Are you sure you wish to unveil the cloth?" Yang Dian nodded resolutely. "I am certain." "Lift it." Zhao Tian turned his back and removed the black covering. In an instant, a palm-sized blue-ringed octopus, adorned with eyes on its head and tentacles, came into view. The creature's eyes opened and closed simultaneously, and its skin bore bizarre blue stripes, intricately forming a complex pattern. Just one glance at the octopus filled Yang Dian with a profound sense of discomfort. He felt an urge to vomit, to gag, and also to take a deep slumber. Yet, more than anything, he was compelled to immerse his entire head within the octopus's body, eager to explore the enigma of its existence. "So, this is the peculiar nature of the mutated blue ring?" Suppressing his unease, he studied the blue-ringed octopus for a while, concluding that it was not as exaggeratedly perilous as Zhao Tian had claimed. Merely a glance would not induce fainting. The constitution of individuals varies greatly. He pondered. What can incapacitate Zhao Tian may not necessarily affect me. In this contemplation, Yang Dian experienced a moment of enlightenment. Zhao Tian observed that the blue-ringed octopus could induce a state of faintness, a phenomenon intricately linked to the frequency of its eye movements and the undulating patterns upon its skin. It was akin to the sensation some individuals experience when immersed in 3D gaming, where reality becomes distorted. The average person, fixating on the blue-ringed octopus, would similarly find themselves ensnared by its mesmerizing eyes and intricate patterns, ultimately succumbing to discomfort and entering a state of unconsciousness. Yet, paradoxically, its patterns evoke an extreme allure, compelling observers to indulge in its beauty, a captivating blend of repulsion and curiosity that ignites an irresistible desire to engage. If one could fully comprehend the patterns adorning the blue-ringed octopus and subsequently present them through a unique lens, would that not transcend into a form of mental martial arts? After indulging in these fanciful thoughts for a while, Yang Dian, reluctantly, draped the black cloth once more over the container. In the midst of his wistfulness, the tension within him gradually dissipated. Rubbing his temples, he sensed a weariness settling in, and turned his gaze towards Yao Lai. "Brother Lai, are you still able to endure?" Yao Lai, understanding the essence of Yang Dian's inquiry, waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. During my time in high-altitude combat, I drove a heavy truck for 3 consecutive days and nights without a moment's rest. This level of intensity pales in comparison to my training. It's merely a drop in the bucket." "Very well then, Brother Lai, please bring down the transport machine from the vehicle. Let's load everything up and make our way back to Fuzhou City overnight." No sooner had the words left his lips than an urgent alarm blared from Yang Dian's phone. Chapter 71. Moon Bay. Marine creatures ashore upon activating the red exclamation mark on his phone screen. A frantic call for assistance resonated in Yang Dian's ears. This is the 3rd Combat Team. I am Captain Yang Wei. While patrolling the Golden Coast tourist area, we have encountered large mutated marine creatures approaching from the direction of Moon Bay. I repeat, large mutated marine creatures are coming ashore from Moon Bay. A considerable crowd has already captured footage of these aberrant beings. Information Department. Please take heed, manage the narrative, and contain the spread of this information. Lastly, we request immediate support. I repeat, please dispatch assistance immediately. With the call for help concluded, a remarkably detailed map appeared, featuring a small red dot pulsating with light. Evidently, that was Moon Bay, the location where the mutated marine creatures had landed. Yang Dian exchanged glances with Yao Lai, while Zhao Tian interjected, Moon Bay is not far from here, less than 3 kilometers in a straight line. Upon hearing this, Yang Dian shrugged in resignation. As expected, we have encountered an unforeseen situation. Brother Lai, since you have yet to awaken your abilities and have not yet ventured into ancient martial arts, it would be best for you to avoid the fray. Stay here and help move the small orca and these 3 fellows into the vehicle. I will go investigate. Yao Lai nodded, not wishing to overextend himself. Be careful. Ensuring your safety is paramount. Military support will arrive shortly, so do not risk your life. Yang Dian chuckled. I am quite afraid of death, more than anyone else. With that, he ceased further conversation, gave Zhao Tian a nod, and swiftly exited the factory. Once outside, he checked his direction on his phone, then lowered his body slightly. With a powerful push, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the night. At Moon Bay, after sending out the distress signal, Yang Wei tossed his phone to a nearby team member. Shally, keep my phone safe. I'm going to confront it. Liu gazed at the colossal red and blue crab on the beach, towering over 5 meters and measuring over 8 meters in length, its massive pincers resembling sickles. As it rampaged like a large house, he could not suppress a gulp. Captain, are you truly going to engage? That crab is ferocious. Even a bullet cannot penetrate its shell. Are you not afraid of being snipped in half? Yang Wei grimaced, observing the tourists who were crying out in terror as they fled from the crab's pursuit. Do I want to go? Of course not. But if I don't, who will? You? As he spoke, he clenched his fists and struck them together in front of his chest. With a resounding clang of metal against metal, his skin transformed into a bronze hue, and he grew to a towering height of 2.5 meters, becoming a small giant. I will go. Just keep your distance. While bullets may not pierce its shell, that does not mean we cannot damage its mouthparts and eyes. Aim for its eyes and mouth. Shoot steadily. And do not hit me. I can hardly withstand a few strikes. With that, Yang Wei, harnessing his copper transformation ability, advanced against the tide of the crowd towards the menacing giant crab. Such is the nature of his copper talent. While it significantly enlarges his physique, it also greatly enhances his strength and defense. However, this comes at the cost of agility, which diminishes to an extreme degree. Once his ability is activated, his speed resembles that of an ordinary person, rendering him little more than a target. As Yang Wei made his way against the current towards the mutated crab, some tourists who had reached the safety zone and were pulling out their phones to capture the scene finally noticed him. Look at that man. He's so tall and robust. How come I didn't see such a large individual before? I didn't realize it either. And why is he running towards that giant crab? Is he out his mind? Is he wearing a security officer's uniform? Could he be a security officer? I remember him. He the one who just fired at the giant crab. He was only about 1.80 meters before. How did he become so tall now, like a giant? Hey, did you notice that his walking gait seems a bit odd? His knees appear to be immobile. His skin has a bronze hue, which doesn't seem like a tan. It looks as if it were truly made of copper. Is he really intending to challenge that giant crab? Over the past 2 years, I have often come across videos of extraordinary battles online. Looking at this giant crab and the towering figure, could the tales in novels be true? Is there really a dragon group? And do extraordinary beings actually exist in our homeland? It must be true. I tell you, my cousin's boyfriend's uncle works at the security office. I heard my cousin say that his boyfriend's uncle taught him a set of 5 animal play exercises, encouraging him to practice diligently. However, his boyfriend found it too exhausting and quit after just 2 days. Moreover, the online discourse has shifted noticeably in recent years. It seems the world is on the brink of transforming into something entirely unfamiliar to us. Cousin? Boyfriend? What are you talking about? Is this still Huizhou? You must be visiting from Chengdu, right? How do you know I'm from Chengdu? Is it really like that over there? Ugh, never mind about Chengdu. I just want to know if someone is evolving secretly without me. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Yang Wei had reached the side of the brazen giant crab and raised his fist as large as a cooking pot, declaring, "Come and take a punch from me." With a thunderous boom, Yang Wei was sent hurtling back at a speed many times greater than before, landing on the beach and sending a spray of sand into the air. The crowd, which had been cheering from a distance, fell silent, only to be broken by murmurs. Why did he just fall? I thought a great hero had arrived. What hero? If you don't want to die, run. Panic ensued once more as a little girl was separated from her parents, crying out in despair. On the other side of the beach, Liu glanced at the chaotic crowd, took a deep breath, and raised his pistol, aiming at the mutated crab that had crawled beside Yang Wei. Its sharp claws poised to pierce through him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots momentarily silenced the bustling and panicked beach. Had the official support arrived? Following the direction of the gunfire, the onlookers' faces revealed disappointment. It was merely a young girl. Run, little girl. The crab is charging at you. Liu observed as a mutated crab, its eyes shattered yet seemingly oblivious to the pain, advanced aggressively toward her. She couldn't help but press her lips together. Did she not wish to flee? The truth was, she simply could not. Who could truly comprehend the terror of facing such a colossal force without having experienced it firsthand? She was genuinely paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, who had just managed to rise from the sand, witnessed the giant crab looming before Liu, its massive pincers poised to strike. Unable to contain himself, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Liu, move! Liu bit her lip tightly, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes and grasped her gun firmly, raising it high. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 72. Crab Hunt. It is often said that in the moments before death, one's life flashes before their eyes. Yet, Liu felt that her fleeting moment seemed exceptionally prolonged. Visions of her childhood flickered in her mind, recalling the warmth of her great-grandmother's embrace as she recounted tales from her era. She remembered the innocent shyness of her first crush in middle school, the trepidation and joy of holding hand for the first time with a boy, as well as the fury she felt upon discovering her boyfriend's infidelity. The unease that followed the realization of her unique abilities, the elation of being specially recruited by the Bureau of Anomalies, and the pride that accompanied it. The expectations of her parents, the admiration of her captain, and the ambitions that stirred within her. Ultimately, all these reflections coalesced into a profound sigh. Was this truly the end? The thought filled her with an unbearable reluctance. Yet, it seemed there was no alternative. After despair, there comes acceptance. Father, mother, your daughter has failed you, leaving you to mourn the loss of your beloved child. You are not so old. Perhaps you could still have another child. Who knows? I might yet become your daughter again. As Liu braced herself to meet her fate, the distant cries of the crowd pierced through her contemplation. Wow, another one. This one is incredible. Much stronger than that big guy. Oh my, not only is he powerful, but also handsome, with red smoke enveloping his hands, scaled skin, and hair glimmering with a magical luminescence. I shall call him the King of Kings. He truly has evolved and left us behind, hasn't he? Who has his contact information? I want to marry him. Bro, tone it down, this ISN teaching do. Amidst the cacophony, Liu opened her eyes. Before her stood a figure with a single ponytail, clad in the Bureau of Anomalies uniform, resolutely blocking her from a giant crab's descending pincers with a single hand. Wait, why does this person seem so familiar? Just as this thought surfaced, she suddenly felt the world retreating. Turning to the side, she saw a radiant figure embracing her waist, guiding her away from the devastation of the crab's other claw. In that perilous moment, an incongruous movie line bubbled up in her mind. My destined one is a hero of unparalleled prowess. One day, he shall come to marry me, riding on clouds of vivid colors. Liu was entranced. Instinctively, She parted her lips, leaning against young Dian's chest, murmuring, "Are you my hero?" Young Dian, who was sheltering her from the flying debris, glanced at her in surprise. "I was summoned for support by your captain, not simply an arbitrary savior." With that, he set Liu down, drawing his pistol from his waist and placing it in her hands. "Your aim is commendable. Aim for the other eye of the crab." Before he finished speaking, Yang Jian bent his body and charged once more at the mutated giant crab. As he deftly sidestepped the horizontal sweep of its claw, his right hand, transformed into a dragon's claw, sliced through the joint of the crab's leg. With a soft crack, the shell of the crab leg yielded like tofu, creating a hole. Unfortunately, the leg was too massive to sever the tendons, leaving that particular limb incapacitated. With a swift twist of his body, he evaded the piercing strikes of 2 additional crab legs. As he leapt backward, he extended his hand once more, targeting the joint of the crab's leg. Crack! This time he struck true. A resilient, elastic sheet of white fascia was deftly extracted from the joint by Yang Dian. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the severely wounded crab leapt high into the air, its 7 legs converging downward, aiming to impale Yang Dian, who found himself suspended in midair with no room to maneuver. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, as a surge of vitality coursed through his right arm. Whether he could withstand the impending blow was uncertain. Tension gripped him, and from the corner of his eye, he observed a large, bronze object suddenly emerge, promptly filling his entire field of vision. Simultaneously, a thunderous shout reached Yang Dian's ears. "Finish it!" Boom! The burly man crashed through the sharp crab leg, and as Yang Jian landed on the sandy shore, he swiftly stomped down, sending a spray of sand into the air while he vanished to the side of the colossal crab, extending his right hand to sever another of its leg joints. The crab, just regaining its footing, staggered momentarily. Before it could retaliate, gunfire erupted, shattering the other eye of the crab. Deprived of all sight, the world turned pitch black for the creature, which immediately descended into a frenzy, its remaining 6 legs and pincers wildly thrashing at everything around. Yang Jian quickly pulled the giant man, who had collapsed on the beach, to safety in an area beyond the crab's reach. Phew, they survived. Young Wei, Somel Hut's thief, stood upright, exhaling in relief as he turned to Yang Jian. "Brother, thank you, but I've never seen you before. You're not from Huizhou, are you?" Yang Jian waved his hand, allowing the dim vitality in his hand to revert to its original state before retracting it into his body. "I'm from the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau, here on a mission. I happened to receive your distress signal and came over. I hope I'm not too late." Yang Wei opened his mouth, sighed, and replied, "You're not late, but we certainly are." Yang Dian fell silent for a moment. On the beach, patches of sand were stained crimson with blood. Several mangled corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. This was the terror of anomalous beings. This was the helplessness of ordinary people when faced with such horrors. Had Yang Dian not arrived swiftly, Liu would undoubtedly have met a grim fate beneath the pincers of the giant crab. And not just Liu. Given the speed of the mutated crab, who could say how many lives would have been lost had the reinforcements arrived later? Glancing 100 meters away at the gathering crowd, pointing and murmuring, Yang Jian turned his gaze back to the still rampaging, mutated crab. When will the reinforcements arrive? The support Yang Jian referred to was not solely for combat. It also encompassed logistical assistance. With no fewer than 100 witnesses present, failing to maintain confidentiality could easily escalate the situation. At that moment, Liu, who had approached the 2 men, spoke up. "The information department has already blocked the network. All photos and videos related to the mutated crab and the battle have undergone review and are prohibited from being released. The support team from the Bureau of Mutant Affairs has arrived at the coastal highway and is approaching swiftly. The armed maritime police will arrive in 3 minutes, followed by the reinforcement from the local police station in 7 minutes." After relaying this information, she handed her pistol to Yang Jian, stating, "Your weapon." Yang Jian secured the firearm at his lower back. On the verge of speaking, when a series of sharp crackling sounds suddenly erupted from the direction of the mutated giant crab. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the colossal crab, which had previously been in a frenzy, had inexplicably ceased its rampage. It was now rhythmically moving its remaining intact claws and legs to excavate the sand, seemingly preparing a burrow. As it dug, the mandibles at the front of its mouth clashed against one another, producing a cacophony of clicks. Sensing that something was amiss, Yang Jian swiftly retrieved the pistol and thrust it into Li Yu's hands, urging, "Destroy its mandibles." Li Yu had just taken hold of the firearm when, from afar, the surface of the sea suddenly rippled with concentric circles. Chapter 73. The second mutated giant crab. Shadows beneath the surface. Yang Dian's ominous premonition came to fruition. Amidst the rippling waves, the sea abruptly surged upward like a fountain. A creature of even greater size, its shell a deep black, emerged from the depths, leaping onto the shore. The moment the black crab revealed itself, it darted towards the red crab that had already nestled into the sand. After a series of clicking exchanges, an emotion named anger surged within the black crab. Even from a distance of over 30 meters, Yang Dian could sense the chilling intent to kill radiating from it. This crab, perhaps, had truly transcended its nature. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian summoned a hazy red mist around his right hand, which ultimately coalesced into scales of blood dragon, adhering tightly to his skin. "I shall take the offensive, while you focus on defense and provide range support." Yang Wei, grimacing as he touched the wound in his abdomen, nodded with difficulty. "I can withstand 3 more hits." Li Yu, her expression resolute, declared, "I will certainly shatter its eyes." Yang Jian crouched low, "Then let us charge together." Just as Yang Jian prepared to launch an attack, 2 muffled gunshots rang out from behind him. Preceding the sound of gunfire was the explosive shattering of the black crab's 2 eyes. Reinforcements from the Anomaly Management Bureau had arrived. Watching the black crab momentarily stunned before it began to thrash violently, even crushing the red crab's shell with a powerful claw, Yang Jian first paused in surprise, then exhaled in relief, laughing. "It seems we need not risk our lives after all." No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from the sky, clutching a sniper rifle taller than herself, landing beside the trio. "What the she can fly?" Yang Jian thought. "What an enormous and impressive dragon sniper. How I long for one." Casting a glance at the enthusiastic crowd, Yang Jian turned his attention to the petite newcomer. Sensing his curiosity, Li Yu promptly introduced, "This is Captain Zhou Lin of the 2nd Squad of the Huizhou Anomaly Management Bureau. Her talent is flight." After introducing Zhou Lin to Yang Jian, she continued, "Captain Zhou, this is a comrade from the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau. If it weren't for him, I would have been crushed by that mutated crab just now." Here, she suddenly faltered. Yang Jian had merely mentioned he was in Huizhou on a mission from Fuzhou, without disclosing the nature of his task or his name. Observing this, Yang Jian extended his right hand toward Zhou Lin, who stood at a modest height of no more than 1.50 meters, yet appeared striking as she wielded the dragon sniper. "Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau, Yang Dian." Zhou Lin wrinkled her nose slightly and shook his hand. "Huizhou Anomaly Management Bureau." Zhou Lin. As she spoke, she glanced at the insignia on Yang Dian's shoulder, indicating his rank as a secondary security officer within the Bureau. She was tempted to inquire about his purpose in Huizhou, but recalled that he had just saved someone from their bureau, prompting her to suppress her curiosity and instead say, "Captain Yang, to my knowledge, a giant octopus over 100 meters tall has been sighted near Yangjiao Bay in Fuzhou, designated as the Sea King creature." "The Sea King octopus?" Yang Jian first shook his head, stating, "I'm not the captain. I am merely an ordinary member of the team. As for the emergence of King of the Sea Zhang, it is indeed true. It occurred the night before last. Unfortunately, I did not witness King Zhang's appearance firsthand, but merely glimpsed a few photographs." At this point, Yang Jian suddenly recalled the unsettling sensation that surged through him just before boarding the armed helicopter that night. The direction of the unease was towards Yangjiao Bay. So, at that moment, King Zhang had already arrived at Yangjiao Bay. He pondered whether the sudden onset of his anxiety was due to being targeted by King Zhang. Recalling that scene sent a chill down his spine. What if King Zhang had launched an attack at that moment? Not having witnessed King Zhang's appearance is, in truth, not a matter of regret. As Yang Jian was lost in these unsettling thoughts, Another individual clad in an Anomaly Management Bureau uniform approached them briskly. Captain, Team Leader Yang. He first greeted Zhou Lin and Yang Wei before glancing at Yang Dian. Although he did not recognize Yang Dian, he confirmed from the uniform that he was one of their own and continued. It has been confirmed that these two mutated crabs are indeed the same ones photographed by tourists 2 months ago at Huiliang Bay. They have been active in that area, but for some unknown reason, they have suddenly appeared at Moon Bay today. He then retrieved a tablet and opened a comparative image, presenting it to Zhou Lin. After taking a brief look, Zhou Lin remarked, "These two mutated crabs exhibit strong territorial instincts. How could they suddenly appear at Moon Bay? Has an inspection been conducted at Huiliang Bay? Were any anomalies discovered? Not yet, but after receiving word that the situation here has been brought under control, a team has been dispatched to investigate Huiliang Bay. Additionally, the Information Department has activated the Skynet satellite to capture some photographs of Huiliang Bay and has sent them to us." Zhou Lin nodded and handed the tablet to Yang Dian. "What is your perspective?" Yang Dian accepted the tablet, feeling somewhat at a loss. What insight could he provide? This was his first visit to Huizhou, and he had only been in Dia Bay for mere hours. This was his first encounter with these crabs. How could he discern anything significant? However, since the tablet had been offered to him, he felt it necessary to express some semblance of engagement, even if only for show. As he swiped through the images, he indeed noticed a few peculiarities. Upon comparing the photographs, he turned to the two black crabs, one of which had its eyes burst and was now lying in the sand. This black mutated crab is missing one of its claws. Yang Dian pointed at the image and then at the crab resting on the sand. In this picture, both sides of the crab have 4 claws. Yet if you observe that crab, its right side bears only 3 claws. Furthermore, look at its back. Although not immediately apparent, upon closer inspection, you can discern fissures. It appears as though it has been struck by something forceful. Perhaps a formidable creature has ventured into Huiliang Bay. After being driven away by that colossal figure, they found themselves with nowhere to go, ultimately arriving at Crescent Bay along the coastline. As he spoke, Yang Dian swiftly flicked through the photos, finally pointing to one and saying here, compared to the images taken just 2 days prior, it seemed to possess some additional elements. Zhou Lin took the tablet and examined the photo, furrowing her brow. Although she served as the captain of the 2nd squad of the combat team, spotting differences was not her forte. She then returned the tablet to the newcomer, saying, "Xiao Xiang, please send this photo to the Information Department for them to discern what differences exist compared to the previous ones." Xiang Yu nodded, ready to send the photo. However, a video from the Information Department abruptly changed his mind. "Captain, no need to send it anymore. We have received news from the Information Department." With that, he laid the tablet flat before everyone. On the screen, the sea surged and a vast, dark shadow suddenly emerged beneath the surface of the water. Chapter 74. Yang Dian. Am I being suppressed? The moment Yang Dian caught sight of the shadow, his brows furrowed in immediate concern. The shadow was predominantly circular, radiating several irregular tendrils. Although it merely manifested as a vast shadow beneath the ocean's surface, Yang Dian could not shake the impression that it resembled some form of octopus. Another sea king octopus? Can an octopus mutate so easily and in such a short span of time develop into a sea king creature? As doubt brewed within Yang Dian, a tendril suddenly surged from the ocean's surface, climbing the cliffside. After a moment of digging, it dragged something away and vanished below the waves. Upon seeing the scabbed tip of the tendril, Yang Dian's pupils constricted sharply. This creature is the sea king octopus that appeared the night before last. He reached out and rewound the video to the moment the octopus's tendril ascended the cliff. Look here, it has a distinct break and scabbing. The last time we battled the sea king octopus, we severed a section of its tendril. That piece is still in our research facility. Zhou Lin and Yang Wei exchanged instinctive glances. The coastline from Chonglu to their location spanned nearly 1,000 kilometers, separated by the Taiwan Strait. How could the Sea King octopus have made its way here? Yang Dian shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Just as he finished shaking his head, a thought crossed his mind, and he began to rewind the video once more. After scrutinizing the frames, he finally captured a somewhat blurry image. The Sea King octopus's tendril ascending the cliff was clearly searching for something. Look here. Doesn't it resemble a box? After gazing at the image for a moment, Yang Wei suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Without pleasantries, he spoke directly. Team Lin, we reviewed the video you sent. The anomalous creature that appeared in Huishui Bay has been confirmed as the Sea King octopus that emerged the night before last at Yangjiao Bay in Fuzhou. The Sea King octopus is at Huishui Bay to excavate something from that cliff. I recall you deployed several surveillance systems at Huishui Bay. Please retrieve the footage from earlier to see if we can uncover anything useful. After ending the call, Yang Wei turned to Yang Dian. I've already instructed the second team to investigate. I expect we will receive a response shortly. What is with this report-like demeanor? Yang Dian thought, struggling to suppress his urge to scoff. He had intended to leave right after the call. There were still 4 mutated marine creatures awaiting transportation back to Fuzhou. Although he had managed to forge some camaraderie, if his comrades discovered he was surreptitiously moving items from their territory, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing. As Yang Dian's thoughts spiraled into irritation, Zhou Lin boldly approached him. Unable to pat his shoulder, she instead nudged his elbow. You are a level 2 security officer. Your strength has reached the district level. This commendable achievement, along with your remarkable abilities, should undoubtedly qualify you for a position beyond merely being a squad member. Is it not reasonable to assume that you could ascend to the role of a deputy director or even lead a primary combat team? Why then do you remain merely as a team member? Are you being suppressed by the leadership of the? Have you considered transferring to our Huizhou branch? Although Huizhou may not boast the same level of prosperity as Fuzhou, a position here would undoubtedly afford you greater authority than what you currently possess in Fuzhou. To elaborate, we are on the verge of establishing our 7th team, and should you choose to join us, you would automatically assume the role of its captain. Should the 7th team's incomplete roster not meet your satisfaction, you are welcome to join our 2nd team, where I would gladly relinquish the captaincy in your favor. Yang Dian cast a surprised glance at Zhou Lin. Such a position, can you simply claim it at will? The director of the Huizhou happens to be the uncle of Captain Zhou. Yang Wei added, of course. Your elevation to captain is not solely due to your connection with Captain Zhou's uncle. Your strength and accomplishments warrant your promotion, and it is only fitting that we arrange a captaincy for you should you choose to transfer to Huizhou. As he spoke, Yang Wei glanced nervously at the large red crab that had collapsed beneath the sand. A bullet merely left a white mark on its shell, while Yang Dian could crush the exoskeleton with a single claw, ripping apart the muscle and tearing off the crab's leg membranes. Coupled with his nearly untraceable speed and his ability to withstand a crab's pincers without faltering, his strength and defenses left Yang Wei feeling that he was not inferior to their director. Frankly, he found it perplexing why the Fuzhou would suppress such a formidable individual. Did they not fear provoking a wrathful uprising? Yet, Yang Wei was unaware that Yang Dian had been with her for less than a week. It was entirely possible that the director and deputy director of the Fuzhou, currently on a business trip in the capital, were not even aware of Yang Dian's existence. In fact, Yang Dian had only met a small fraction of the members from the Fuzhou combat team, just as he was about to politely decline Zhou Lin's invitation. Yang Wei's phone suddenly emitted a sound. Upon answering and activating the speakerphone, a particularly composed male voice resonated in their ears. Through our investigations, we discovered that 26 days ago, someone buried something at the cliff of Huizhou Bay, due to the late hour and heavy rainfall that night. The footage captured is not clear. However, subsequent analysis of road surveillance allowed us to track vehicles and pedestrians, ultimately identifying a vehicle with a license plate L. At the specified time, this vehicle exhibited unusual behavior as it traversed the Huizhou Bay area. It took a full 79 minutes to reach the next camera after disappearing from the first one, with the cliff of Huizhou Bay positioned precisely between the 2 camera locations. Upon investigation, it was found that the vehicle is registered under the name of Huang Wenyue, the manager of the Huangja No. 8 Club, and surveillance indicated that he was also the driver that day. Huang Wenyue has a history of drug use, gang involvement, and violence, making him a key subject of our monitoring. However, no relevant chat information was discovered within his communication applications. Due to the significance of the case, the various task forces have distinct responsibilities. I have already contacted the Wuhan Bureau to coordinate personnel for the capture of Huang Wenyo. It is anticipated that he will be apprehended within the next 15 minutes. Once the voice on the other end of the phone concluded, Yang Wei responded, "Understood. Team Leader Lin, please inform me of any updates from your side." Upon seeing Yang Wei hang up, Yang Dian immediately gave thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your efficiency is commendable." Yang Wei chuckled. In this modern society, can we afford to be slow? His words ring true. In a modernized society, it ultimately depends on whether the organization intends to take action. If they choose inaction, the surveillance systems merely witness the overflow of pollution, with superficial assurances of water quality that merely mask the underlying issues. However, if there is a genuine desire to intervene, when a ride-sharing driver casually discusses a strike in a group chat, an official is likely to make a call, and by the following day, someone may arrive to inspect the water meter. Do they truly believe they possess any privacy? Chapter 75. The Attic Diverting Disaster. After Yang Wei hung up the phone, Yang Jian first praised the efficiency of the Huizhou Bureau, then politely declined Zhou Lin's invitation. Zhou Lin, unfazed, engaged Yang Jian in conversation about various topics, eventually touching upon the bond between Fujian and Guangdong, suggesting that they should communicate and collaborate more if challenges arose in the future. In essence, she considered Yang Dian as an external ally. How could Yang Dian respond? Naturally, he went along with her words. After all, offering a few compliments costs nothing. As for why he did not take his leave directly, Yang Dian was also curious about what the Sea King had taken from the cliff. What could possess such a lure that it would travel from Chang'an to Dia Bay? It wasn't long before Yang Wei's phone rang again. A few minutes later, Lin Huanjuan on the other end provided a straightforward answer: drugs. Last month, Huang Wenyo had engaged in a black market transaction, seizing a cache of drugs from a group of traffickers and burying it on the cliff at Huishui Bay, intending to retrieve it once the heat died down. Unexpectedly, it was unearthed by the Sea King. Upon receiving the answer, Yang Wei was puzzled. Is the Sea King an addict? It traveled all this way just for a box of drugs? Does it have such a keen sense of smell that it could detect the buried drugs from Fuzhou waters? Lin Huanjuan paused before offering another possibility. Could it be that the Sea King had previously lingered in our waters and later moved to Yangjiao Bay in Chang'an for some reason? I am aware of the battle in Yangjiao Bay. It initially drew attention due to drug transactions being reported, which led to the deployment of the Navy's special forces for a drug sweep. During the conflict, most of the drugs were destroyed in explosions caused by beast-like humans. The Sea King happened to be near Yangjiao Bay, where nearly 3 tons of high-purity heroin were present. Could it have developed an addiction during that time, only to remember the drugs buried at Huishui Bay when the craving hit? Yang Dian exchanged glances with his companions. This possibility was not without merit. Contemplating this, Yang Wei let out a wry smile. Are you suggesting that the Sea King might become our ambassador in the fight against drugs? Lin Huanjuan shook his head on the other end. I don't know, but we cannot dismiss this possibility. Furthermore, I believe we should keep an eye on the East Asian countries. The level of drug proliferation in that region is significantly higher than in ours. At this point, Lin Huanjuan fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he added, additionally, if we can confirm that the Sea King has indeed developed an addiction and is drawn to drugs, I think we could divert the disaster. We could control drones to lure the Sea King out to the eastern seas. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Wei coughed vigorously. Is this something we can discuss over the phone? After stating, let's talk later, Yang Wei promptly hung up the phone and glanced awkwardly at Yang Dian. Certain matters are best discussed in private, for none harbor any fondness for those from the East, and all eagerly anticipate the day when their downfall arrives. However, the Anomaly Management Bureau is, after all, an official entity. On the surface, they still advocate for cooperation and mutual benefit. Words that could sow discord must be avoided, as their dissemination on the international stage would yield unfavorable repercussions. Yang Dian lifted his gaze to the starless night sky, feeling a bit foolish in doing so, before retracting his gaze to scan the tourists queuing to sign confidentiality agreements under the direction of security personnel. Ultimately, he turned to Yang Wei and Zhou Lin, saying, well, I have completed my mission here in Huizhou, and the issues have been resolved. Perhaps I should head back? Fuzhou has been rather unstable lately. There are still several high-profile fugitives and awakened drug traffickers on the run, and I must return to my duties. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei attempted to persuade him. How about we grab a late-night snack before you leave? Yang Dian shook his head. No, I'm in a hurry. I'll forego this meal. We can dine together another time. With that, after confirming that there were indeed no lingering issues, Yang Dian turned to depart. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when Zhou Lin called out to him. Wait a moment. Yang Dian halted and turned back, only to see Zhou Lin approaching him with 2 crab legs taller than herself. These crab legs are considered your spoils of war. Take them with you. Noticing Yang Dian's look of confusion, she shrugged. We captured 2 live mutated crabs this time, and since crabs possess the ability to regenerate after molting, we have no shortage of specimens for research. Her words prompted a thought in Yang Dian's mind. If these crabs lay eggs, be sure to save some of the little ones for us. Zhou Lin regarded him earnestly. If they can indeed pass on their mutated traits, you will certainly have your share. Then it's settled, Yang Dian declared, extending his right hand toward Zhou Lin. She mirrored his gesture, and they sealed their agreement with a clap. It's a promise. After the handshake, as Yang Dian departed, carrying the 2 crab legs, Yang Wei suddenly spoke up. Lin, what do you think he came all this way for? Zhou Lin rolled her eyes. He came to collect the anomalous creatures raised by Zhao Tian. Yang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then paused again. He is from Fuzhou, and he came to Huizhou to collect anomalous creatures? How did he learn of this when I had no idea? Zhou Lin tapped her tablet. You ought to keep abreast of current affairs more often, but you never do. A few days ago, Zhao Tian went fishing at Yangjiao Bay and discovered that group of drug traffickers. When he attempted to report them, he encountered Yang Dian. It's likely that his home is also harboring anomalous creatures, which Zhao Tian mentioned during their conversation. Yang Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zhao Tian managed to catch an extraordinary creature. Perhaps other anglers might also succeed. Why not have the second squad monitor the fishing groups and sift through the information to see if any other anomalous beings can be identified? Zhou Lin shook her head. Zhao Tian treats fishing as his primary vocation. He spends his days either fishing or en route to the fishing grounds. It is only through a stroke of good fortune that he has managed to catch a few mutated fish. The other anglers lack his luck. Even creatures reputed to have a mere 3-second memory, such as these anomalies, possess considerable intelligence and generally do not take the bait. Yang Wei scratched his head and turned his gaze toward the 2 mutated crabs resting in the sand. He has traveled a great distance to collect these extraordinary beings, likely due to a lack of merit points. Once we secure these crabs at the research facility, shouldn't he be entitled to a share of the credit? Hey, you big oaf, you are quite generous. What is the matter? Do you not wish to share? I see you are still considering how to win him over. Of course, I will share. How could I possibly refuse? But let us keep this from the 3rd squad for now. I'm not foolish. Those in the 3rd squad are the least trustworthy. If they catch wind of this, it could lead to unforeseen chaos. Chapter 76. Engaging in pleasures without payment? Having returned to the vicinity of the factory, Yang Dian, seated in the passenger seat of the Dian truck, remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Wei and Zhou Lin were already aware of his purpose for visiting Huizhou. What he was even less aware of was that they had proactively provided him with cover unbeknownst to him. After reuniting with Yao Lai and confirming multiple times that Zhao Tian intended to accompany the small killer whale to Fuzhou, he directed Yao Lai to start the vehicle. Preparing for their return to Fuzhou, noticing Yao Lai occasionally casting sidelong glances at the crab legs beside him, Yang Dian, with a hint of exasperation, tapped his forehead and remarked, Brother Lai, focus on driving. You're operating a Dian, so let us not risk hitting anyone. He then patted the crab legs beside him, adding, if you truly wish to study this, we can explore it later at the service station. You may examine it as you please. Suddenly struck by an idea, Yang Dian maneuvered through the small door behind the driver's seat, entering the cargo compartment. He nodded toward Zhao Tian, who looked puzzled, and promptly folded the crab legs, placing them into the refrigerated compartment. Given the summer heat, he was concerned that even though the legs were harvested from mutated crabs, they might spoil if left too long. Moreover, To prevent Yao Lai from becoming distracted during their journey, it was wiser to store them in the cooler. After ensuring the crab legs were secure, Yang Dian gently patted the somewhat uneasy yet stabilizing small killer whale, then returned to the passenger seat. Gazing through the window, he observed children on the streets, strolling with their guardians, blissfully engaged in play with toys and snacks. Their lives unfolded as usual, warm and harmonious, showing no signs of disruption despite the proximity to the ocean and the threat of mutated crabs. How long can such a carefree childhood last? He mused inwardly and then took a small blue pill, placing it in his mouth. While he harbored considerable personal ambitions, he would not shy away from safeguarding his realm if he possessed the requisite strength, aspiring to witness the rise of China through his efforts. Such a sense of achievement surpassed any ordinary romantic pursuits. Of course, one could not deny the sheer pleasure of a foot massage. The journey proceeded without incident. They returned faster than they had departed. Departing from Daya Bay at 8 o'clock in the evening, they arrived back at Fuzhou University by 5:30 the following morning, shortly after the sun had just risen above the horizon. Upon receiving news of their arrival, Shun Fei awaited them at the Research Institute's entrance and was the first to approach as the Dian came to a halt. "You must be exhausted. Did the anomalous creatures present any issues?" he inquired. Yang Dian could only smile wryly. "Professor, are you concerned about me or the anomalous creatures?" Shun Fei glanced at Yang Dian and replied, "Seeing you in such vibrant spirits, I knew you were fine." "What? Do you need me to feign concern for you?" Yang Dian shrugged it. "Well, there is no need for that." As he spoke, Yao Lai had already opened the rear doors of the Dian. Shun Fei glanced over at the slightly anxious little orca, while Zhao Tian remained motionless beside the transparent sunfish and the clownfish darted about in the icy confines. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the aquarium shrouded in black fabric. Is the mutated blue-ringed octopus, which boasts an abundance of eyes and can induce faintness at a mere glance, indeed contained within that aquarium? Following Shun Fei's indication, Yang Dian nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed in that aquarium. Upon receiving this confirmation, Shun Fei promptly gestured towards the rear. A throng of researchers clad in protective gear surged into the compartment without uttering a word, swiftly lifting the aquarium down. "I shall take the octopus first. The rest can be arranged by you and Xiao Chun." With that, he and his entourage hurriedly entered the Research Institute. Yang Dian turned to the side to observe Chun Wenxian. Having recently joined the institute, she already bore the signs of fatigue with 2 dark circles under her eyes. She blinked and remarked, "The professor is like this. When he encounters something that piques his interest, he becomes entirely engrossed." Yang Dian nodded in understanding, then redirected his attention to the compartment. "How shall we arrange the remaining 3 anomalous creatures? The clownfish and the sunfish can be directly transferred to the institute. However, due to the size of the little orca and its need for ample space to move, it should be housed temporarily in the indoor swimming pool of the school. While the pool may be somewhat small, it will suffice for the little orca's temporary residence. The back mountain is currently being excavated for an orca pool and an orca pavilion, which is expected to be completed in 3 days. Once finished, the little orca can be relocated to the pavilion." After stating this, Chun Wenxian glanced at Yang Dian and then at the little orca, which had its head resting on the edge of the tank. Observing her, "Is this arrangement acceptable?" Yang Dian and the little orca nodded in unison. "It is." The little orca's blowhole released a puff of vapor. Hearing the sound, Yang Dian turned back to look at the little orca, which, aside from its distinct appearance, resembled a 7- or 8-year-old child in demeanor. He then addressed Chun Wenxian. "The little orca is quite intelligent, and under Zhao Tian's influence, it has developed a friendly disposition towards us." Chun Wenxian nodded, comprehending the implications of Yang Dian's words. With a hint of trepidation, she ascended into the compartment and reached out to touch the little orca's head. Following a melodious sound from the orca, her apprehension transformed into a smile. "I will take good care of the little orca." Zhao Tian, standing nearby, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yang Dian surmised his intentions. He likely wished to leverage his role as the orca's caretaker to gain entry into the Bureau of Anomalies, even if it were only as an external member. However, For reasons unknown, he ultimately dismissed that notion. After casting a deep glance at Zhao Tian, Yang Dian continued. These anomalous creatures were all caught by Zhao Tian from the sea, and according to the regulations of the Bureau, he should receive appropriate compensation. Zhao Tian wished to exchange the monetary reward for resources related to cultivation. You should report this to the higher-ups. Chen Wenxian nodded, affirming her commitment to report as required. Turning to Zhao Tian, she added, I will contact you once I receive any updates. Zhao Tian slightly inclined his head, expressing gratitude while gently stroking the small orca. Having resolved the matter concerning the anomalous creature, Yang Dian accessed the internal network to check for any urgent issues. Confirming the absence of emergencies, he proceeded to call Lin Mo before retreating to his rented accommodation for much-needed rest. After a continuous 20-hour stretch of either training or combat, Yang Dian, despite his enhanced physical condition and invigorated spirit, found himself utterly fatigued. He required a restorative slumber to recuperate. He slept soundly until well into the night. Upon awakening, Yang Dian discovered Didu, who had seemingly detached from its merged state, had taken residence atop his forehead for an undetermined duration. Returning to the subject at hand, Yang Dian gently nudged Didu, poking its supple body. You have completely enveloped my face. How is it that I felt no sense of suffocation? Undeterred by Dudu's vigorous attempts to push him away with its tentacles, he pressed his face into its form, inhaling deeply. To his surprise, Dudu functioned as an air filtration device. Even with his head fully submerged within its body, he could still breathe in the fresh scent of the sea breeze. Were you to encase my head, I could dive into the depths of the ocean without the need for diving gear. Just as Yang Jian began to envision the delightful prospect of fishing without the need for bait, a frantic scream echoed through the streets of Ping Shui. Help! Someone jumped out of bed and is trying to leave without acknowledging it. He even hit me, clad only in shorts. Yang Dian rushed to the window. Dudu, future studies await. However, the spectacle must be witnessed now. Chapter 77. The Beast Master Rom, the abode of souls upon approaching the window and observing the unusual commotion outside. Yang Dian was momentarily taken aback. Typically bustling with the ebb and flow of pedestrians and vehicles, the scene now appeared eerily silent, save for the sounds of doors opening and locking along Ping Shui Street, which had become a gathering place for onlookers. Moreover, the lights of the nearby residential buildings flickered to life, suggesting that the allure of spectacle was irresistible to more than just Yang Dian. What caused Yang Dian's astonishment? Naturally, it was the presence of the protagonist. He had previously strolled through Ping Shui Street in the evening, merely indulging his curiosity without engaging in any reckless behavior for the sake of his own safety. After all, a promising future awaited him. There was no need to jeopardize his well-being when he had fortune to enjoy. Despite his casual observations, Yang Dian reached a conclusion. Ping Shui Street was not lacking in variety. Each season offered its own unique charm, regardless of personal preference. Those who sought entertainment could always find something to their liking. Of course, there were exquisite offerings alongside those of lesser quality. Some older women, despite their fading beauty, found themselves compelled to seek work on Ping Shui Street for survival. The protagonist of the scene unfolding below belonged to the latter category, a woman in her 40s or 50s, somewhat overweight, wrapped in a crimson shawl, her face caked in a startlingly pale foundation, marred by a prominent, reddened handprint, unmistakably the result of a slap. Though the older ones might be cheaper, why would one settle for a less attractive option when the opportunity for something more appealing was at hand? Such a choice was truly beyond comprehension. As Yang Jian pondered this, a tall figure burst forth from a doorway, illuminated by purple light, bearing a tattooed upper body and brazenly pushing through the crowd, proclaiming, "Step aside, yellow-skinned monkeys." Upon hearing his clumsy Mandarin and witnessing his audacious exit without anyone attempting to impede him, Yang Jian shook his head in disbelief. However, as his gaze fell once more upon the figure, his eyes widened in shock. Was it him? Grabbing his portable device and placing it atop his head, Yang Jian returned to his table to don the handheld detection instrument on his nose. Dudu, retrieve his information, he instructed, as the data streamed across the lens. It finally coalesced into several lines of text. Most wanted criminal, Beastmaster Rom, an American with the innate ability to control and enslave small animals. Enslaved Beast 1, Savage Rat King, mutated creature, possessing formidable gnawing capabilities and the ability to manipulate a small swarm of rats. Enslaved Beast 2, Night Owl, mutated creature, a transformed owl through which Rom can share vision. Was it true that fortune could be found without effort in the most unlikely of places? Yet, how had Rom come to be in this specific locale? Was it the diverse mix of individuals on Ping Shui Street that allowed for such anonymity? If they sought to conceal their identities, why then did they so brazenly expose themselves? Were they providing cover for others? Indeed, the individuals from the Western region possess a rather peculiar penchant. It is hardly surprising that they could act against an elderly woman of 50. As thoughts surged within him, Yang Dian watched him vanish around the corner of Ping Shui Street and promptly dialed Lin Mo's number. Rom possessed a mutated owl capable of sharing its vision. Although the whereabouts of this owl remained unknown, it was undeniable that should he dare to follow, Rom would surely detect him. Moreover, with the city surveillance being so pervasive, Yang Jian had no need to take such risks by trailing him. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Before Lin Mo could utter a word, Yang Jian spoke first. "Captain, I just spotted him on Ping Shui Street. He was there earlier, taking advantage of the situation without payment, and I did not observe anyone else in his company. I suspect it might be a smokescreen deployed by his associates. Please have the second team investigate thoroughly. He may have even intended for me to discover him. It is too coincidental. I had just awakened, and commotion erupted downstairs, conveniently catching my attention. On the other end, Lin Mo, who had just settled in a bed, sat up abruptly. Understood. Be cautious. Rom has that owl which can share its sight. Do not pursue him alone and expose yourself. I am aware. I merely stood by the window to observe the commotion without venturing outside. Very well. I shall head to the bureau. Understood, Captain." After responding, Yang Jian suddenly recalled something. "Captain, do you think that owl might be flying overhead now, monitoring the police station? If we create any disturbance, they could receive immediate notification." Lin Mo paused in his dressing. That is indeed a possibility. As he pondered, Lin Mo instinctively reached for a cigarette. However, upon catching the worried glance of his wife beside him, he smiled and placed the cigarette back into its case. "I will handle the matters ahead. Just behave as you normally would. And remember to stay safe. Maintain communication at all times." Yang Dian nodded. "Alrig. I understand, Captain." After ending the call, he sat on the edge of his bed for a moment, then removed his glasses, drew the curtains, and turned off the lights. With a flick, the entity known as Dudu transformed back into its hair-like form. Yang Jian opened the panel and glanced at it, then spoke. "Dudu, absorb 2/3 of my current energy, and then grant me some starlight for rejuvenation." Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, Dudu immediately detached from its merged state, joyfully circling around him. Dudu, after a few cheerful calls, Dudu settled atop Yang Dian's head. In the next instant, an exquisite sensation of comfort surged within him. As this feeling enveloped him, Yang Jian instinctively closed his eyes, savoring this profound sense of ease. Before long, specks of starlight filtered through his closed eyelids, reaching his eyes. The moment the starlight made contact, Yang Jian felt his consciousness begin to descend, sinking, and sinking once more, until arriving in a realm of darkness, devoid of light, where neither space nor the concept of time seemed to exist. Where am I? In a moment of bewilderment, Yang Jian endeavored to perceive his own state, awakening from the abyss of darkness. Suddenly, he beheld a glimmer of light, a resplendent star shining amidst the void. By virtue of this light, Yang Jian could discern his own slightly translucent palm, granting him a sense of spatial awareness. He gazed downward at the star that resided at the core of his being. Near his heart, this star began to flicker and dance like a firefly, pulsating with increasing speed and brilliance, soaring ever higher. When it sparkled into Yang Dian's line of sight, he realized, to his astonishment, that it was not starlight at all. He had been diminished countless times, his form reduced to that of a minuscule speck. The diminutive Dudu circled around Yang Dian, trailing a luminous comet-like tail, spiraling upward into the heavens. It was then that Yang Dian discovered, high above in the darkened sky, a magnificent pool that seemed to encapsulate all the mysteries of the universe. At the sight of this pool, a profound realization blossomed within him. This is my soul. Here lies the dwelling place of my spirit. The celestial pool above is the reservoir of energy I have amassed. Dudu's diminutive size is merely a reflection of its soul, which, in comparison to mine, is akin to a tiny sesame seed beside an adult's body. Extending his hand, Yang Dian watched as the starlight surged from his heart to his fingertips, and he smiled once more. It turns out Dudu had long recognized me as its master. Chapter 78. Statistical Harvest. Yang Dian was uncertain when Dudu had acknowledged him as its master. Perhaps it was the moment he discovered it on the beach, or maybe it was after it had nestled on his head to sleep that very night. Regardless, it did not alter the truth that its soul had already entwined with his, living and dying by his fate. No wonder this little creature is so affectionate towards me. Amidst the fluctuations of their souls, the celestial pool above, seemingly concealing all the mysteries of the world, began to gently contract. Dudu's essence was sprinkled with starlight, transforming into silken ribbons that drifted towards Yang Dian. As the starlit ribbons entwined around his soul, a refreshing and profound sensation surged within him, and he noticed the strand of starlight at his fingertips beginning to swell. Thus, the energy of starlight not only alters my physical form, but also elevates my very soul. Is this a transformation from within? If my soul is infused with starlight, what kind of metamorphosis will I undergo? As anticipation blossomed, Yang Dian felt his consciousness being drawn by an unseen force. His awareness began to ascend, detaching from the dark realm of his soul, which had birthed the first glimmer of light, and clumsily returning to his corporeal form. His eyelids fluttered open, and he perceived a radiant glow entering the room. Yang Dian opened his eyes, and the world was illuminated. The timeless sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle brightness into the previously dim chamber, reminiscent of a soul ignited by Dudu and the energy of the celestial pool. He reached out to dislodge Dudu, who was peacefully sleeping atop his head, and rolled around on the bed for a moment. The dwelling of the soul, the resting place of the body, there was a certain significance to it. Rising, he drew back the curtains, gazing at the sun that was already high in the sky, before plopping back down onto the bed. At that moment, 3 words echoed in his mind. I am late. Oh well, it was too late now. He reclined back onto the bed, playfully nudging the cool Dudu, and retrieved his confidential phone to access the internal network. His points had increased significantly. He had successfully contained clownfish, orcas, and the translucent sunfish, earning a total of 60,000 merit points. The clownfish and sunfish each contributed 5,000 points, while the orca, being both kin and possessing great potential, garnered him 50,000 points. However, what puzzled Yang Dian was the mutated blue-ringed octopus. The capture of this anomalous creature had inexplicably rewarded him with 500,000 merit points. Additionally, inviting Sun Yue to join the Bureau had earned him another 50,000 points. It was noteworthy that previously, when he invited the sisters Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenya to join the Bureau, he had only received a total of 5,000 merit points, with Chen Wenxian accounting for a substantial 4,000. Chen Wenya, having awakened her combat talents yet opting for a logistical role, received a minimum of just 1,000. While I understood the 50,000 points awarded for Sun Yue, who bore an angelic appearance and aura, what warranted such a high reward for the mutated blue-ringed octopus? Due to its captivating ability that can render one unconscious at a mere glance, it proves to be immensely beneficial. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it too much. Ultimately, the merits had been credited, which sufficed. Moreover, the generosity displayed by Huizhou was commendable. Not only did they bestow upon him 2 crab legs, but they were also willing to share their merits. Professor Shan, too, exhibited remarkable magnanimity by altering his task settlement system. Glancing at the merit balance displayed on his phone, 865,000, alongside the two tasks labeled as pending settlement, namely the mutated giant crab incident at Return Water Bay and the extraordinary organism, mutated giant cockroach, breeding incident in Fuzhou City, Yang Dian rubbed his hands together, at a loss for words. Setting aside the former, let us focus on the latter. The concepts of containing and capturing extraordinary organisms versus participating in the large-scale breeding of such extraordinary beings are entirely distinct. Furthermore, the success rate of breeding extraordinary cockroaches at the Research Institute is nearly 100, leaving no room for failure. Professor Shun was indeed distributing the accolades generously. The stakes he placed were substantial. Rubbing his cheeks, Yang Dian entered the bathroom to begin his morning routine. Given the significant investment made by others, he felt compelled to ensure they received their due worth. However, it seems I've forgotten something, he mused, foam filling his mouth as he blinked. In the next moment, a panel with a blue background and white text reappeared before his eyes. Martial arts, dragon claw technique, traits, copper muscles and iron bones, reverse dragon scales, progress, 0. 0. Practicing with 1125 energy can manifest the third trait. Grass flying, traits, swift as the wind, progress, 99. Practicing with 1.6 energy can manifest the second trait. Iron cloth shirt, traits, armored and equipped, progress, 0. Practicing with 450 energy can manifest the second trait. Hunyuan power, traits, none, progress, 6. 98. Practicing with 209 energy can manifest the first trait. Unity of heaven and man technique, traits, none, progress, 15. 42. Practicing consumes 761. 19 energy and can manifest the first trait. Energy, 95, increases by 1 point daily, but 0. 7 points are absorbed by Dudu. Martial realm, sensation. Manipulation of chi and blood combat realm. District level. After reviewing the panel, Yang Dian, in a moment of frustration, slapped his forehead. As his head shook, toothpaste foam splattered onto the mirror. Before utilizing energy to gain an advantage, I ought to let Dudu absorb energy, first to enhance its potential. With an enhanced potential, the energy required for the liver trait diminishes, thus conserving a significant amount of energy. Wrapping his head to imprint this lesson in memory, after his grooming, Yang Dian began calculating the current ratio of the liver trait to its previous state. Prior to enhancement, the first trait of the liver dragon claw technique required 25 energy points. Thus, to achieve the third trait, 2,500 energy points were necessary. However, now, to attain the third trait, only 1125 points are required. The energy demand has decreased by 55. His gaze descended, settling upon Du, who frolicked in the basin of water. Yang Dian grasped it once more, shaking it gently. Are you dirty? Are you dirty? He retrieved a delicate brush, meticulously cleaning Dudu inside and out, before heading towards the door. The recent harvest had been nearly organized, and it was time to clock in for work, patrolling and making rounds. I must also visit the Research Institute to inquire about the status of my 2 crab legs. Furthermore, I shall check on the little orca and peruse the mutated cockroach breeding facility. The Huainan trifoliate orange also requires attention. Leaving it for too long would not bode well. I must also ask the captain if there have been any updates regarding those foreigners. Chapter 79. The second trait of grass flying. Homecoming dust swirls in the air as the sun and moon traverse through the windows. In the blink of an eye, it is now July 25th. In just over a month, September 1st will arrive, marking the commencement of a new school term. After a fleeting appearance on Ping Shui Street, the foreigners have not been seen since. Despite deploying 2 satellites and utilizing the city's surveillance cameras, their whereabouts remain elusive. The dispatched combat teams from the Bureau of Anomalies have gradually returned, and in recent days, Yang Dian has made the acquaintance of numerous individuals. However, with the influx of people, the tasks have diminished. Previously, one could occasionally stumble upon an awakened being, an exotic creature, or a rare treasure. Yet, after wandering for 2 days amidst the crowd, Yang Dian found nothing. Just a few days ago, there had been talk of an increase in anomalous events and awakened individuals. It seems that with others absent, the benefits have all fallen to us. Overhearing young Dian's murmurs, Shi Sheng, who was driving and patrolling with him, chuckled. What else could it be? If there were indeed a surge in awakened individuals due to anomalous events, the resurgence of spiritual energy would have been impossible to conceal. After replying to Yang Dian, Shi Sheng parked the car and turned to him. Tomorrow is a day off. Would you like to come over for dinner? My wife has mentioned you several times. Recalling the frequent encounters with Shi Sheng's wife, Su Qian, who often invited him over to dine and seemed eager to introduce him to others, Yang Dian felt a sudden chill. Perhaps next time. My sister just called. And you heard her. She's urging me to return, Shi Sheng remarked, glancing at him. Isn't your home quite a distance from here? Would you like me to give you a ride? Yang Dian waved his hand dismissively, changing into casual attire upon returning to the bureau, and picked up the briefcase gifted by the headquarters as he walked outside. No need, you know my speed. This distance, I can cover it in no time. Shi Sheng smirked. Running fast is impressive, is it? Just don't go too fast. There are rumors on the forum that strange occurrences happen in Chonglu at night. Without turning back, Yang Dian waved his hand. Understood, I can control my speed. With that, he pushed off with his toes, launching himself forward like a rocket. The second trait of grass flying is indeed a vivid description rather than a mere adjective. When he walks, it truly feels as though he is flying. Yang Dian had tested his limits by the seaside, and at full strength he could stride over 30 meters in a single step. From a distance, it indeed appeared as if he were soaring. However, the third trait is daunting. It requires not only 720 energy points, but also the completion of a staggering 10,000 kilometers on foot. It feels rather like a tale from a novel, doesn't it? To travel a myriad of miles and strike 1,000,000 punches? This is merely the third trait. Based on this rate of increase, the fourth trait demands a journey of 100,000 kilometers, while the fifth necessitates a staggering 1,000,000 kilometers. This is even further than the journey of the Monkey King to the west. If I were to achieve the fourth trait, could it truly allow me to fly? Yang Dian remained uncertain. With merely a suitcase in hand, I control my pace, resolutely heading towards home. I wonder how my silly sister's luck has been accumulating. Will she be able to find a second anomalous creature while beachcombing? As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Yang Dian returned to the entrance of his modest courtyard. Gazing at the house that emanated a warm glow, a soft expression graced his eyes. The abode of the soul is the body, yet the true sanctuary for the body is not some low-rent dwelling, but rather this place known as home. Pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping inside, a small yellow dog immediately wagged its tail and rushed toward him. Annoyed by its earlier mishap of urinating on his pant leg, Yang Dian lifted the dog by its belly and sent it scurrying away. I warn you, do not come near me. If you urinate on my trousers again, I shall take drastic measures. The small yellow dog yelped and dashed off with its tail between its legs. After ruffling the head of the larger yellow dog that sat wagging its tail in welcome, Yang Dian swiftly opened the door. Dad, Mom, little sister, I'm back. A flurry of hurried footsteps descended from the upper floor, and Yang Lele bounded down the stairs in a rush, leaping to cling onto Yang Dian. Big brother, let it come out to play with me. Yang Dian attempted to grasp her hand to halt her, but instead lifted his arm and tapped her on the head. Get off, don't cling to me. You annoy me. Just give me doo-doo, and I won't be bothered anymore. Please, please, please. With no choice but to acquiesce to her persistent pleas, Yang Dian allowed doo-doo to emerge from its integrated state, placing it atop Yang Lele's head. Where are Mom and Dad? Where did they go? He inquired, glancing toward the kitchen. The meal was ready, with 2 dishes already cooked, yet the humans were nowhere to be found. Yang Lele, delightfully clutching doo-doo on her head, replied, Uncle San just came by and called Mom and Dad to the ancestral hall to discuss something. Pausing, she looked up at Yang Dian. It seems the matter concerns you as well. Uncle San knows you have joined that Anomalous Management Bureau. Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau. He corrected her, then plopped down on a bench and opened his suitcase. Here, have an orange. Yang Lele received the orange. Her curiosity piqued as she peered into the suitcase filled with oranges and 9 vials of light blue liquid. Brother, Why not just put the oranges in a bag? Why store them in a suitcase? It seems rather extravagant. Are the oranges I gave you comparable to ordinary ones? Young Dian replied. Is this fruit a rare treasure of heaven and earth? Young Lele questioned, holding the orange up to her eyes in wonder. But when I saw it, I didn't feel an overwhelming urge to eat it. Should I peel it first? Young Dian, exasperat, flicked hair foread. There are no such rare treasures. This is a spiritual fruit cultivated by the organization, a Huainan trifoliate orange. It is superior to ordinary oranges, but cannot be compared to heavenly wonders. Young Lele smiled innocently. Brother, could you please give me another orange? Turning to look at Yang Lele, Yang Dian observed this fellow generously offering an orange to Dudu, who was reaching out its tentacle towards a fruit. How magnanimous of you, Yang Dian remarked. He then produced another orange and placed it in Yang Lele's hand, saying, I can only purchase 50 of these oranges in a month with my earnings, and with a few extra from my salary, that totals to 53. And yet, here you are, handing them over to Dudu. Yang Lele playfully nudged Yang Dian's calf with her toe. But brother, have you ever fed Dudu an orange? Yang Dian responded with an air of certainty. Dudu has been with me, so I would never let it go hungry. Yang Lele wrinkled her nose slightly. After all, I was the one who saved Dudu. If it weren't for me, it might have turned into dried jellyfish. Wouldn't you agree, Dudu? Dudu remained silent, merely focused on peeling the orange and showcasing its vibrant flesh. Oh, Dudu, you want to even acknowledge me? Fine, I'm not talking to you anymore. Amidst the playful banter between the siblings, the creaking sound of the courtyard gate being pushed open caught Yang Dian's attention. Their parents were back, and it seemed they were not alone. Chapter 80, Clan Elders, Tivin Protectors Dudu wafd et Yang Dian Zen. When Dudu flew up to the floor, Yang Lele appeared puzzled, and only then did Yang Dianjin rise from his seat. Mom and Dad have returned, and they brought guests. As he opened the door, the 5 individuals entering the courtyard arrived just in time. Upon seeing the 3 people flanking his parents, Yang Dianjin was momentarily taken aback. Uncle San, Uncle Wu, Uncle Lu, what brings you here? The term uncle not only denotes a familial hierarchy, but also serves as a respectful title for the elderly. The 3 elderly men before him, with their graying hair and stooped postures, left Yang Dianjin at a loss for words regarding their generational status. He was aware that his grandfather's generation referred to them as uncle, as did his parents' generation, and even those of his own age. Thus, he echoed the term. Leading the group was Uncle San, who, despite his age, still possessed a spirited demeanor. He approached Yang Dianjin, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder I have always believed in your potential. You have truly excelled. Intelligent, quick-witted, and dutiful. Now you have not only awakened your talents, but have also begun to master the ancient arts. I have not misnamed you, Dianjin. Yang Dianjin was taken aback. To his astonishment, it was Uncle San who had bestowed upon him his name. A name can be regarded as a person's second visage. It often holds greater significance than one's actual appearance, especially when others can only identify someone through their name. Yang Dianzhen. What happens if you add another character? Yang Dianzhen. The mere thought of such a name could invoke ridicule from others. Had it not been for his extraordinary journey, he might have faced endless mockery. Uncle San remained oblivious to Yang Dianjin's internal musings. Noticing Yang Dianjin's silence, he continued, although you have quietly joined the Anomaly Management Bureau, I still wish to inquire. Do you aspire to venture beyond? Yang Dianjin, suppressing his inner thoughts, asked with curiosity, what does it mean to develop outside? It entails going to Indonesia, Uncle San replied, his tone somewhat subdued. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yang Dianjin sensed an undercurrent of menace in his words, a palpable threat. Our clan has long sought to expand in Indonesia, and many within our lineage have ventured there after turning 25. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world is undergoing remarkable transformations. The weaker the nation, the more pronounced the upheavals. In the past, when the environment was peaceful, we could do little more than conduct business quietly. But the future holds uncertainty. Old grudges can be avenged. Some enmities may be forgotten by others. But we must never forget, what is untenable for our nation, we shall undertake ourselves. Yang Dianjin fell silent, contemplating the gravity of his words. Did their branch truly harbor animosity towards Indonesia? Indeed, there was a significant grudge, a blood feud that could not be overlooked. In 1965 and 1998, there were tragic incidents of violence against the Chinese in Indonesia. The majority of those who perished at the hands of the Indonesian populace were predominantly from Guangdong and the Min River region. To illustrate, let us consider the case of Yang Dian. His grandparents lost their lives during the upheaval in 1998, resulting in him never having the opportunity to meet them. Yang Dian's father, Yang Yong, is the third-born in the family. At the time of his parents' demise, Yang Yong was merely a teenager, barely in his early teens and just entering junior high school. Had it not been for his elder uncles who, upon hearing the grim news, abandoned their studies to work and support their younger siblings, Yang Yong would not have had the chance to pursue a high school education, attend university, and subsequently meet Yang's mother. Thus, it is indisputable that the animosity between Indonesia and their family runs deep. As Yang Dian remained contemplative, his great-uncle, with an expectant demeanor, inquired, "So what do you think? Would you be interested in venturing outside? If you so desire, we can arrange for you to assume position of authority there. With the clan's backing, equipping you with 100 or so firearms should pose no significant challenge." Upon hearing this, Yang Dian's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of wielding power over the world was a fantasy that every young man has entertained. Now, with just a nod, authority could be bestowed upon him. The allure of such temptation was undeniable. However, with the wisdom acquired from 2 lifetimes, Yang Dian maintained a clear understanding of his ambitions. While it might be feasible to initially exercise control in that realm, the subsequent development would likely pale in comparison to the advantages afforded by the support of the great tree of Huaxia. Moreover, the outside world was fraught with peril. Although he might endure minor injuries from a few gunshots, facing artillery fire would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, Yang Dian ushered the guests into his home, brewed some tea, and inquired further about the clan's standing. "Great-uncle, how significant is our clan's influence over there? How many awakened ones and ancient martial artists do we have?" His great-uncle, consulting his notes, replied directly, "According to clan regulations, at just 18 years old and without completing your university education, this information is not meant for you. The clan fears that such knowledge might distract you and lead to undesirable thoughts. However, given that you are both an ancient martial artist and an awakened one, I see no harm in sharing this with you." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Yang Lele, who was quietly observing. The look in his eyes clearly suggested that he wished for her to retreat upstairs. Yang Dian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Lele. "Lele is my sister. Traditionally, the older generation has favored males over females, often excluding women from significant clan matters. Yet, Yang Dian did not subscribe to that mindset. Why should he shield Yang Lele from the information that she would inevitably discover? Upon witnessing Yang Dian's stance, his great-uncle shook his head in resignation. The world was evolving, and the times were changing. The current generation, represented by Yang Dian, was indeed different from that of their predecessors. In our branch, there exists 1 awakened individual and 7 ancient martial artists, nurtured through the combined efforts of the entire clan. At this point, seemingly concerned about Yang Dian's potential misunderstanding, the elder uncle continued, "Do not blame the clan for not supporting your family in the past. Just as one must account for merits when addressing the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, the clan too values contributions. Those 7 individuals are valiant souls who have devoted their lives to our kin. In times of crisis, they stand resolutely at the forefront. In total, there are 13 such individuals within the clan. However, of the remaining 6, despite our utmost efforts in their training, they have yet to grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. Each has fought valiantly for the clan, enduring wounds and even gunfire. Remarkably, half of them have inherited the positions of their fathers and brothers." Yang Dian fell into a moment of silence. What did it mean to inherit a position? In simple terms, it signified that the previous holder could no longer serve, either incapacitated, rendered useless, or deceased. Moreover, what contributions has his family made to the clan? None. Conversely, the clan has consistently offered assistance to his family without recompense. For instance, during his father's severe illness. Without the clan's support, he might not have survived. Thus, the clan's choice of whom to cultivate is beyond his authority to contest. As he pondered this, a thought struck young Dian, and he suddenly laughed. Could those 13 individuals be the 13 protectors we spoke of in our childhood? Chapter 81. Spiritual Medicine, Blood Ganoderma, and the clan's thoughts. Perhaps the legendary 13 protectors of the Sui and Tang dynasties are so renowned that wherever one might find a hint of darkness in a capable fighter, a figure claiming to be one of the 13 protectors is sure to emerge. This phenomenon is no exception within the clan. During his scholarly years, Yang Dian often heard the less academically inclined youths boast about their connections to these protectors, naming distant relatives who mingled in dubious circles. Observing their pretentiousness from an adult perspective was nothing short of amusing. Yet, he never anticipated that the initial jest would materialize into reality. Indeed, within their clan, there existed a genuine 13 protector. Upon witnessing Yang Dian's demeanor, his great-uncle could only awkwardly cover his forehead, lamenting, "The younger generation lacks discernment and spreads foolish tales. We have never acknowledged such claims. Furthermore, we are not akin to those involved in gangs. Our endeavors are of a legitimate nature." Legitimate business? And the moment you open your mouth, it's about 100 or 200 firearms. Yang Dian thought to himself, yet he shook his head in response to his great-uncle's expectant gaze. "Great-uncle, I will not venture outside. I wish to avenge our ancestors, but the time is not yet ripe. Although spiritual energy has revived and incidents involving strange entities are on the rise, the world appears to be stabilizing. Behind Indonesia stand the English and Americans. Should we make a significant move there, they will undoubtedly intervene. I believe our focus during this period should not be on revenge, but rather on enhancing our strength. Rare treasures of heaven and earth, extraordinary artifacts, ancient martial arts manuals, spiritual medicines, and various exotic creatures are what we must prioritize. With immense power, what grievance cannot be avenged? I have been faring well at the Bureau of Anomalies, and my relationship with Professor Shin from the Fuzhou Research Institute is quite agreeable. Remaining at the Bureau, supported by the formidable foundation of Huaxia, ensures my continual growth and strength." Hearing Yang Dian's reluctance to venture outside, his great-uncle appeared somewhat disappointed but refrained from voicing any dissent, recognizing the validity of Yang Dian's reasoning. Thus, he shifted the topic. "It's perfectly fine if you choose not to go outside. As one of only 2 awakened individuals in our clan and the sole ancient martial artist residing domestically, could you possibly instruct others in the clan on martial arts? Of course, the clan will not leave you without compensation. All martial arts manuals we have gathered will be made accessible to you. Additionally, a monthly stipend of 100,000 yuan will be provided. You need only offer guidance to the clan members during your free time." As he spoke, he beckoned to the 5th great-uncle. Upon noticing, the 5th great-uncle placed a wooden box he had been holding onto the table. Opening the box, Yang Dian beheld a spiritual mushroom, the size of a cup, radiating a blood-red hue with intricate patterns adorning its surface. This was the blood Ganoderma, a spiritual medicine procured by the clan from Indonesia, serving as a reward for his awakening as an ancient martial artist. After gazing at the blood spirit mushroom, which exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, Yang Dian shifted his attention to the fervent gaze of his 3rd uncle. "3rd uncle, how many individuals in our clan are currently practicing martial arts?" The 3rd uncle shrugged his shoulders, replying, "Aside from your family, there isn't a single one." Observing the look of astonishment on Yang Dian's face, he sighed with a hint of resignation. Ancient martial arts are not easily mastered. Without a mentor to guide you step by step, relying solely on a manual, what can one truly cultivate? Even if one practices, it would be a futile endeavor. It is better not to engage at all. Then why not call back a martial artist? Upon hearing Yang Dian's inquiry, the 3rd uncle once again exhaled deeply. "We wish to summon someone back. However, the reality is quite different. You previously mentioned there are the 13 protectors, and you are not mistaken. They carry blood on their hands and cannot pass through customs. Even if they were to attempt a legal entry, they would be apprehended upon being reported." At that moment, Yang Dian finally grasped the meaning behind Lin Mo's words from a few days prior. In this place of Minjiang, 3 parts are determined by fate, while 7 parts rely on hard work. This truly exemplifies the spirit of courage and perseverance. Covering the box with his hand, Yang Dian nodded. I initially intended to teach my parents martial arts. Teaching one is the same as teaching two. Anyone interested in practicing should go to the tidal flats tomorrow morning. There's no rush, the third uncle interjected, waving his hand. To train in martial arts, one must have techniques and resources. We possess the techniques, and we have prepared a substantial amount of resources, but to operate effectively, it will still take considerable time. If we genuinely wish to initiate martial arts training within the clan, it will require at least half a month's time. As he spoke, the third uncle turned his gaze towards the sixth uncle. The sixth uncle activated his old mobile phone and exchanged a few words. Soon after, 2 robust men, whom Yang Dian had never seen before, entered carrying a large box, placing it silently on the ground. Once they exited, the third uncle explained to Yang Dian, "They are Along and Ahu, twins born in our clan in Indonesia, naturally mute and unable to speak. They have practiced some martial arts, though they have not mastered them, and since they bear no blood on their hands, they were arranged to return due to the clan's need for manpower." Afterward, he squatted down and patted the wooden box on the ground. All the martial arts techniques we have collected over the years are contained within this box. There are common practices such as the 5-animal play, as well as weapon techniques like the 8-extreme spear, along with some methods that we cannot even articulate. In essence, there is a mixture of truth and falsehood. Everything is included. We have not practiced martial arts ourselves, so we are unaware of which are effective. Additionally, some clan members working abroad have discreetly sent back foreign cultivation manuals. However, those manuals are mere scribbles to us. We cannot comprehend them. They're all inside, and I am entrusting everything to you. Gazing at the box, which stood half his height, Yang Dian felt a twinge of frustration as he rubbed his nose. It seemed that the preparation time of half a month mentioned by the third uncle was not for them, but rather for him. Reaching out to open the box, Yang Dian gazed at the aged tomes within. He then stood and nodded at his great uncle. "I understand, great uncle. I will take a careful look over the next few days and strive to find a few martial arts manuals suitable for our kin. With your assurance, I feel at ease," replied great uncle, rising to glance at the now cold dishes in the kitchen. "Haven't you had dinner yet?" he inquired, not waiting for Yang Dian's response as he leaned on his cane and made his way outside. "It seems we have interrupted your family's meal. It is best for us old men to take our leave. Young man, do let me know when you are ready, and I will make the necessary arrangements." With that, he departed the house accompanied by the 5th and 6th uncles. Once the elders had exited the courtyard, Yang Lele turned to her brother and asked, "Are you truly planning to teach the clan members martial arts?" Yang Dian, with a single hand, pulled and lifted the heavy chest filled with manuscripts onto his shoulder. Forming a seal with his other hand, "Why not teach? Have you forgotten how the clan supported us when father fell ill? They helped us gather funds for his medical expenses, facilitated connections with doctors at prestigious hospitals, and tirelessly assisted in his treatment. The clan has never wronged us. In fact, they have shown us great kindness. They have been generous with spiritual herbs and financial aid, and have graciously presented me with the martial arts manuals they have collected over the years. They merely ask that I guide our kin in their practice during my spare time. Why would I refuse?" With that, Yang Dian turned to greet his parents. "Mom, Dad, I will head upstairs to examine the manuscripts. Please call for me when dinner is ready." Chapter 82. Statistical analysis of martial arts. Upon entering the room and opening the box, Yang Dian found himself in a quandary once more. The sheer volume of secret tomes was overwhelming. Even merely perusing the covers would require a substantial amount of time, not to mention the challenge of identifying suitable martial arts for the average practitioner. Nevertheless, he resolved to honor his commitment. Having accepted a task from another, he would see it through diligently. With this determination, Yang Dian first retrieved a notebook from the box. As anticipated, it contained information regarding the secret texts. According to its contents, the clan had amassed a total of 137 ancient manuscripts related to cultivation. Among these, there were 121 forms of immortal cultivation, 13 techniques of the mysterious arts, 6 Taoist visualization methods, 36 physical conditioning practices, 21 blood-nourishing techniques, 53 internal energy methods, 66 health preservation arts, 32 talismanic secrets, 17 secret insect breeding methods, 71 styles of hand techniques, 31 blade techniques, 27 sword techniques, 6 spear techniques, and a multitude of foreign ancient methods totaling 173 varieties. Additionally, there are 96 proprietary alchemical recipes and 53 secret culinary books. Some of the collected manuscripts were procured from others, while others were seized from overseas. However, the majority were exchanged with other clans. Without mutual exchange, gathering such a plethora of martial arts texts was no trivial feat. Young Dian also learned from the notebook that the clan elders themselves were uncertain of the authenticity of these arts. They were only aware that one fateful day, a clan member employed within the organization had informed them that the spiritual energy had revived. Following this resurgence, beasts began to mutate, and what was once dismissed as mere folklore erupted into unparalleled might. Undoubtedly, the world would undergo a profound transformation due to the revival of spiritual energy. Those who could not keep pace would be cast aside. Consequently, the three elders, regardless of the truth, commenced an extensive search for divine techniques, martial arts manuals, esoteric spells, and specialized alchemical recipes. Their dedication to the perpetuation of the clan weighed heavily upon their hearts. After a moment of reflection, Yang Dian began to methodically extract the tomes from the box, categorizing them meticulously. Works of immortal cultivation were placed with their kind, while martial practices were organized accordingly. As he completed the classification of over 1,000 texts, a knock resonated from outside the bedroom. "Brother, are you finished?" Yang Lele, with her pigtails, poked her head into the room. "It's time for dinner." Seeing Yang Lele, Yang Dian felt a moment of surprise. He had overlooked the fact that he should have invited her in earlier to assist with the categorization of the tomes. But now that the sorting is complete, he sighed softly and rose to his feet, stretching his limbs before playfully flicking her forehead. "Go on down for dinner. By the way, has there been any unusual activity with the plum tree in the backyard?" "It's just the same as before," Yang Lele yawned. "I'll take a look in a bit. It hasn't bloomed recently. If it weren't for the petals still in the glass vase, I might have doubted my previous experience." Yang Dian was not surprised. If the plum blossoms were to bloom every few days, they would not be as precious as they were. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "Let's not dwell on the plum blossoms. Instead, let us discuss the matter of cultivation. How has your recent training been? Any feelings to share?" Yang Lele's footsteps faltered momentarily, but she soon scampered down the stairs, exclaiming, "Mom, my brother is coming down. Hurry and prepare the meal. I'm absolutely famished." Although Yang Lele did not directly respond to Yang Dian's inquiry, her actions spoke volumes. It was evident that she had been somewhat lazy. However, upon reflection, one might wonder, without a feedback mechanism or the energy to enhance one's abilities, would Yang Dian have the perseverance to continue his training? Perhaps not. It seems that teaching martial arts, the combat prowess and potential are secondary, he mused. What truly matters is the ability to facilitate rapid entry into the practice, allowing individuals to genuinely experience the benefits of martial training. Moreover, he pondered, "I wonder if there exists any cultivation technique within our clan that can be practiced." Suppressing his restless thoughts, Yang Dian completed dinner and washed the dishes. He then retrieved the suitcase that his mother had placed on the coffee table and set it on the dining table. In the face of his parents' curious gazes, Yang Dian did not keep them in suspense. He stated plainly, "This is a resource I acquired from the Bureau, which can assist in the cultivation of the harmony of man and nature technique." With that, he opened the suitcase. Inside, on the left side, lay 8 Huainan oranges, while 9 tubes of light blue liquid were arranged in the center. These small oranges were spiritual fruits cultivated by the organization, known for enhancing physical health when consumed regularly. "I will be bringing home 10 of these every month," he declared. The light blue liquid is specifically designed to aid in practicing the harmony of man and nature technique. For an ordinary person, it is nearly impossible to begin this practice without such assistance. At this point, Yang Dian recalled something and returned the liquid to the suitcase. "Although these items are meant for you, I advise you to refrain from using them just yet. You should at least become proficient in the foundational exercises of the harmony of man and nature technique before utilizing them. Otherwise, it would be a waste." and their effects would not be maximized. Yang's mother glanced at the cold Huainan oranges and the liquid, unable to suppress a frown. These resources would indeed be wasted on us. Your father and I are older now and prefer not to complicate things further. We can practice at our own pace without such aids. Your sister is still young. Using these would be a waste as well. You should take them back for yourself. Yang Dian closed the suitcase and pushed it toward his mother. I can gather 53 Huainan oranges each month, so giving you 10 will not affect me at all. As for the liquid, I have already mastered the harmony of man and nature technique and have no use for it. Since I cannot return it, it will have to be utilized by you. With that, disregarding his parents' hesitant expressions, he ascended the stairs, adding, I have yet to study the manual my great-uncle gave me. I shall go do so now. Yang Lele, who had been tying a bow on Dudu's tentacles, immediately followed him upstairs. I'll go study with my brother. Watching the two siblings ascend, Yang's parents exchanged glances for a while. Finally, Yang's father scratched his head and said, let them have it. It is said that one should start martial training early. As we grow older, it seems unlikely that we could master any remarkable skills, even with the aid of these tools. Yang's mother nodded in agreement, then let Lele take over. However, we must ensure that Lele does not adopt a lackadaisical approach. Practicing only sporadically, we must oversee her training diligently. Yang's father nodded affirmatively, stating, very well, we shall begin supervising her training starting tomorrow. With that, he rose to his feet. I will step outside for a brief stroll to aid digestion. Yang's mother grasped his hand firmly. You're not to go fishing. Though we may be past the age of mastering impressive techniques, it remains essential to practice. Come, let us train together. Chapter 83. Stargazing Technique Night Battle in All Directions. The sudden meeting the following day at noon, after an entire night and the early hours spent in relentless study, Yang Dian finally set aside the last tome in his possession. Rubbing his somewhat dry eyes, he proceeded to inscribe a series of words in his notebook. Elixir name, Supreme Human Essence Pill. Ingredients required, purple river carriage, ginseng, astragalus, Chinese yam, licorice, and cardamom. Refinement method. Take an appropriate amount of medicinal materials. And on a yang year, yang month, yang day, and yang hour, ignite the furnace to refine the elixir, employing gentle heat for 49 days. At the time of collection, the blood from the fingertip of the elixir consumer must assist in forming the pill. Efficacy of the elixir greatly replenishes vital energy and blood, treats cerebral ailments. Energy required for mastery, 97. Remarks, feasible. Having inscribed the word feasible, Yang Dian tossed aside his ballpoint pen and leaned back against the chair. Gazing at the densely packed notes within his notebook, he let out a deep sigh. At last, it is organized. While an ordinary person might struggle to discern which of the over 1,000 ancient texts contained genuine secrets and which were mere fabrications, Yang Dian was different. With diligent reading, he could discern the energy required to master each ancient technique. Texts demanding excessive energy were often illogical or beyond the comprehension of his current knowledge. For instance, the tomes regarding celestial techniques, divine powers, and mysterious gateways invariably required energy exceeding 10,000. Alternatively, a mere glance at such works would evoke an unsettling sensation within him. This feeling Yang Dian had encountered twice before. Each occasion signified that a forced attempt at mastery would lead to a system failure. Thus, celestial techniques, divine powers, mysterious gateways, and secret charms were for the time being beyond his reach. To truly pursue celestial techniques and divine powers, it might be essential to first delve into the foundational texts of Taoism. Without comprehending the esoteric language and terminology, relying solely on energy would be a futile endeavor. Amidst his thoughts, Yang Dian returned 121 volumes of cultivation techniques, 3 volumes of divine secrets, 13 volumes of mysterious gateways, 32 volumes of secret charms, and 173 volumes of foreign ancient cultivation methods back into the box. The inability to grasp celestial techniques and divine powers stemmed from either his insufficient foundation or the possibility that some of these techniques were mere fabrications lacking logical coherence. As for the ancient cultivation methods from other nations, they were relegated due to the language barrier. How could one cultivate when one could not even comprehend the text? Perhaps it would be prudent to consult with the clan elders regarding the submission of these foreign texts to the organization, allowing them to translate and provide us with a translated version. Rubbing his still aching head, Yang Jian resumed his notebook, commencing the selection process. He sought out those martial arts techniques capable of refining vital energy and internal strength, with a mastery energy requirement of 5 points or less. In essence, Yang Jian aimed to identify those martial arts techniques that were straightforward to practice. The lower the energy required for mastery, the simpler the technique was likely to be. Regardless of the pace of his understanding, as long as he was willing to train, entry into the practice would ultimately be achievable. After a thorough selection process, Yang Dian ultimately identified 5 martial arts techniques, 2 volumes on health practices, namely 5 animal frolics and 8-section brocade, 3 texts on blood cultivation techniques, devouring qi, nourishing essence, and meridian unblocking formula. Within the descriptions of 5 animal frolics and 8-section brocade, it is stated that with diligent practice, one can extend their lifespan and generate innate vitality. Yang Dian, however, is uncertain whether this vitality refers to inner energy or blood vitality. Regardless, he believes that with a semblance of effort, mastering these 5 techniques is not an arduous task for him. Of course, this is only true from his perspective. He has already perfected the primordial force, unity of heaven and man, and the formidable iron sure technique, which enables him to grasp and cultivate these 5 practices. For an ordinary person, without sufficient nutritional and medicinal supplements, it will be nearly impossible to cultivate their energy and blood through these techniques. Nevertheless, the ancient text provided by the clan elder contains several formulas and medicinal dishes for boosting vitality. Although somewhat costly, should the clan invest substantial resources in procuring the necessary ingredients for alchemy and medicinal cuisine, it would not be implausible for the clan members to perceive and even cultivate their energy and blood in a short time. However, the vitality cultivated in this manner may be somewhat insubstantial, making it less reliable in combat situations. With a furrowed brow, Yang Dian selected 2 additional texts, Blood Battle of the 8 Directions and Strategy of 10,000 Battles. As the titles suggest, the essence of these 2 techniques lies in engaging in countless battles, honing one's ability to sense and manipulate their energy and blood amidst life-threatening scenarios. If mastered, their combat prowess would be undeniably formidable. However, the training methods are perilous, and carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Thus, he settled on these 7 texts. The selection of techniques is complete. How the clan members choose is their own affair. Each individual has their own predestined affinities, and it suffices to communicate the pros and cons clearly. The choice is theirs to make. Rising and stretching, Yang Jian then crouched down to extract a volume on visualization techniques and one on swordsmanship from the ancient texts. The visualization technique is stargazing formula, which enhances mental fortitude through the visualization of celestial bodies, requiring 323 units of energy to master. It is not the cheapest nor the most expensive, yet Yang Jian feels it suits him best. The energy emitted by Dudu is starlight energy, and under its nourishment, his soul begins to radiate starlight. In this context, Yang Jian instinctively chose a visualization technique that harmonizes with his attributes. As for the swordsmanship, it is titled Night Combat of the 8 Directions. This technique emphasizes sensing and is centered around striking in an environment devoid of sensory perception, akin to a sixth sense, anticipating movement before it occurs. Of course, Yang Dian's choice was also influenced by its aesthetic appeal. In ensuring combat effectiveness, Hu Wunti desired the ability to wield a sword that shines coldly across 19 lands. Yang Jian certainly does. He wishes to avoid being labeled merely as a brute who relies solely on fists or a mace. Thus, he opted for this sophisticated sword technique. However, mastering night combat of the 8 directions present a challenge, demanding an impressive 2,300 units of energy. Indeed, it is no wonder that one is said to attain a mastery that allows one to perceive impending danger before even the slightest breeze stirs the cicadas. Tapping the surface of the table, Yang Jian closed his notebook once more. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a lighter and set the notebook ablaze. Such items, which could potentially reveal his extraordinary abilities, ought not to remain in existence. Disposing of the ashes into the sewer, Dian was about to return to his bed for a brief respite when his seldom-used secure phone suddenly emitted a sound. Picking up the device, he glanced at the screen, raised an eyebrow, and answered the call. "Captain, what is the matter?" Lin Mo's voice, tinged with gravity, resonated through the phone. "The director has returned from the capital, gravely injured. He has just announced a meeting at the bureau, and everyone is required to attend. You need to come back." Chapter 84. The upcoming national martial arts movement, global changes, and the underground world. 20 minutes later, at the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau, Conference Room 1. As Yang Dian entered the conference room, he was greeted by the sight of a large gathering. The room was filled to capacity. The combat teams, including the 1st and 2nd squads temporarily borrowed by Zhejiang Province, and the 6th Squad, which had been on mission in rural areas, were present. Even the information department of the 2nd Squad, which typically refrained from attending combat meetings, was in attendance. Notably, Shun Fei, the captain of the 3rd Squad and head of the Research Institute, had activated a holographic projection to participate in the assembly. Except for the 6th Squad, which had yet to arrive, it could be said that the members of the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau were all accounted for. Quietly taking his seat, Yang Dian nudged Lin Mo beside him with his elbow and whispered, "Captain, what momentous event has transpired to summon everyone here?" Lin Mo glanced at Yang Dian and replied in a hushed tone, "The director is critically injured, and the deputy director has perished in battle." Yang Dian's hand trembled, and his pupils dilated in shock. A street-level powerhouse has fallen? Have foreign street-level or city-level entities launched an offensive against us? Or has the beast tide, led by those beast kings, finally erupted? Lin Mo shook his head. Neither of those scenarios. What has transpired is even more grave. The director did not elaborate. He merely instructed us to gather everyone. As the two conversed in whispers, the members of the 6th Squad hurriedly entered the conference room, visibly taken aback by the full assembly. "Old Mo, what significant event has occurred that necessitated our return?" one of them inquired. Lin Mo turned to the newly seated 6th Squad members, opening his mouth to respond, when suddenly, a towering figure entered through the side door of the conference room. His head and upper body were swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. He was none other than Wang Wu, the director of the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau, a peak street-level powerhouse known as the Tiger of the Bureau. Upon reaching the podium, Wang Wu wasted no time and directly addressed the reason for the gathering. "The organization has made a decision. On September 1st, coinciding with the commencement of the new academic year, we will announce the resurgence of spiritual energy and fully implement the National Martial Arts Initiative." As his words echoed through the conference room, an uproar erupted. Is it true? Why are we suddenly announcing the revival of spiritual energy while simultaneously advancing a national martial arts program? Has the situation spiraled out of control, forcing the organization to expedite the plan? What does expedite mean? The revival of spiritual energy is hardly a secret, with the increasing number of unusual incidents across the country. Although not widely circulated online, it has long been whispered in private. The organization may have already been prepared for this. I understand the announcement of spiritual energy's resurgence, but I remain perplexed about the implementation of the National Martial Arts Initiative. Are the resources from above sufficient? The resources were already scarce with the nationwide martial arts initiative. The emergence of prodigies like CAC would only diminish what little we have. After allowing the meeting room to buzz with chatter for a while, Wang Wu finally rapped his knuckles on the podium, restoring silence. "Do you wish to know the sudden impetus behind the government's push for universal martial arts training? You need not ask. I shall elucidate." With that, he activated the projector, unveiling a series of photographs. Among them, 2 images depicted scenes that Yang Dian had personally witnessed. One showcased the Sea King of Goathorn Bay obliterating 3 armed helicopters, while the other illustrated 2 mutated crabs from Moon Bay surfacing and claiming the lives of numerous tourists. Additionally, the images captured sea beasts assaulting coastal inhabitants and Western warships being attacked by unknown entities, dragged into the depths of the Atlantic. The unusual movements of the sea beasts indicated a gathering of numerous mutated marine creatures near the shoreline, poised to instigate an invasion at any moment. After briefly summarizing the situation, he proceeded to reveal the next set of photographs. In this collection, a massive bird with a wingspan of 100 meters soared through the sky. Herds of yaks galloped across the plateau under the guidance of a colossal white yak. A black tiger in the snow displayed its bloodthirsty gaze, and dark clouds loomed over Dongting Lake, where a dragon-like creature revealed a single scale amidst the tempest. The Beast King had recently exhibited erratic behavior, and the iron-eating Beast King from Sichuan, which had been on amicable terms with us, had mysteriously vanished. We must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With these words, he unveiled a third set of photographs, which included 3 familiar figures from Yang Dian's past. The mutated giant cockroaches from the Research Institute, a parasitic creature with a grotesque, flared mouth, and the red mutated crab from Mumbai. This time, however, the photograph offered a close-up of the crab's abdomen, revealing juvenile crabs the size of human palms scuttling about. The genetic mutations of these exotic organisms had begun to stabilize, with 5 species exhibiting consistent hereditary mutations identified domestically. The establishment of breeding facilities for these exotic creatures had now been included in a national agenda. At this juncture, Wang Wu discreetly glanced at Yang Dian, clearly aware that 3 out of the 5 entities were related to him. After a moment of silence, he allowed the audience to absorb the gravity of the 3 sets of photographs before pressing the remote to unveil the final video. If the first 3 instances seemed an overreaction to you, then consider the implications of the last video. As he spoke, the projection shifted to reveal a dimly lit expanse. Just as curiosity filled the room, a series of sounds resembling footsteps, yet far louder, emanated from the speaker. As the camera panned towards the source of the noise, a collective gasp arose from the audience. In a shadowy cavern, an entity resembling the head of a Tyrannosaurus rex emerged from the corner, its yellowed, menacing vertical pupils fixated on the camera. With that, the video concluded. 2 months ago, the capital's Purple Mountain experienced a sudden collapse, revealing a vast sinkhole. Within this sinkhole lies a complex terrain, beset by chaotic magnetic field disturbances. Advanced technological equipment, upon entering the depths of the sinkhole, fails to function, and if activated, is swiftly rendered inoperative within mere minutes. An expeditionary team was dispatched to delve into the tunnels of the sinkhole, and after traversing an unknown distance, they uncovered an immense underground realm. This world, as you see, is home to ancient creatures that have survived to this day, their numbers vast and their strength formidable. Old you perished at the hands of Tyrannosaurus rex while bravely covering my retreat. We are uncertain if other subterranean worlds exist beyond the confines of the Purple Mountain. Might these realms also harbor powerful and merciless ancient beings? We remain oblivious to whether these primordial entities might emerge from their underground lairs to launch an assault on the surface world. All we can do is devote ourselves to the task at hand, striving to enhance the capabilities of our fellow countrymen as swiftly as possible. We can only hope that amidst future upheavals, our people will possess the means to safeguard themselves, even if just a little. Chapter 85. The Registration of Traditional Martial Arts. Internal promotion procedures, supernatural armaments. Wang Wu's words had concluded, yet the gaze of the assembly remained fixated upon the projection. Could it be a fabrication? After hundreds of millions of years, how could dinosaurs possibly still be alive? A single remark from Shi Sheng fell like a drop of cold water into a seething cauldron of oil, igniting an uproar within the conference room. Dinosaurs? Is it true? By the way, is dinosaur meat palatable? Does it possess more energy than cockroach or crab meat? Have you lost your mind? You still wish to consume dinosaur meat? Haven't you seen how the director was gravely injured by that dinosaur, and the deputy director fell victim to its clutches? The capital is so far from us. Surely the subterranean world beneath the capital cannot have expanded this way. Even if there is no underground world, what of it? We are coastal. There are no ancient subterranean creatures here, only various marine beasts. Now I understand why the higher-ups have initiated a nationwide martial arts program. Without sufficient martial prowess, we shall indeed face dire straits ahead. It is not merely about martial force. Practicing martial arts enhances one's physique and invigorates the spirit, surpassing that of cattle or horses. Indeed, with such entities emerging, the armament factory will undoubtedly operate at full capacity. We shall scarcely be in want of cattle and horses. Are you all foolish? What era are we in? Are we still lacking ordinary cattle and horses? With AI assistance, mining, refining, and weapon manufacturing have already achieved automated production. There is little need for human intervention. Amidst the clamor, Wang Wu rapped the podium, signaling for silence. Once the room settled, he continued, "The nationwide martial arts initiative is of paramount importance. The organization has long had plans regarding this matter." He then shifted his tone, stating, after the meeting adjourns, "Please log into the internal network and record which martial arts techniques have been transmitted to your friends and family. Note how long they have practiced and whether they have achieved any notable progress. We must acknowledge that while human nature is fundamentally good, it also harbors a propensity for evil. Some individuals, upon gaining power, will undoubtedly disregard the law. We need to regulate this power to prevent uncontrolled forces from inciting crime. Furthermore, we require sufficient personnel and strength to bring all malevolence to justice. Thus, we must expand, and further expand. The internal network has already initiated the promotion process. As long as your friends and family have practiced martial arts and possess no criminal record, they may be recommended to the Bureau. Upon approval, they will be granted an auxiliary, temporary status, and with sufficient contribution, may secure a permanent position." Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Yang Dian blinked in contemplation. So, this is what they mean by controlling martial arts before unleashing them? Moreover, they could even scout 1 or 2 talents to serve as instructors, leading the way for others. But previously, the transmission of martial arts was limited to friends and family, wasn't it? Now, with so many friends and family mingling in one bureau, aren't the higher-ups concerned about the potential for overwhelming influence? Oh, so the aristocracy truly is what it is, larger and more influential than anyone else? In that case, all is well. As Yang Jian silently scoffed, Wang Wu rapped the podium again, drawing everyone's attention to him. Moreover, to ensure societal stability following the nationwide martial arts initiative, the organization will revise certain laws. In summary, 2 phrases, strict and severe. This applies to the malevolent forces in society, as well as to our internal organization. Should anyone be found abusing their power for malevolent ends, do not expect the organization to show mercy. Noticing the change in the crowd's expressions, he took a breath. Finally, let us discuss the task at hand. From this moment until September 1st, we have been allotted time by the organization. During this period, we must eradicate all malevolent forces within our jurisdiction. For instance, in Ping Shui Street, we will not interfere with ordinary people's pursuit of livelihood, as we cannot push them to their demise. However, if anyone is coercing others into prostitution, they shall be apprehended, punished, or even executed without exception. All those corrupt officials collecting protection fees must be brought to justice. At this juncture, Wang Wu slammed the podium once more. Furthermore, a thorough internal investigation will also take place. Anyone who has accepted benefits from foreign forces or has supplied them with intelligence must step forward. Do not harbor any illusions. I assure you, if discovered, not only will you face consequences, but your families will also suffer. As he roared, a phantom of a fierce tiger seemed to flicker behind him, letting out a thunderous roar. No, it is not a tiger. With a single horn on its head, it resembles the mythological Xie Ji. Just as Yang Dian's pupils constricted, a seemingly calmed Wang Wu waved his hand. The meeting is dismissed. After uttering those words, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Team 7, stay back. With that, the others exited the conference room without a backward glance. Wang Wu, in a fit of anger, certainly commanded a presence that could intimidate. Once everyone had departed, Wang Wu retracted his stern demeanor and turned to Yang Dian with a warm smile. You must be the young Yang. Though you have only recently joined our Bureau of Anomalies, you have already made quite a name for us, bringing significant honor to the Minjiang Bureau. Yang Jian shyly smiled. I suppose I was just fortunate. Wang Wu waved his hand dismissively. What luck. Without sufficient strength, would you have seized the opportunity before you? Just like those 2 massive crabs from Daiwan. Would someone lacking the requisite strength be able to handle them? They would not survive. Just ensure you do not get crushed by their pincers. In any case, the Bureau operates on a principle of reward for merit and punishment for faults. You have brought us great honor, and the Bureau will certainly reward you handsomely. At this juncture, Wang Wu furrowed his brows in contemplation and suddenly remarked, I have perused your information. Your martial prowess is commendable, yet it seems you lack a suitable weapon. I happen to possess a quota for a specialized super weapon from the headquarters. As I am currently grievously injured and cannot utilize it for the time being, I shall bestow it upon you. Yang Dian was momentarily taken aback. What is a super weapon? It is an exclusive, super-powered armament. Chapter 86, the final gift. Upon hearing the term armed, Yang Dian instinctively thought of Shi Sheng's ice hand cannon. However, the ice hand cannon was an extraordinary weapon that could be exchanged for a few hundred or thousand contribution points, which, in Yang Dian's perspective, was akin to a benefit. Director, what distinguishes exclusive, super-powered armament from extraordinary weapons? Wang Wu, heavily injured and with little else to occupy his time, took the opportunity to explain to Yang Dian, it is quite literal. Exclusive, super-powered armament. These are super-powered armaments tailored specifically to the combat habits of the user. At this point, Yang Dian finally began to grasp the concept. Equipment designated for personal use is generally referred to as weapons or armor. But what term had emerged from Wang Wu's lips? Armament. What does armament signify? Armed forces, armed equipment. Typically, only items associated with the military are deemed armaments. So, in their understanding, the function of superarmament is to amplify individual strength, allowing it to rival that of an army. Just as Yang Dian began to feel a sense of anticipation, Wang Wu retrieved his phone and, after a somewhat arduous operation, nodded at Yang Dian. The application for the transfer of superarmament shares has been submitted. It should be approved shortly. I have granted you access to inquire about superarmament. Take some time to consider what kind you desire. Understanding the implications of Wang Wu's words, Yang Dian promptly nodded in agreement. Then I shall return and ponder over the superarmament. With that, he exited the conference room alongside Shi Sheng. Watching the two leave, Lin Mo turned to Wang Wu, his eyes filled with confusion. You fought tooth and nail to acquire those superarmament shares, and now you are just giving them away? Yang has indeed performed well since joining the Bureau, but he has already received his due merit. There are corresponding training plans for Shun Fei as well. You are giving. Wang Wu waved his hand dismissively and plopped down into a chair. Old Mo, I fear I may not last much longer. Lin must pupils dilated and shook. Before he could inquire further, Wang Wu had already torn open the bandage on his chest, revealing a gaping wound where a significant portion of flesh was missing. Do you see this? Wang Wu pointed to his chest, which was supported by silver metal to prevent collapse. Beneath it, his heart, partially exposed to the air and displaying a bizarre half-black, half-red hue, was accompanied by a bitter smile. My heart is shattered. Saying this, he gestured toward his heart. How before his finger could draw near, the dark portion of the heart suddenly coiled like a serpent, opening a black maw to reveal sharp fangs, lunging toward Wang Wu's finger. I was bitten by something that might have been a Tyrannosaurus. I should not have survived. Yet, for some reason, the parasites within that creature migrated to me and embedded themselves in my heart, compensating for part of its function. He tore away the bandage on his hand and ran a fingernail across the tip. The blood that flowed forth was not red, but black. Moreover, the black blood writhed incessantly, as if attempting to crawl back into the wound. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, while Wang Wu had grown accustomed to the sight. He extended his finger to delicately touch the layer of black blood, giving it a gentle twist. In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of bursting insect eggs echoed in the conference room. Wang Wu opened his fingers, and the black blood at his fingertips transformed into a deep crimson hue. As he peeled back the wound, Lin Mo observed the flesh beneath Wang Wu's skin writhing as if animated by some unseen force. The flesh was rapidly healing. According to the research from the headquarters, my current state is akin to living in symbiosis with a parasite. Though I still possess a human exterior, it is debatable whether I can still be regarded as human. After all, what flows through my veins is not blood but a parasite. Not long ago, My flesh began to mutate under the parasite's influence. Perhaps soon, I will no longer even retain a human appearance. I will become nothing more than a mere insect. With a sigh laden with profound resignation, Wang Wu retrieved a remote control and placed it in Lin Mo's hand. I have returned, not to oversee the situation, but to arrange matters for the future. Once everything is settled, I shall return to headquarters. If I lose control during this interval, simply press this button for 5 seconds. I have had the organization install a self-destruction device within my body. Should I lose control, pressing the button will obliterate me into ashes, taking the parasite with me. Naturally, I hope to maintain my composure. After all, this body of mine is a treasure. Who knows what valuable insights could be gleaned from careful study. Patting his abdomen, Wang Wu reached out to smooth the torn bandage. The severed bandage, under his gentle touch, seamlessly came together as if it had never been torn. This was a nano bandage, a marvel of cutting-edge technology, still in its experimental phase. Its application was intended to restrain the parasite within me from causing havoc. After this brief introduction, Wang Wu winked, his pupils seemingly housing a serpent that hissed with a menacing hunger. Xiao Tong will be entrusted to you from now on, my old comrade. Wang Wu exhaled, his voice tinged with affection and helplessness. She is still so young. Her mother departed early, and both her mother and I are orphans without relatives. Aside from you, I truly do not know to whom else I can trust her. Meanwhile, young Dian, who had already returned to the office, remained oblivious to the fact that the extraordinary weapon Wang Wu had given him was his final gift. After registering the personnel designated for martial arts instruction as required, he accessed the information on the extraordinary weapon using his acquired privileges. Extraordinary weapons, defined as exceptional armaments, crafted from the wonders of the earth. Supplemented by advanced modern technology, they forge unique equipment for the extraordinary. Depending on the nature of the earthly wonders, the extraordinary weapons possess differing characteristics and capabilities. Regardless of the type, each extraordinary weapon wields tremendous destructive power. When a city-level powerhouse wields an extraordinary weapon, they may even possess the strength to single-handedly annihilate a nation, however small. Upon reading this, Yang Dian could not help but tremble slightly. Is the enhancement of extraordinary armaments somewhat exaggerated? Contemplating this, Yang Dian shook his head once more. The term city-level strength is a designation from their side. Some small nations in Europe and Africa may possess a land area smaller than a single city in their region. What sort of achievement is it to obliterate such countries? Yet, even so, the director has been exceedingly generous, bestowing upon me the share of extraordinary armaments. In a moment of reflection, Yang Dian clicked to view the demonstration video of the extraordinary weapons. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, stood at the foot of a mountain. Viaojing Ateng Sabir. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light extending 100 meters, cleaving through the sky and bisecting mountain peaks. A young girl, clad in a naval uniform, hoisted a massive cannon upon her shoulder. After leaping into the air, she concentrated her energy for a single strike, launching a searing white projectile that obliterated a small island of approximately 300 meters in diameter. A robust man wielded a hammer larger than himself, leaping high before bringing it down, creating a 10-meter deep crater and a depression spanning 100 meters. How magnificent! How fierce! I yearn for her. So, when will my share of extraordinary armaments arrive? Chapter 87. Relocation. As Yang Dian contemplated the kind of extraordinary powers he might possess, he noticed Lin Mo entering the office with a rather grim expression. "What's wrong, Captain? You look troubled." Lin Mo pressed his lips together, and despite harboring little hope, he asked with a glimmer of optimism, "What should one do if a person is infested by parasites, particularly in a situation where separation leads to death and unity grants life?" Yang Dian responded without hesitation, "Then let them coexist. Isn't it simply a matter of being parasitized? It's quite natural to have parasites within the body, as long as they are beneficial. Why overthink it?" As he spoke, Yang Dian absent-mindedly touched Dudu, whose long hair had merged with his own. In a way, Dudu's state could also be viewed as parasitic. However, Dudu was not embedded within a body, but rather fused with Yang Dian's hair, with the ability to disengage at any moment. Seeing Yang Dian's nonchalance, Lin Mo felt a surge of frustration. Yet, realizing that Yang Dian was genuinely uninformed, he sighed deeply. But what if the parasite could alter the human body, even transforming a person into a creature? Upon observing Lin Mo's expression, Yang Dian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Captain, do you have friends or relatives who have been infested by such parasites? Lin Mo regarded Yang Dian, neither confirming nor denying, but his silence implied an acceptance. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Dian spoke again. I have two ideas. First, we could seek out awakened individuals with the beast mastery ability. Since they can control wild beasts, perhaps they could also manage the parasites, ensuring that these creatures coexist with their host without altering the host's life form. That might be a viable solution. Before Lin Mo could respond, Yang Dian continued. Second, we could explore the Miao villages in Yunnan and Guizhou. If ancient martial arts can be practiced there, might the local Gu technique also be cultivated? My channels for information are limited, but the organization must have insights. If you truly have friends or family affected by parasites, it may be worthwhile to gather information regarding Gu techniques. I believe parasites resemble Gu worms quite closely. Lin Mo managed a wry smile. What about other options? Are there no additional methods? He had reviewed Wang Wu's treatment plan, which mentioned both of Yang Dian's suggestions. Yet both had undeniably failed. Seeing the expression on Lin Mo's face, Yang Dian deduced the outcome. So, neither of these solutions is feasible? Lin Mo nodded slightly, and after a moment's thought, Yang Dian proposed, then we must consider a spiritual approach. If we could facilitate a symbiotic relationship between the parasites and the host soul, or make the parasites recognize the host as their master, perhaps we could alter the fate of the host turning into a creature. Alternatively, we could extinguish the soul of the parasite, allowing the host to seize control of the parasite's body, which might also change the outcome. Lin Montauk nodded thoughtfully. He had not encountered such a notion in the treatment plan before. Very well, I understand. I shall have someone investigate this. Uncertain whether individuals with awakened souls and talents for contracts could be found in this area, Lin Mo, without waiting for Yang Dian's response, swiftly departed from the office. Even with a mere 1% chance, he felt compelled to persuade Wang Wu to give it a try. What if he survived? As Yang Dian watched Lin Mo leave the office, his gaze returned to the screen of his phone. He intended to further explore information regarding superweapons. However, before he could click on the next video, a phone call interrupted him, ringing through on his secure mobile device. Upon answering, a melodious female voice resonated from the phone. Hello, may I inquire if you are Commissioner Yang Dian, a second-level security officer at the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau? Hearing the title Commissioner, Yang Dian instinctively rubbed his temples. Such titles often conjured unpleasant thoughts. Nevertheless, despite his musings, he felt it necessary to respond. Yes, that's me. After his confirmation, the voice continued. Greetings, Commissioner Yang. This is Li Xin from the Armed Research Division of the Huaxiao Research Institute. Bureau Chief Wang Wu from the Fuzhou branch of the Anomaly Management Bureau has applied to transfer his superweapon quota to you, and this request has been approved by the higher-ups. When would you be available? We will customize the superweapon according to your specifications. Yang Dian's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm available today, although I'm still in Fuzhou. In that case, when would you be able to come to Chengdu? Yang Dian was taken aback. Chengdu? ISNT, the headquarters of the Research Institute, located in the capital? Due to strategic needs, certain departments have relocated from the capital to the inland. Our Armed Research Division is one of them. With this revelation, Yang Dian realized the implications. Although the capital is not a coastal city, the Forbidden City lies merely over 100 kilometers from the coastline, and beneath it lurks a veritable powder keg, the underground world. The thought of a simultaneous uprising of subterranean and marine creatures sent shivers down his spine. It was only natural for critical departments to relocate in advance. But what about the ordinary citizens in the capital? The fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he replied, I will arrive in Chengdu tomorrow morning. Very well, Commissioner Yang. I have already requested a pass for you for tomorrow, and I will send the current location of the Armed Research Division to your phone. Please call me when you arrive, and I will meet you at the entrance. After a brief exchange with Li Xin, Yang Dian hung up and began selecting high-speed train tickets on the 12306 platform. He had no intention of flying, although flights are swift. Any mishap could lead to near-certain death. Yang Dian was uncertain whether his current abilities would suffice to survive an air disaster. Thus, for precautionary reasons, he opted for the stability of a high-speed train or bullet train, traveling at a remarkable speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The high-speed train covers just over 111 meters per second. Even in the event of an accident, Yang Dian believed he would likely emerge unscathed. One wonders at what level of martial prowess one might take to the skies, or whether the organization has devised a flying mech. Glancing at the time, Yang Dian purchased a ticket requiring a transfer in the deep city. It was not a high-speed train, but rather a bullet train. The journey would span a grueling 15 hours. Oh, the plight of my dairy Ri. Rising to shake off the impending discomfort, Yang Dian grasped his phone and made his way toward the door. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to miss his ride. Indeed, tomorrow is still a day of rest, but the day after is back to work, and I surely shall not return in time. I must also request a few days off from the captain. Chapter 88. There's a story here. Hey, darling, we're almost there. Have you arrived yet? On the D962 train, Yang Dian stood up as the arrival announcement chimed. He noticed a young man across the aisle dialing a phone number, preparing to flaunt his affection. What? Have we already arrived? Why did you buy roses? Such a waste. The young woman beside him, unwilling to be outdone, also made a call. Hey, sweetheart, the train is about to pull in. Where are you waiting for me? Oh, right by the exit. Do you miss me? I miss you too. Listening to the cacophony of love declarations, Yang Dian felt a twinge of annoyance. It wasn't simply because he was a solitary figure caught in the midst of their affectionate display. He genuinely desired a partner, with just a beckoning finger. The female security officers at the precinct would be more than eager to approach him. What troubled Yang Dian was merely the sound emanating from their phones. Is there really something special about Chengdu? Lost in thought, the train gradually came to a halt. After disembarking, Yang Dian deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind the couple as they exited the ticket gate. As expected, there awaited a woman in a wedding dress and a man holding roses, rushing towards them. A collective gasp arose from the crowd at the exit. Some individuals even whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Why? Because the woman in the wedding dress had reached the young lady, while the young man with the roses leapt onto the young man's back. Images from the internet. TikTok. This is Chengdu. Indeed, Chengdu held a certain charm. It was not in vain that he came here. He was met with such exhilarating scenes right upon his arrival. Hey, Mom, I believe in pure love once more. As whispers filled the air, Yang Dian instinctively clapped his hands. In the next moment, resounding applause erupted at Chengdu East Station. The two bashful couples, hand in hand, dashed out of the exit. Following them, Yang Dian stepped outside, gazing at the sun that had barely risen above the horizon. He exhaled deeply, youth. Reflecting on this, Yang Dian opened the location that Li Xian had sent him yesterday. The College of Life Engineering at Sichuan University? Why is it that research institutes are often situated within universities? However, if they were to place such advanced studies in a university, wouldn't it be more appropriate to align it with a department like polymer science? After musing for a moment, Yang Dian hailed a taxi and made his way to the entrance of Sichuan University without any hindrance. Upon glancing up at the university gate, he took out his phone, intending to call Li Xian. But seeing the time, he set it back down. It was barely past 7. The working crowd was likely still in slumber. There was no need to disturb anyone's peaceful dreams. Never mind, I'll take a stroll around the campus first. Producing his ID to enter the university, Yang Dian walked a short distance when the clear, melodious chirping of birds reached his ears. The paths were lined with lush greenery, and birds flitted joyfully among the branches, occasionally crossing paths with leisurely cyclists. Yang Dian's earlier impatience began to dissipate in this tranquil environment. Indeed, the surroundings can profoundly influence one's state of mind. One wonders who the strongest among the in Chengdu might be. What progress has been made in the study of awakening? There is an ancient martial arts master residing on Qingxing Mountain. I wonder if I could find a way to present a letter of introduction to him. As Yang Dian strolled along the path beneath the trees, lost in his thoughts, he suddenly twitched his ears and turned to gaze at the greenery by the roadside. In the next moment, a small black cat cautiously poked its head out, eyeing Yang Dian. Human, do you have something to eat? Yang Dian's pupils constricted sharply, a chill racing down his spine, and his fingers instinctively curled into a claw-like formation. Threads of vitality gathered at his fingertips, as if they could sprout into dragon claws at any moment, ready to rend anything in their path. Startled by Yang Dian's sudden movement, the little black cat's fur bristled in alarm. Human, you're quite fierce. I no longer like you. Hearing the voice that seemed to echo in his heart, and watching the small black cat retreat cautiously towards the greenery, Yang Dian took a deep breath to steady his wildly beating heart and cautiously asked, "Are you speaking to me?" The black cat turned, leaving a few drops of urine in its haste, and darted back into the bushes. "You are too fierce. I don't want to talk to you." Exhaling deeply, Yang Dian patted his head, chiding himself for being so tense. It was absurd to be frightened by a mere little black cat. After a few more calming breaths, Yang Dian turned back to the small shop he had passed earlier. "Excuse me, do you have cat treats or canned food?" The middle-aged shopkeeper beamed with joy. "Indeed, feeding cats again, are we?" It was Yang Dian's first visit to Sichuan University, and undoubtedly the shopkeeper was seeing him for the first time as well. Yet, the shopkeeper's warmth made it seem as though they were old acquaintances. "How many would you like?" Considering the numerous cats hidden within the greenery, Yang Dian calculated and replied, 7 cans and 10 sticks of treats. The treats were priced at $1.50 each, and the cans at $10, totaling $85. As the shopkeeper handed him 10 cans and 15 sticks of treats, he added, "I haven't fed those little ones yet this morning, and I need to take my daughter to her tutoring class later. Could you help me feed them?" Staring at the plastic bag the shopkeeper offered, Yang Dian hesitated for a moment before smiling. Sure. After scanning the $85 on his phone, he waved goodbye to the shopkeeper and returned to the greenery where he had encountered the little black cat. Perhaps having sensed something familiar from Yang Dian, a rustling sound emerged, and 2 plump orange cats, 2 calicos, a tabby, and a little white cat emerged from the bushes. They seemed well-fed and cared for, not lacking in sustenance. Once the 6 cats emerged from the greenery, they settled in front of Yang Dian in an orderly fashion, casting elongated shadows in the morning sun, patiently awaiting their meal. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, a smile involuntarily crept across Yang Dian's lips. These fluffy little creatures never failed to uplift one's spirits. He began to open the cans one by one, placing them before the cats, observing them burying their heads into the can, emitting cheerful purrs. Yang Dian shifted his gaze towards the green belt, shaking the can in his hand. "How about you? Would you like some?" The little black cat, concealed within the greenery, hesitated, lifting its paw, then letting it fall back, repeating this motion in a cycle. It was not until the tabby cat finished its meal and approached Yang Dian's feet, nuzzling against them while mewing, that the little black cat cautiously emerged from the foliage after Yang Dian opened a second can for it. "Human, you must not frighten me." Just as the little black cat took a couple of steps toward Yang Dian, burying its head in the tabby's can, the tabby suddenly lifted its head and crouched down, transforming into a diamond-patterned rattlesnake. Startled by the tabby's display, the little black cat dashed back into the green belt. "Human, make sure it does not scare me." Chapter 89. Wonders of Heaven and Earth. 2 hours later, having arrived at school 10 minutes earlier than usual, Li Xian reached the location Yang Dian had sent her, only to find him teasing a little black cat with a cat wand, holding it just out of the feline's reach. As he played, he whimsically remarked, "If you say something nice, I might let you have a bite." It was surprising to see such a skilled individual possess a childlike spirit, taking the time to amuse a small creature. Yang Dian glanced back at Li Xian, who was dressed in a researcher's uniform, adorned with light makeup that highlighted her youthful beauty, and couldn't he help but raise an eyebrow. One must find ways to pass the time. Isn't it far more enjoyable to play with this little fellow than to sit idly swiping through a phone or practicing a set of Lua Hanquin? As he spoke, Yang Dian gathered the little black cat into his arms. Initially, the cat squirmed, but once he placed the cat wand in its embrace, it immediately settled down in tranquility. Noticing Yang Dian's intention to take the little black cat into the research institute, Li Xian promptly interjected, "The department prohibits bringing animals inside." Yang Dian turned to her with a curious glance. What about anomalous creatures? Are they also forbidden? Li Xian instinctively opened her mouth, staring in disbelief at the black cat nestled in Yang Dian's arms. It is an anomalous creature? The little black cat, licking the cat wand vigorously, cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian before turning away, its back facing her. Human, I do not like her. Looking down at the cat, Yang Dian then turned to Li Xian. Can't you hear it speaking? It speaking? How could a cat talk? Li Xian hesitated for a moment before addressing Yang Dian again. Or are you saying you have awakened the talent of animal speech? Yang Dian shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired, is there a place to temporarily house anomalous creatures? After a brief pause, he added, just for a short while. I will take it with me when I leave. Lisi notet instinquito. Yes. After confirming, she glanced hopefully at the little black cat. Will it harm anyone? Should I take it for a bath? Upon seeing Yang Dian's puzzled expression, she continued, I am merely a liaison, responsible for connecting you and escorting you into the department. Once inside, professional technicians will assist you. Yang Dian nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at the little black cat in his arms. You will go with her for a bath. Afterward, stay close to her, and I will take you when I come out. The little black cat looked up at Yang Dian. Human, will you abandon me? Yang Dian scratched the cat gently under its chin. No, I won't. Then I will go with her for a bath. With that, the little black cat leapt lightly from Yang Dian's arms to perch on Li Xian's shoulder. However, upon seeing Li Xian reach out to hold it, it swiftly jumped back into Yang Dian's embrace. Human, I do not wish to be held by her. Yang Dian flicked the cat's head playfully and relayed its message. It says it does not want you to hold it. Li Xian swallowed hard. It can really talk? Why can I not hear it speak? Asked Yang Dian, because your mental strength, or rather, your soul's power, is not sufficiently robust. Before he could finish, an aged male voice resonated from behind them. Turning around, Yang Dian beheld an elderly gentleman clad in a research outfit, his head crowned with white hair, appearing to be at least 80 years of age, gazing intently at the little black cat nestled in his arms. Perhaps the intensity of the elder's gaze was too formidable, for the little black cat, feeling somewhat uneasy, shrank further into Yang Dian's embrace, remarking, that man seems quite fierce. Upon hearing the cat's words, Yang Dian instinctively chuckled. Just 2 hours prior, the little black cat had expressed a similar sentiment about him. However, after merely offering a can of food and a few cat treats, it had transformed its opinion to, you are truly kind. Is it your pet? May we borrow it for a few days? The elder, seemingly awakening a telepathic communication gift, yet lacking the mental acuity to perceive the psychic waves emanating from the creature, contemplated the potential for research. If we could thoroughly investigate its awakened abilities, perhaps. At this juncture, the elder abruptly ceased speaking and began scrutinizing Yang Dian from head to toe. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly inquired, Are you Yang Dian? The one who acquired the martial arts quota from Wang Wuchao? Yang Dian nodded affirmatively. The elder sighed, gesturing to Li Xian. Very well, I shall take it from here. Li Xian glanced at the cat in Yang Dian's arms and added, and the cat as well. She departed, looking back thrice. The elder led Yang Dian into the building, stating, You are aware of the entity beneath the capital's surface, correct? Upon Yang Dian's nod, he continued, Common communication devices become ineffective once they descend into the pit, and shouting will only attract those ancient creatures. If we could develop a means of mental communication, it would greatly aid our exploration of the underground world. Yang Dian scratched the little black cat under its chin. Is it truly feasible? The elder hesitated, exhaling deeply. It is but a faint hope, akin to your research facility's study of that mutated octopus. With a resigned shake of his head, the elder ushered Yang Dian into the elevator, tapping his fingers upon its surface. As the elevator began its gradual descent, the elder inquired, Have you contemplated what sort of martial arts weapon you desire? Yang Dian shook his head. I recall reading that the customization of martial arts weapons depends not only on the combat habits of the user, but also on the materials used in their construction. The elder nodded in agreement, indeed. Due to the recent surge in anomalies, the rare materials have been depleting rather swiftly, leaving you with limited options. As he spoke, The elevator doors opened. The elder exchanged nods with two guards stationed at the entrance before leading young Dian into a grand hall. All available rare materials are contained within this space. Feel free to select. Observing the array of stones and metal pieces displayed in the cabinets, Yang Dian instinctively caressed the little black cat in his arms. Are these rare materials on par with the treasured delicacies of the world? The elder affirmed, quite so. They are akin to rare delicacies, meant for consumption. Objects and items, tools for utilization. Both are wonders of the world. And for an ordinary person to possess even one is a stroke of celestial fortune. Indeed, I've been favored by the heavens several times. Yang Dian mused inwardly as he approached a display cabinet. A series of textual information appeared on the tempered glass of the cabinet. Celestial oddity, flint oddity characteristics. Upon stimulation by external forces, it can release temperatures soaring to 6,532 C. Superweapon affinity, crafted for fire attribute awakeners. A superweapon of flame. Upon finishing the description, Yang Dian's grip on the cat tightened slightly, causing the little black cat to roll its eyes in exasperation. If my memory serves me correctly, the surface temperature of the sun is approximately 5,500 C, isn't it? This stone can emit a staggering high temperature of 6,532 C. The old man approached Yang Dian and chuckled softly. This is merely the limit we have been able to test. Perhaps in the hands of an awakened one, it could unleash even more formidable power. Chapter 90. Selection of extraordinary weapons. Unforeseen changes. In addition to the high-temperature emitting flint, the exhibition hall showcased 7 remarkable artifacts. Among them was a stone of energy, approximately the size of a basin, capable of storing vast amounts of energy and releasing it instantaneously. There was also a gravity-reversing orb, comparable to the size of a marble, which could alter gravitational forces. The third was a metal known as Gingjin, which could not be affected by any current means. Another artifact, the size of a fist, exuded an intensely frigid aura known as ice core. There was a 7-hole crystal that produced ethereal sounds upon being struck, thereby attracting beasts, insects, and birds, allowing for rudimentary commands. Additionally, there was a special entity that emitted a unique magnetic field, inducing hallucinations of a ghostly presence lingering nearby. Lastly, a spherical object, also the size of a basin, floated in mid-air, shimmering as if filled with starlight, referred to as star iron. All these extraordinary items were appealing to Yang Dian, yet he could only choose one. After pacing around the exhibition hall several times, he first eliminated the flint, ice core, 7-hole crystal, and the ghostly entity. The first 3 did not resonate with him, and he dismissed the ghostly entity as he wished to avoid encounters with the specter of his grandmother. As for the remaining 4 artifacts,